Upon awakening, Jiang Sheng discovered, to his horror, that he had transformed into a black cat. Even more terrifying was the realization that he carried with him an aura of misfortune. Wherever he went, calamity followed. Anyone who crossed his path seemed to encounter ill fate. Having morphed from a human into a walking disaster, how could he navigate his cursed existence in search of survival, when goodwill turned to harm and proximity became perilous? The redemption journey of this ill-fated feline would challenge every preconceived notion of misfortune. Chapter 1. The Cat Beneath the Tree. If given the choice, I would wish to transform into a cat. Recently, Jiang Sheng found himself inexplicably pondering this notion. There was no compelling reason for this thought to surface. It simply emerged in his mind, spawning a cascade of reflections. Was his fondness for cats profound? Not particularly. He merely harbored no aversion towards them, appreciating their elegant yet languid demeanor and their carefree way of life. It was likely on one sweltering summer afternoon, when the heat became increasingly unbearable. As Jiang Sheng strolled along the path, he inadvertently caught sight of a black cat lounging by the roadside, idly flicking its tail. At that moment, his desire to become a cat blossomed uncontrollably within him. Yes, I genuinely yearned to embody a cat, to live with the detached calmness they exude, subtle, yet utterly unrestrained. Jiang Sheng affirmed this to himself in a quiet reverie. As dusk settled, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, the black cat seemed to sense something amiss. It opened its golden eyes and locked gazes with Jiang Sheng for a brief moment before letting out a soft meow and gracefully leaping into the surrounding wall. Not pursuing the fleeting form of the cat, Jiang Sheng lowered his head, observing the shadow cast upon the ground. He then turned, as if plunged into profound contemplation, continuing his journey homeward. Perhaps he was too absorbed in his vital thoughts, so much so that he failed to notice the oncoming vehicle across the street. In a fashion reminiscent of a narrative twist, the car lost control. Jiang Sheng's body felt as though it were a mere rag, lifted into the air upon impact. The sounds of screams, chaos, and screeching brakes echoed in his ears. Emotionless, he gazed vacantly at the sky above. He felt his body soaring high, accompanied by the gradual onset of excruciating pain. In that moment, what should have been a fleeting instant stretched into an eternity. The clouds drifted lazily, as if being gently tugged by the wind. He felt as though he were plummeting from the heights of the sky into the depths of the sea, only to then ascend back to the heavens. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him in tranquility until he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Later, when Jiang Sheng awakened once more, he found himself transformed in an inexplicable and astonishing manner. He had become a cat. Indeed, Jiang Sheng had metamorphosed into a black cat. Above, the wispy clouds floated leisurely, veiling the pale blue horizon. It obscured the view of the serene and boundless expanse, shrouded in a mysterious stillness. The warm yellow sunlight spilled onto the streets, mingling with the gentle spring breeze that uplifted the spirit. The shadows of trees along the roadside danced gracefully, their green canopies swaying, occasionally whispering soft rustles. A sparrow, wings folded, perched on a newly sprouted branch, delicately preening its feathers with its tiny beak. Beneath the tree, a bench for passers-by stood silently, awaiting those in need of repose. The metal chair, warmed by the sun, radiated an inviting warmth that beckoned one to recline for a moment. At this very moment, a black cat lounged upon such a chair, lazily yawning and occasionally swaying its tail. This black cat was named Jiang Sheng. It had inhabited this world for 3 months. Thus far, Jiang Sheng remained perplexed about how it had come to be in this realm, and why it had transformed into a cat. The only certainty it possessed was that this place bore resemblance to a parallel existence akin to its former life. The technological advancements, international dynamics, and geographical features were largely similar. However, cultural products and certain societal nuances revealed notable disparities. Undoubtedly, Jiang Sheng found itself bewildered by its current circumstances and future aspirations. After all, it had become a catoni no longer burdened by the need for life plans or work reports. Yet, it was equally undeniable that it derived immense pleasure from this newfound existence. Jiang Sheng was accustomed to aimlessness, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had grown used to going with the flow. He disliked struggle, possibly shaped by his past experiences, which fostered his current disposition. He was adept at heeding the whims of fate, believing that all things possessed their own rationale for existence and departure. Thus, he bore no grievance over losing his human form, nor did he lament the relatively brief lifespan of Cat. Moreover, transforming into a cat had been the final wish harbored in his heart before his previous demise. He had fulfilled his desire, what more could he complain about? Reflecting on this, Jiang Sheng allowed his tail to sway even more languidly. He rested his chin upon his crossed front paws, basking in the warmth of the sun that gradually enveloped his back. Everything appeared to be enveloped in tranquility. It had now become a resident of a certain park. During the day, it rested, and at night, it wandered between the city streets in search of a morsel of food that was still relatively clean. Life was meant to continue in this manner, at least in Jiang Sheng's own expectations. He envisioned a future where he would persist in this existence. Yet today, it seemed, was destined to be extraordinary. Much like the day he departed from life as a human in a previous existence, it bore an air of inexorable fate. At that moment, Jiang Sheng beheld a disheveled white figure. Perhaps it was somewhat inappropriate to refer to the entity as a mere white shadow, for it possessed its own luminescence. Even if it was but a faint glimmer, it sufficed to affirm that its existence transcended mere shadow. The sunlight remained resplendent, yet the sight before him felt decidedly surreal. In the realm of reason, what Jiang Sheng perceived should not exist. It was a white, ethereal sphere light as a feather, yet utterly unreal. It seemed alive, though devoid of any characteristic that one would associate with life. Jiang Sheng's perception of the entity as a disoriented sphere stemmed entirely from his own subjective feelings. Indeed, the sphere itself could not convey any emotions it lacked a face, eyes, or a mouth. However, at that moment, Jiang Sheng distinctly sensed that he could discern the mood of this being. The reason eluded him, but it was merely an instinctive feeling. It was akin to empathy as he observed it. He genuinely experienced its sense of confusion and an unshakable sense of loss. What was this entity? Within the confines of Jiang Sheng's limited understanding, he had clearly never encountered anything resembling this sphere. This engendered an insatiable curiosity within him, yet fear was entirely absent. Perhaps it was the innate nature of a cat at play, or perhaps his heightened instincts were conveying the message that this entity posed no threat. Thus, after a moment of observation, Jiang Sheng slowly rose from his seat, advancing soundlessly towards the sphere. The grace of a cat's movements was always so delicate, even without deliberate effort. His actions remained discreet. As the distance between them diminished, the translucent white orb seemed oblivious to Jiang Sheng's presence, merely hovering along the park path in solitary contemplation. Driven by an almost imperceptible intuition, after a few fleeting thoughts, Jiang Sheng found himself beneath the sphere and resolved to initiate some form of communication. Meow. He carefully scanned his surroundings, ensuring he had an escape route in case of unexpected occurrences. Then he lifted his head and emitted a soft, unassuming call directed at the sphere. Regrettably, its voice failed to capture the attention of the other. Or perhaps, the other was entirely devoid of hearing. Essentially, it was not an entity capable of communication. After all, thus far, Jiang Sheng had merely engaged in one-sided conjecture, believing the sphere to possess consciousness. This belief was founded solely on a subconscious judgment, inherently elusive to rational explanation. Consequently, this assertion was evidently insufficiently reliable and lacked persuasiveness, even failing to withstand its own meticulous scrutiny. Yet, at this moment, an unusual sensation surged within Jiang Sheng, intensifying with each passing moment. It could sense that the white sphere, suspended in the air, emanated a profound, emotionless sensation akin to a mighty hand gripping its throat, rendering it incapable of departure. In truth, Jiang Sheng was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern it. Much like a cat, according to its usual disposition, it would never have focused on such an odd occurrence, let alone become so utterly captivated that it could not contemplate anything else. What a sense of loss, however. Under the influence of the emotions radiating from the sphere, Jiang Sheng found itself seated vacantly by the roadside, gazing upward at the towering tree where the other was located. A few passers-by ambled by, casting curious glances at the peculiarly behaving black cat. They, evidently, could not perceive the sphere, thus they pondered little. To them, the park remained as mundane and warm as it ever was. Though somewhat perplexed, none chose to linger, they simply continued with their lives. A sudden desire to alter something arose within Jiang Sheng's mind. This thought was undeniably not its own, but rather a notion born from external influence. Yet, Jiang Sheng instinctively extended its paw. As the white sphere became aware of its approach and slowly descended toward it, In the profound silence that seemed like a shared gaze, the black cat reached out to touch the sphere. Ultimately, it succumbed to unconsciousness. When Jiang Sheng awoke once more, the sky had descended into darkness. It found itself sprawled upon the grass of the park, the night sky adorned with countless twinkling stars, while the bushes echoed with the chorus of insects. The surroundings appeared tranquil and harmonious, as if nothing had transpired, as though it had merely taken a nap. Yet, Jiang Sheng understood that it had indeed undergone certain experiences, and it was acutely aware of the origin of the earlier white sphere. For during the time it had fainted, it had acquired the memories of the sphere. Throughout this process, its mind remained alert. In fact, having lost control of its body, Jiang Sheng was able to engage in even purer contemplation. At this moment, it had begun to formulate some reasonably sound conclusions. Now that we speak of it, these inferences are, in fact, not complex. Summarizing them, it can be distilled into just a few succinct statements, which I shall enumerate here. First, the existence of the white sphere likely represents the ethereal, insubstantial entities that humanity perceives, akin to ghosts and phantoms. It is a conglomeration of some residual essence left behind after death. Second, the reason the white sphere wanders in the park is due to unfulfilled desires that persisted during its lifetime. Thus, in death, it assumes the form witnessed by Jiang Sheng, lingering here, reluctant to depart. Third, ordinary individuals seem unable to perceive such souls. Fourth, perhaps due to its feline nature or some other reason, it can see the spirits of those yet to pass. Moreover, it can absorb them through touch, acquiring fragments of their memories. Additionally, after digesting a certain amount of spirit, its body appears to undergo inexplicable transformations, enhancing its physical capabilities while retaining its feline appearance. For instance, consider the present moment. Indeed, if the original Jiang Sheng were merely an ordinary wild cat, then now, without doubt, it has evolved into an exceptionally robust feline. Although it has not transcended the realm of cats, its physical prowess has already surpassed that of typical small felines, reaching the level of most medium-sized feline species, such as the African wildcat or the serval. Within a complete ecological chain, it feels capable of attempting to prey upon medium-sized ungulates. This is the extent of the current intelligence. As for whether other cats can perceive spirits, or whether entities akin to malevolent spirits or monsters exist in this world, Jiang Sheng is unaware. In truth, it is indifferent to such musings. As it perceives itself, it is a creature exceedingly adept at acceptance. The phrase content with the status quo is almost synonymous with Jiang Sheng's nature. Therefore, regardless of how dire the circumstances may be, it can generally accept them with equanimity, much like the tranquility it exhibited just before its previous life came to an end. Jiang Sheng harbors no complaints and no worries. Moreover, its current situation is relatively favorable, so what more is there to ponder? However, it slowly rose from the grass. Jiang Sheng, somewhat clumsily maneuvering its now ferocious body, turned its gaze toward the grand tree in the park. A pair of golden yellow eyes flickered thoughtfully. Since I have received your gift, allow me to fulfill your wish. Chapter 2. The Unforgotten Ring. The park where Jiang Sheng resides bears no name. Strictly speaking, it is merely a vast green belt within a community, interspersed with winding paths, fitness equipment, and recreational facilities. It comprises the entirety of this park. Yet, many years ago, it was not a park at all. In fact, even further back, the neighboring community had yet to be newly constructed. Why does Jiang Sheng possess this knowledge? It is due to the spiritual entity it devoured and the fragment of memory acquired, belonging to an elderly soul who spent a lifetime in this very place. Though it had only just begun to grasp certain concepts, sufficient to overturn its prior worldview, Jiang Sheng's astonishment had already dissipated during the period of soul absorption, gradually fading with the influx of unfamiliar memories. After all, it was inherently adept at adapting to its surroundings. Remaining unflustered amid change is perhaps its most commendable trait. With slightly unsteady steps, it approached the great tree on the right side of the park. At this moment, Jiang Sheng was prepared to fulfill the elderly spirit's wish. Being a creature of reciprocity, or perhaps one might say, a cat, it rarely accepted gifts without reason. Although the process had been somewhat peculiar, it had, nonetheless, obtained the old man's legacy. Thus, in its eyes, it had ample reason to offer a form of repayment, which lay in the elderly man's lingering obsession, the very reason that prevented him from departing this world in peace. With this thought, Jiang Sheng squatted beneath the great tree, carefully selecting its spot, and began to claw at the earth beside the roots. Unlike dogs, it is uncommon to see cats digging holes. This may stem from their inherent sense of elegance, disinclined to display such muddy antics in public, or perhaps it is simply a matter of their habitual behavior. However, this does not imply that they lack the ability to dig. In fact, the structure of a feline's claws is typically far more intricate and sharper than that of canines. When it comes to the act of digging, their efficiency is comparable to that of dogs, if not slightly superior, albeit with a slight deficit in stamina. For instance, in just a few minutes, Jiangsheng had buried most of its head beneath the earth. If memory serves, the object of its quest should be nearby. Recalling the memories recently acquired, Jiangsheng began to uproot patches of grass, casting handfuls of soil behind it, gradually forming a small mound. To onlookers, it might resemble a feral cat wreaking havoc. Should community management witness this scene, they would likely be incensed enough to capture Jiangsheng for sterilization. After all, maintaining a beautiful lawn is no easy task, especially when the feline was excavating the roots of a century-old tree, a landmark older than the entire community itself. Damaging it would cost far more than Jiangsheng's few pounds of flesh could repay. Yet, it was nighttime, and no one was around to thwart Jiangsheng's reckless endeavors. Focus unwavering. As it searched for the desired object, fragmented images once again flickered through Jiangsheng's mind. These visions then seamlessly reassembled, weaving together a narrative that spanned many years. Chapter 3. Please do not leave empty-handed. Xiaozi was on the verge of departing, leaving behind the city where she had spent her entire life. She was about to vacate the dwelling that had housed half a lifetime of memories. Indeed, she was set to move, following her husband's passing. Her children had resolved to take her to live elsewhere, citing concerns about her well-being and solitude as an elderly person. Xiaozi did not resist. In truth, she found no justification to do so, especially when she sat alone in the empty room, tending to the sunflowers on the windowsill, or when she waited in silence at the dining table. In those moments, Xiaozi came to a poignant realization. She no longer belonged here. Regrettably, she now found herself at a loss as to where she might belong. The one she loved for a lifetime, and who reciprocated that love, had departed. As an elder who wished not to intrude upon her children's lives, Xiaozi felt as though she had become superfluous, a person no longer needed. She was no longer an indispensable part of anyone's world, nor a companion that anyone could not bear to part with. Indeed, while it may seem harsh to say, her children had established their own families. They could not remain tethered to the past in the same way she did. They were occupied with their own familial obligations. She would not be anyone's entirety again, even for a fleeting moment. Xiaozi's world had been severed in half. That which was uniquely hers could never be restored. Thus, she prepared to leave, yielding in the most ordinary and common manner an elder could. She would endeavor to follow her children's arrangements, wishing to spare them any additional burden. Although Xiaozi truly did not wish to depart from this place, where nearly all that she cherished was ensconced, what could she do? Aging brings with it certain inevitabilities. Her aged hands slowly closed an album, and as she caressed its cover, she sighed softly before placing it into a cardboard box designated for her belongings. If only time could be reversed, how she longed to wait once more for her husband to return home, to watch him in the living room, reading the newspaper while overseeing their 3 little ones. The eldest was playful, the second possessed an insatiable curiosity, and the youngest was timid. Whenever the trio erupted into commotion, her husband found no respite. Meanwhile, she would be donning an apron and heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal, thinking to herself, let them be. Yes, let them be. But in the blink of an eye, how had he vanished? In an instant, how had home become lost? Xiaozi sat desolately in the unlit room. Next week, her youngest daughter would come to fetch her, after which this old house would be listed with an agency for sale. Thereafter, her connection to this place would likely be severed entirely. Such is the nature of humanity. We arrive empty and depart empty, taking nothing with us. It was as if she had spent decades of her life in this very place, now able to depart at a whim. Meow. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence of the room. It emanated from outside the window, a sound that should have been commonplace, yet felt startlingly unexpected. A cat. Had she truly heard the meow of a cat? Xiaozi momentarily questioned her hearing, for her age had dulled her senses, rendering them less acute than those of the youth. Meow meow. It was only after the second and third calls that Xiaozi affirmed her judgment. Turning her head in confusion towards the source of the sound, she beheld a black cat perched outside the partially drawn window, clutching a grayish-brown box in its mouth, its paws clawing at the closed glass as if yearning to enter, mewling plaintively. Living on the second floor, Xiaozi had never encountered a stray cat daring to leap upon her windowsill, which momentarily left her in a state of astonishment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and, as if struck by a sudden realization, smiled softly to herself. Is it hungry? She pondered, rising to her feet with the earnestness of one preparing to welcome a guest. She ambled to the window and gently opened it. Please wait a moment, if you will, the elderly lady said with a smile, extending her hand to stroke the black cat's head. Its fur bore a soft texture, imbued with a warmth that evoked a sense of comfort, alongside the gentle rise and fall of life's breath. For Jiangsheng, the touch of the elder's hand felt gnarled yet steady, tinged with the weight of years gone by. Undoubtedly, the black cat standing before the elder's window was Jiangsheng, come to deliver something. However, Xiaozi seemed to misconstrue its intentions, hardly paying attention to the box it carried. After a couple of affectionate strokes, she turned and retreated into her home to prepare something. Xiaozi recalled that she had some leftover dried fish, which would be perfect for feeding the cat. It seemed that in her generation, the elderly often kept a reserve of preserved or dried foods, a practice that has become increasingly rare among contemporary society. Observing the elder's retreating figure, Jiangsheng did not hesitate to leap into the house. Its movements were light, nearly soundless. The room was dimly lit. Yet due to the loosely drawn curtains, several beams of sunlight managed to filter in, casting slightly blinding patches of light upon the floor. Jiangsheng tilted its head in contemplation before placing the jewelry box it held beneath one of the sunbeams and opening it. The golden ring glimmered silently. Jiangsheng sat behind it, quietly licking its paws. This act, though clearly unclean, was perhaps an innate behavior characteristic of felines, as Jiangsheng often found itself instinctively engaging in such actions. Fortunately, it seemed that it did not mind much. After a prolonged wait, Xiaozi approached Jiangsheng with a plate of dried fish, her tone gentle. Yet, as she set down the generously filled dish, the elderly woman finally noticed the ring that Jiangsheng had brought. This golden ring, unremarkable in its appearance, now captivated her attention entirely, for its design was nearly identical to Xiaozi's wedding band. Xiaozi then turned her gaze to the iron piece nestled within the brocade box. The gilded inscription on it drew her in, compelling her to kneel on the ground, her voice quivering as she spoke. Is this, for me? It was unclear whether she was inquiring of the black cat or something else entirely, her expression lost in reverie as she muttered to herself. Meow, Jiangsheng replied softly, his eyes still fixed on the dried fish. Meanwhile, Xiaozi discerned the name inscribed on the iron piece, causing her to pause momentarily. Soon, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Is it true? She asked, trembling as she extended her wrinkled hand. I am truly grateful. She spoke as she delicately retrieved the ring from the box and slipped it onto her finger. Does it look good? The elderly woman inquired with a smile. Even as tears fell one by one onto her fingers, the black cat continued to tussle with a piece of fish. That day, Xiaozi found something she could take from this world, a promise, a piece of luggage to carry into the next life. Chapter 4. Misfortune. The curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, and the old woman's window remained ajar. To recount how Jiangsheng found this place would indeed involve the memory of the mountains. After finishing the dried fish, the black cat departed from Xiaozi's home without a backward glance, leaping directly from the windowsill. The height of the second floor posed no challenge for its agile form. Its padded paws allowed it to land almost soundlessly, moving with an agility that bordered on the extraordinary. However, from an objective perspective, Jiangsheng was no ordinary stray cat. After all, a typical wild feline would not possess the physique comparable to that of a medium-sized feline. Had it not been for its smaller stature, Jiangsheng might have been capable of ambushing and overpowering some of the more slender adults in sudden confrontations. Of course, as a stray cat navigating the urban landscape, it did not require an imposing physique. For Jiangsheng, leaping higher or running faster was merely an unexpected bonus. As it strolled leisurely across the grassy verge by the street, the black cat lay on its back, yawning, and mused to itself. Did you see? She accepted the ring. In that case, you should be able to leave with peace of mind. These words were naturally directed at Gao Shan. Although Jiangsheng was unsure whether the soul it had consumed retained any consciousness, it felt compelled to convey the message. After all, Gao Shan's inability to let go stirred something within Jiangsheng. In the next moment, Jiangsheng was suddenly enveloped by a refreshing sensation that surged to its heart, akin to savoring an icy beverage on a sweltering summer day, invigorating even its languid disposition. Subsequently, Jiangsheng noticed that its vision had sharpened and its thoughts had become more agile. Simultaneously, it sensed something departing from its body, drifting towards an unknown horizon. Instinctively, Jiangsheng halted, turning its gaze toward the distant sky, giving its ears a slight shake. Ah, it seems your wish has indeed been fulfilled. Then, await with patience the reunion in your next life. By then, do remember to be a bit more romantic. Regardless of how many rings you possess, do not forget to personally place one upon her finger. In the following 2 days, Jiangsheng experienced restless nights. As it became increasingly aware of the souls of various living beings, it even began to perceive their voices. Indeed, Jiangsheng discovered that it could not discern the spiritual forms of all life. Based on its current condition, it speculated that it could only identify those souls imbued with a profound will. Thus, during the past 3 months, it had only encountered Gao Shan's lingering essence. However, since receiving the other's token of gratitude, Jiangsheng had encountered dozens of different spirits within a mere 2 days. Among them were human souls, animal spirits, and even the essence of a tree. On average, 1 in every 20 individual entities possessed a particularly striking presence. Fortunately, they still clung to their corporeal forms. Jiangsheng had not encountered any souls of the deceased, like Gao Shan, who had already passed yet continued to wander. The reason being that the majority of spirits seemed to originate from living beings, and with the cessation of life, they appeared to dissipate as well. Clearly, those that could exist solely through their obsessions were rare. Moreover, Jiangsheng was unable to absorb the spirits coexisting with living beings, a realization stemming from its instinctual understanding. As for the vengeful spirits Jiangsheng had initially contemplated, they were even more elusive, leaving Jiangsheng uncertain of their existence. Currently, it found the nearby souls to be excessively noisy, their murmurs incessantly filling the air, their voices often swaying into its ears, rendering it impossible to ignore. Nevertheless, this served to validate Jiangsheng's earlier hypothesis. The convergence of spirits is undoubtedly intricately linked to the force of will. The whispers of these spirits often embody their deep-seated obsessions. The stronger the obsession, the more defined their forms become, and their voices grow increasingly resolute. Beyond these musings, there is another matter worthy of mention. Ever since Jiangsheng's eyes were stimulated by the towering mountains, he began to perceive an elusive black aura that seemed to perpetually envelop him. This black mist appeared to unconsciously bring misfortune to those around him. In truth, it was only after several extraordinary experiences that Jiangsheng gradually became aware of this phenomenon. These experiences included, but were not limited to, a child playing in the park tripping due to the black aura, a grateful Shazi inadvertently shattering a plate because of it, and a student who, after touching him, failed their examination the following day. Remarkably, all of this transpired within a mere span of 2 days. Although Jiangsheng felt that the student's failure should not be attributed to him, he could not deny that numerous incidents had corroborated the notion that his presence indeed brought about misfortune. Thus, on the 3rd month and 3rd day of his journey in this world, Jiangsheng finally grasped the reality of his situation. He had transformed into a black cat, one capable of perceiving souls while simultaneously bestowing ill luck upon others. The black mist surrounding him tainted pure hearts, prompting him to deliberately maintain a distance from all that is beautiful. As he strolled down an increasingly familiar street, Jiangsheng suddenly heard Shazi calling out to him. He lifted his head to see her standing by a slightly ajar window, smiling and waving. In her second-floor room, she wore a shimmering gold ring on her finger, and before her lay a plate piled high with dried fish. The elder's smile radiated sheer happiness, a stark contrast to the melancholy he had first witnessed upon their meeting. How wonderful it is! Standing beneath a telephone pole, the black cat flicked its tail and then leisurely turned, ambling away. He paid no heed to Shazi's gaze, which was tinged with confusion and a hint of disappointment. What shall I have for breakfast today? Jiangsheng pondered. Perhaps I shall rummage through the trash bins on the street. After all, he was merely a stray cat, and finding something to fill his belly was all that mattered. He need not be concerned with appearances. In the distance, the voices of spirits still occasionally reached his ears, carrying various wishes that lingered in this world. Yet, Jiangsheng resolved not to meddle in their affairs any longer. On one hand, it was due to his lethargy. On the other, it was a consequence of his own misfortune. Chapter 5. Deeply entrenched on May 10th, 2020, I once again contemplated the notion of ending my life. In the disordered room, as the sound of the keyboard echoed, a phrase appeared on the illuminated computer screen. A young man sat cross-legged at his computer desk, adorned with a pair of stiff black-framed glasses, clad in a brown checkered shirt and loose maroon shorts, gazing vacantly at a text document. He seemed to be suspended in stillness, yet lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, his fingers began to move once more, erasing the phrase May 10th and replacing it with May 10th, believing it would read more smoothly. However, He soon found himself pondering the appropriateness of the term to die, questioning whether its inclusion might appear overly theatrical. What could it be substituted with? The youth ruminated extensively, even reciting the entire sentence aloud, striving to delve deeper into the nuances of the words. Thus, 6 or 7 minutes slipped away, when he abruptly snapped back to reality. He dismissed the notion of altering the wording, as no other alternatives seemed sufficiently fitting. Therefore, he resolved to leave it as it was. Finally, after approximately 10 minutes, the young man managed to finalize the opening sentence of a character's suicide note. On May 10, 2020, I once again contemplated death. Subsequently, he continued to inscribe a self-interrogation into the hollow text document. Why consider death? The reasons may be challenging to articulate, and to describe them might come across as utterly absurd. His brow furrowed anew, and he found himself endlessly revising the aforementioned content. Why consider death? The reasons may be difficult to explain. To articulate them might indeed seem laughable to many. In this seemingly futile cycle of revision, he recited a simple statement countless times, dissecting each word, shattering it into fragments, and repeatedly savoring the essence of it. Yet, he could not uncover a context he deemed accurate. At times, he became so engrossed that he incessantly double-checked punctuation and phrasing. Each ordinary word gradually morphed into an intricate labyrinth in his eyes. In the ensuing narrative, he even deliberated whether identical words should not appear consecutively, whether the flow of paragraphs should rhyme, and whether the totality of the text could be evenly divisible by the number of chapters. He endeavored to render his writing more structured. However, he soon recognized the pathological nature of his actions and sought to break free from the constraints. Ironically, this very desire only served to reinforce his bindings. Thus, the cycle persisted, unbroken, until the very end. The young man's thoughts transformed into a tangled mess. Finally, he cried out in anguish, collapsing onto the table and grasping his hair. In his second year of solitary living, Hewan felt as though he had lost his ability to write. He had succumbed to a malady, a compulsive mental disorder stemming from specific factors. Consequently, Hewan also suffered from various symptoms of anxiety and depression, compelling him to regulate his state of being through daily medication. He felt on the brink of madness, indeed, nearing the edge of insanity. Amidst the chaotic words and paragraphs, beneath theological statements, it seemed as if countless voices were incessantly bickering over unsolvable dilemmas, simultaneously pressuring him to provide answers. Yet, Hewan had no knowledge of the solutions, rendering the voices in his ears unceasing. In the cluttered space between the stacked chairs and tables, the exhausted youth gasped for breath after venting his emotions. He longed for the cacophony in his mind to quiet down. At this moment, without a doubt, he desperately wished for tranquility. Recently, Jiang Sheng had discovered a new means of sustenance. Unlike relying on the charity of others or rummaging through the remnants of restaurant meals, he adopted a more dignified approach to sustain his existence. In essence, such behavior is commonly referred to as hunting. Indeed, Jiang Sheng had learned to forage within the urban landscape. As for his hunting grounds, it is not particularly extraordinary. The precise location lies on the outskirts of the city, along a stretch of riverbank. The waters there are shallow, connecting to a small stream, which frequently attracts schools of wild fish. This undoubtedly provided Jiang Sheng with an excellent fishing venue. The spacious and clear riverbed offered the perfect conditions to fully exploit his advantages. The method by which the black cat captures fish is generally as follows. First, it allows the dark aura surrounding it to disrupt the fish, rendering them unfortunate and sluggish. Then, it waits silently like a stone in a place it deems suitable, awaiting the arrival of an unwary fish swimming nearby. Finally, it employs its sharp claws and fangs, alongside strength far superior to that of an ordinary domestic cat, to break the surface of the water and seize its prey. It must be acknowledged that this method does bear a resemblance to the notion of waiting for a hare by the stump. Yet the skills encompassed within the two are vastly different. Luck, patience, and strength are all indispensable. This is Jiang Sheng's way of survival. Meow! With a fierce cry, another fish, the size of a palm, was sent flopping onto the riverbank by Jiang Sheng, struggling feebly. He approached the creature slowly, picking it up with his mouth. Ignoring the rich, fishy odor, Jiang Sheng's taste buds instead prompted him to squint in pleasure. At this moment, he had to concede that the resentment within him was not entirely without merit. Resentment. This was the name Jiang Sheng had bestowed upon the dark aura emanating from within himself. There exists no particular reason or conjecture. Rather, it is simply due to the fact that the concepts associated with them are not particularly auspicious, which led Jiang Sheng to equate the two. Regarding the control of resentment, thus far, Jiang Sheng has made no discernible progress. Any living creature that lingers in proximity to this ominous aura finds itself affected, subsequently beset by a string of misfortunes. The degree of calamity fluctuates unpredictably, leaving Jiangsheng baffled by the lack of discernible patterns. From the perspective of a fish, at times, it merely manifests as a fleeting moment of distraction, while at other times, it culminates in sudden and untimely demise, leaving Jiangsheng at a loss for how to proceed. With a swift motion, he tore off a piece of pristine white fish flesh, reclining on the grassy bank by the river. As he flicked his tail, he savored his lunch. His days continued in tranquil solitude. Apart from the hapless fish, even the occasional fluttering butterfly went undisturbed by his presence. A week after Xiazi's departure, having merely seen her off, Jiangsheng resumed his languid existence. Chapter 6. Misfortune begets true misery. As the fish in his possession dwindled, Jiangsheng shook his ears, which had grown itchy from the wind, and returned to the riverbank, clutching the fish bones. He then discarded the remnants, only the head and tail of the grass carp, back into the water. What is this called? Returning the original food to its source? Indulging in his peculiar thought process, Jiangsheng perched upon a stone nearly submerged by the flowing water, rinsing his paws and face in the river. While he was not particularly fastidious, the lingering stench of blood was quite unpleasant. Over time, it not only became unbearable, but also attracted flies, especially during summer. He had no desire to be awakened in the middle of the night by those bothersome creatures. If only resentment could repel insects. It is indeed a supernatural substance. Yet its function remains singular. What use is it if it only brings misfortune? Is it not the case that in this modern era, the ultimate purpose of all developments is to serve the betterment of life? That which proves inconvenient will inevitably be discarded. Musing over his own metabolic byproducts, Jiangsheng shook the droplets from his face and licked his paws, entirely forgetting that it was his own resentment that had enabled him to capture his prey moments earlier. Little did he know that the next moment, a fish, passing through this place, leaped from the water. In doing so, it delivered a resounding slap to Jiangsheng's face with its broad tail fin before plunging back into the depths, frantically fleeing to the distance. Jiangsheng, nearly twisting his neck from the impact, stood frozen in place for a considerable time, ultimately managing a disgruntled twitch of his mouth. Undoubtedly, as a producer of resentment, his own fortune had been significantly influenced. While this influence had consistently remained within an acceptable threshold, it was becoming intolerable. With these thoughts in mind, and with nothing else to occupy him, Jiangsheng turned and dashed in pursuit of the fleeing fish. Certainly, it did not truly stir with anger. Rather, it simply intended to stretch its legs. However, should the other party inadvertently allow itself to be caught, it would not mind indulging in an additional supper later that night. By the time Jiangsheng, having found nothing of consequence, reached the lower reaches of the river, the clock was nearing 3 in the afternoon. This location was a bustling commercial street, teeming with crowds. Jiangsheng could not afford to act too unusually. With a slight yawn, it slipped into a relatively deserted alleyway, seeking refuge in the shadow of the buildings. It is worth noting that the resentment it harbored could manifest differently across various beings. While the specifics remained elusive, it was evident that an ordinary adult, provided they did not maintain prolonged close contact, would be minimally affected by this resentment and would not encounter any severe misfortunes. At worst, they might break a dish, sustain a minor scrape, collide with a post, or experience a streak of bad luck. However, these occurrences would only arise if there had been intimate interaction with Jiangsheng. From past experiences, it was clear that as long as Jiangsheng did not remain in close proximity to someone and refrained from physical contact, the impact of its resentment on humans was negligible, essentially non-existent. Moreover, once a distance was established, the resentment that clung to others would dissipate almost immediately. Thus, while Jiangsheng did not plan to approach humans proactively, it also did not intend to retreat into the depths of the wilderness. The only significant precaution was to avoid relatively fragile children in its daily life. Furthermore, ever since it became aware of its resentment, Jiangsheng had not allowed anyone to come near. Even in chance encounters, it would swiftly distance itself to shield the other from the cloud of resentment. Jiangsheng's resentment could extend to a maximum radius of approximately 1.5 meters, a conclusion it had drawn through observation, though not entirely precise. This estimation sufficed for its understanding. As it continued to meander through the alley, Jiangsheng began to search for a place to stay for the night. Initially, it merely needed to find an unoccupied spot to rest. However, the humidity in the air and the ominous clouds on the horizon alerted it to the potential for rain. Thus, it deemed it necessary to seek shelter from the rain, perhaps under a bridge or in an abandoned building. Furthermore, it could not have any roommates. Should it encounter any stray animals, those waking beside it might find themselves in peril. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although the heavens had granted its wish, the body it inhabited was far from easy to manage. With a resigned complaint, Jiangsheng dashed out of the commercial district. It planned to head towards the eastern part of the city, where several vacant factories awaited, believing they might serve as a temporary refuge. However, at that moment, it suddenly caught sight of a wisp of dark mist drifting along the distant horizon, its destination unknown. The instant Jiangsheng noticed the dark vapor, his pupils constricted slightly. Malice? Undoubtedly, this was the first time Jiangsheng encountered a solitary manifestation of malevolence. Moreover, he was acutely aware that it was far from a pleasant entity. Almost instinctively, the black cat leapt onto the rooftop, nimbly pursuing the dark mist. It was eager to discover where it was headed. Furthermore, if possible, it wished to experiment with whether it could absorb this essence like it did with souls. After all, it was prudent to remain hidden in the shadows. And if the dark mist harbored ill intentions or lacked sentience, who could foresee the calamities it might unleash upon its surroundings? A troublemaker is seldom welcomed, and Jiangsheng felt it was his duty to intervene. Ultimately, he also wished to ascertain the true nature of this dark presence. Thus, a remarkably agile black cat traversed the city, akin to a clouded leopard racing along the cliffs, unimpeded by the terrain. Its powerful claws afforded it the ability to scale vertical walls with ease. Its unique anatomy further protected it from the majority of falls. At last, Jiangsheng caught up with the wisp of malevolence in front of an apartment building. The lighting in this place was rather dim, yet the ventilation was commendable. The backlighting gathered ominously, imparting an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The dark mist lingered at the entrance of the building for a moment before it drifted up the exterior wall to the 6th floor. Observing this, Jiangsheng leaped across the balconies and air conditioning units of several apartments to follow suit. Typical feral cats would struggle to ascend such heights. But Jiangsheng was evidently no ordinary feline. A distance of roughly 3 meters between floors posed no challenge for him. As the malevolence squeezed itself into an apartment, Jiangsheng sprang onto the windowsill of that very unit, peering through the window to observe the interior. As long as he departed promptly, he would not inconvenience the residents. However, if the dark mist lingered, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, within the room, a bespectacled young man fortuitously opened the window. With a soft thud, as the window swung halfway open, man and cat locked eyes, each ensnared in a brief moment of silence. Chapter 7. Perhaps before he stared blankly at the black cat crouched outside his window. After a considerable pause, he finally leaned out to look up and down. Indeed, this was the 6th floor. He thought, redirecting his gaze back to Jiangsheng. How did you get up here? The young man blinked, seemingly weighing his words before cautiously inquiring. Are you hoping for my response? Jiangsheng mused silently, surveying the seemingly dim-witted young man before him. With a flick of his tail, he leaped through the open window and into the room. Time was of the essence. He needed to trace the source of the malevolent energy before the young man fell victim to misfortune. Otherwise, whether it was the consequence of the young man's fate or the wrath of that energy, he would undoubtedly suffer an undeserved calamity. In the blink of an eye, where had that entity gone? Furrowing his brow, Jiangsheng scanned the surroundings, his whiskers trembling. It is no exaggeration to say that under such heightened alertness, he could even sense the slightest tremors in the air. This sensitivity stemmed from the deep-rooted nature of a cat's whiskers, which are intricately connected to highly sensitive nerve endings. Thus, they are often employed as tactile organs, capable of detecting the nuances of airflow around them. With this ability, they can navigate swiftly through obstacles and discern the movements of prey even when visibility is compromised. Frankly, most felines are nearly flawless hunters. Even a half-hearted creature like Jiangsheng could accomplish feats that the average human could scarcely imagine. Yet, despite this prowess, he found himself devoid of any perception of the malevolent energy at that moment. Before him lay a cluttered space, where books were haphazardly strewn across the floor, accompanied by several game discs of indeterminate age. The wardrobe stood ajar, a long-sleeved jacket draped carelessly over it. The computer's fan hummed incessantly, while unopened instant noodle cups rested nearby. Game consoles, drawing tablets, headphones, masks, charging cables, and swordsmanship gear cluttered the area, an eclectic assortment of items scattered in disarray. Some were coated in dust, indicating prolonged neglect, while others appeared as though they had just been carelessly tossed aside after use. To Jiangsheng, the room was not only exceedingly chaotic but also devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. The malevolent energy he had been pursuing had long vanished without a trace. Strange. Had he truly lost it? That shouldn't be the case. He had distinctly seen it enter this room. Could it have slipped through the walls to the outside? Pondering this perplexity, Jiangsheng suddenly considered a possibility and swiftly turned to the young man standing behind him. Indeed, that dark aura had latched onto him, coiling around his neck in undulating spirals. Was it due to his frail constitution, or perhaps a weakness of the soul? Noticing the young man's dismal demeanor and the faint fatigue and helplessness emanating from his unseen spirit, Jiangsheng found himself unable to discern the reason why the malevolent energy had chosen to inhabit him. It cannot merely be a matter of coincidence. What will happen to him after being possessed? Will he perish? Jiangsheng was uncertain, for he had never encountered such a situation. All he could ascertain at this moment was that this was undoubtedly not a favorable occurrence, an utterly meaningless conclusion, to be sure. What should I do now? Should I assist him? Yet, I might inadvertently bring misfortune upon myself. Moreover, what could I possibly do in this scenario? Should I actively consume the resentment dwelling within him? The question is, how does one even go about such a task? Undeniably, Jiangsheng felt somewhat at a loss at this juncture. Initially, he had hoped to glean some insights into the nature of the resentment through his observations, only to find that the entity had taken refuge within a living vessel, leaving him in a predicament with no clear way forward. Should I leave, or perhaps stay and observe a while longer? In truth, Jiangsheng had contemplated the possibility that the resentment might inherently belong to the youth. However, recalling that he had pursued the matter for several blocks, he momentarily dismissed this theory. After all, it was difficult to fathom that someone could manipulate such resentment to traverse several kilometers. Yet, before Jiangsheng could make a decision, the bespectacled youth by the window murmured to himself with a smile, "How rude of you. I hadn't intended to invite you in." His brow, though slightly furrowed, bore a touch of melancholy even amidst his smile, though it did not render him morose. As he spoke, he pressed his lips together and then ran a hand through his hair. "So what is it that you seek? Something to eat?" After a moment's contemplation, the youth spoke in a calm tone and moved to search within the house. Before long, he returned with a can of cat food in hand. "You are in luck. I have some leftover fish canned goods. Allow me to offer them to you." With that, he opened the can and placed it on the ground, nudging it towards Jiangsheng. His features were not striking, but there was a certain gentle softness to him, albeit somewhat strained. "Tuna, would you care to try?" Jiangsheng resolved to stay, not for the tuna, but because he felt it unwise to disregard the well-meaning youth. Furthermore, the young man was already ensnared by external resentment. Should he encounter misfortune, Jiangsheng's presence or absence would likely make little difference. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Jiangsheng no longer felt the urgency to depart. First, he would satisfy his hunger, then consider potential solutions. As calmness enveloped him, Jiangsheng realized he was not entirely devoid of ideas. Firstly, he might attempt to use his own resentment to draw out the youth's internal turmoil. Secondly, with the burden of misfortune no longer weighing on him, he could perhaps explore the method of touching the youth to absorb the resentment. However, regarding this lingering resentment, the impact on the youth remains uncertain. Jiangsheng felt it necessary to observe for a while longer in order to determine the strategy he would subsequently employ. As he noticed the black cat engrossed in its canned food, a faint smile graced Hewen's face, and he ultimately settled down as well. Yet, instead of taking a seat on a chair, he directly sat cross-legged across from Jiangsheng. The day's accumulated irritations seemed to vanish without a trace at that moment. Hewen had a fondness for cats, but alas, he was left with only bittersweet memories of them. "Did you know?" Amidst the clutter, Hewen glanced around his modest room and spoke nostalgically, "I once had a cat. If you had come 2 months earlier, perhaps you two would have been friends." Chapter 8. The Heart That Can Be Consumed. Meow. In response to the youth's unexpected conversation, Jiangsheng merely tilted his head and uttered a sound before returning to savoring the fish. The advantages of being a cat became strikingly apparent at that moment. One need not constantly ponder how to respond to another's inquiries. When faced with a topic that leaves one at a loss for words, a symbolic sound suffices. For even in such instances, others do not perceive one as rude. At times, it might even elicit genuine joy. This is due to the fact that one has at least produced a sound, signifying a response. Thus, in the eyes of most animals, it is likely that humans who talk to themselves are not regarded as particularly wise. Jiangsheng mused. Yet he involuntarily pondered why the youth had suddenly brought up his former cat. "I once had one. Could it be that his cat had passed away? That would indeed be an unfortunate tale." Jiangsheng paid no heed to whether the youth's sentimentality was prompted by his presence. He intended solely to finish the canned fish and continue observing the situation regarding the resentment. After all, he was not a saint, harboring a heart full of compassion. He simply possessed no malicious intent. In terms of self-identification, Jiang Sheng had always maintained a remarkably clear perspective. He only engaged in actions he deemed necessary and concerned himself solely with information that piqued his interest. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of resentment and souls, which captivated his attention, he would not involve himself in these matters. Yet, if you merely seek someone to express your grievances to, I am still willing to listen. After all, there is no loss in doing so. Jiang Sheng perked up his ears, awaiting the youth's continuation. To his surprise, after a while, the youth fell silent. He merely reached out towards the black cat's head, hovering his hand for a moment before silently withdrawing it. He smiled, as if in regret, then retrieved his phone from his pocket and began to browse intently. The young man seemed remarkably adept at maintaining silence, and the room was enveloped in an almost palpable stillness, with only the sound of the black cat consuming its meal breaking the tranquility. This atmosphere rendered Jiang Sheng somewhat uneasy. However, this quietude provided an opportune moment for observation. The young man before Jiang Sheng was not particularly tall, and his physique appeared somewhat frail, his oversized garments hanging loosely upon him. His features could hardly be classified as handsome. Rather, they were unremarkable, adorned with a scattering of freckles around the bridge of his nose. Judging by his living conditions, it was evident that his family was not affluent. He was an ordinary individual, so commonplace that he seemed devoid of any distinctive traits. After a brief scrutiny, Jiang Sheng offered an unembellished assessment. Ironically, during his own human existence, he had not been distinguished either. At that moment, the young man appeared to be grappling with some troubling issues. His brow was furrowed, and a hint of worry lingered in his gaze, suggesting he was quite troubled. As his frown deepened, the resentment coiling around his neck seemed to grow increasingly agitated. The tendrils of resentment, reminiscent of writhing worms, twisted together, tightening their grip, as if attempting to strangle the young man, causing his expression to darken inadvertently. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Sheng sprang into action, leaping onto the young man's neck and striking his throat with a paw. For a fleeting moment, the resentment dissipated, only to coalesce again. Undoubtedly, such a simple physical intervention bore no tangible effect on this supernatural essence. Nonetheless, Jiang Sheng's paw seemed to rouse the young man from his stupor, prompting him to cough. Cough, cough. What are you doing? The young man appeared oblivious to the alarming state he had just exhibited, resembling one on the brink of death. In reality, he was merely encountering a minor setback at work. It was not a significant issue, yet the resentment appeared to amplify his negative emotions. Meow? Jiang Sheng chose to disregard the young man, instead wagging his tail and watching the dark shadow around his neck with a tremor in his whiskers. In that moment, even Jiang Sheng felt a chill coursing through him. The young man remained unaware of his own peculiar state. Fortunately, he did not erupt in anger at Jiang Sheng's interference. Instead, he offered a wry smile as he gently lifted the black cat from his shoulders and placed him on the ground. Just enjoy your can, would you? I have some matters to attend to, so please don't disturb me, all right? With that, the young man moved to the table, seated himself, and resumed his work on his phone. Strangely, following the cat's intervention, his mood seemed to lighten somewhat. Was it merely an illusion? The young man curiously touched his neck, feeling an unusual heaviness in his shoulders that day. Never mind, I should focus on my work for now. Who knows how long I will be busy today before I can finally rest. The lingering resentment felt distinctly unsettling. Jiang Sheng's hair bristled, and even his back instinctively arched slightly. Yet, this was not a conscious action on his part. Rather, it was the instinct of a feline warning him of impending danger. If left unchecked, that entity would undoubtedly claim the young man's life. In this moment, Jiang Sheng was utterly convinced of this truth. Just moments prior, upon encountering the dark aura, he had indeed sensed something. He had felt the overwhelming malice contained within, teetering on the brink of spilling over. A chaotic, mindless surge of negative emotion, wholly surrendered to instinct. However, the resentment emanating from him seemed to yearn for the other. In turn, it appeared that the other harbored a similar longing for him. Thus, perhaps a resolution was not beyond reach. After all, the resentment residing within Jiang Sheng still held the numerical advantage. Therefore, he could attempt to coax the young man's resentment out, little by little, gradually digesting it. Yet, should he aspire to consume this thread of resentment all at once, it would be perilous. This was evident from the way Jiang Sheng had rashly intervened, only to be startled into a frenzied state. Clearly, resentment was not a courteous or amiable guest. It sought to devour the young man, even if it remained oblivious to its own actions. However, in that fleeting moment, amidst the chilling and obscure sensations, Jiang Sheng comprehended that the other must have already embarked on such a course. Chapter 9. Speaking nonsense with eyes wide open is a mandatory lesson in entering society. Rain fell during the night. The young man had been occupied for quite some time, and Jiang Sheng, observing his computer screen, had surmised the nature of his work. The young man was a word editor, essentially a freelance writer sustaining himself by providing articles for various websites, while seemingly also penning his own novel. Just moments ago, he had been revising a flaw in his writing. However, he appeared to be grappling with some difficulty, as his progress was sporadic, often accompanied by frustrated raking of his hair. Fortunately, his hair was still plentiful, otherwise, it would not be long before he faced baldness. Notably, since Jiang Sheng had dispersed the dark energy, the resentment around the young man's neck seemed to have settled considerably, at least for the time being. It had not surged uncontrollably again. It seemed to be wary of Jiang Sheng's presence, yet also appeared to be gathering strength, awaiting the opportune moment for a counterattack. However, Jiang Sheng was not inclined to grant it that opportunity. Since he had already gained the upper hand, he was determined to press forward and swiftly find a means to assimilate the resentment. Unfortunately, the black cat had no control over its own resentment. Thus, it could only position itself behind the young man, about a meter away, awaiting the reaction that would ensue as the two dark mists made contact. Previously mentioned, 1.5 meters is the utmost limit to which Jiang Sheng's resentment can extend. From such a distance, it can, to a certain extent, maintain a sense of propriety. Should either party exhibit signs of losing control, it can, by increasing the distance, allow its own resentment to disengage from the interaction. Additionally, it seeks to extract the dark energy within the youth's body in stages. Thus, while the youth modifies his article, Jiang Sheng busies itself with its own endeavors. It moves forward and then retreats, resembling a timid wildcat. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of continued observation, it discerns certain patterns. More precisely, Jiang Sheng uncovers a behavioral logic of the dark energy entwined around itself. The resentments indeed engage in mutual aggression. Their every action seems to exist solely to augment their own power. Furthermore, the manifestation of a soul being eroded by resentment likely heralds the arrival of misfortune. Am I also succumbing to the encroachment of resentment? Jiang Sheng contemplates, yet does not withdraw from the youth. Instead, it allows its own resentment to persist in attacking the dark mist within the other, gradually expanding its influence. The process of mutual devouring of resentment is exceedingly protracted, almost akin to a slow erosion. Jiang Sheng realizes that it had previously been overly cautious. Although it cannot directly combat resentment, the substantial volume of resentment cohabiting within it is evidently sufficient to suppress the remnants trapped around the youth's neck. However, this process manifests in a particularly subtle manner, which is why Jiang Sheng only now begins to perceive some clues. At this moment, the dark mist encircling the youth's neck coalesces, resembling a small detachment of soldiers ensnared in a heavy encirclement. A cornered beast struggles, yet is ultimately powerless. Almost every 10 minutes, a wisp of dark energy is torn away from the youth's body by Jiang Sheng's resentment and consumed. Meanwhile, that external dark energy requires approximately 30 minutes to extract a wisp of resentment from Jiang Sheng's vicinity to serve as sustenance. This back-and-forth disparity results naturally in the weaker becoming increasingly frail while the stronger grows ever more formidable. However, this progression is undeniably sluggish. If this continues, Jiang Sheng estimates it must remain by the youth's side for at least another week to completely devour this wisp of resentment. Very well, I shall linger here. After all, the state of this individual is already beyond dire, and I have little else to occupy my time, so I may as well indulge in idleness. The languorous black cat muses, even leaping onto the nearby windowsill, resting beside a potted plant. It gazes out at the dimly lit street lamps and the raindrops tapping against the glass, stifling a yawn. The sound of keystrokes mingles with the soft patter of rain, creating an unexpectedly tranquil and harmonious ambience. If one were to disregard the unsettling shadows that loomed within the room, and if the young man seated before the computer were not adorned with a visage of melancholy, this night might indeed be enchanting. Alas, the world is seldom perfect, compelling individuals to learn the art of compromise. A summer night, drenched in rain, accompanied by a black cat, a quaint cottage, potted plants, and the glow of a computer screen. Some entities are destined to depart, others linger in anticipation, while yet more remain on the horizon, yet to arrive. Jiang Sheng leaned against the window, when suddenly he felt a sharp pang in his heart. As the resentment that enveloped the young man dissipated, a new wave of discontent swelled within him. Yet, the cat merely flicked its tail, squinting its eyes, savoring the blissful existence of a feline. Jiang Sheng was a character of unwavering principles, typically engaging only in that which he deemed necessary. However, he occasionally indulged in meddling. The following day, Jiang Sheng awoke to the jarring sound of a mobile phone ringing. As he rubbed his eyes and turned, he found the young man, hair disheveled, answering the call by his bedside. From the pallor of his complexion and the deep circles beneath his eyes, it was evident that he had not rested well the previous night. "Hello, Mom, what is it?" Observing the young man sit up abruptly, furrowing his brow as he forced a weary smile, Jiang Sheng remained silently empathetic. Those who live alone inevitably strive to appear at ease when receiving calls from home, merely to assuage their family's worries, a pretense he had often maintained himself. "I'm up, already awake. You haven't tea disturbed me." The young man spoke while rising from bed and making his way to the bathroom. Everything is fine, nothing pressing. You're aware of my work, right? I finish my drafts and have little else to do. Occasionally, I step out for fresh air." The sound of running water accompanied his voice, prompting Jiang Sheng to helplessly adjust the drooping leaves of a potted plant. "Oh, by the way, my salary has been deposited this month. I've saved 2,000. And I'll continue to keep the rest at home. You and Dad must take care of yourselves. Don't always scrimp, having congee and pickles for breakfast every day. Those pickles are carcinogenic. I've mentioned it several times, yet you never listen. I have enough. Don't be concerned about the 2,000. I still have other manuscript payments pending, so rest assured. About dating. Sigh, I've just graduated. Why are you so eager? Moreover, given the pandemic over these past 2 years, I hardly dare to venture out." After what seemed an eternity, the young man emerged from the bathroom, draping a towel over the balcony railing. He opened the window, allowing the fresh, rain-washed air to flood in. Despite the disarray of his belongings, there was little clutter that truly needed clearing away. This was a blessing, as it meant the space remained free of unpleasant odors. My hand. Oh, much better now. I can nearly straighten it. If bent, it's roughly at 120 degrees, nearly akin to that of an ordinary person. Understood. The rehabilitation doctor has already assured me of a good recovery, so what else is there to ponder? With that, the young man stood in the room and moved his left arm slightly. The elbow of that hand could neither be fully extended nor completely bent, suggesting some lingering aftereffects. It appeared that his circumstances in life were not particularly favorable. Jiang Sheng mused, rising to stretch his neck. This morning, I had a nourishing grain porridge. A concoction of mashed bananas and dried nuts mixed with rice and cooked in a pressure cooker. Quite delightful indeed. Oh, do not underestimate my culinary skills. During the new year, I prepared cola chicken wings and garlic shrimp for you, didn't I? Those were rather tasty. While he spoke of recipes seemingly gleaned from the ether, the young man grasped a bucket of instant noodles in his hands. Jiang Sheng could only roll his eyes at the sight. Goodness, this fellow has quite the knack for improvisation. It is indeed impressive that he managed to prepare dishes during the festive season. Chapter 10. An inescapable misfortune. All right, I understand. Yes, goodbye, you may hang up first. Once the young man finished his call, Jiang Sheng had already been basking in the sunlight by the potted plant for quite a while, observing the black cat reclining lazily, its tail flicking playfully. The young man paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "You seem rather content. What? Do you still wish for some canned food?" Since it had rained heavily the previous night, the young man had allowed the black cat to stay indoors overnight. Unexpectedly, the creature was utterly calm. Turning back to a cardboard box, he retrieved 2 cans of food, casually placing them on the ground. "Come here, I only have 2 cans left. You can have them all." Just as the young man had stated, he had cared for a cat for nearly 2 years, ever since he moved out of the dormitory during his sophomore year. Unfortunately, after falling ill, he gradually became unable to care for himself, let alone a pet. About 2 months ago, he had visited a pet store to entrust his cat to the shopkeeper. He declined the suggestion to exchange it for another pet, simply hoping they would take good care of his feline companion, since it was a breed that had received all its vaccinations and had not been spayed. The young man figured this was not a bad arrangement for the pet store, as it could continue breeding and provide future benefits. Moreover, the status of a breeding cat must be quite favorable. As for why he hadn't spayed the cat, it was likely due to a notion he had once heard, that depriving an animal of its reproductive rights is often more cruel than taking its life. Thus, he had never considered that option, merely thinking that if the situation became dire, he would find a companion for his beloved cat. Unfortunately, he did not seem to be one adept at turning plans into reality. These cans were evidently remnants of the cat's sustenance. Although some time has passed since it was opened, the canned food remains unspoiled due to its nature. Meow? Jiang Sheng cast a glance at the fading darkness around the youth's neck and casually called out. He then leapt down from the windowsill and approached the cat food to indulge in the fish within. "You hardly resemble a domesticated cat." With a smile, The youth surveyed Jiang Sheng's disheveled fur and reached out to gently stroke the black cat's ears. Once you finish your meal, I shall take you downstairs. But you must refrain from climbing windows in the future. It is perilous. Do you understand? As he spoke, he placed his hand atop Jiang Sheng's head, giving it a simple rub. Up until now, Jiang Sheng remained unaware of the youth's name, and the youth had no intention of discovering Jiang Sheng's. They were merely two souls who had crossed paths by chance, and the time from their meeting to parting seldom stretched long. Yet, Jiang Sheng was not inclined to depart so easily, particularly when the youth scalded his hand with boiling water while preparing instant noodles. Jiang Sheng increasingly understood that before he left, he must take something with him. Alas, what bad luck! Thankfully, my reflexes are quick, otherwise this finger would be rendered unusable today. It was not yet midsummer, the temperature was mild, and air conditioning was unnecessary. Propping open the fan with his knee, the youth settled at the table, mumbling to himself as he began to eat the noodles. His computer remained on, playing the music he favored while writing, melodies that were gentle and devoid of lyrics or dazzling craftsmanship. They were simply melodious and remarkably tranquil. On such a rain-soaked morning, this unremarkable music harmonized beautifully with the atmosphere, rendering even the buildings outside unable to retain their usual starkness. Jiang Sheng tilted his head in contemplation, observing the youth eating noodles while eagerly sketching on a page with a pen. He admitted to himself that he found it somewhat perplexing why such a person would appear so weary. Shouldn't he be relishing his life? Thus, it seems that humans are indeed complex beings. Around 10 in the morning, Jiang Sheng finished the 2 cans of cat food. After the youth consumed 4 pills, of uncertain purpose, he took the black cat downstairs to the garden, intending to let it return from whence it came. This method of handling stray cats, while somewhat improper, was all he could manage in his current state of fatigue. Very well, off you go. If you have a home to return to. Beneath the shade of the trees outside the apartment building, the youth placed Jiang Sheng on the ground. He did not leave immediately, but remained squatting in place, waiting for the black cat to depart on its own. However, to his surprise, the black cat seemed disinclined to move, standing quietly and gazing at him with an unusual silence. What transpired was that the weary-faced young man suddenly found the sunlight to be somewhat blinding. It was at that moment he realized he had not wandered outside for an extended period. Even his clothing seemed to carry a musty odor. Meow. The black cat, unperturbed, let out a call and gracefully leaped onto the young man's back. Hey, I can't take you in, he said, remaining calm in the face of the cat's unexpected action, still crouching as if concerned that standing up would cause him to topple the cat off his back. With a resigned glance upward, he remarked, I am already overwhelmed. Do you understand the meaning of that phrase, overwhelmed? Much like a pedantic old scholar, the young man earnestly engaged in conversation with the black cat. Meow. It means I no longer have the energy to attend to you. With that, he lifted his hand and forcibly removed the cat from his back, placing it back on the ground. His action was undeniably rough, as if he intended to frighten the cat away. Yet, Jiang Sheng remained steadfast before him. I will not concern myself with you any longer, the young man said, shaking his head as he gazed at the cat. He then stood up, turned, and walked back into his apartment, disregarding Jiang Sheng entirely. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng, wagging his tail, lazily licked his paw before once again leaping up the wall to the 6th floor. When the young man sat in his room and saw Jiang Sheng appear on his windowsill for the 2nd time, he simply drew the curtains shut. Out of sight, out of mind. He did not believe the black cat would linger indefinitely. After all, cats are rather pragmatic creatures, unlike dogs. They do not cling persistently and are more adaptable. He thought that once the cat realized there was nothing to eat here, it would depart on its own. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the day's work, which proved to be a torment of a different kind, a relentless self-interrogation akin to a form of torture. Chapter 11. Thunderstorm. Have you ever pondered the significance of your existence? I believe everyone has contemplated similar questions at some point. What conclusions have you drawn? Perhaps we can align our answers. Some individuals around me have offered various interpretations. For instance, that life is inherently devoid of meaning, that one should live in the moment, that the worth of life is determined by self-actualization, or that emotional fulfillment outweighs all material wealth. Ultimately, all these answers seem to converge on the notion of fully accepting oneself, embracing one's way of life, and acknowledging one's intrinsic value. To put it more simply, it is about reconciling with life, peacefully accepting one's own imperfections as well as the imperfections of one's circumstances. Thus, the concept of meaning, which can only arise from a subjective perspective, becomes rather attainable. However, the notion of accepting oneself appears deceptively simple, yet is far from easy to actualize. A survey of history reveals that both collective groups and solitary individuals must engage in introspection for substantial and healthy development to occur. One might ponder, why not simply refrain from development, especially if contemplation breeds anguish? This reflects Jiang Sheng's languid musings, as it yearns to transform into a cat, seemingly to live unencumbered as it does now. To Jiang Sheng, life itself is an irreplicable miracle. Existence alone suffices to confer meaning. Regrettably, the human condition is fraught with exhaustion, thus prompting a desire for an alternative mode of existence. In stark contrast, He One, separated by merely a window, harbors a different perspective. He often wonders whether the words that entangle him truly hold significance. Are the sources of his torment genuinely meaningful? If he merely passes his remaining days in such a manner, does his life possess any real value? Outside the window, Jiang Sheng sits idly on the ledge, unperturbed by its inability to enter. The physical barrier of the wall cannot contain its discontent, especially as the young man's computer rests within close proximity to the window. Thus, even while standing outside, it continues to absorb the misfortunes that plague it. The sole concern is the young man's prolonged absence from his computer. However, this is of little consequence. If necessary, Jiang Sheng could always open the window and enter. After all, the window is unlatched, and with its near feline strength, it should not struggle to push it open. Yet, considering the young man's apparent desire to avoid seeing Jiang Sheng, it resolves to allow him some solitude for the time being. If disturbance can be avoided, it ought not to intrude. Merely a week will suffice. By then, Jiang Sheng will depart of its own accord. Naturally, Jiang Sheng has never been one to conform or sought to intrude upon anyone's life. It prefers to linger at the periphery of society. It arrives when it wishes and departs at will, much like most feral cats, unrestrained and indifferent. However, words such as yet, but, however, and nevertheless have already been employed. What else can serve as a conjunction? No, that cannot be right. If a word has been used, why not employ it a second time? After all, identical words ought not to appear repetitively within the same chapter. Does twice constitute repetition? One might consider the adage, 3 times is a charm. Yet, I have previously used many words more than thrice, have I not? Such as some, they, here, there, and so forth. Then, perhaps you should review them. It would be best to revise them all. You must be deranged. How many changes would that entail? Indeed, I should not dwell on these thoughts. How can one write a book while entangled in such distractions? Yet, a person who misuses language has little right to pen a novel. In the confines of his room, He One sat idly before his computer desk, his mind awash with a cacophony of conflicting self-dialogues. At this moment, he endeavored once more to compose his novel. However, with each attempt, he found himself ensnared in an inescapable web of self-doubt. Succinctly conveying his thoughts seemed a formidable challenge for him. Undoubtedly, he aspired to craft a fine narrative. Yet it was precisely this aspiration that often rendered him paralyzed, requiring immense mental preparation even to put pen to paper. The daunting task of completing his manuscript loomed even larger. He One realized that his approach was misguided, fundamentally flawed. Yet, his mind appeared entrenched in this habitual pattern of thinking, having solidified it into a rigid process. Each word and phrase demanded careful consideration, only for him to overturn his previous conclusions a heartbeat later. Perhaps he could temporarily cast these thoughts aside. However, when they eventually amassed into an overwhelming avalanche, he would wholly disavow everything he had previously written. He would perceive his prose as nonsensical, ultimately rendering him incapable of adding another stroke to the canvas of his work. This despair felt like a profound depletion of spirit, as if every ounce of emotion had been drained away. Whatever the case, I must continue writing, at the very least. I should complete today's portion, he murmured, suppressing waves of irritation. With a heavy palm, he pressed against his forehead, as though this physical gesture could disperse the clamor of his thoughts. He then braced his thumb against his ribs, hunched over in his chair, inhaling deeply, as if this action could quell the turmoil within his anxious heart. He One yearned for tranquility, a return to the innocent daydreams of yore. He longed for a refuge that could whisk him away from his troubles, a sanctuary where he could lay his head upon the desk and traverse the world in delightful slumber. Yet, the realm of reality often refuses to embrace such fanciful notions. Boom! Amidst a deafening clap of thunder, He One lifted his gaze from the desk for what felt like the umpteenth time. He recognized that rain was about to fall again. Summer storms had a way of arriving unannounced, without a moment's notice. I should hope I have no clothes hanging outside, he pondered, recalling how exhaustion had rendered him too weary to shower or change his garments the previous day. Suddenly, he remembered the black cat that had been reluctant to leave his side that morning. Surely, The little creature must have departed by now. Convinced that the feline could not possibly remain on the windowsill any longer, the weary youth drew back the curtains. However, in the next instant, he spotted a familiar silhouette outside. Jiangsheng had thought he would be spending the night amidst the storm. Before it could fully succumb to slumber, the window it leaned against was abruptly pulled open by another. Standing in the frame was a young man, his under-eye bags increasingly pronounced. "Couldn't you find a place to shelter from the rain?" He expressed his dissatisfaction, reaching out to grasp Jiangsheng by the nape of his neck. Yet, Jiangsheng did not resist, allowing himself to be drawn into the room. Chapter 12. Sometimes, going with the flow isn't such a bad thing. This marked Jiangsheng's second entry into the young man's chamber. The light was somewhat dim, likely due to the overcast sky outside. The only significant source of illumination was the glow emanating from a computer. Thunder rumbled ominously as another bolt of lightning struck, momentarily illuminating the city in the twilight. It was only then the young man realized, to his astonishment, that he had been absorbed in writing for an entire day, yet had not managed to complete even a single chapter. Most of his time had been squandered on endless revisions and bouts of self-doubt. Raising a hand to his empty stomach, he cast a glance at his black cat, which was curled up on the floor, silently observing him. After a prolonged moment, a weary smile flickered across his fatigued visage. "What would you like to eat tonight?" he inquired of the black cat, his tone a blend of exasperation and amusement. He resolved to prepare something to eat, seeking a reprieve, for he was indeed quite exhausted at that moment. Perhaps he ought to express gratitude to the black cat. Without its presence, he might have remained seated at the computer until his work was finished, neglecting even the notion of preparing dinner to unwind. Jiangsheng, of course, was unable to respond to the young man's query, yet he had grown accustomed to the peculiar habit of the young man conversing with his feline companion. In such instances, it was best to ignore him. "Meow," Jiangsheng lazily called out, then ambled into the bathroom on the side of the room. The young man, curious about his intentions, followed him to observe. What he witnessed left him in utter disbelief as he saw the black cat expertly using the toilet. In the end, the cat even pressed the flush button with its paw. As the sound of rushing water faded away, the black cat cast a sidelong glance at the young man, as if to scorn him for harboring the habit of watching others in such a private moment. He stood there, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. It was only when Jiangsheng returned from the restroom, having used a tissue and resumed his position by the window, that he finally swallowed hard and stammered, "I mean, you can't possibly have undergone some kind of training, can you?" He was certain he had never witnessed a wild cat capable of using a toilet and tissue in his entire life. This led him to question Jiangsheng's origins. However, gazing at Jiangsheng, peacefully dozing on the windowsill, he ultimately refrained from further inquiry, pondering instead whether he might ask around in the coming days to see if anyone had reported a missing cat. Before that, I shall take care of it for a while. The cool breeze of a summer evening always brings a sense of comfort to both body and soul. Though I am unsure how the black cat managed to ascend to the 6th floor, the thought of it lounging effortlessly outside the window alleviates any concern that it might tumble from its perch. One must concede that humans possess an undeniable talent for adapting to their surroundings. Thus, the young man decided to leave the window ajar, opting not to close it. He endeavored to disperse the stifling air within the room, allowing a few raindrops to be ushered in by the evening breeze, splattering onto the windowsill and pattering against the floor. Under the watchful gaze of the cat, scarcely perceptible, he stretched lazily and ventured into his modest kitchen, where he initiated the preparation of dinner using an induction cooker. In stark contrast to his disheveled appearance, he exhibited remarkable agility in his tasks. The slender kitchen knife, the simple ingredients, and the scattered utensils all fell into place with deft precision under his hands. Before long, he had skillfully assembled a rather commendable fried rice dish. Observing this scene, Jiangsheng, who had been half asleep, was taken aback and shook his whiskers in surprise. It dawned upon him that he had uncovered another facet of the young man. Beyond his frailty and fatigue, the youth could indeed find solace and satisfaction in engaging in an activity. Moreover, he had taken care to prepare a portion of ham and egg fried rice devoid of seasoning for Jiangsheng, mindful of the cat's dietary restrictions. With a smile, he placed a small bowl of fried rice before the feline, his brow unusually relaxed. "There's not much left at home, so make do with this for now." Meow. Inhaling the aromatic fusion of eggs and ham, Jiangsheng unceremoniously buried his head in the bowl. While the flavor of the fried rice may not have been extraordinary, it was certainly far from unpalatable. Watching the black cat indulge in its meal, he mirrored its enjoyment as he leisurely savored his own portion of fried rice. Outside, night had descended. The sounds of wind and rain continued their relentless symphony, and the incandescent lights within the room illuminated the scene, casting a warm glow amidst the rainfall. The window facing the night reflected the image of a man and his cat, both bent over their meals. In that moment, all distractions seemed to cease, leaving only the wind and rain as the backdrop to their quietude. Every existence appeared to embrace acceptance, unperturbed by any changes. They exuded a serene profundity, bearing witness to the ebb and flow of all things. It felt as though they were submerged in the depths of the ocean, surrounded by countless whales gliding gracefully past, the ripples of the water causing the vision to shimmer. This phenomenon was beyond one's control, and there was no desire to resist it. One could only hope that the waves would carry them far away, regardless of where they might ultimately lead. It was a peculiar kind of tranquility, born from humanity's acquiescence to its environment. Lost in thought, Hewan realized that perhaps his inner turmoil had dissipated. He lifted his gaze to the glowing computer screen, silently recalling the myriad of thoughts that flooded his mind. Once upon a time, when he confronted his fantasies and creations, he seemed to exhibit a similar acquiescence. There was no reflection, no debate, no meticulous consideration. He did not strive to craft particularly captivating prose, nor did he seek the validation of others. It was a pure desire to inscribe his most intuitive feelings and experiences. He believed that writing was inherently divine, a serendipitous gift. He also held the conviction that what he gained was fortuitous, while what he lost was a matter of fate. In those days, he was truly content, eagerly anticipating each word and phrase he penned. He was akin to a devoted reader, perpetually engrossed in the unfolding of his own narrative. Each progression of the story intrigued him, and every embellishment of his imagination brought him joy. Indeed, chewing on dry yet warm food, Hewan, seated on the floor, exhaled a long sigh of frustration. The unsettled rhythm of his heartbeat seemed to find some semblance of calm. Why was I so happy in the past? Meow? Jiangsheng noticed a fleeting flicker of resentment in the young man's demeanor. Jiangsheng tilted his head, puzzled, and wagged his tail. In response, Hewan's hand unceremoniously ruffled his fur. Well, you don't appear to have anywhere to go right now. If you'd like to stay at my place temporarily, that can be arranged, but we must establish some ground rules. First, all matters of hygiene must be addressed in the bathroom. Secondly, you are not allowed on my bed, nor may you damage any furniture. Lastly, should any insects or rodents appear in my abode, you shall be responsible for their removal. What do you say? Can you agree to these terms? Meow? Jiangsheng found it quite difficult to fathom why this person would negotiate terms with a cat. Yet, the next moment, the hand that had pressed down on his head was released. All right, I shall assume you have consented. Time to eat. Meow? Jiangsheng lamented. Within the still chaotic little room, a hint of life finally emerged. Unfortunately, Jiangsheng remained an ill-fated black cat. Chapter 13, as the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. During the night, Hewan continued to sleep late. At least until Jiangsheng had settled down for the night, he showed no intention of resting. It was not until the following morning, when Jiangsheng awoke leisurely amidst stacks of books and game discs, that he beheld Hewan, soundly asleep on the bed. The young man, at present, was not even clad in pajamas. He had not even changed the clothes he had worn for 2 days. His hair was a disheveled mess, as if he had simply kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed. He displayed no intention of attending to his appearance, embodying a rather unkempt state. It was evident that Hewan had once again stayed up late the previous night. This rendered his complexion increasingly weary. Even in slumber, his brow remained furrowed, suggesting he was dreaming of something unpleasant. Hewan's room was not large. One might even describe it as quite small. A one-room apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom is essentially the most common style of rental accommodation within an apartment building. Thus, Jiangsheng could effortlessly grasp the entirety of the room's layout at a glance. This was perhaps the first time he aimlessly surveyed the arrangement within. The black cat and the young man shared the same bedroom, which also served as a study and a living room. The computer sat beneath a poster on the right side of the window, while on the left, a potted plant languished, teetering on the brink of life and death. Besides the bed, the most substantial piece of furniture in the room was the bookshelf beside the door, which occupied a considerable portion of the wall. However, the books it held were few. Most of the shelves were filled with an assortment of peculiar objects, such as toys, figurines, and metal crafts, revealing a rather eclectic set of interests. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiangsheng's gaze shifted to the clock on the bedside table. At that moment, the hour hand pointed to 11:30, and the young man on the bed showed no sign of awakening. Judging by the documents still open on the computer, it was likely that he had only recently fallen asleep. Long periods of isolation, a lack of communication, no particular passions, late nights, and a near-total detachment from the world characterized the young man's existence. Jiang Sheng could succinctly summarize the observations he had made regarding the young man's daily life over the past 2 days. He was almost certain that, even in the absence of any resentment, such a way of living was unsustainable for someone like him. In such a confined space, immersed in his own world, tormented by his own words, and consumed by the scrutiny of his own creations, he would inevitably drive himself to a dead end. The truth remains that humans are inherently social creatures, difficult to detach from their communities, and challenging to survive in solitude. It is akin to completely isolating an individual, preventing interaction, denying them enjoyment, and minimizing encounters with others, until their perception is reduced to mere individuality. It wouldn't be long before that person succumbed to madness. Although the young man's body was not physically restrained, he might have constructed formidable walls around his mind. Perhaps, however, I am overthinking this. Considering that I have only interacted with him for 2 days, I hardly possess a deep understanding of his character. With that thought, Jiang Sheng rose slowly from the floor and stealthily circled around the young man's bed, observing the resentment emanating from him. The dark mist coiling around his neck had noticeably faded a bit. Yet, from Jiang Sheng's perspective, the calamity he carried had undeniably thickened. It seemed that the progress made yesterday was greater than that of the day before. Was it influenced by emotions? He recalled the fleeting relaxation during dinner the previous evening and, in that moment, the barely perceptible loosening of resentment, prompting Jiang Sheng to speculate quietly. If resentment is indeed influenced by personal emotions, should I not assist this individual in adjusting his life state, thereby facilitating my departure from his presence? After all, the black cat remains perplexed as to how this resentment became entwined with the young man. In retrospect, perhaps it should address the root of the issue. Yet, there are countless individuals harboring negative emotions. Why has this particular resentment chosen him? Could it be that his reclusive nature invites such negativity? Resentment, it seems, fears the sun. But that cannot be the case, as this entity I bear has never shied away from sunlight. Thus, might it be that resentment deliberately seeks to avoid densely populated gatherings? Or perhaps it is the vibrant energy of a crowd filled with positivity that it wishes to evade. Contemplating this, Jiang Sheng stroked his beard. Yet ultimately, he could draw no conclusion. One must concede that certain matters cannot be resolved through mere speculation. However, now that a line of inquiry has emerged, it is imperative to make an attempt, as even a miscalculation would not incur any loss. His gaze casually fell upon the youth sprawled on the bed. Resembling a puddle of mud, Jiang Sheng sensed that he too needed to step outside. Otherwise, it seemed likely that not even his demise would be noted by anyone. Are you suggesting that I take you out? He gazed at the black cat, which was pacing restlessly at the door, nibbling on its own pant leg and emitting soft sounds. Hewen's expression was somewhat peculiar. In his recollection, cats were not creatures given to roaming freely. Meow? In response to Hewen's inquiry, Jiang Sheng raised his head and called out, striking a balance between affirmation and casualness, caught between comprehension and incomprehension of human speech. He could vaguely convey his meaning without appearing overly unusual. It is indeed possible. It was fortunate that Hewen's propensity for self-dialogue allowed for a degree of communication with Jiang Sheng. But you must wait until I finish my tasks. Grabbing a teacup, Hewen poured himself a drink, moistening his throat as he spoke. He had recently accepted a job writing an escape room script. The pay was modest, yet if selected, it would still constitute a source of income. His original plan for the day was to outline the script in the afternoon and then write a chapter of a novel in the evening. However, since Jiang Sheng wished to venture outside, he could spare some time to accompany the black cat on a stroll. Meow? Yet, the next moment, the black cat insisted on vocalizing again. Its intention was merely to encourage the young man to have lunch outside, thereby validating its hypothesis. Naturally, if possible, it would also appreciate the opportunity to rectify the young man's daily routine. Thus, it could not afford to wait until he completed his work. For based on his previous day's performance, by the time he finished, it would already be time to order a late-night snack. It is best to step out first. After all, it is merely a meal and will not hinder our affairs. With his dark yellow eyes fixed intently on the young man, Jiang Sheng seemed to convey his intention through this silent gaze. Chapter 14. For the peace of the world, some have ceased their labors. Unfortunately, though he exhibited a whimsical thought process, he was still an ordinary person, incapable of deciphering the intentions of a cat through mere glances. Thus, he resolved to adhere to his own plans and pass the day much like any other. He prepared 2 fried eggs for himself and Jiang Sheng, then retrieved 2 slices of toast from a bag and warmed them slightly. This simple breakfast, served at 1 in the afternoon, felt somewhat out of place. Moreover, It evidently did not align with Jiang Sheng's desires. Consequently, for the subsequent 4 hours, Jiang Sheng lingered near the door, periodically calling out to He-Wan. Without being overly disruptive, he constantly reminded the young man of their impending outing. However, once the youth immersed himself in work, he seemed to descend into an entirely different realm, oblivious to the world around him. Thus, Jiang Sheng could only helplessly leap onto the shoe cabinet, idly swatting at the bothersome mosquitoes. Since he could not delay the young man's work, he could only hope for him to complete his task sooner. Therefore, the black cat had no intention of allowing these pesky creatures to disturb him. Outside, the cicada song filled the summer air. The fan by the bed creaked as it turned, and the bespectacled young man murmured to himself absent-mindedly, while the oblivious mosquitoes occasionally flew into the room, only to be swiftly chased away by the idle black cat. Sometimes, countless summer days worth savoring might quietly slip away in such mundane and unremarkable moments. And perhaps it is for this reason that the cicadas in memory transform from a cacophony into tranquility, from oppressive heat into refreshing coolness. At last, the work is completed. Wearily stretching, the young man sat cross-legged at his computer desk, ruffling his disheveled hair. He then removed his glasses and wiped the lenses with his clothing, a bittersweet relief etched on his face. In truth, up until now, as long as it did not pertain to his novel, he could still manage to function relatively normally. However, once he began to write his own book, He-Wan would gradually force himself, ultimately plunging into a state of confusion. The reason is not complicated. He simply desires fervently to craft his work well. He is acutely aware of this obsession. Yet what can he do? Unless he forsakes writing or ceases to value his creations, he cannot alter his circumstances. Thus, he experiences both relief and bitterness at this moment. Even with work completed, he finds it difficult to let go. Meow. As He-Wan ceased his relentless toil, Jiang Sheng promptly leaped onto his desk, expressing his dissatisfaction with plaintive cries. Subsequently, he scurried to the door, circling twice, as if urging him to hasten his departure. However, this urgency did not stem from the black cat's impatience, but rather from the accumulating resentment manifesting around He-Wan's neck. It appeared that the host's grievances could indeed amplify the potency of this resentment. Dimly, Jiang Sheng seemed to intuit some underlying truth. The reason the resentment gravitated towards He-Wan was likely his enduring and stable negative emotions. This fellow transformed entirely when engrossed in work, presenting an utterly despondent visage. Before Jiang Sheng's arrival, He-Wan spent nearly all his days writing, leaving him devoid of any positive reinforcement and rendering him the ideal host for resentment. Having grasped this concept, Jiang Sheng's initial hypothesis was partially overturned. The resentment likely harbored no fear of the external world. What it truly sought was the continuous vitality provided by the young man. Thus, Jiang Sheng attained a rudimentary understanding of this phenomenon. First and foremost, everything these resentments did undoubtedly aimed to augment their own essence. To achieve this, they required a substantial intake of negative emotions. Consequently, they would consciously or unconsciously bring misfortune to those around them, thereby inciting widespread anxiety, discontent, and fear, which served as fertile ground for their growth. Alternatively, they might select a fitting host, plunging that individual's life into despair, subsequently adhering to them long-term, draining their value. Hence, as these resentments grew, their sphere of influence expanded, and the larger their reach, the swifter their growth. Thus ensued a vicious cycle. Although Jiang Sheng remained unaware of what these resentments would ultimately evolve into, he was certain it would not bode well. As for himself, the singular distinction from ordinary hosts lay in his ability to absorb souls and perceive the resentments. The pressing question that arose in his mind, upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, was whether he could truly consume the resentment and exert control over it. This inquiry was not born of personal heroism, but rather a desire to avert a collective tragedy. In any event, regardless of how events might unfold thereafter, Jiang Sheng's immediate task was to alleviate the young man's anxiety. Therefore, he could not permit the youth to continue his ceaseless labor. At the very least, he needed to instigate some change. Otherwise, who could say whether other resentments would come knocking after he had banished this one? As for whether resentments had natural enemies, or if the host possessed means to expel them, such intricate questions would have to await future exploration. Very well, I understand. Observing the black cat's eager demeanor, He-Wan smiled wearily, yet his tone remained gentle and affable. Is it truly your desire to venture outside? Then why did you linger on my window for the past 2 days? As he spoke, he donned his glasses and rose from his seat, simultaneously reaching for a hat that rested upon the bedside table. It was now 5 in the afternoon, and the sun had ceased its harsh glare. The young man wore the hat primarily because he had not washed his hair for 2 days, and it served to present a semblance of cleanliness. Meow? In response to the young man's query, Jiang Sheng seemed to acknowledge him, though it was unclear whether he truly answered at all. In any case, as a cat, he had fulfilled his obligations. He did not press further. His thoughts drifted to the dwindling supplies in the refrigerator, which prompted him to consider a trip to procure more provisions. Nodding in contemplation, he placed Jiang Sheng into his former pet backpack. Thereafter, he took the bag and a sack of trash, stepping outside his home. Life, much like human habits, is often resistant to change, unless something particularly obstinate intrudes upon one's existence. If such an intrusion occurs, by the time one comprehends the shift, they may find themselves irrevocably altered. Chapter 15. The terrace, the evening glow, and weariness. Summer nights tend to arrive later than anticipated. Around 5 in the evening, the sun showed no signs of descending. It merely reclined against the clouds, lazily casting its glow through the veil of white. Jiang Sheng nestled within the transparent plastic window of the pet backpack, sensing the unhurried pace of the young man bearing him, and tilted his head to observe a few sparrows flitting across the horizon. The temperature was neither hot nor cold, and the air was refreshingly clear. The throngs of people returning from work and school had yet to arrive, leaving the streets somewhat desolate. In such a delightful afternoon, however, the young man's mood was far from clear. Jiang Sheng, attuned to the undercurrents of discontent, could sense this shift. Yet, what was the reason behind it? Perhaps Jiang Sheng knew the answer, but could not articulate it in that moment. To speak candidly, the young man's circumstances could hardly be deemed truly painful. At least, thus far, that seemed to be the case. His family, while not exemplary, remained intact. His health was not robust, yet his limbs were unscathed. His career faced challenges, yet his income allowed for a surplus. He did not rise early nor toil excessively, yet he lived without want. In comparison to many in this world who teeter on the brink of sustenance, he was undeniably fortunate. Yet, this is the nature of humanity. Whether one deems them ungrateful or inherently unfortunate remains a matter of perspective. They seem to find it exceedingly difficult to enjoy their existence. As they are overly adept at contemplation, their thoughts ensnare them, leading them into a labyrinth from which they cannot escape until they confront challenges that elude resolution. Individuals from various walks of life all face their unique adversities, yet the trials of this world are inexhaustible. Consequently, the majority remain discontented. The distinction lies in the fact that some willingly cease their pursuits, while others continue forward. Some take detours to evade difficulties, while others become mired in them. Thus, we witness the myriad manifestations of despair, fatigue, regret, and suffering among sentient beings. Undoubtedly, the youth embodies a person ensnared in the present dilemma. He has lost his way yet persists in his forward march, rendering joy elusive. Therefore, why cannot one find solace in the status quo? If a cat could speak, Jiang Sheng might pose this very question to the youth. Indeed, if the journey proves too arduous, why not pause or simply go with the flow? Akin to the life of a cat, at the very least, by relinquishing one's burdens, one would be free from unfulfilled desires and suffering. The world is replete with beauty and countless moments deserving of enjoyment. Why constrain oneself, shackling hands and feet in pursuit of ephemeral goals? What Jiang Sheng fails to articulate is this. While he comprehends the youth's anguish, he cannot endorse it. To him, only the less discerning would squander their fleeting existence on a relentless quest. Much like a journey, Jiang Sheng often prefers to set his sights on attainable goals within immediate reach, rather than the breathtaking vistas of far-off lands. Yet he forgets that the places easily accessible to modern individuals were once the distant dreams of the masses. A saying aptly captures this. In this world, there is originally no path. As more tread upon it, it becomes a road. Jiang Sheng has transformed into a cat, having relinquished a portion of the innate tenacity that defines life. Is this a boon or a bane? It remains difficult to ascertain. One might only conclude that it is a lament, an unavoidable regret that accompanies life as reflections. After departing from home, for the initial period, he did not inquire where Jiang Sheng wished to go. He simply led him down 2 streets to a supermarket. There he procured some fruits, vegetables, and a small bag of cat food. Jiang Sheng obediently remained in the backpack, refraining from anxious meows or any plans for mischief. After all, their mutual grievances held little sway over passers-by, provided no one lingered too closely. Thus, even in passing, their discontent could not escape the host's grasp for long. Upon exiting the supermarket, the sole action Jiang Sheng undertook was to reveal his claws and teeth, fiercely intimidating a curious child who dared to scrutinize him. Where do you wish to go next? Seated upon a bench by the riverside, One finds themselves on a walkway adjacent to the flowing waters. Ahead lies a verdant expanse of grass and trees, while behind, the bustling traffic hums incessantly. It is nearly 6 in the evening. The sky ablaze with resplendent crimson and gold hues, as the throngs of people commence their evening routines. Hewen sets aside his backpack and the items he has purchased, then reaches into it to gently embrace Jiang Sheng, permitting the feline to leap from his hands to the ground. Perhaps it was a whimsical notion, or perhaps a deeper intuition stirred within him. Hewen gazes at the black cat, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then, with a sentiment beyond ordinary comprehension, softly addresses it. Go wherever your heart desires. I shall wait for you here for 2 hours. He believes the black cat will return. If it does not, that is perfectly fine. At least it has ventured forth to a place it yearned to explore, or so Hewen thinks. However, in the next moment, the black cat regards him with an expression akin to disbelief. It then returns to his side, sprawling down and meowing. Meow? Faced with the cat's peculiar behavior, the young man blinks in confusion. After a brief pause, he finds himself both amused and perplexed, reinterpreting the situation. Are you suggesting that it suffices just to stay here? Meow? I mean, you can't simply wish to take me out for a breath of fresh air, can you? Meow? I have much to attend to. Meow? Very well. Very well. At the riverbank, scattered blades of grass dance in the breeze. In the sky, the fiery sunset casts a warm glow upon the streets. Behind him, the silent streetlights stand vigil over the encroaching shadows. Towering buildings loom like piles of charcoal, reminiscent of firewood. Undoubtedly, this is a 1 in a million chance, allowing such flames to warm the human heart. Jiangsheng circles its bowl of cat food twice, favoring the aroma of beef. Though unaware of the flavor Hewen has procured, Hewen's spirits lift slightly, perhaps a bit more than before. At least the dark cloud that had settled upon his neck dissipates a little, consumed entirely by the cat's own grievances. In this moment, he remains uncertain of what lies ahead, questioning whether he will ever write novels as he once did. Yet, he sighs, let me rest for a while, just a moment. He seeks to forget the words that crawl through his mind. With this thought, he extends his hand to rest gently on the black cat's back, his fingertips sinking into its soft fur. How warm it is, and he can feel the rhythm of its heartbeat. He closes his eyes, listening to the soothing sounds of the river and the evening breeze, while his own heartbeat synchronizes with that of the cat. Let us sit here for a while. The young man suddenly proposes. Meow? Jiangsheng does not object. You've agreed, he continues. Then let us linger a bit longer. Perhaps 2 hours? What say you? The black cat's eyes widen in surprise. Ha ha. Hewen chuckles, illuminated by the sunset's glow, revealing a joy that Jiangsheng has never witnessed before. Chapter 16. A world of strangers is always confounding that evening. Hewen had made early preparations for rest, a rare occurrence that might be attributed to his mood. Ever since his return, his work efficiency had inexplicably surged, though this was merely in contrast to his previous state, where he could scarcely pen a single sentence in minutes. In truth, his progress remained sluggish. It was not until around midnight that he managed to complete his update of 2,000 words. Fortunately, this hour was still quite early for him, allowing him the luxury of a refreshing shower. Thankfully, his infrequent outings meant he seldom perspired. Otherwise, during the sweltering summer days, going 2 or 3 days without bathing would surely render the room's hygiene, if not its scent, quite untenable. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Hewen fell asleep shortly after changing into fresh clothes. This was the first time Jiangsheng had witnessed him slumbering, as typically, it was he who succumbed to sleep first. The young man slept soundly, devoid of restless tossing or turning, belonging to that fortunate category of good sleepers. This eased Jiangsheng's mind somewhat. While he could endure it, he still preferred his roommate to be a tad more composed. In contrast to ordinary cats, Jiangsheng's sleeping patterns had always been erratic, frequently adjusting according to circumstances. For instance, recently, he had ceased to nap during the midday hours, finding himself more prone to drowsiness in the early morning. Whether such unstable routines would affect his health was a matter Jiangsheng himself could not ascertain. He merely sensed that the constitution of the black cat was somewhat unusual. This was an obvious statement, as the consumption of souls or the absorption of resentment were feats beyond the capabilities of an ordinary feral cat. Moreover, his resilience to resentment clearly differed from Hewen's. This was evident from the vast quantity of resentment within him, yet he had not encountered any significant calamity. It appeared he could endure more misfortune, and his relationship with resentment seemed more intricate than a mere host-parasite dynamic. Their connection was undoubtedly more profound. In contrast, Hewen was merely entangled by a wisp of resentment, his soul already teetering on the brink of frailty in Jiangsheng's perception. Regrettably, The black cat remained unaware of the origins of the resentment within him. It seemed only a creature like him, adrift in existence, could so nonchalantly disregard such matters. In the pitch-black room, the computer screen flickered with a faint glow, the internal fan of the chassis humming steadily. Hewen had no habit of shutting down his computer, seemingly for the convenience of being able to work at a moment's notice. He is a freelancer, often tasked not only with revising his own novels, but also with editing various scripts and copy that come his way. The alarm clock perched on his bedside stands silently, its metallic frame reflecting a faint sheen. With the advancement of technology, those who still rely on such retro artifacts have become increasingly rare. The young man lying in bed keeps his eyes closed, the resentment entwined around his neck still attempting to shed the pressure brought forth by Jiang Sheng. However, that desperate struggle has grown exceedingly feeble. In stark contrast, the dark mist within Jiang Sheng has become increasingly vigorous, incessantly gnawing at the grievances wafting through the air. Perhaps it is due to this very conflict among kindred spirits that the young man has yet to encounter any misfortune capable of disrupting his life. At worst, he occasionally misplaces trivial items, none of which warrant significant concern. Thus, Jiang Sheng has grown ever more convinced of his judgment. It is indeed prudent to remain, to digest this thread of resentment before departing. Yet, he wonders what this entity will ultimately evolve into. He silently observes the thin mist swirling around him as he contemplates. If, according to his current observations and assessments, the continuous accumulation of resentment amplifies both its range and intensity, then the seemingly inconspicuous mist is destined to transform into an unstoppable calamity. Reflecting on this, even a being like Jiang Sheng, typically unperturbed, cannot help but furrow his brow. After all, nobody relishes the prospect of trouble, especially of such magnitude. He is left pondering whether there exists a means to curb their growth. Furthermore, although thus far, the grievances perceived by the black cat appear to be unconscious, do they acquire awareness in the process of devouring souls? Is there anyone within human society cognizant of the existence of resentment and souls? And are there individuals managing these phenomena? Jiang Sheng finds himself at a loss, with an abundance of chaotic and unfocused questions igniting an unusual agitation within him. Fortunately, he quickly regains his composure, for anxiety has never proven to be a viable problem-solving strategy. Upon reflection, could the reason I can bear more resentment be that I also have the capacity to absorb souls, thereby augmenting my own essence? Moreover, the speed at which I absorb souls far surpasses the slow erosion of resentment. Thus, if I were to accumulate a sufficient number of souls or obsessions, might I not be able to suppress or even control those external grievances? This notion seems to hold some merit. Yet the pressing question remains, where shall I seek out such a multitude of unclaimed souls? Jiang Sheng knows he cannot touch the living's spiritual essence, a fact he has already verified. Meanwhile, the souls of the deceased are difficult to coalesce, lingering only when bound by exceptionally strong sentiments. Thus, to this day, Jiang Sheng has encountered only the solitary floating spirit of Gao Shan. Fortunately, it appears that the wandering resentment is not rampant. Although the specific origins of these resentments remain unknown, Jiang Sheng has traversed much of the city, yet has only observed the wisp of black mist around Hewen's neck. This suggests that the advent of calamity is not as straightforward as it seems. The birth, accumulation, and maturation of resentment require a considerable span of time. Regrettably, I can no longer afford to remain idle, for with a goal in sight, one must endeavor to realize it. Initially, I had thought that in this life, I could simply exist like an ordinary cat. Little did I know that the mundane routine would unexpectedly morph into something entirely different. Resentment. Souls. Surely this world cannot be devoid of the supernatural. The ultimate manifestation of such grievances could very well be ghosts and monsters, lazily sprawled on the floor. The black cat half closed its eyes. The chilling black mist clung to the room, rendering this summer night considerably cooler. Chapter 17. An unconventional approach to friendship in human society. Today marks the 4th day since Jiang Sheng arrived at the youth's residence, and the black mist encircling Hewen's neck has already diminished by half. The progression aligns closely with Jiang Sheng's initial estimation. In about 3 or 4 more days, he will have fully dispelled this wisp of resentment. Concurrently, in his field of vision, the layers of thin mist enveloping him have begun to exhibit a slightly solidified, granular texture. This incited a faint yet palpable sensation within him, as though he had forged an indescribable connection with the wisps of mist before him. Why do I have this feeling? It seems that if my spirit were a touch keener, I could perhaps interfere with these black mists. To be candid, Jiang Sheng is rather averse to such nebulous sensations. It feels as if there is a veil between him and the truth, leading to an unsettling sense of uncertainty before the complete revelation. In contrast, he undeniably yearns for concrete and substantiated answers. However, this is merely a spoken desire. After all, given the current circumstances, having even a modicum of understanding regarding this entirely unfamiliar substance of resentment is a considerable improvement, far superior to aimless conjecture. Moreover, if I truly could influence the behavior of resentment, would that imply that when my spirit becomes sufficiently robust, I might also attempt to control it? Provided my soul holds a significant advantage, achieving this does not seem entirely implausible. The soul dilemma lies in where to find so many lingering spirits. Furthermore, fulfilling their unfulfilled desires is evidently no simple task. Meow, I can't shake the feeling that I have unwittingly invited a plethora of troubles. Weakly reclining beside a nearly lifeless potted plant, Jiang Sheng drooped his ears, appearing somewhat exhausted. What troubles you? Hewen inquired. Holding a bowl of cat food as he emerged from the kitchen, he gently placed it alongside a bowl of water before Jiang Sheng, who had been sighing deeply since early morning. Although the cat was uncertain how the young man discerned its melancholy, Jiang Sheng maintained his decorum and emitted a soft sound. I'm feeling rather discontent. Observing the listless black cat, the bespectacled youth raised an eyebrow. After a refreshing bath, his hair appeared quite voluminous, shedding the previous disheveled look and rendering him notably more spirited. If you're feeling down, why not join me for a meditation session? Meditation. Upon hearing this term, Jiang Sheng's tail curled in confusion as he cast a sidelong glance at the young man. Is it that sitting in stillness practice? You still engage in such habits? Before he could ponder further, Hewen had already extended his arms, lifting the black cat from the windowsill. He then maneuvered the computer and sat cross-legged on the floor with the feline. Gradually, a melodious tune filled the air from the computer. While soothing the cat's emotions with gentle strokes, Hewen slowly closed his eyes. Meditation, in essence, serves as a means of mental respite. While it may lack tangible benefits in a broader sense, it effectively alleviates various emotional disturbances, typically lasting between 10 to 20 minutes. One may listen to guiding words or calming sounds, though silence is equally permissible. Furthermore, there are no specific requirements regarding posture, environment, or location. The practitioner merely needs to calm their emotions and clear their mind. Following this, maintaining bodily stillness allows for a harmonious interplay between the external and internal, leading to a state of serene equilibrium. Although the body may feel somewhat stiff post-meditation, the mind can attain tranquility, confused and cradled in the young man's embrace. Jiang Sheng felt the warmth of the hand resting on his back and blinked in resignation. Truth be told, he hardly needed to cultivate a sense of calmness. Whether as a human or a cat, he seemed to have already settled into a state of tranquility, rarely exhibiting signs of anxiety. His emotions seldom wavered, and even the occasional fluctuations were fleeting. However, the black cat had no objection to idly accompanying the young man for a while. After all, it generally had little to occupy its time, and the misfortunes it bore were currently preoccupied with absorbing other grievances, leaving no room for concern for the young man. Thus, there was no need for him to maintain a deliberate distance. Ultimately, one had to concede that the song chosen by the youth was indeed quite delightful. As Jiang Sheng listened, he gradually found himself less inclined to move. Hewen discovered that he seemed to have acquired a new hobby, listening to the heartbeat of a cat with his hands. This may sound peculiar, yet through such intimate contact, he genuinely felt a sense of resonance and warmth. This was also the reason behind his sudden inclination to meditate today. He yearned to relive that sensation as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Thump, thump, thump. The sunlight began to filter through the deep blue curtains. He attentively listened to the pulsing beneath his palm. In the cluttered yet monotonous room, the young man suddenly smiled gently and calmly addressed the black cat. Little one, do you know? Your heartbeat seems to be slower than that of most cats, exuding a certain tranquility. After a moment of silence, he placed his hand on Jiang Sheng's head and stroked it gently. If you were a person, perhaps we would become friends. This marked the second time the young man had mentioned the words if and perhaps in relation to Jiang Sheng. The last instance was when he remarked that Jiang Sheng might get along well with his previous cat. Meow. Faced with the young man's soliloquy, the black cat rolled its eyes in silence. In its view, only someone devoid of friends would contemplate befriending a cat. Yet, upon reflection, such a method of forging friendships through heartbeats would likely be impractical in human society. Meow? What? Do you look down on me? He teased, ruffling Jiang Sheng's fur even more. The young man closed his eyes and fell silent. He began to meditate. However, at this moment, what he listened to was not music, but the breathing of the black cat. It was the most sincere rhythm of life, untainted by prejudice or selfishness. Impossible to distort intentionally or evade. It simply existed, surpassing 1,000 words. Chapter 18. The other side of the world. The black cat's life was exceptionally mundane. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a middle-aged man clad in a black shirt frowned, his expression grave as he stared intently at a gauge in his hand. At that moment, the needle inside the gauge was fully pushed to the right, having long exceeded the marked red zone indicating danger. Hiss! Instinctively, he took a drag from the nearly extinguished cigarette dangling from his unshaven lips. Whoosh! As a cloud of smoke slowly escaped, the middle-aged man stood rigidly in place, awkwardly removing the almost burnt-out cigarette from his mouth. He flicked the ash with his fingertips and muttered to himself, "Has it perhaps already condensed into a malevolent spirit? This matter is beyond my control." While speaking, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was precisely 8 in the morning, and the man dialed a number directly. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the phone was picked up. "Hello, hello, it's me, Shirakawa." "Ah, Mr. Shirakawa, please go ahead. I have confirmed the anomalous fluctuations in Kawadani City." "Is that so? What is the situation?" "The information is accurate. The precise location of the incident is beneath a venerable tree in the annex garden of the Kanto neighborhood in Kawadani City." "Is there more specific information?" "The tree is quite conspicuous. It should be easily visible. Furthermore, this fluctuation has exceeded the typical level of manifestation. It is anticipated that something is transforming into a malevolent spirit, which I cannot handle alone. Please send more personnel." "Understood. Thank you, Mr. Shirakawa. It's nothing. Just remember to compensate me. Rest assured, we will transfer the remuneration to your account within 3 working days." "Very well. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up. I look forward to your next call. Goodbye. It's best if I limit my calls." Beep. He silently pressed the hang-up button. The man, who identified himself as Shirakawa, stood with his hands in his pockets before the swaying, old tree, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he turned and made another call. "Hello, Lao-chin. It's me. Please help me look into recent death cases in the Guansha district." "Yes, it's a bit personal. Just have the files sent to my office." "All right. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time." As the voice faded, the man departed from the neighborhood. The city was growing increasingly restless, and as a spiritual investigator, he sensed a rising busyness. There are spirits in this world, though most people remain oblivious to them. Or perhaps, all living beings possess a soul. The heavier the longing for life, the more substantial the soul becomes. The more substantial the soul, the greater the possibility of clinging to the earthly realm. Thus, souls that refuse to depart after death are referred to as white spirits. White spirits are mostly unconscious. They are driven solely by memories of their former lives. Consequently, they linger only in places filled with those memories. When the longing dissipates, they fade away as well. However, longing can be both good and evil. Malevolent longing is forever insatiable, thus it never dissipates. Over time, such longing inevitably transforms into another entity, an invisible gas that people refer to as malevolent spirits. Malevolent spirits also lack consciousness, yet they interfere with the living, bringing calamity upon them. They feed on the negative thoughts of the living, eroding their souls to facilitate their own growth. The larger the malevolent spirit, the more living beings it can influence, and the greater the disasters it will bring forth. Until the worst occurs, when a malevolent spirit condenses into the form it bore at the time of its death, regaining its memories and becoming a vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirits possess consciousness. Each one has the potential to wreak havoc in its vicinity. In ancient times, when technology was not yet advanced, a single vengeful spirit could even give rise to a dead city. Only a select few individuals, born with innate gifts and subsequently dedicating themselves to the arduous study of the mystical arts, possess the means to confront such entities. Fortunately, with the rapid advancement of technology, even ordinary individuals have begun to adeptly manage simple supernatural occurrences through specialized training and unique tools. In a bid to eradicate the emergence of vengeful spirits, human society has established anonymous agencies that operate in the shadows, diligently investigating various unsolved mysteries, intent on extinguishing potential dangers before they can take root. From years of accumulated experience, a set of criteria for categorizing the intensity of supernatural phenomena has been devised. The initial stage is known as manifestation, where the supernatural first reveals itself, and it is a phase manageable by ordinary people. In this stage, only the least harmful white spirits appear, with some of the weaker entities incapable of affecting the living. Even those white spirits harboring intense malevolence can merely cause slight disturbances in human cognition before they fully devolve into malevolent beings. However, One must not underestimate this seemingly trivial ability. In a state of mental chaos, individuals may instinctively succumb to their primal urges, committing grievous acts such as murder or assault. Therefore, even manifestations of the supernatural demand careful handling, for a single misstep may yield irrevocable consequences. Following this, we encounter incidents involving malevolent spirits, which ordinary individuals find difficult to intervene in. Once a spirit has transformed into a malevolent entity, its influence on the living escalates exponentially. The most immediate manifestation of this is the misfortune it brings, making individuals more susceptible to calamity. As a cascade of disasters unfolds, the psyche of affected individuals inevitably deteriorates, their mental defenses weakening progressively. Thus, the malevolent spirit can easily erode the person's soul, severely compromising their mental state and rendering the host a mere shell of their former self. During this process, the malevolent spirit utilizes the vitality of living beings to augment its own power, and the more formidable the spirit becomes, the wider its reach and the quicker it consumes souls. At such a juncture, the spirit has evolved into a regional catastrophe, often accompanying natural disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and floods. Unless a top-tier practitioner intervenes, resolving the issue becomes virtually impossible. Finally, there are incidents involving the emergence of vengeful spirits, commonly referred to as calamities of the underworld. Such occurrences are rare in modern society, with decades often passing without the birth of a single vengeful spirit. However, once a vengeful spirit has taken form, it becomes exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Many of these spirits are effectively immortal, bound by their own intrinsic logic. As long as their rules remain unbroken, they shall not perish. Consequently, humans can only confine them within certain objects, which are then meticulously safeguarded. The vessels used to seal these vengeful spirits are known as cursed artifacts. Since ancient times, there have existed thousands of cursed objects, now scattered across the globe, secretly contained. There is no doubt that humanity must prevent the vengeful spirits from escaping these artifacts. Otherwise, the release of thousands of these spirits would result in a catastrophe of global proportions. Chapter 19. The convergence of character arcs that afternoon. After completing a portion of the script, Hewen took a photograph of Jiang Sheng and, accompanied by a black cat, ventured to a copy shop. He intended to devote his evening to writing a novel, while the afternoon would be dedicated to seeking a new owner for the black cat. Indeed, after witnessing Jiang Sheng's numerous behaviors that were far from those of a feral feline, Hewen gradually overturned his initial assumptions and came to believe that the black cat must have an owner. Furthermore, it was evident that the household had taken great care in training the cat. Otherwise, it would not possess the ability to use the restroom. The black cat was remarkably intelligent, and nurturing such a creature would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Thus, the young man resolved to print some flyers to distribute on the streets, hoping to ascertain if anyone nearby had lost a cat, and what kind it was, in order to help Jiang Sheng find its original owner. Jiang Sheng, however, felt somewhat helpless regarding the young man's actions. It was not fond of witnessing others engage in futile endeavors. Yet it could not directly reveal to the young man that it was, in fact, a stray cat. Such a revelation would undoubtedly terrify him. Therefore, Jiang Sheng could only lie quietly within the pet carrier, accompanying the masked young man as they distributed flyers. As for the young man's sudden decision to don a mask, it was due to the recent emergence of a contagious disease within human society. Initially, with the development and administration of vaccines, mask wearing had significantly declined. However, this morning, online news abruptly reported the discovery of a new variant of the virus, one capable of evading existing antibodies. Consequently, the requirement to wear masks in public spaces had resurfaced. May I have a look at that? As a couple strolled past, Hewen awkwardly extended the flyer towards them. Truth be told, he did not wish to intrude upon their romantic rendezvous, and the sight of young lovers often filled him with a sense of self-loathing. Nonetheless, considering that the individuals who had lost their cats might be in distress, he steeled himself to approach them. Did you find a cat? The young man from the couple inquired, accepting the flyer from Hewen. Yes, if there are any updates, please feel free to contact me, Hewen replied, lowering his gaze to adjust his glasses, speaking in a timid whisper. His stature was modest, and he appeared somewhat frail. His insecurities regarding his appearance were among the reasons he preferred to remain indoors. However, the young man seemed to regard Hewen favorably, responding in a kind tone. I understand. If I hear anything, I will contact you immediately. Thank you so much, Hewen expressed with genuine gratitude. Sensing the goodwill from the other party, Hewen quietly exhaled in relief. His greatest concern was encountering someone difficult to communicate with. No need to thank me. It's merely a trifling matter. We shall take our leave now. As he spoke, the young man cast a sidelong glance, winking at Jiang Sheng, who was hidden behind his backpack. Goodbye. Hewen also politely bid farewell. However, just behind them, the voice of a woman could be heard complaining. Oh dear, why bother with such people? Making a fuss over finding a cat. Who knows if it's a stray or someone's pet? Trying to find it a home is just stirring up trouble. Huh. It's not a bother. Besides, isn't it rather kind to lend a hand? Humph, you're too soft-hearted. There are so many stray cats in the world. Why don't we see him putting up flyers for each one? People like that just make me uncomfortable, pretending to be kind for attention. All right, don't get upset. Where would you like to go for lunch later? Listening to the exchange behind him, Hewen helplessly rubbed his cheek. He had become the subject of disdain. Yet, he felt no anger. After all, people have their different personalities, and being overly cautious is quite normal. With a wry smile, the youth continued distributing flyers. Hello. May I take a look at that? After finishing his lunch, Bai Mu strolled down the street, now wearing a mask while sifting through several documents on his phone. These records detailed cases of unnatural deaths in Chuangu City over recent years, events that are prone to give rise to malevolent spirits. Clearly, he was attempting to uncover clues about the supernatural disturbances within the Kanto community, though it was certainly unwise to provoke a malevolent spirit at such a time, as the likelihood of falling ill during a pandemic could also lead to unfortunate consequences. Bai Mu decided to take precautions given the troublesome nature of these spirits. In any case, he could not allow the malevolent entity the opportunity to grow. Otherwise, should its misfortune envelop a certain area, the ensuing natural disasters would present problems far beyond simple resolutions. Thus far, among the numerous strategies humanity has employed to handle supernatural occurrences, the most successful remains to nip danger in the bud, ensuring no lingering threats remain. If one can ascertain the origins of a malevolent spirit, they can pinpoint its source and, depending on the circumstances, eradicate it entirely. The disembodied spirit would naturally dissipate without its anchor. Yet, the question remained, from whence did this malevolent spirit originate? It is important to note that malevolent spirits differ from benevolent ones. They do not linger in a single location and can wander throughout an entire city. Sigh, that's on me. I was in too much of a rush when I left and only brought a single spirit detection device, which was unfortunately destroyed due to insufficient calibration. It seems I'll need to bring additional equipment tomorrow for further investigation. Hopefully, I can uncover some leads. With that thought, Bai Mu continued to scrutinize the contents of his phone. With a furrowed brow, he cast a glance at the defunct gauge hanging from the keychain. At that moment, the needle within the dashboard had ceased its movement. Deprived of the assistance of his tools, the faintly inspired Hiraki found himself unable to pursue the supernatural any further. Excuse me, may I interrupt? A young man's voice abruptly disrupted Hiraki's thoughts. He lifted his gaze to behold a youth bearing a backpack. Yes. What can I do for you? Hiraki halted his steps and inquired. It's like this. I recently found a black cat. It's quite clever and not at all skittish. I suspect it may be a lost pet. So I wanted to ask around here if anyone has reported a missing cat. Hewen explained, presenting a flyer to Hiraki. Searching for its owner, I see. Hiraki nodded, taking the photograph of the black cat from him. I will try to help you inquire about it. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. If you receive any news, please feel free to contact me at the number on this flyer. Certainly. Nodding in a nonchalant manner, Hiraki brushed past the youth. Suddenly, his brow twitched, a presence of the supernatural. Pressing his hand against the twitching corner of his eye, Hiraki's heart raced. However, when he turned around immediately, that aura had vanished without a trace. Was it an illusion? Surveying the throngs of passers-by, Hiraki found himself engulfed in doubt. Chapter 20. The distinction between possession and confinement. Perhaps it was due to the recurring pandemic, but the number of pedestrians on the streets was noticeably diminished compared to previous times. Given that remaining in one place yielded little benefit, Hewen decided to part ways with Hiraki and seek a different location to distribute his flyers. Just as the young man prepared to leave the pedestrian street, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Excuse me, young man, please wait a moment. Surprised, Hewen turned to find that it was the middle-aged man he had just conversed with. May I ask what you need? Hewen queried, casting a puzzled glance at the man's somewhat hurried demeanor as he adjusted the backpack on his shoulder. Oh, it's nothing. Hiraki attempted to smile benignly, clearly sensing something amiss with Hewen. At the same time, he understood that in order to detain the youth, he needed to fabricate a plausible reason. With no excuse readily available, he resorted to a desperate fib. Could I take a look at your cat first? Of course. Hewen, trusting and relieved, smiled and shifted his backpack to the front, unzipping the closure. Look, it's right here, always so well behaved. To be candid, Hiraki's intention in stopping Hewen was certainly not to gaze upon any pet cat. He merely harbored a subconscious suspicion that the young man was linked to the supernatural due to a fleeting moment of inspiration. Moreover, if there were indeed spirits intent on approaching ordinary individuals, he ought to take precautionary measures. At the very least, he should leave a mark for future observation or tracking. Viewed in this light, it seemed rather prudent. Distractedly lowering his head, he cast a glance at the black cat nestled within the pet bag. With a deft flick of his left hand, a small white slip of paper, roughly the size of a fingertip, was deftly pinched between his fingers. One must admit, despite his unrefined and robust appearance, his hands possessed a remarkable dexterity. Thus, in a mere breath, that mysterious piece of paper was elegantly folded into the shape of a paper figure. Something was amiss. Simultaneously, the cat named Jiang Sheng nestled in the backpack. Since the peculiarity, it discerned that the man before it, clad in a black shirt, bore a faint blue soul. For ordinary souls are nearly imperceptible to black cats, often entirely invisible, as they are too light and insubstantial. Just like He-1, whose soul barely brushed against Jiang Sheng's perception. Only souls burdened with deep obsessions manifest in the cat's sight, and invariably, these spirits appear as milky, translucent forms. At that moment, Jiang Sheng encountered a second type of soul, one that was distinctly different in both shape and hue, a soul that evoked a sense of danger. What was this? A superhuman ability? Unable to ascertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe, Jiang Sheng instinctively unsheathed its claws. By the way, had it been vaccinated? While diverting He-Wen's attention, Baimu concealed the paper figure within his palm and affixed it to the backpack. I'm not certain. I only found it a few days ago, he replied. He-Wen remained oblivious to Baimu's subtle maneuver, or rather, he bore little wariness in that moment. After all, he lacked any spiritual sight, and as an adult male, the likelihood of encountering crime in such a public setting was exceedingly low. Thus, he was entirely engrossed in responding to Baimu's inquiries. Actually, I quite like these little creatures. He discreetly glanced at the unremarkable paper figure. Baimu extended his hand toward the young man, a grin spreading across his face as he assumed a gesture suggesting a handshake. How about this? If you cannot locate the owner, feel free to contact me. I would be willing to adopt it. Really? That is splendid. I've been troubled by my lack of energy to care for a cat, He-Wen replied, a smile illuminating his face. Just as his hand was about to reach out to Baimu, meow, Jiang Sheng, who had been crouched in the backpack, suddenly leapt up and swatted the paper figure from Baimu's hand. The unexpected turn of events left both men momentarily stunned. In the next instant, as the white paper drifted slowly from midair, it spontaneously ignited into ashes. Silence enveloped the surroundings. With a soft gulp, Baimu stood rooted in place, finally comprehending the reason behind the intense warning that his usually erratic inspiration had previously emitted. The cause was undoubtedly the encounter with an entity that should not be trifled with. The spirit testing paper, a rudimentary tool frequently employed by ordinary spiritual practitioners. It can discern the intensity of spiritual energy through close proximity contact. Additionally, it can be folded into various shapes to serve different purposes. The paper figure is one of its common applications, functioning to identify, mark, and track. Identification pertains to discerning the strength of the spiritual energy being contacted. Marking indicates the location of the paper figure itself. Tracking allows the user to sense the movement of the paper figure at any time. In simpler terms, it serves as a device for positioning and measurement. However, it can only pinpoint the entity carrying the paper figure, and measurement is limited to the object currently in contact. Baimu's initial intention was to use the paper figure to ascertain whether the young man possessed any spiritual energy. If not, he would abandon the idea. If so, he could conceal the paper figure in the young man's pocket or backpack to monitor his movements. To his surprise, the paper figure was shattered by Jiang Sheng. Although the spirit testing paper is not particularly sturdy, incinerating it is no trivial task. It would require a malevolent spirit of human size to compel the paper figure to self-immolate. If such a spirit were to fully manifest, it would emit an aura potent enough to bring about dire misfortune. In straightforward terms, being targeted by such a malevolent spirit could result in anything from severe illness to cardiac arrest, with one's fate hinging solely on the spirit's hunger. Yet, why had such a formidable malevolence not begun to spread, but instead concentrated itself within a single cat? What was extraordinary about this cat? It was evident that he was ill-equipped to confront it at this moment. He needed to retreat and devise a more strategic approach. Contemplating this, Baimu hurriedly turned away without bidding farewell to He-1. Spirits below the vengeful level possess only instinct, which is a rare advantage for humanity. Spiritual practitioners typically do not engage in combat with the supernatural. The lives of a few, or even dozens of individuals do not sway their judgment. Their ultimate aim remains to avert greater calamities, necessitating difficult choices. Chapter 21. Mature restraint. What on earth is happening? Hewan stood in a daze, unable to regain his composure as he watched Baimu depart without a word. The sudden leap of the black cat, the paper figure knocked down by the cat, and the figure's inexplicable self-combustion. All these occurrences within mere moments had undoubtedly exceeded his expectations and even surpassed his understanding. Why do men conceal slips of paper in their hands? Why does a black cat exhibit inexplicable anger? Why does paper spontaneously ignite? All of this seems rather abrupt. Was it a street magician at play? Or was there something more sinister at work? Hewan pondered these questions, yet found no answers. Ultimately, he shifted his gaze to the nearby black cat, remaining vigilant. I say, perhaps it harbors no ill intentions. Do not be overly anxious. Perhaps it was because he did not perceive a mere paper figure as a threat. Hewan chose not to overcomplicate matters. Thus, he simply cradled the black cat in his arms and turned to leave the street. However, the young man remained unaware that, after he departed, the already distant Baimu had circled back, maintaining a subtle distance to monitor his movements. Baimu's thoughts were straightforward. Since he could not glean information through spiritual means, he would resort to conventional methods for investigation. After all, as a spiritual detective, he was not solely reliant on supernatural abilities. He was also a detective. With some professional techniques, uncovering basic information about an individual would prove manageable. The conundrum lay in how to deal with that cat. Was there a connection between it and the supernatural disturbances in the Kanto neighborhood? The mere presence of that malevolent spirit was enough to send shivers down Baimu's spine, let alone the fact that it clung to a cat that seemed immune to misfortune. Upon reflection, if the black cat had forged some sort of understanding with the malevolent spirit to evade capture, it would indeed be quite a predicament. Alas, it seemed imperative to reach out to the personnel at the Spiritual Energy Management Office to see if they had any solutions. While contemplating this, Baimu skillfully navigated through the crowd, following Hewan's figure, and retrieved his phone to dial a number. Hello? Is this Baimu? Ah, Mr. Baimu. Do you require any assistance? To be brief, here's the situation. Evading the increasingly crowded throngs, Baimu felt both flustered and hurried. Phew, what a day! By evening, Hewan returned home with Jiang Sheng. In the cluttered room, the young man set down the pet carrier. Jiang Sheng immediately slipped out from the confined space, stretching its claws in a leisurely yawn. Indeed, a spacious and airy environment was far more comfortable. Although Hewan's room was not particularly bright, it was certainly preferable to the confines of the small carrier. After pouring some cat food and water for Jiang Sheng, Hewan affectionately patted the black cat on the head. All right, we've distributed quite a few flyers. Now we shall patiently await news. For now, you stay put while I attend to my work, understood? Meow, Jiang Sheng replied lazily, and in truth, given its disposition, it was unlikely to cause any trouble. As a mature and composed black cat, it undoubtedly possesses its own sense of dignity. Watching Hewan approach the computer, Jiang Sheng lay on the floor and took a bite of cat food. A yearning for meat began to stir within. Weary, it sprawled next to the feline dish, reminiscing about the flavor of canned cat food. Lately, it had become increasingly lethargic. In retrospect, it is no wonder that domesticated animals tend to become dull. A life where one is served hand and foot is indeed not something everyone can endure. Yet, Jiang Sheng was not without its own concerns. For instance, there was that middle-aged man encountered earlier in the afternoon. Who was he, and what was his purpose in approaching the youth? These were questions that remained unanswered. One thing Jiang Sheng could ascertain was that the man possessed some unusual abilities. The presence of that paper figure felt decidedly unsettling. Nevertheless, it decided to let things unfold naturally. Whatever fortune or misfortune awaited, it would come to pass. One must do what one can and leave the rest to fate. Jiang Sheng had grown accustomed to yielding to the whims of destiny, fulfilling its duties and facing all outcomes. This acceptance could be deemed one of its special talents. Jiang Sheng was always able to embrace reality and seldom speculated on alternative endings to situations. Thus, it lived a life of ease and tranquility. In contrast, it glanced at Hewan, who was absorbed in thought at the computer. Jiang Sheng silently shook its head. Perhaps he was simply overthinking the possibilities, always hoping for a better outcome, which had led him to this troubled state. The pursuit of the unattainable often serves as the root of prolonged suffering in life. This sentiment is applicable in most cases, akin to the notion that a path will reveal itself when one reaches the mountain. But no, that feeling was amiss. A hint of irritation prompted it to grasp at its own fur. After dinner, Hewan's work pace slowed once more. Jiang Sheng refrained from watching him, unwilling to share in his agitation. Frankly, Would anyone genuinely appreciate a piece produced in such a state of turmoil? While Jiang Sheng was reluctant to undermine another's efforts, the youth's demeanor indeed suggested he was engaged in a fruitless endeavor. The content he wrestled with had been perused by Jiang Sheng. It was merely a matter of rephrasing a few sentences, yet he had revised them dozens of times. If the revisions improved the work, that might be acceptable. But he was merely obsessing over trivialities. The sentences became increasingly awkward, and the vocabulary grew ever more obscure. Meow? At last, Jiang Sheng could no longer contain itself. It circled the room before leaping onto the computer desk, firmly pressing its paws on the keyboard. Don't be a nuisance. Faced with the assertive black cat, Hewen sighed, then resignedly brushed aside its paws. Meow? Yet Jiang Sheng persisted, pressing its paw down on the keyboard once more. What are you doing? Hewen furrowed his brows and lifted his gaze, annoyance bubbling within him, exacerbated by his already restless spirit. However, he soon caught sight of the black cat, who tossed a long, slender object before him. It was a cat teaser, a toy he had previously purchased to entertain his former feline companion. Perhaps due to a twitch at the corner of his eye, Hewen gazed uncertainly at the black cat, fell into a momentary silence, and then pointed at the teaser, inquiring, "Do you wish for me to play with you?" As a mature and composed black cat, Jiang Sheng naturally puffed out his chest. Chapter 22. A malicious incident nevertheless. I have unfinished work. Why should I abandon my tasks to indulge you in this? In the elevator, Hewen, exasperated, clutched the cat teaser in one hand while raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. Meow? Jiang Sheng stood beside him, tail held high, its golden eyes shimmering with a hint of disdain. In truth, it too yearned to lounge languidly in the room, wallowing in idleness. On a sweltering summer day, who would relish the idea of chasing a furry ball around? Were it not for the sight of Hewen, seated before his computer, struggling to articulate even 2 sentences in half an hour, it would have been content to remain in its comfortable repose. It felt that if things continued in this manner, Hewen might drive himself to madness. Jiang Sheng certainly would not take the initiative to fetch the cat teaser for him. It truly puzzled Jiang Sheng how someone like Hewen could be a writer. It even began to suspect that Hewen might be grappling with some mental ailment. Perhaps the 4 pills he consumed each morning were, in fact, psychiatric medication. Jiang Sheng was evidently unaware of Hewen's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. To its eyes, Hewen was merely a creator tormented by the burdens of writing. Although it did not comprehend the precise source of his anguish, it grasped one fundamental truth. If inspiration eludes creativity, it is far better to refrain from creation altogether. A brief respite, a balance between work and rest. Did Hewen not understand this? This was the reason behind Jiang Sheng's disdain for him. The fellow before it seemed utterly inflexible, causing Jiang Sheng to become equally vexed. It felt an overwhelming sense that Hewen was entertaining impolite thoughts. Noticing the black cat's disdainful demeanor, Hewen let out a weary sigh. You know, I am the one playing with you right now, do you understand? A little gratitude would be appreciated. Meow? The black cat retorted, rolling its eyes. Humph, you are rather unendearing. Hewen hissed in irritation, gritting his teeth and seemingly cursing. At this rate, no one will want to adopt you. Meow? Yet, Jiang Sheng was unperturbed by such a notion. Thus, Hewen could only force a laugh, lifting the cat teaser in his hand. Just wait. If you manage to touch it even once, I shall concede defeat. Meow? Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng still did not regard him with any seriousness. After all, a cat's reaction speed is 2 to 4 times that of a human's. He wished to touch the ball, but only if Jiang Sheng allowed him to. A click echoed as the shutter snapped, capturing the facade of an ordinary apartment building along with the street sign nearby. Standing beneath the structure, Bai Mu had followed the young man he had encountered earlier that afternoon, meandering through the streets until they arrived here. They had just enjoyed a meal at a nearby restaurant, where the chef's culinary skills were commendable, albeit his chatter was somewhat excessive. After confirming that the apartment lacked a side entrance and that the young man had not emerged from within, Bai Mu began his investigation of the building. The location was not difficult to find, though the aura surrounding it felt rather ominous. A cursory glance around revealed the neighborhood's atmosphere, as it was now 8 in the evening, and the apartment was shrouded in shadows, rendering even the moon invisible. The oppressive energy was palpable. Feeling the cool breeze brushing against him, Bai Mu shivered slightly despite the summer heat. It was imperative to ascertain the other person's position. With that thought in mind, he retrieved a piece of spirit testing paper from his pocket and fashioned it into a cylindrical shape. This contraption greatly enhanced a spirit user's spiritual vision. However, the downside was that during its use, the user would enter a state akin to an out-of-body experience, completely losing bodily awareness and mobility, and could not be disturbed. Otherwise, They would risk falling into a coma due to chaotic spiritual energy. Mildly, they might sleep for a day or two, but severely, they might never awaken. Thus, Baimu seldom employed the spirit paper cylinder during the day or in public settings. After all, there were numerous methods for detecting spiritual energy, and it was unnecessary to take such personal risks, particularly now, if it weren't for the building's imposing size and the eerie absence of pedestrians and noise. He would not have committed all his focus to spiritual insight. After all, it was a realm beyond human comprehension, and delving too deeply could lead to entrapment. Nevertheless, it must be said that the vision provided by the paper cylinder was indeed powerful. Although its appearance resembled that of a child fashioning a telescope from a textbook, its practicality was undeniable. It was exceedingly rare for a spirit user to see spiritual entities with mere naked eyes. Even those exorcists from large organizations typically relied on advanced instruments to achieve such feats. The spirit paper cylinder significantly lowered the threshold for spirit detection, but it required the user to embrace risk. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Baimu narrowed one eye and began to peer through the cylinder, scrutinizing each floor of the apartment. Suddenly, a spiritual response appeared in his line of sight, descending steadily. Something was coming down, seemingly from the elevator. Thanks to the enhanced vision, he could observe spiritual entities through the walls. Through years of experience, Shiraki quickly discerned the current situation. However, the presence of two distinct waves of spiritual energy perplexed him. They were rapidly approaching the first floor, and he needed to find a place to conceal himself. Noticing that the two sources of energy were drawing nearer, Shiraki hastily exited his spiritual vision state and turned to hide within a public restroom. Cursed be the circumstances. Why would two spirits linger in close proximity, and with such potent reactions? Would they not consume one another? Leaning against the corner, he surveyed his reflection in the mirror above the sink. Fortunately, this mirror provided a view of the apartment's entrance. Controlling his breath, he produced a piece of spiritual testing paper. Folding it into the shape of a ring, he slipped it onto his thumb. The spiritual ring, it conceals a person's aura for approximately 20 minutes. The downside is that during its effect, one cannot move quickly. Whatever the case, he had come this far. Retreat was not an option. Reckless spiritual practitioners attract spirits more easily than ordinary individuals. Yet, at this moment, Shiraki was acutely aware that he was on the brink of a significant malevolent event. He was determined to persist. May fortune favor me, he silently resolved. Standing in the restroom's corner, once more raising the spiritual paper tube. This time, he finally beheld the source of the turmoil, a dense, chilling black mist. Meanwhile, He-Wen and Jiang Sheng stood at the apartment's entrance, locked in mutual gaze on an empty, desolate path. Are you ready? The young man inquired with a sardonic smile. Glancing at the black cat, meow, the black cat crouched low, responding with a low growl. Unbeknownst to them, this playful encounter had already been classified as a malevolent event. Chapter 23. A Cat and a Spirit. 3, 2, 1, go. Meow. At He-Wen's command, the previously crouched black cat suddenly sprang from the ground. Its lithe body transformed into a streak of black, darting past under the dim light. The night served as its best cloak. The bespectacled youth barely registered the shift. Instinctively raising his arm, the cat pounced fiercely, seizing the fur ball that had dropped from his grasp. In the next moment, perhaps spurred by an awakened instinct, the black cat clutched the ball and, akin to a predator attacking its prey's throat, began to gnaw and roll over the string of the teasing wand. He-Wen felt an unexpected surge of force transmitted through his hand, compelling him to release the wooden stick he had been gripping tightly, allowing it to be claimed by the black cat and tumble to the ground. As the outcome became clear, Jiangxing elegantly retracted his claws. Subsequently, while licking its paw, it squatted near the cat teaser, casting a rather disdainful glance at He-Wen, who remained foolishly rooted in place. Meow? Its demeanor seemed to convey, please. You are quite pathetic. Although He-Wen could not comprehend the language of beasts, he was at least capable of understanding expressions. Thus, with a hint of irritation, he thought, hey, my temper is flaring up. Here I come. The young man's face flushed, and with nimble movements, he picked up the wooden stick attached to the pom-pom, flexing his neck as he declared his intent to take the matter seriously. He was indeed anxious, and his urgency was palpable. Jiang Sheng, yawning and stretching, appeared somewhat disinterested, flicking his tail toward He-Wen in a gesture of challenge. Though its strength and size could not rival that of He-Wen, the physical prowess of a medium-sized feline was certainly not to be underestimated. Attempting to snatch a stick from the human's grasp seemed an effortless endeavor to Jiang Sheng. However, it had undoubtedly underestimated the capabilities of humans, the apex predators of the food chain. Even though humans are not primarily known for their physicality, They remain members of the large primate family, their physique surpassing that of 99% of species on Earth. The physical prowess of an individual human is often sufficient to contend with medium to large carnivores. In fact, there have been instances where humans, armed with tools, have successfully repelled grizzly bears alone. The reason humans have thrived in the natural world is not without merit. They possess advanced cognitive abilities along with uniquely structured, robust limbs. They excel in throwing, running, grasping, and climbing. To have such capabilities concentrated within a single species is a testament to their fortuitous design by fate. Thus, in the ensuing contest, Jiang Sheng and the now serious Hewen engaged in a spirited tug-of-war over the pom-pom, each achieving victories and defeats, yet neither gaining a decisive advantage. Surprisingly, the two, who initially thought they were merely playing, had ignited a fierce competitive spirit, panting heavily in the pursuit of the pom-pom. Beneath the glow of a street lamp, Hewen watched the poised black cat before him, wiping the perspiration from his brow. At that moment, he could no longer maintain a steady breath. His mouth was too busy gasping for air to articulate his thoughts. This cat was unusual. How could it move so swiftly? Goodness, I can't possibly be bested by a mere cat. After all, it was just a moving ball of fluff. Was it truly necessary to fight so fiercely over it? In fact, Hewen had once been adept at sports, but had let his skills languish over the past 2 years due to his writing. Nevertheless, he did not wish to be looked down upon by a cat. It must be said that male creatures often possess peculiar fixations. Meow. At that moment, Jiang Sheng, with his back arched and tongue lolling out, appeared as disheveled as a dog. What on earth is wrong with this person? Why is he so obstinately engaged in a contest with a cat to this extent, raising the ball to over 2 meters high? How could an ordinary cat possibly reach it? You fool. Wouldn't it be simpler to let me snatch the ball away? Do you understand how to tease a cat? It is not about allowing you to win. It is imperative that I prevail. Do you even know how to play? Setting aside Jiang Sheng's unreasonable outburst at that moment, Cookie, hiding in the restroom, wore a look of utter bewilderment. What on earth were those two doing, sprinting 50 meters just to seize a cat toy? Is there truly anyone who plays with cats like that? No, they seem anything but ordinary. To be precise, at this moment, Cookie perceived that a mass of dark energy, roughly the size of a palm, was coiling around Hewen. If left unchecked, it would not be long before the youth would be rendered incapacitated. Jiang Sheng, on the other hand, was already brimming with this dark energy, nearly transformed into a walking cloud of black mist. Its extent was indeterminate. The reason for this uncertainty lay in the fact that Cookie had never encountered such a solidified malevolent spirit before. Ordinarily, when a malevolent spirit reaches a certain growth, it would instinctively disperse, attaching itself to densely populated buildings or terrains to propagate its misfortune and nurture its sustenance. Yet here, this malevolent spirit seemed to be ensnared by the black cat. Even the occasional wisps that escaped would dissipate in its vicinity. Why is it that the black cat bears such a terrifying supernatural presence, yet has not succumbed to the impending doom? Cookie could not fathom this. Ultimately, as a not particularly powerful spiritual practitioner, his understanding of the supernatural realm was, after all, rather limited. It seemed the only recourse was to await the arrival of the personnel from the Spiritual Energy Management Office. Fortunately, I believe I have identified the source of this malevolent spirit. Raising his head, Cookie glanced at the apartment building outside the restroom, his brow furrowed in concern. Kanto Community. Chengnan Riverside Apartments. Could there possibly be a connection between these two? Sigh. I hope those management officials will take this matter seriously. The world has indeed become increasingly tumultuous. Meow. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng leaped once more, landing a foot on Hewen's chest. Then, twisting midair, he lunged towards the suspended fur ball, as if to catch a bird. Hewen, brandishing the wooden stick, shouted, "Do not use me as a springboard. That's against the rules." Meow. Who cares about your rules? Just as Jiang Sheng was about to make contact with the fur ball, Hewen suddenly turned and fled, leaving the bewildered black cat trailing behind. Ha ha. Even prey can escape. Laughter echoed from the distance. Meow. Realizing what had transpired, the black cat immediately cursed and gave chase. As the two of them ran far away, Bai Mu slowly emerged from the restroom, lighting a cigarette while muttering to himself, "Ah, those unseen beings truly live without a care." Chapter 24. Flaws need not be altered that evening. Hewen and Jiang Sheng engaged in wild revelry. Absent were the alcohol and music favored by the youth. Devoid of any excessive passion or fervor, and even lacking emotions that could stir the heart, they frolicked like two children, chasing and playfully tussling, until they ultimately collapsed onto the grass, exhausted. The night breeze was particularly refreshing. On such a sweltering summer night, drenched in sweat and then kissed by the cool wind. One could almost forget all troubles. It was a comfort that seeped into the very muscles. He felt the breeze, the sensation of his skin at his neck tinged by the sharpness of grass blades. Suddenly, he realized it had been a long time since he had experienced such feelings, the gradual calming of breath and the evaporation of sweat. The reason was perhaps that he had not pushed himself to this extent in quite a while. In the past, his enjoyment of exercise stemmed from the pleasure of collapsing in exhaustion, allowing his body to operate on its own, feeling the heartbeat in his chest, the flow of blood in his veins, and the warmth rising from his collar. With few pedestrians around, the city's night was desolate, and even the sky seemed to share in the solitude. The moon was nowhere to be found, leaving a solitary star flickering in its loneliness, appearing somewhat lost. Oh, after indulging in your madness for so long, I still have my own tasks awaiting completion. With a resigned sigh, he suddenly scooped up the black cat from the ground, cradling it against his chest, one hand resting on its back. But thank you. I feel much more relaxed now. Meow. Jiang Sheng, equally fatigued, merely lay against the young man's chest, his whiskers drooping. This time, it was the cat that experienced the rhythm of He Wen's heartbeat, which was a touch rapid, tinged with restlessness. It was somewhat hurried, yet also perplexed. To question how a heartbeat could feel bewildered is not easily articulated. It likely mirrored the young man's expression, vacant, lost in thought. I'm so tired. He suddenly blurted out, seemingly without context. Every day, I worry that what I write isn't good enough, that the plot is dull and tedious, that my word choices are awkwardly forced. While speaking, his hand gently stroked Jiang Sheng's fur. Little one, do you think it truly matters if I continue writing like this? Should I just give up? Meow. Jiang Sheng did not comprehend He Wen's words, nor did he know how to respond. So, he merely meowed and continued to wag his tail. The streetlights along the roadside emitted a dim glow, dotting the edges of the grass, whispering softly. Yet, when one gazed upon them, they appeared blinding. At this very moment, He Wen felt an undeniable reluctance to glance aside. Without a doubt, the profound depths of the night sky offered him a greater sense of solace than the dazzling brightness surrounding him. He had always been this way, retreating in fear whenever anxiety arose. With an unremarkable appearance, he preferred to avoid the scrutiny of others. Lacking eloquence, he endeavored to articulate his thoughts through the written word. Weary of social interactions, he severed many ties with the outside world. Yet, concealed within He Wen's heart, there existed one thing that perpetually filled him with pride. He had never completely compromised his essence. He had persistently endeavored to live life on his own terms. Despite the countless admonitions urging him to be confident, to integrate into society, to embrace communication, he stubbornly chose to remain in the shadows, in a realm unseen by others. He pondered in solitude, imagined in isolation, recorded his musings, and narrated his thoughts alone. He devoted nearly all his time to solitude. Throughout middle school, high school, and university, he immersed himself in writing incomprehensible musings under the peculiar gazes of others. Unlike those who reveled in the joys of youth, his days, though withdrawn, were filled with a sense of contentment. Gradually, he began to accumulate a respectable income, amassing a considerable savings even before graduation. It seemed he was gradually proving to those around him that one could live quietly and comfortably, even without mastering the intricacies of human relationships, even if their speech was halting, and even if they shunned societal scrutiny. Then, a sudden accident left him with a fractured arm, necessitating 2 major surgeries, and he lay in a hospital bed for an entire year. Subsequently, he developed obsessive-compulsive disorder, which triggered a cascade of psychological issues. Life felt as though it had plunged into the abyss, cold and suffocating, with an uncertain and boundless future ahead. Recently, he found himself inexplicably envisioning his descent into darkness, submerged in an abyss devoid of light, struggling to breathe, uncertain of what lay beneath. He stared blankly at the fading kaleidoscope of illumination above him, allowing the fear within to flourish. He began to dread his unstable existence, contemplating what else he could pursue beyond writing. He attempted to embark on a fresh start, yet was at a loss as to how to initiate that journey. Everything felt ensnared in a vicious cycle, tormenting him, interrogating him, mocking him. This led him to unwittingly doubt, deny, and disdain himself. Thus, he contemplated surrendering. If I begin now to conform to societal expectations, perhaps it is not too late. However, in the next moment, Jiang Sheng playfully swatted his face with a paw. The impact was neither heavy nor light, but sufficient to cause his face to tilt slightly. He stared blankly at the black cat, momentarily perplexed as to whether its actions were unintentional or deliberate. In any case, for the first time, He felt as though someone was hindering his progress towards the gathering crowd, even pulling him back slightly. You think I shouldn't give up, right? Suddenly, Hewan lowered his head and eagerly inquired of the black cat. Regrettably, this time, Jiang Sheng had no intention of responding. He merely curled up in Hewan's embrace, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. Yet, was that not sufficient? The smile on the young man's face remained unabated, even growing more exuberant. Ultimately, he cradled the black cat, lifting it into the air amidst the creature's startled yowls. That night, the evening breeze over the grass felt somewhat cooler. By the time Hewan returned home with Jiang Sheng, he unusually closed his computer and completed his evening routine early, preparing for bed. Before sleeping, Jiang Sheng used his paw to tuck a corner of the blanket around Hewan. The latter showed neither surprise nor astonishment, simply reaching back to pat the black cat's head, only to receive a fierce glare in response. If you don't want me to pet you, why be so fierce? He sheepishly withdrew his hand beneath the covers. Nonetheless, at that moment, Hewan's anxious heart felt particularly at peace. Chapter 25. A tough character need not be tough. On the 5th day of companionship between Jiang Sheng and Hewan, neither had any intention of venturing outside. Hewan was busy catching up on work he had neglected the previous day, while Jiang Sheng lounged on the balcony, gazing out at the scenery. What captivated its attention? Hewan did not know, nor did he ponder it further. After all, he was thoroughly engrossed in his tasks, leaving no room for distractions. Thus, it was best not to procrastinate when it came to work. Otherwise, catching up would indeed be a true torment. And so, time passed at a leisurely pace over another day. The following day was the weekend. On this day, Bai Mu found himself in a small restaurant. However, he was not there to dine. Rather, he had a meeting scheduled. Who was he meeting? It was not difficult to guess, as it was merely a representative from the Spirit Management Bureau. The individual had traveled from a neighboring city and was said to possess considerable experience in exorcism. The meeting with Bai Mu was to assess the current situation. Hello, I'll have a pork cutlet set meal, please. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Bai Mu glanced at the menu, then ordered a simple lunch from the waiter. Although he wasn't particularly hungry, it felt somewhat awkward to sit in someone else's restaurant without ordering anything. The meal arrived promptly, the pork cutlet fried to a golden hue, making it quite appetizing. However, before Bai Mu could begin, a girl in a school uniform had already seated herself before him, phone in hand. A gentleman who starts eating before his date arrives is rather lacking in decorum, indeed. Listening to the rather unpleasant remarks from across the table, Bakuki's lips twitched slightly before he set down his utensils and responded in a deep, resonant voice. Firstly, you are not my date, young lady. Secondly, it was you who was rude to begin with. A person who arrives late on their first meeting has no grounds to criticize others. Perhaps having discreetly glanced at her phone and realized that she was indeed tardy, the girl could only pout in dissatisfaction. A petty man is truly unappealing. An unreasonable girl will find herself without suitors. As a seasoned individual who had navigated the complexities of society for many years, Bakuki was certainly not one to be rendered speechless by a sharp-tongued girl. He even picked up his chopsticks once more, casually lowering his head to eat his side dish. In any case, let us discuss the matter at hand. The situation in Kawaguchi City is rather dire. Did the management send only you? Otherwise, our personnel are severely lacking. I only managed to come over during the weekend. Rolling her eyes slightly, the girl ordered a glass of juice from the server. Perhaps due to the inability to rest during the holiday, her mood was somewhat dim. We at least need to handle 2 malevolent spirits. While chewing on a juicy pork cutlet and observing the girl's carefree demeanor, Bakuki could not help but voice his concerns. Are you certain you can manage? If I can't handle it, then few can, she replied confidently, shrugging nonchalantly. Rest assured, my exorcism techniques are inherited and will not complicate matters for you. Inherited? Noticing the girl's unabashed attitude, Bakuki raised an eyebrow. May I ask, what are your methods of exorcism? There's really nothing I cannot divulge. Facing Bakuki's inquiry, the girl had no intention of concealing her plans. In fact, she seemed quite pleased with the change in his address. Leaning back in her seat with her arms crossed as she replied, I am a manager of cursed objects. The term cursed objects was widely recognized among those with spiritual abilities. However, due to their notorious rarity and significance, very few had actually encountered such items. The explanation for this is rather straightforward. These artifacts are scarce, crucial, far-reaching, and pose considerable dangers. Is this an exaggeration? Not in the slightest. For within cursed objects are sealed spirits of vengeance that cannot be vanquished. They possess their own consciousness, the power to influence reality, and an instinct to manipulate misfortune, alongside an unquenchable thirst for vengeance and hatred. Any vengeful spirit contained within a cursed object, once liberated, would unleash an unimaginable catastrophe. After all, merely passing through a location without any action could trigger natural disasters. Not to mention, each vengeful spirit inherently craves the souls of the living. If given the chance, they would consume all surrounding life to enhance their own existence. This is precisely due to the nature of the entities they harbor within. Thus, cursed objects have become legendary, a taboo, a marvel seldom witnessed. Consequently, in that fleeting moment of contemplation, Bakuki wholly disbelieved the girl's words. He even suspected that she had fabricated this excuse to disguise her abilities. After all, humanity has only possessed a mere few thousand cursed objects throughout its history, not to mention the improbability of encountering someone who carries one. The very essence of such an object could hardly be entrusted to a mere schoolgirl. It would be absurd. If a vengeful spirit were to escape, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the very existence of the city. Such items could not possibly be carried by an individual, let alone a minor. In Bakuki's understanding, cursed objects should be those securely confined within military bases, meticulously guarded by numerous psychics. Thus, when this person suddenly appeared and claimed to be the custodian of such an object, it was no wonder he perceived her words as a jest. Truly, there is no need for such theatrics. Nonchalantly, he pulled a tissue from the table and dabbed at his mouth, shaking his head in resignation. If you prefer not to share about your family's craft, I can refrain from inquiring. In fact, I am willing to apologize for my earlier curiosity. However, you do not have to concoct such tales to deceive me. Do you think I am trifling with you? Upon hearing Bakuki's declaration, the girl in uniform furrowed her brow. Bakuki remained silent, merely tilting his head in tacit acknowledgement. Suddenly, with a decisive action, the girl placed a palm-sized wooden statue firmly on the table. At that moment, Bakuki's brows began to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 26. A mature black cat must speak in a mature tone. That morning, Jiang Sheng awoke earlier than he won. It was the 7th day since their meeting. Precisely as he had subconsciously anticipated, the black mist that had coiled around the young man's neck had dissipated entirely. Conversely, the mist within Jiang Sheng had become increasingly murky and opaque. It seemed the time to depart had arrived. Silently observing the still slumbering He-Won, the black cat blinked its golden eyes. Without the interference of the two vengeful spirits, remaining by the young man's side would only bring misfortune upon him. Jiang Sheng was acutely aware of this. Thus, he understood that he must leave. The black cat was never one to become sentimentally attached to anyone, especially considering the brevity of its time with He-Won. Therefore, it felt little burden in its desire to depart. Tick, tick, tick. The gentle sound of the second hand moving within the clock resonated softly. On the windowsill, the black cat, having already pushed open the window, glanced back once more. In the dimly lit room lay a young man with disheveled hair. His complexion was still somewhat pale and haggard, yet it was evident that he had improved significantly compared to a week prior. At that moment, he faced the direction of the black cat, eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips, perhaps dreaming of something amusing. Gazing at He-Wen's smile, Jiang Sheng pondered for a while, ultimately abandoning the notion of slipping away unnoticed. However, it was not in his nature to bid a proper farewell. Thus, the black cat merely leaped onto the desk, clumsily opened the computer with its paw, and awkwardly created a new document. One could not deny that a cat's physique was not particularly suited for operating such devices. The cumbersome process was primarily due to the fact that computers were inherently designed for human use. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng's limbs were sufficiently agile, and since he had not much to convey, it was not long before the black cat left behind an electronic document and silently jumped out of the window, departing from the desolate little room it had briefly inhabited. By the time He-Won awoke, the room had returned to its previous stillness, even more so than before. There were no sounds of the cat's purring, no hum of the fan, nor the looping melody of music. The curtains were half drawn, allowing a few faint rays of sunlight to seep through. A gentle breeze caressed his face, tousling the stray strands of hair on his forehead. The young man slowly sat up from the head of the bed, propped his cheek on his hand, and attempted to call out, still dazed from sleep. Unfortunately, he received no response whatsoever. The only alteration in the room was the computer screen, which displayed an open text document. Within it were several paragraphs that conveyed the following message: Good morning. I apologize for not knowing your name until the moment of my departure. However, whether you believe it or not, I have taken your misfortune away. The former you might have met an early demise, which is why I came nearby. Now, I have fulfilled my purpose. Please live well from now on. Do not be saddened by this farewell. Should you find the time, I will come to visit you. Just remember to keep your distance from me, for I may still bring misfortune. By the way, if you wish to avoid my presence, simply close the doors and windows when I come. If I knock and receive no answer, I shall take my leave. P.S. The middle-aged man we encountered on the street last time is not normal. If he seeks you again, please be cautious. The document concluded with the signature Jiangsheng, followed by a small parenthesis that read the black cat. Sitting before the computer, the young man remained transfixed, unable to comprehend the contents of the text for quite some time. It was only after rubbing his eyes and confirming that he was not dreaming that a smile broke across his face, and he buried his face in the crook of his arm on the desk. Was I truly destined to die? Hewen muttered to himself, harboring no significant doubts within. The reasons remained unknown to all, perhaps buried deep within his heart. Time, silent yet methodical, advanced steadily for half an hour. Around 8:45 in the morning, the young man suddenly slapped his face and straightened up. He grasped the mouse and created a new chapter for his novel on the computer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he titled it The Unfortunate Black Cat. The young man's notion was quite simple. If indeed there existed a cat willing to bear the burdens of misfortune for humanity, then people should at the very least remember its name. Meanwhile, just outside Hewen's apartment, a girl dressed as a student trailed behind a middle-aged man. Chewing a piece of gum with her hands tucked in her pockets, she gazed thoughtfully at the building before her. This is the site of the incident you mentioned. It doesn't seem particularly remarkable, she commented. Baimu, who was merely accompanying the girl, could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing her words. I believe you should understand that spiritual energy is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Indeed, the girl shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Baimu's concerns. However, just because you cannot see it does not mean I cannot. The revelation that she could directly perceive spirits deepened Baimu's frown, not due to the girl herself, but rather the possibilities this information conjured. Yes, our family's spiritual sensitivity is quite profound, stemming from our bloodline, the girl asserted, retracting her gaze from the surroundings to fixate earnestly on Baimu. Thus, I can assure you that there are no spirits here. As expected, Baimu clenched his palm in realization, understanding that his intelligence might have been flawed. Just the day before, he had meticulously examined the garden of the Kanto community and discovered a strong connection between the spiritual energy there and the supernatural occurrences in this apartment. He had subconsciously assumed this was the origin of the malevolent spirit. Little did he know, such a formidable malevolence might not even be the true entity. Or perhaps, the source of the malevolence was indeed that very black cat. The so-called two spirits might merely be an illusion, and now, that cat could have already departed from this place. But how could that be? How could a living being be the source? Lost in thought, Baimu suddenly felt a jolt and seized the girl's wrist, urging her to run towards the apartment. Come with me. Hey, don't pull me. Ugh, slow down. Or I might die? Came the protests of the rebellious girl as they hurried along the path. Ding-dong. By the time the doorbell of Hewen's residence rang, Baimu and the rebellious girl stood before the entrance of the rental unit. After waiting for a while and receiving no response, the girl leaned closer to Baimu and whispered, Are you sure this is the right place? I've reviewed the relevant personnel's profiles. In a critical moment, Shirakawa exhibited the professionalism expected of a detective. If the resident here still drew breath, they would undoubtedly be a significant lead. Chapter 27. Thus, it is essential for young women to be adequately prepared. Ding-dong. Another ring of the doorbell echoed. They have arrived. At last, there was some semblance of activity within the room. The next instant, before Shirakawa and the delinquent girl, a young man of unremarkable appearance, with a look of confusion, pushed open the door. May I ask what you need? He inquired. His brow slightly furrowed as he regarded the pair waiting outside his home. Perhaps sensing the caution from the other party, Shirakawa chuckled heartily while gesturing towards his own face. Do you remember me, young man? I'm the passerby who mentioned wanting to adopt a cat the other day. Oh, it's you, Hewen replied, feigning surprise as he scrutinized Shirakawa up and down, before finally nodding in acknowledgement. I recall you now. But how did you find my home? And what brings you here? As he spoke, a hint of wariness crept into his gaze, as if he wished to dismiss the visit of Shirakawa and his companion. It became evident that, as a writer fond of envisioning bizarre scenarios, Hewen possessed an extraordinary adaptability to the unexpected. Moreover, he held an unusual degree of trust towards Jiangsheng. Thus, even though he had just received a message from a cat, he was willing to believe the words of the stranger, despite his inclination to keep Shirakawa at bay. Unfortunately for him, Shirakawa had a teammate who relished defying convention. Before Shirakawa could respond to Hewen's inquiries, the delinquent girl had already placed her hand on the doorframe, forcefully pushing it open and striding into the house as if it were her own. Enough of this idle chatter. After a cursory inspection of the surroundings, the girl, clad in her school uniform, spat her chewing gum into the trash can. I can sense a lingering presence here. With that, She cast a glance back at He-won and then, without a hint of politeness, directed Shirakawa, "Hey, old man. Restrain this guy. From now on, this place is under our control, regardless of his consent." Faced with the girl's reckless behavior, even Shirakawa could not help but furrow his brow, moving closer to her and whispering a caution. "You need to understand that we are not the police. We have no right to intrude upon another's residence, nor to restrict anyone's freedom." TSK. Perhaps slightly dissatisfied, the girl brushed past Shirakawa. Then, from her pocket, she produced a device resembling a compass, busily attending to it while not bothering to glance back. "What do you intend to do? Seek various excuses to sneak into the room and clandestinely investigate the supernatural? Please, we are here to avert disaster, not to unearth illegal residents. When it comes to unstable entities like malevolent spirits, an overly cautious approach may only lead to graver consequences. In comparison, trespassing into a private residence is trivial, at worst. One might incur a financial penalty." As she spoke, the girl dangerously narrowed her eyes at He-won, as if conveying a warning. In truth, she had not only imprisoned those associated with malevolent spirits, but had also engaged in far more extreme measures. After all, this world is populated not only by practitioners who adhere to order, but also by nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows, poised to disrupt it. The girl wielded a cursed object, signifying not only her extraordinary abilities, but also the deeper, more complex realm she had to confront, in contrast to Baimu. In that realm, the multitude of rules that currently governed their existence was far less prevalent. Baimu, momentarily rendered speechless by the girl's sharp words, opened his mouth but could not muster a rebuttal. Meanwhile, He-won, standing in the corner, pulled out his phone. Facing the two, he retreated slowly, ultimately threatening with an ashen expression, "If you do not leave, I will call the police." He could not comprehend their conversation, yet it was abundantly clear that the individuals before him were anything but humble guests. "Trouble. Fine, I shall handle this myself." Observing Baimu's reluctance to act, the girl finally ceased her monologue. With a displeased expression, she turned away and raised an arm towards He-won. Instantly, a chilling wind, potent enough to leave He-won breathless, enveloped the room. For Baimu, the scene that unfolded was even more horrifying. Before him, the girl summoned a faint, human-like specter, which stepped forward and seized He-won's phone. That was a fragment of a vengeful spirit. At that moment, even Baimu, whose sensitivity to spirits was minimal, could nearly ascertain this fact. Typically, he was unable to perceive spirits directly. Only those powerful enough to significantly alter reality could be seen by him. And among those spirits capable of such influence, there was no doubt that they were vengeful spirits. Concurrently, a terror that coexisted with the vengeful spirit, one that could pierce through the very nerves of a person, invaded Baimu's psyche, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. With a puff of smoke symbolizing destruction, He-won frantically discarded the device still crackling with electricity. Yet, the girl's intentions clearly extended beyond merely targeting his phone. In the next instant, the vengeful spirit, which had been standing before the young man, reached out its large hand, grasped his shoulder, and forcefully pinned him against the wall. "What have you done?" He-won could not perceive the vengeful spirit, thus he could only struggle aimlessly while loudly questioning. This was somewhat atypical of his usual timidity. Yet the underlying reason stemmed solely from the terror that gripped his heart. When one is engulfed by fear, they instinctively amplify their voice, a phenomenon akin to screaming. "Rest assured, I have no intentions of causing you harm. In truth, my current actions are all aimed at your salvation. As long as you cooperate with us, you may regard this as nothing more than a nightmare. Oh, and by the way, there might be individuals who will approach you to sign a confidentiality agreement. This is hardly a grave matter. In fact, you may even receive a substantial sum as compensation for your distress. Therefore, I kindly ask you to silence yourself, otherwise I may be compelled to employ some rather unsavory methods of violence. My control in such matters is notoriously poor, so if you suffer any lingering effects, please do not hold it against me. TSK, I should have brought a stun baton with me. Dealing with vengeful spirits is rather inconvenient if one wishes to avoid fatalities." The girl, seemingly quite loquacious, continued her monologue without pause, yet fortunately, she exhibited a commendable efficiency in her tasks. Within a matter of minutes, she had laid out a formation resembling a magical array in the center of the room using spirit energy testing paper. Chapter 28. The main plot gradually falls into place, a spirit summoning array. Upon witnessing the girl refrain from further aggressive actions towards the young man, Baimu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, temporarily choosing to overlook her non-compliance with established decorum. "Is the residual spirit energy here sufficient to sustain the array?" "Indeed," she affirmed, Her head bowed as she folded another piece of testing paper. My senses are exceptionally acute. This place has undoubtedly hosted at least one human-level malevolent spirit, and it has lingered here for quite some time. Human level, indicating a scale of 1 to 10 individuals. Bai Mu nodded discreetly, finding this aligned closely with his previous deductions. However, if a human-level malevolent spirit resided here, why did this individual appear largely unaffected? Pondering this perplexity, Bai Mu turned his gaze towards He Wang, who was cornered by the vengeful spirit. Despite his preparations, the horrifying apparition instinctively compelled him to retreat a step. Undoubtedly, under normal circumstances, a human-level malevolent spirit could extinguish a life within 3 days. Yet, rather than opting for a direct kill, they preferred to disperse into smaller entities. Subsequently, they would attach themselves to multiple living beings within a certain range, inflicting prolonged torment on as many souls as possible to derive greater sustenance. This was not a calculated decision, but rather an instinctual choice. This is precisely why eradicating malevolent spirits necessitates uncovering their origins. Simultaneously, the source of these spirits typically selects inanimate objects as their anchor. However, given that a human-level malevolent spirit indeed once existed in this room, one would expect that after so many days, the young man who shared space with the spirit would have encountered some misfortune, yet he remains as vibrant as ever. Struggling as he is, I do not know, the girl replied straightforwardly, shaking her head. She then placed a meticulously folded piece of test paper upon the ground. It was a delicate origami crane, specifically designed as a tool to accompany the spirit summoning technique. Our understanding of the supernatural remains woefully inadequate. That realm harbors numerous enigmas beyond articulation. The stronger the intuition, the deeper one can perceive, yet this also invites greater peril. Bai Mu casually completed her thought. This is one of the long-standing adages circulating within the circle of spiritual practitioners, intended to remind individuals not to obsessively pursue sight. Malevolent spirits may not signify the culmination of the bizarre, but merely the limits of human comprehension. Indeed, the girl nodded in quiet agreement, her focus sharpening as she formed a hand seal. In an instant, the paper on the ground began to flutter and soar, animated by an unseen force. The petite crane, akin to a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, gracefully ascended and flew towards the window. The situation is not optimistic. I shall pursue it at once and leave some markers along the way for you to follow, she declared, leaping onto the windowsill. 8 arms, she called out. The next moment, the vengeful spirit that had been restraining Hewen turned and lifted the girl, leaping through the window. In midair, her figure gradually became indistinct, eluding clear perception. In a few graceful bounds, she landed atop another building, disappearing into the distant cityscape. At this juncture, both Hewen and Bai Mu stood in stunned silence. Can malevolent spirits be utilized in such a manner? Bai Mu pondered, casting a complex glance at Hewen, who was still reeling from the shock. After a moment, Bai Mu extended a business card towards him. I apologize, my friend. The incident unfolded so suddenly, and I fear it has startled you. My name is Bai Mu. I am a spirit investigator. Should you encounter any inexplicable events in the future, do not hesitate to consult me. Additionally, here is a talisman. I kindly ask that you keep it on your person. It may offer you some protection. Although Hewen's encounter with the malevolent spirit was brief, and the girl, the talisman's wielder, was present to mitigate the situation, Bai Mu still wished to err on the side of caution. After all, that entity was a malevolent spirit, and the misfortune it harbored was no trifling matter. Moreover, Hewen had cohabited with a malevolent spirit for quite some time. A protective measure could only be prudent. It seemed that fate had dealt him a rather unfortunate hand. With a hint of sympathy, Bai Mu cast a final glance at Hewen and gently patted his shoulder. In any case, I will ensure that all losses incurred today are reported to the relevant authorities. If you wish to report this matter, you may do so now. There will be someone to address the subsequent issues. I have some affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, the man turned and exited the room, leaving Hewen standing silently against the wall, grappling with the overwhelming impact of the information he had just received. Meow. On the riverbank at the edge of the city, a black cat had caught a foolish fish, proudly clutching its prey and lounging contentedly beside a stone. Transitioning from domestication to self-sufficiency typically requires a period of adjustment. However, under the influence of resentment, the fish had no opportunity for resistance. Thus, for Jiang Sheng, self-reliance was essentially no different than indulging in a buffet. With its spiky tongue, it savored a bite of the fish, and Jiang Sheng contentedly squinted its eyes. Perhaps due to its remote location, or perhaps owing to the prohibition on fishing, the fish in this river were notably robust, uniform in size, delectable in flavor, and firm in texture. Perhaps next time, It would bring one for that four-eyed boy as a token of gratitude for his provision of cat food. However, to ordinary humans, I must have become an unacceptable existence, akin to a monster, and perhaps they would even fear me. Contemplating this, Jiangsheng shrugged indifferently and lowered its head to gnaw on the fish flesh. At that moment, a girl's voice unexpectedly reached its ears from behind. "Oh, a cat that catches fish. I've never seen one before. Don't be surprised, little girl." Initially, Jiangsheng thought a passing student had stumbled upon its hunting scene. However, in the next instant, a paper crane falling from the sky caused every hair on its body to stand on end. The reason was simple. To its eyes, the crane was radiating a soft blue light. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable sense of danger surged within its heart. It rose, dodged, and turned back, a seamless series of movements. The grace and agility of a feline were on full display in that moment. Meow, as Jiangsheng flipped through the air and landed. Revealing its concealed claws and sharp teeth, it finally discerned the figure standing behind it. Or rather, it was a person and a ghost. Indeed, at this very moment, the unfolding events were equally unexpected for Jiangsheng, for it clearly saw a girl in a school uniform, accompanied by a ghostly figure with 8 arms, coldly gazing at it from the roadside. Chapter 29. The Inaccessible Black Cat. To explain why Jiangsheng perceived the 8-armed woman as a ghost rather than some other surreal entity is not particularly complicated. It was simply because the woman's appearance closely resembled the myriad depictions of spirits found in various works of art, disheveled and stained with blood. Her gaunt cheeks accentuated her nearly 2-meter frame. The pallid visage hung low, shrouded in the shadows of her tangled hair. Yet her pupils rolled upward, fixated directly ahead, betraying an indescribable resentment and hatred. Bloodshot whites surrounded her eyes, silently lamenting her own wretchedness. Barefoot, her stance deviated from the norm. She moved with both hands and feet. From a distance, she resembled a colossal, humanoid spider. Moreover, among her 8 arms, 6 appeared unnaturally affixed, as if sewn together stitch by stitch. At the bases of those appendages, conspicuous and dense threads were visibly arranged. Ultimately, her form exuded a semi-transparent quality, serving as undeniable evidence of her ghostly nature. Observing the unexpected visitor before her, Jiangsheng crouched on the ground, involuntarily emitting low growls from her throat. The corners of her mouth curled upward, revealing her sharp teeth to the air. In the eyes of the school uniform-clad girl, a thick dark aura enveloped the black cat before her. What a restless spirit. Or perhaps this cat has been frightened by me. It is said that cats and dogs possess a degree of spirit sensitivity. Could this feline truly see the 8-armed woman? With a slight raise of her brow, the girl in the school uniform made a decision. For now, I must endeavor to soothe it. She resolved to use the 8-armed woman to restrain the creature. After all, a nimble wildcat could prove troublesome if it chose to flee recklessly. Should it slip into the city, the situation would become even more complicated. What a curious occurrence. An evil spirit fixating on a mere cat, and such a substantial entity targeting a single feline. In truth, the essence of malevolence is not entirely incapable of choosing a living host for parasitism. However, such circumstances typically arise only when the spirit's core is exceedingly weak and its manifestations limited. The current predicament, however, resembled a dozen grown men sharing a bowl of rice, utterly unreasonable. Could it be that this cat possesses some peculiar constitution? Upon reflection, if it were immune to the curse of the malevolent spirit, might it not become a mobile source of power? An unprecedented, living source. Contemplating this, the girl's gaze towards the black cat shifted subtly. In the next moment, she suddenly crouched down, extending a hand with a benevolent smile directed at Jiangsheng. "Come, little kitty, would you like to play with your sister? I'll buy you some fish treats." The grass by the riverbank lay still, enveloped in silence. The girl and the cat exchanged glances, their breaths halting as if the very air paused momentarily. The 8-armed woman stood nearby, her head tilted as she fixated on a fluttering butterfly, seemingly lost in thought. The girl, nearly indistinguishable from a human, gazed at Jiangsheng with an expression akin to that of a fool, silently lowering her arms. What am I doing? Why am I conversing with a cat? How could it possibly comprehend me? How foolish I am. Such thoughts raced through the girl's mind. Just as Jiangsheng noticed the increasingly vibrant azure hue of her soul and prepared to turn away, the girl shifted her approach. Meow? Yes. She emitted a sound resembling a cat's call. The black cat turned its head in confusion, completely unable to grasp her meaning. Even if she attempted to mimic a cat's meow, her pronunciation was far from accurate. Meow, meow, meow. Yet, the girl seemed to throw caution to the wind, blushing as she repeated the sounds several times. Simultaneously, she gestured towards the 8-armed spirit, prompting the ghost to slowly approach the black cat. In this situation, either she was not very bright, or she assumed I was the dim-witted one. Silently assessing the unfolding scenario, Jiang Sheng grew increasingly resolute in his desire to depart. After all, encountering a fool or being perceived as one was evidently not a source of joy. Moreover, the girl and the ghost appeared to share a harmonious relationship, leaving him unconcerned for either's safety. However, it seemed that the other party was not inclined to let him leave so easily. Before Jiang Sheng could react, the eight-armed spirit lunged forward with alarming speed, enveloped in a chilling gust, its hands reaching for the black cat's neck. How swift! Is this what a ghost is like? He could hardly react. The pure malice emanating from the spirit instilled a primal fear within him. The black cat's pupils constricted sharply as it attempted to evade. Yet its limbs trembled uncontrollably, rendering it immobile. Clearly, though the girl's actions might have been somewhat embarrassing, she had indeed achieved her objective, to ease Jiang Sheng's tense vigilance. If only for a fleeting moment, which was sufficient for the eight-armed spirit to successfully subdue him. Unfortunately, Jiang Sheng was no ordinary black cat. In fact, the spirit was utterly incapable of grasping him. Yes, just as the eight-armed spirit was about to seize the black cat, its hands inexplicably passed through Jiang Sheng's form, resulting in a futile grasp. The ghostly hands, akin to tattered rags, clutched at nothingness, achieving naught. Witnessing the situation take a sudden turn, the girl's eyes widened slightly, while the eight-armed spirit stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? A vengeful spirit, capable of influencing reality, could not touch something intangible? The girl was baffled, and Jiang Sheng was equally perplexed. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and decisively fled the riverbank without a moment's hesitation. A shroud of dark mist enveloped the black cat as it dashed away, and at that moment, Jiang Sheng seemed to have touched upon an immense enigma. Chapter 30. Divine Concealment. Noticing the black cat's escape, the eight-armed woman glanced back at the girl as if inquiring. No, there is something amiss with that cat. It cannot be allowed to flee. The girl, now awakened to the situation, immediately set off in pursuit, calling out to the eight-armed woman without looking back. Hurry up. We must intercept it outside the bustling district. Nodding earnestly, the eight-armed woman sprang behind the girl and, with two of her arms, lifted her up effortlessly. They surged towards the direction in which the black cat had vanished, resembling a small cart in their haste. This is troublesome. Must we resort to the divine concealment ritual? The girl murmured softly, furrowing her brow as she nestled in the embrace of the eight-armed woman, retrieving 2 sheets of spiritual test paper from her own possession. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive spirits, and thus remain oblivious to the malevolence and misfortune they bring. Consequently, entities ensnared and enveloped by calamity also fade from the sight of the masses. Hence, the notion of divine concealment emerged, referring to individuals taken by an unknowable presence. The so-called divine concealment ritual is a derived spell born from this concept. Its principle involves harnessing one's spiritual energy or releasing a fraction of the calamity contained within a cursed object, creating a fog dense enough to disorient even the souls of the departed, shrouding the surrounding space. Thus, everything within this realm becomes imperceptible and untouchable to unrelated individuals, who may completely forget this area until the mist dissipates. As for ordinary people caught within the fog, they find themselves in a state of half-dream, unable to discern the authenticity of their experiences, ultimately believing they have merely dreamt. This encapsulates the primary function of the entire spell, aligning with its name of concealment, allowing a region to be temporarily erased from the fabric of the world. This, in turn, facilitates powerful spiritual practitioners and curse managers to operate within it with greater ease. Given that the black cat serves as a vessel for a formidable malevolent spirit, the girl understandably cannot permit it to roam freely. However, it is daytime, making it unfeasible for the eight-armed woman to confront it directly in the crowded district. Thus, in her desperation, she has chosen this method, attempting to ensnare the entity with divine concealment, despite her distaste for relying on such rituals. The reason for her reluctance is the significant drain it imposes on her spiritual energy, alongside the chaos the spreading calamity can unleash upon nearby areas, such as a rise in crime rates. Yet, facing the urgency of the situation, although no significant troubles have yet arisen, every moment the malevolent spirit lingers amongst the crowd heightens the associated risks. Having witnessed the entity's magnitude, the girl no longer dares to be as complacent as she had been initially. If only she had taken leave a few days prior, perhaps the situation could have been managed more easily. Regretting her actions inwardly, the girl in her school uniform observed as the fingers of the eight-armed woman continued to intertwine incessantly. Before long, 2 pieces of spiritual testing paper had been shredded into fragments the size of fingernails. Faster, 8-armed one, the girl urged, leaning against the embrace of the 8-armed figure as she cast a glance at the distant black cat. Despite the terrifying visage of the 8-armed woman, she was particularly obedient in the presence of the girl. Having just received the girl's request, she leapt onto the utility pole by the riverbank, traversing the wires with the agility of a spider. Perhaps due to the tension of the wires, or perhaps influenced by a certain magnetic field and source of energy, the 8-armed woman's speed increased dramatically. Within 2 breaths, she had already positioned herself above Jiangsheng. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, the girl in the school uniform scattered the paper fragments into the air. Amidst the swirling white petals, she retrieved the cursed object, the ancient Buddha, and placed it before her. Forming a seal with her left hand, she pressed it against the center of the Buddha's forehead and murmured, "Return, return. The road ahead stretches endlessly. Return, return. Only through rebirth can one hope for bliss. Return, return. I offer the compassion of the 8-armed one. Return, return. May the Buddha assist you on your journey westward." As her words fell, a piercing scream erupted from the 8-armed woman suspended in midair. She shielded the girl with her body as they fell to the ground. Immediately thereafter, countless tendrils of black mist surged forth from her tattered skin, obscuring the sky and sealing off Jiangsheng's path. Undoubtedly, these mists were the calamities spoken of by spiritual practitioners, and they were also what Jiangsheng referred to as resentment. Observing the 8-armed woman in agony, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of the schoolgirl's eyes. In truth, this was another reason she was reluctant to employ the divine concealment ritual. Relying solely on her own abilities was insufficient to sustain such a ritual. Therefore, during the procedure, she had to solicit the assistance of the 8-armed woman. To harness the 8-armed woman's power, she was compelled to utter the cause of her death in life. Only then could a portion of the cursed object's seal be unraveled, allowing the 8-armed woman's resentment to escape her spiritual form and spread in the material world. This was a cruel process, akin to forcing her to endure death once more. It must be noted that this was a death capable of manifesting vengeful spirits. The ancient Buddha-cursed object bore 8 layers of seals, each corresponding to a specific incantation. Moreover, these incantations were divided into 2 sections, the upper for unsealing and the lower for sealing. In essence, they were the keys to subjugate the 8-armed woman. But why must the 8-armed woman be subjugated? Because she was offered as a sacrifice to the ancient Buddha. What circumstances led to this? Standing amidst the mist, Jiangsheng felt as though he had suddenly lost 4 of his 5 senses. He could neither hear, nor see, nor smell. Even his beard had ceased to quiver, as if the very air had come to a standstill. It was as though he had stumbled into another realm. A sheet of white paper, quite by chance, floated down before him, landing lightly and soundlessly on the ground. Judging by its descent, it was evident that the surrounding winds had indeed stilled. Yet, how could this be? Just moments ago, he had been fleeing by the riverbank. Moreover, from whence had this fog arisen? Casting a glance about, Jiangsheng chose not to halt, but continued his forward pursuit. After all, he was acutely aware that he was not contending with an ordinary human. The presence of some supernatural ability on the part of his pursuer was entirely reasonable. He merely hoped that this dense fog would not stretch into infinity. Such were his thoughts. However, reality has a penchant for jesting. That which one wishes to avoid often comes to pass. This phenomenon is known as Murphy's Law. Thus, Jiangsheng found himself ensnared in an endless labyrinth. Chapter 31. The Value of Self-Awareness. On the road, a second-hand sedan was cruising in search of a marker when Bai Mu suddenly lifted his head. He had noticed, in the distance, an unfamiliar fog that had appeared at some point on the horizon. A shroud of indistinct, gray-black mist. A manifestation of divine concealment, perhaps? In the face of such potent spiritual energy fluctuations, even Bai Mu, a practitioner with only a faint sense of intuition, could distinctly perceive its location. It was akin to a vast forest fire. Anyone nearby, provided they were not blind, would be able to see it. Indeed, even a blind person, if close enough, would feel its presence to some extent. Quite the commotion, indeed, though it was to be expected. Shaking his head and muttering to himself, Bai Mu accelerated, racing towards the mist. After all, as an adult, he could not allow a student to remain helpless when in need of assistance. The ancient Buddha was enraged. The mountain flood was returning. Great Buddha of tranquility, we beseech your mercy. Ah, Father, 16 lives have been lost this month, 16, all due to that family, who have sullied the sacred hall of the ancient Buddha. Great-grandfather, what shall we do? Yes, what shall we do? What to do, what to do? Alas, have you not already devised a plan? Why must you wait for me to articulate it? It is merely a desire to avoid bearing the burdens of sin. Human hearts are indeed greedy and cunning, not a bit less than before. Very well, very well. After all, I am already half buried in the earth. So let it be spoken. According to ancestral decree, when the Buddha is angered, one must offer the sacrifice of the eight-armed benevolent maiden to pacify the Buddha's heart, thereby allowing the great Buddha to guide the suffering. If my memory serves me right, the newcomers from the outdoors seem to be a family of 4, correct? Yes, indeed. A family of 4. Moreover, it was their youngest daughter who, in the temple, scandalously disgraced herself, provoking the ancient Buddha's wrath. Yet wait, why does it seem to me that it was your 2 sons? What did you say? Nothing at all. Cease this clamor. Your incessant chatter is quite bothersome. Go, fetch them over. It's just as well, we cannot afford to give them time to report to the police. First, sever the arms of 3 of them, and then attach them to their eldest daughter. Afterward, we shall commence the sacrificial rites. Yes, thank you, great ancestor. Thank you, great ancestor. In unison, blood, so much blood. It hurts. No, don't tear my clothes. What are you planning to do? Wait, this hand. It bears my mother's ring. No, it cannot be. Where's my mother? Where's my father? Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia. No, I beg you, please, do not do this. The pain. I am in so much pain. Woe is me, my father's hand, my mother's hand, Xiaoxia's hand. Why must you treat us this way? We have done nothing wrong. The village. I loathe this village. I will annihilate every last one of you. Vengeful spirit, the 8-armed maiden. Method of reclamation. Exterminate all members of the Su family. Suppression object. The tranquil ancient Buddha statue. Hazard level high. Precautions. Good and evil may reverse. Do not entangle. Private inquiries into the mystery of the tranquil ancient Buddha are strictly prohibited. Spiritual energy management archive once more. Awakening from a hallucination. Jiang Sheng found himself still in the same place. The reason he could ascertain his location was due to the marks he had scratched into the ground with his claws. Since entering the fog, Jiang Sheng had lost track of time. He could only recall setting off time and again, subsequently falling into dreams repeatedly, and ultimately returning to his starting point each time. This incessant cycle filled him with despair, leaving him utterly bereft of a solution to escape. Am I ensnared in a ghostly wall? Yet, a ghostly wall does not induce dreams. Reflecting on the scenes he had witnessed in his dreams, Jiang Sheng was uncertain whether this was the effect of the mist or a manifestation of his own abilities. Nevertheless, he had indeed gleaned a wealth of information. Among it, perhaps the most significant was the origin of the 8-armed maiden. The chilling declaration of wanting to annihilate everyone echoed ceaselessly in his mind, etching an indelible mark upon his memory. If we are to believe the Black Cat's understanding of spirits, that unrelenting longing prevents the soul from dissipating. Could it be that the 8-armed maiden will not perish until she has extinguished the lives of everyone in that village? Contemplating this notion, Jiang Sheng felt his whiskers tremble involuntarily. After all, a village must contain at least a few hundred souls. To obliterate them all is indeed a most harrowing thought. However, what Jiang Sheng remains oblivious to is that the vengeful spirit of the 8-armed woman has already permeated the lives of all individuals sharing her surname in the village. Thus, she was sealed away rather than being annihilated or exorcised. Her resentment is nearly indelible. Should the circumstances permit, the woman transformed into a ghost can be reborn without restraint. In a state of utter helplessness, the spiritual practitioner who previously dealt with her opted to imprison her within a statue of an ancient Buddha, one that embodies her deepest fears. The Black Cat has underestimated the terror of the vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, lurking behind the thick fog, a pair of eyes filled with hatred silently fixates on it. In truth, even if the 8 seals within the statue were to be broken, the 8-armed woman could still be regarded as one of the milder forms of vengeful spirits. As long as one does not bear the surname Su, she poses no real threat. Despite her seemingly loathsome demeanor, she never indiscriminately takes lives. In fact, she often utilizes her spectral form to offer assistance to those around her. This can be inferred from the incantation of the sacrificial rites performed long ago. The offering demanded by the blissful Buddha was the 8-armed compassionate woman. Therefore, it can be stated that, in her living days, the 8-armed woman was a benevolent figure recognized even by malevolent deities. Persecuting her to death and enticing her to transform into a vengeful spirit may well be the ultimate objective of the ancient Buddha's demand for offerings. With a low growl echoing through the black mist, countless pale arms surged from the ground before Jiang Sheng could even glance back. They reached for the Black Cat's shoulders, its calves, and even its tail. In any case, if she were to be caught, escape would be futile. Yet again, the cat's peculiar nature manifested itself. The arms simply passed through the cat's body, failing to make any tangible contact. For the eight-armed woman, the living black cat seemed to be an unattainable illusion, as if it did not exist at all. Meow. Startled by the eerie sound, Jiang Sheng dashed back into the dense fog. All along her path, countless hands emerged from various directions, attempting to obstruct her, yet all returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, the school uniform-clad girl received feedback from the eight-armed woman. Unable to touch her at all. How peculiar. Why don't you lure her over? I will capture her myself. Oh, come now. It's just a cat. What can it do to me? Watch as I take it down with a single hand. Chapter 32. Girls should be mindful of their image. So, what exactly is happening now? While evading the outstretched arms and racing through the fog, Jiang Sheng struggled to analyze her current predicament. Ultimately, her understanding of the mysterious and bizarre world remains rather limited. At this moment, she could only deduce that she was likely trapped by the female ghost pursuing her and that the entity intended to capture her. But why? Why do these hands pass through me? Is she deliberately toying with me? Or is there something amiss on my end? As a cat, Jiang Sheng is acutely aware that his body is not entirely normal. After all, he has observed keenly and knows that ordinary cats and dogs in this world cannot interact with souls as he does, nor possess extraordinary physical abilities. Yet, if one were to inquire about the peculiarities of his body and the reasons for its existence, Jiang Sheng would be at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he continues to evade the ghostly hand's onslaught, uncertain whether the next hand might firmly grasp him. Moreover, the black cat seeks a means to escape the suffocating black mist, as this is, for him, the most pressing objective. In Jiang Sheng's eyes, the girl and the female ghost do not come with good intentions. Who knows what they might want with him? To be sent to a laboratory for dissection? Or perhaps to be utilized in some sinister ritual? Undoubtedly, none of these outcomes are desirable for Jiang Sheng. Phew, I am fortunate to have distanced myself from the bespectacled boy. If he were to be dragged into this, the situation would become even more complicated. With this thought, Jiang Sheng dodges a severed arm, riddled with threads and wounds, and turns to sprint toward a relatively open area of mist. Screech, as the sound of tires scraping against the ground resounds. Bai Mu halts his dilapidated vehicle by the riverbank. This must be the place. Gazing into the dense fog before him, Bai Mu suppresses the unsettling tremors within his heart. Stepping out of the car, channeling his spiritual awareness, he places his index finger upon his brow, forming a hand seal while softly reciting an incantation. In the next moment, his figure vanishes at the edge of the road. Has that cat arrived? Simultaneously, the girl in the school uniform crouches in the mist, laying down a formation while conversing with the eight-armed woman beside her. Gur. The eight-armed woman seems to sense the conditions within the fog and nods at the girl. At this moment, her expression of hatred contorts further, and the bloodstains on her body appear increasingly filthy. This is due to her spirit being affected by calamity. The seal on the cursed object has been partially lifted, allowing past torment to resurface, gradually eroding her will. However, even in such circumstances, aside from her initial lapse, she has not resorted to any extreme actions. She can still maintain most of her rationality and communicate with the girl as usual. It must be acknowledged that the eight-armed woman is indeed one of the most stable, vengeful spirits. This stability enables her to wield abilities far beyond the ordinary. Unfortunately, this time, she has encountered Jiang Sheng, causing many of her powers as a vengeful spirit to become ineffective. However, the young girl was not merely a spirit wielder reliant on enchanted objects. Thus, she boldly chose to act on her own, attempting to capture the black cat. Gulp. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the eight-armed woman issued a timely warning to the girl. Is it coming? Then let it come. The girl pressed her palm against the ground, licking her lips, whether from excitement or anxiety. She spoke. Meow. In the next instant, a black cat burst forth from the thick fog, fiercely confronting the girl before her. In reality, Jiang Sheng was merely startled by the sudden appearance of two shadowy figures. Yet, the girl clearly had no intention of pondering its motives. Consequently, she summoned her spiritual energy. Yen. With a sharp command, the white papers arranged in a circular formation on the ground transformed into birds, flocking towards Jiang Sheng in midair. What kind of ability is this? Faced with an onslaught of unforeseen circumstances that she could not comprehend, even Jiang Sheng's typically indifferent demeanor began to fray. No, I can no longer simply evade. I must take the initiative, otherwise I shall find no way out. From the current situation, it seemed that everything was orchestrated by that girl. If I could exploit her as a breakthrough to disrupt her spell, perhaps there would be a chance to escape this place. With this thought, Jiang Sheng resolved to reveal her claws to the girl. Yet, before they even touched the ground, A multitude of paper birds enveloped her completely. Captured. The girl, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. She raised 2 fingers and commanded the flock. Hush! With a collective cry, the birds emitted a unified sound, and the sheets of white paper transformed once more. As Jiang Sheng landed, they had already morphed into a cage, ensnaring the black cat within. Observing the scene before her, the girl's lips curled slightly. In her eyes, everything had already settled. The next task was to purify the malevolent spirit within the black cat. However, she overlooked the gaps in the cage. As a vertebrate, the cat possessed an extraordinary plasticity akin to that of invertebrates, allowing it to traverse spaces that should theoretically be impenetrable. Thus, to the girl's astonishment, the black cat managed to squeeze its body free from the cage and charge toward her. What is happening? 8-armed, stop it. In a panic, the girl took several steps back, needing time to prepare a new incantation, but Jiang Sheng showed no intention of waiting. In a breath's time, the black cat had circumvented the 8-armed woman and leaped directly before the girl. Meow. In midair, Jiang Sheng rotated her body, raising what appeared to be a feeble paw. For those who recklessly strike at it, the black cat shows no mercy, delivering a forceful paw strike to the assailant's nose. Given the cat's current physical prowess, this blow is anything but gentle. Coupled with the speed of its recent sprint and its inherent weight, the girl is immediately dazed. Her mind buzzes with confusion. 3 deep scratches mar her nose, and blood begins to flow. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy begins to swirl chaotically, and the figure of the 8-armed woman flickers in and out of clarity. Damn it! You damned cat, stop right there. Now is the moment. Paying no heed to the vulgarities and curses from behind her, the girl races forward. Realizing that the dense fog is about to disperse and that her plan has succeeded, Jiang Sheng prepares to flee. However, the sudden appearance of another individual halts her actions once more. Chapter 33. Some questions must be answered. Hey! A deep, resonant shout erupts from a middle-aged man. A powerful fist, unyielding in nature, strikes Jiang Sheng from the side. The fist is encased in what appears to be armor made of white paper, wrinkled and seemingly fragile, yet it subtly glimmers with an understated metallic sheen. As previously mentioned, Jiang Sheng's speed surpasses that of the average adult male, but in terms of strength, there remains a notable disparity. This moment proves no different. Confronted by the sudden blow, Jiang Sheng cannot evade it in time and can only slightly shift her body to lessen the impact, ensuring that the full force does not land upon her. Thud. Meow. Even so, the sound of a dull impact resonates, and the black cat is sent sprawling backward, landing awkwardly by the roadside. Ouch, that hurts. Gazing at the male figure emerging slowly from the mist, the black cat struggles to rise after a few attempts, trembling as it stands. It feels as if several bones have been broken, igniting a surge of anger within. Indeed, while Jiang Sheng possesses a tranquil disposition, it does not imply an absence of emotions. She simply excels at accepting the inevitable outcomes of life. She is willing to adapt to her circumstances. Nevertheless, she understands the importance of self-preservation. Hence, she chose to flee before the girl and the female specter. Now, her indignation is palpable. What is this nonsense? Who strikes a cat without provocation? Isn't that a sign of psychological imbalance? Even those with supernatural abilities should exhibit a fundamental level of decorum and refinement. At the very least, can't they clarify the situation? Regrettably, at this moment, the individuals before the black cat seem devoid of any intention to communicate. Whether it is the girl who arrived first or the man approaching now, both embody a philosophy of action over words. It is truly ghastly. Feeling the sharp pangs of pain radiating from his chest, Jiang Sheng realized that escape was no longer an option. However, one thing compelled his eyes to widen in astonishment: the visage of a middle-aged man gradually materializing through the mist. It was none other than the individual he had previously warned he wanted to be wary of, a chance encounter at the roadside. How embarrassing it is that I have fallen victim myself. As he staggered and collapsed onto the ground, the black cat gasped weakly, each breath laced with agony. Suspecting that a rib had been fractured, silently arriving at this conclusion, Jiang Sheng surrendered to his fate. On the other side, Bai Mu harbored a similar sentiment, which prompted him to refrain from pursuing further. Due to his profession, he had undergone rigorous training in combat and martial arts, enabling him to discern the sensation of impact with precision. That punch had undoubtedly broken the black cat's bones, rendering it incapable of movement. In fact, Bai Mu was somewhat astonished that the creature could still rise. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to such brutal measures against the black cat. It was only upon witnessing the blood on the girl's face that he resolved to escalate the force of his strike. After all, a domesticated pet and a feral beast are entirely different entities. It was evident that, while Bai Mu may not possess formidable spiritual abilities, he was undeniably well trained in terms of physical prowess and the skills he had acquired. At the very least, in dealing with unforeseen circumstances, he was far beyond the capabilities of an average high school girl. Cautiously retrieving a length of rope from his pocket, Bai Mu knelt by the riverbank to secure Jiang Sheng's limbs. He then turned to the girl and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Though the girl exhibited a hint of arrogance, she was not entirely without sensibility. Standing aside, she silently summoned the 8-armed goddess and reinforced the seal on the statue. Covering her bleeding nose, she expressed her gratitude to Bai Mu, saying, "I truly appreciate your help. This malevolent spirit is indeed quite extraordinary. I was overly careless and nearly allowed it to escape. I sincerely apologize." "Oh, it was no trouble at all." In response to the girl's uncharacteristic humility, Bai Mu shrugged nonchalantly while half-squatting. "However, your sudden display of formality is quite unsettling for me, you impolite young lady." "Uncle, do you even understand the phrase taking advantage of a slope to dismount a donkey?" The girl's expression darkened at Bai Mu's lack of deference. "I do not comprehend that phrase." Indifferently shaking his head, Bai Mu removed his coat and wrapped the black cat within, serving as a makeshift stretcher. "But now, shouldn't we exorcise the malevolent spirit?" "Indeed. That makes sense." Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless wildcat cradled in Bai Mu's arms, the schoolgirl's previously restored bravado dissipated once more. "Please give me a moment. I need to prepare." While engaging with uncontrollable malevolent spirits is undoubtedly more perilous, the process of pacifying those already subdued is by no means a trivial endeavor. Firstly, the pacifier must ascertain the origin of the malevolent spirit once more. Secondly, the ritual of pacification necessitates a relatively tranquil environment. Lastly, to ensure the complete dissolution of the spirit, it is essential to have a person willing to bear the weight of longing on behalf of the spirit. Indeed, if Jiang Sheng were to become aware of this series of stipulations, they might find the procedures strikingly familiar, as they mirror the very method by which they acquired their own powers, locating the spirit, absorbing the soul, perceiving memories, and ultimately fulfilling the wishes of the departed. This appears to be the approach employed by psychics to guide lost souls towards their final resting place. However, a distinction does exist between the two practices. For instance, Jiang Sheng is always able to directly perceive the core of the spirit, whereas psychics encounter a vision of the spirit that diverges from the understanding of the black cat. They can only perceive layers of mist or threads. Those with weaker sensitivity become aware of the existence, while those with stronger sensitivity grasp at the clues. Yet, regardless of their abilities, they cannot perceive the core, which is the essence of the spirit. This raises another question. What of the spirit that previously attached itself to He-One? Why does it lack both a core and memories? Merely existing as a mass of black residue, yet still capable of engaging in a consuming struggle with the resentment within Jiang Sheng? It is worth noting that even the 8-armed goddess cannot access the body and soul of the black cat. In the afternoon, within the confines of the detective agency run by Bai Mu, the door was firmly shut, the curtains drawn, and the lights extinguished. In the dimly lit room, the school-uniformed girl meticulously examined the body of the black cat. However, with each inspection, her brow furrowed deeper, for this did not resemble possession in the slightest. Chapter 34. You truly are torturous. Just as the girl found herself at an impasse, Bai Mu returned from shopping, carrying 2 bags of takeout. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the girl's hesitant and perplexed expression, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "What seems to be the trouble?" "Oh, it's nothing, just some peculiar observations." The schoolgirl began, eager to articulate her confusion, but momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately shaking her head ambiguously. She resolved to re-examine the condition of the black cat, while organizing her thoughts before discussing them with Bai Mu. After all, this matter was rather extraordinary. Indeed, based on the information at her disposal, the current state of the black cat did not suggest it was ensnared by a malevolent spirit. Rather, it appeared to be entrapping the spirit itself. But what a preposterous notion! Could it truly be so simple to confine a malevolent spirit? Even among the most powerful spiritual practitioners within human society, none possess the ability to confine the supernatural within their physical forms. Thus, the concept of cursed objects was born, entities that ensnare the supernatural within inanimate objects closely tied to the spirit's past lives, binding the wandering souls with chains forged in their previous existence. The relationship between living beings and the supernatural mirrors that of crops and livestock to the farmer. They are merely domesticated resources. The calamities wrought by the supernatural inevitably seek to claim lives, driven not by individual volition, but by instinct and nature. Consequently, Living beings cannot bear the weight of the supernatural, just as the very essence of the supernatural will not remain tethered to a frail corporeal vessel. Once they attain a certain level of growth, they instinctively seek a more stable host, extending their tendrils to continuously prey upon nearby life forms. This notion is universally accepted among spiritual practitioners. Unless bound by obsession, the supernatural does not fixate on any singular living being. Their ultimate aim in growth has always been to exact vengeance upon the living, to vent their frustrations, and thereby to augment their own power. Even if they harbor no such intentions, the calamities they embody will harbor a deep-seated hatred for all living things. This elucidates the irreconcilable conflict between life and death. The supernatural exists solely to extinguish all forms of life. Yet what of this cat? How has it survived? At this moment, the schoolgirl felt as though her understanding of reality was being upended, for the improbable was unfolding vividly before her eyes. She had scrutinized the malevolent entity residing within the black cat repeatedly. Indeed, it possessed the capacity to take the lives of dozens within a single day. This far surpassed her initial estimations of its human-level threat, reaching that of a higher echelon. But if it were of such a formidable level, how had it not yet incited a single fatal incident? Even in the cat's proximity, the level of calamity emanating was not even at the threshold of bodily harm. Thus, despite prolonged contact, it could not inflict injuries of a human degree. It was precisely for this reason that the girl concluded that the black cat was imprisoning the malevolent spirit within itself, seemingly containing the majority of the calamity within, only releasing a small fraction to alleviate its own pressure. This rendered its physical form akin to that of a cursed object. Holding in her hand the spiritual energy meter that had undergone numerous calibrations, the schoolgirl, upon her 12th confirmation of the energy concentrations inside and outside the black cat, along with various calamity data, was compelled to confront the reality. This cat was not a mere host to a malevolent spirit, but rather a living cursed object. "So, do you eat or not?" asked the bewildered Bakugi, raising an eyebrow at the girl, who stood lost in thought by her desk, while already halfway through her boxed meal. "No, I won't eat anymore," she replied, her lips parched and slightly cracked. The school uniform-clad girl turned her head, pondering for a considerable time before addressing Shirakawa. "Could you please make a phone call to the management office? Just inform them that it seems we have encountered a mishap. Can't you make the call yourself?" Initially, Shirakawa was oblivious to the gravity of the situation until he swallowed a mouthful of rice and registered the girl's choice of words. "Wait, what do you mean by mishap? Do you realize the penalties for damaging an enchanted object?" Yes, that's roughly how it went. Indeed, we were unaware at the outset. We truly didn't know. All right, we will await your arrival. Could you please indicate when you might arrive? Tomorrow, is it? Yes, understood. We will cooperate fully. By the way, what should we do about young Momo? She is one of yours, and a student at that. Is she expected to attend class as usual tomorrow? Should she also wait here? Yes, understood. I will inform her. All right, understood. Goodbye. At the detective agency's window, Shirakawa wearily hung up the phone, then instinctively rubbed his temples. Night had already fallen, yet the lights in the office remained unlit. Only the drawn curtains allowed the city's neon glow to seep in, casting a vague illumination across the modest room. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the black cat, now secured with splints. This situation had repeatedly taken him by surprise and was becoming increasingly convoluted in a rather absurd manner, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Young Momo, the school uniform girl, was curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, her face etched with distress and anxiety. At that moment, she bore a semblance of a typical girl. Upon noticing Shirakawa had put down his phone, she hurriedly inquired, "What did they say?" "You'll stay here for the next couple of days. Tomorrow they will send someone to investigate," Shirakawa replied as he returned his phone to his pocket. "Rest assured, as long as we can prove that the incident is not related to us, we won't face imprisonment." "Surely, it cannot be related." Upon hearing the term imprisonment, the girl paled slightly. "We were merely exorcising a spirit. How were we to know that this cat was an enchanted object? No one informed us." I understand. Please try to remain calm." With a sigh, Shirakawa raised his hand in a placating gesture. "The matter of enchanted objects is of paramount importance to public safety. Thus, they must eliminate any suspicion of our involvement in supernatural crimes. They need to mitigate potential risks, and you should comprehend this better than I do, should you not?" "I understand, which is why I am anxious." However, as she listened to Shirakawa's words, the girl became increasingly agitated, even beginning to tug at her hair with her hands. "As the custodian of cursed objects, I wonder what the penalty would be for engaging with, damaging, or attempting to possess a second cursed object based on personal subjective intent. This matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of juvenile protection laws, you fool. Chapter 35. Observe the essence of value. Why, as a mere high school student, should you burden yourself with memorizing extensive criminal laws? Gazing at the girl before him, who incessantly spoke of years of imprisonment, but Cookie felt a mix of exhaustion and bemusement as he slumped back into his seat. He turned to scrutinize the black cat once more. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain whether this feline truly qualifies as a cursed object. A definitive conclusion must await the investigation team's examination. However, upon hearing Bakookie's words, Yang silently seemed inclined to voice her thoughts. Yet, her words were swiftly stifled by a gesture from Bakookie. There would be no buts. All right, let's remain calm. Regardless, I am the one who injured this cat. As an adult, I am not so pitiable as to require a child like you to bear the responsibility. So rest assured, this matter will not implicate you. Oh, that is not what I meant. In an unexpected moment, Yang sprang from the sofa and, after a brief shout, pressed her hand to her fevered forehead, forcing herself to speak calmly. When it comes to the division of responsibility, my involvement in the action cannot be overlooked, especially given the abundance of evidence on the riverbank. What I mean is, we have truly stirred up a significant problem, according to the data just revealed by the instruments. Astonishingly, the likelihood of this cat being a cursed object exceeds 70%. Do you comprehend what that means? We face more than a 70% chance of having damaged a vessel that could endanger the lives of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people. Damn it. I am genuinely struggling to maintain my composure. I understand. Trust me, you have articulated your point clearly, which is why it is imperative for you to remain rational at this moment. Resigned, Bakookie placed his hand on his face and wiped it before rising to pour a glass of water for the girl. Now, shall we meticulously review the events from the beginning? Consider it a means of gathering evidence. Very well, of course, that works for me. As she accepted the water, the girl sighed in frustration, pondering for a moment before softly asking, where would you like to start? Well, let us begin with how you determined that this cat is a cursed object. After that, I have some details I wish to clarify with you. Strolling to the desk, Bakookie casually activated the recording function on the telephone. As he had previously stated, it would be prudent to document more evidence to avoid errors. Understood. This time, I shall endeavor to be as detailed as possible. Taking a sip of water, Yang reached for 2 instruments and moved closer to the still wide-eyed black cat. She then set the cup aside and, holding one dial in each hand, began to elucidate her findings to Bakookie. Behold, at this moment, I find myself approximately 2 meters away from this feline creature, and the readings on the psychic energy meter have surged to 20 pascals, indicative of a spiritual intensity comparable to that of a human-level entity. However, the pointer on the disaster gauge remains utterly unresponsive. What does this signify? It suggests that, while maintaining this 2-meter distance, the calamity emanating from the black cat does not exert any observable influence upon my physical form. In other words, the malevolent spirit residing within it cannot reach anything beyond this 2-meter threshold. As she spoke, the girl took a step forward. Simultaneously, the instruments in her grasp underwent a transformation. One reading soared to 40 pascals, while the other stabilized at a mere 1 pascal. A disaster intensity below 5 pascals is deemed incapable of inflicting harm upon an ordinary individual. The resistance of psychics is somewhat greater, allowing them to largely disregard disaster radiation below 15 pascals. Analyzing this data, it becomes evident that the cat presently poses no significant threat to surrounding life forms. The proportional relationship between psychic reactions and disaster responses remains uncertain. However, the range of disaster fluctuations is less than 1.5 meters, reaching a level of isolation typical of conventional talismans. Why is the response ratio still uncertain? At this juncture, Shiraki inappropriately interjected. After all, with a ratio of 40 to 1 already established, one would presume that the disaster ratio of the black cat should also be confirmed. Because the model of your instrument is outdated, readings below 1 are still counted as 1, came the retort, accompanied by an eye roll directed at Shiraki. Subsequently, Yang, as if to validate her stance, stepped forward decisively and placed both the psychic energy meter and disaster gauge upon the black cat. Instantly, the sounds of fluctuating values filled the air, only to gradually subside after 2 breaths. See, at this point of 0 distance, the psychic energy reading has risen to 120 pascals, while the disaster measurement has barely entered the 2 pascal range. How am I to ascertain the data? Very well. Shiraki conceded, well aware of the limitations of their aging instruments, and shrugged nonchalantly. What then do you mean by conventional talismans? This pertains to the classification of talismans, which is understandable if you are unfamiliar. Gently, the girl withdrew the instruments from the black cat, her movements exceedingly tender. as though she were handling a precious and fragile artifact. Typically, talismans are categorized based on their isolation levels, which reflect their efficacy in shielding against calamity. There are three classes: secondary talismans, conventional talismans, and special talismans. Secondary talismans can mitigate most of the disaster emanating from vengeful spirits to a degree that poses no life-threatening risk to psychics, with a radiation range not exceeding 10 meters. Conventional talismans surpass this, ensuring that the disasters of vengeful spirits do not endanger the lives of ordinary individuals, with a radiation range of less than or equal to 3 meters. For instance, my peaceful Buddha falls within this classification. Finally, special talismans exhibit exceptional isolation effects, with the most powerful capable of completely sealing away disasters. Consequently, it is precisely for this reason that among the 303 known special cursed objects, the spirits they contain are the most terrifying of their kind, representing an immensely significant strategic resource. With a contemplative stroke of the chin, Shiraki posed a new inquiry. As a living entity, can this cat still function as a cursed object after its demise? If not, wouldn't its value be considerably diminished? Furthermore, in my recollection, cursed objects capable of sealing malevolent spirits are intrinsically linked to the experiences of those spirits during their lifetimes. Thus, does this imply that the cat is already entangled with a vengeful spirit? Perhaps due to the plethora of words spoken. Yang momentarily turned to sip water before continuing to elucidate to Shiraki. Firstly, I believe that after its death, this cat will likely possess the ability to seal malevolent spirits. In other words, it is its skeletal structure that should serve as the true cursed object, akin to the special cursed object known as the monkey's paw. Fortunately, what we previously damaged was indeed its skeletal framework. Secondly, apart from isolation levels, cursed objects can be classified in various ways. Among these classifications are specific cursed objects that are categorized based on the spirits they conceal, as well as universal cursed objects. For instance, the Buddha statue I hold is a specific cursed object, whereas this cat, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely be a universal cursed object. Universal, Shiraki nodded in understanding. Perhaps to lighten the mood, he instinctively jested, so this cat might indeed be a rather rare breed. However, the girl found no humor in such jests, sinking despondently to the ground, burying her face in her arms. In other words, we are doomed. Chapter 36. The most expensive cursed objects, calamity. Spiritual energy. Listening to these entirely unfamiliar terms, Jiangsheng lay within the wooden confines, lost in contemplation. Undoubtedly, this world harbors an unknown side. Yet, the rules governing that realm appear quite comprehensive and stringent, unlike the general societal perceptions of extraordinary beings who can flout legal and moral constraints. Observing the girl still squatting by the desk, engulfed in frustration, the black cat suddenly felt that the current situation was not as dire as it seemed. Although it was injured, a fractured rib was hardly considered a grave affliction. If properly treated and rested for 2 to 3 months, it should recover. Jiangsheng did not perceive the exchange of such a minor injury for a wealth of information about the unknown as a loss. As long as his life was not in jeopardy, it sufficed. Moreover, I currently have no means to resist, do I? It would be prudent to observe how things unfold. Once again, reality affirmed that as a soul overly inclined to acquiescence, Jiangsheng was indeed adept at accepting the status quo. At least in a situation that he could not alter, he would not overly distress himself. According to the girl's earlier statement, the calamity within me cannot extend beyond a radius of 1.5 meters. By this comparison, the so-called calamity appears to correspond to the misfortune I perceive. The malevolent spirit, likely, is the resentment that resides within me. These official terminologies are not too difficult to comprehend. However, am I truly the cursed object they claim me to be? An item capable of sealing vengeful spirits. But what exactly is a vengeful spirit? That woman with 8 arms from before. Can I truly seal such a being? To be honest, Jiangsheng felt a bit uncertain. Although there are many legends about cats being able to communicate with the spirit world in both my past and present lives, when this matter is directly connected to oneself, Jiangsheng felt a certain weight of pressure. After all, who in their right mind would willingly stuff bizarre entities into their body? At least, Jiangsheng did not possess such peculiar inclinations. In any case, based on the girl's earlier assertions, it should be a versatile, conventional cursed object. This understanding is not erroneous, is it? If they are indeed public officials, then I should be free from immediate danger. With this thought, Jiangsheng's half-reclined posture appeared increasingly at ease, even waving its tail and meowing, resembling a master summoning a servant. What is wrong with it? The black cat's cry caught the girl's attention, and upon seeing its frail appearance, she felt utterly helpless, fearing that its condition had worsened. Perhaps it was simply hungry. With a resigned shrug, Baimu selected some fish from her fast food, using chopsticks to offer it to the black cat's mouth. Here, eat this. Hey, I say, do you not understand? Cats cannot eat just any human food. Observing Baimu's nonchalant demeanor, Yang silently pulled his hand back, a frown etched on his face. Oh, what difference does it make? In my hometown, we feed cats whatever we have. They aren't usually confined and roam freely, yet they thrive just fine. Nowadays, city cats are far too delicate, making them harder to care for. While speaking, Baimu tossed the uneaten fish into his mouth. Besides, did you not already say that the true essence of a cursed object lies in its skeletal structure? So does it really matter how this cat lives? Of course, it matters. With a sense of irrational urgency, Yang covered his face with his hands. After adjusting his mindset for a while, he managed to regain his composure and continued speaking to Baimu. This concerns its ability to nurture its bones or other mediums of cursed objects. A living entity will grow, just like a child. The bones of youth will inevitably differ from those of adulthood. If this cat truly is the kind of living cursed object I suspect, then nurturing its body will certainly be an immensely significant endeavor. You understand the importance of research, do you not? With a furrowed brow, the girl pushed Shiraki aside and rolled up her sleeves in frustration. So just stay out of it. This little creature must be treated like a revered ancestor. If it can thrive in an optimal environment, who knows? It might transform into a prestigious cursed object after its demise. A versatile cursed object, akin to the Changxin Palace lantern, the riverside scene at Qingming Festival, or the Sword of Gojin. All of these are items that, if archived, would be sealed away, and even if we sold ourselves by the pound, we couldn't afford them. Is it really that exaggerated? Hearing the names of those three treasures spoken so earnestly, Shiraki was finally taken aback. After all, he had little understanding of cursed objects. Yet those three artifacts were universally acknowledged national treasures. He had to admit that if such items were in his possession, he would handle them with utmost care, fearing they might break or tarnish. What do you think? With a sense of disillusionment, Yang cast a glance at the unreliable adult nearby before turning toward the kitchen. Waving her hand as she instructed, Now, could you please go buy some cat food? And make sure it's the best. I'll whip up something for it using what's in your refrigerator. How did I get myself into this predicament? As the girl's voice faded away, Shiraki found himself at a loss for words, staring at the still, innocent-looking black cat sprawled across the desk. After a long pause, he sighed, took his keys, and muttered, Truly, humans are no match for cats. To be honest, Jiang Sheng had never anticipated her own significance would be so immense. At least when she heard the names of the riverside scene at Qingming Festival and the Sword of Gojin, she was indeed taken aback. Not to mention that there were artifacts in this world just like those from her previous life. The mere stature and value of those items made it hard to believe she could ever be placed alongside them. Moreover, it occurred to her that there were cursed objects among antiques, meaning they too were sealed with restless spirits. If that's the case, then the Sword of Gojin must be sealing the spirit of King Fu Chai. And the riverside scene at Qingming Festival, does it perhaps imprison the souls of an entire street? My heavens, this was no mere procession of wandering spirits. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. In the desolate detective agency, the black cat endured the waves of pain emanating from her chest while contemplating the broader scope of the world. Undoubtedly, this world was far from the simplicity she had anticipated. Fortunately, she possessed a soul adaptable enough to face the uncertainties that lay ahead. Thus, whether confronted with the unknown, risks, or serendipity, Jiang Sheng remained unperturbed and steadfast in her beliefs. She consistently aspired to live authentically, just as a cat would, not out of a deep affection, but simply because she had yet to grow weary of it. Chapter 37. Adults Do Not Joke File. 350 Content. In possession of a specific type of conventional cursed object. Subject of custody. The Amitabha Buddha statue. 8-armed goddess. Related sealing records. The domain-level vengeful spirit is characterized by a widespread malevolent aura, with a disaster fluctuation of no less than 450 and a spiritual energy fluctuation not exceeding 500. Risk assessment indicates a high priority for management, with an urgent requirement for resolution. The following day, outside the Baimu agency, 2 civil servants clad in suits were seated in a black luxury sedan, diligently verifying the information at hand. One of them held an object resembling binoculars, leaning slightly to peer into the building across the street. The other, grasping a tablet, summarized intelligence downloaded from the database. It appears this is the location, remarked the middle-aged man in the passenger seat, lowering the binoculars after surveying the surroundings. The spiritual energy fluctuation was significant, confirming the intelligence as accurate. due to the one-way nature of the car windows. He felt no concern that his scrutinizing gaze would be detected by passers-by, even lighting a cigarette with a casual demeanor. "I say, senior, can you not smoke so much?" The younger man, leaning against the driver's seat, expressed his discontent while activating the ventilation button and tossing the powered-off tablet into the back seat. "What do you understand?" The middle-aged man rolled his eyes lightly at his younger companion. "In our line of work, the pressure is immense and the risks are high. One must have some means to alleviate fatigue. A person like you, who neither smokes nor drinks, cannot endure for long." With a resigned smile, the younger man undid his seatbelt. "Whether I can endure or not is not your concern, senior. But shouldn't we be getting to work now?" "Of course." Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man extinguished his cigarette. "Now, let us check the equipment. Detector, alert system. Check. Stun gun and handgun with ammunition. Check. Spiritual talismans and bulletproof vests. Check. All set. Remain vigilant. Let us proceed." "Understood." Ding dong. When the doorbell of the agency rang, Yang silently napped on the sofa, while Bai Mu rested in the inner room. It was not that he was incapable of caring for a girl. Rather, she was unaccustomed to sleeping on unfamiliar bedding, so neither had insisted. Besides, sleeping on the sofa was not overly uncomfortable, merely a bit cramped. Thus, at the moment the doorbell chimed, Yang merely rolled over and tumbled off the sofa. Thud! Ouch! The sound of a heavy collision echoed, prompting a startled scream from the girl. Shortly thereafter, Bai Mu and Jiang Sheng were awakened by the commotion. "What happened?" Bai Mu inquired, opening the door with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng, still groggy, swayed drowsily. The doorbell rang. The girl knelt on the floor, cradling her head, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression mingling pain with anxiety. "I bumped my head against the corner of the table." "Oh, I see." Maintaining a calm demeanor, Bakuki turned and walked towards the door. Upon opening it, he encountered two impeccably dressed officials, who promptly presented their credentials with practiced ease. "Good day, from the Spirit Management Office. We have received reports of an incident here." "Indeed." Casually stepping aside to allow them entry, Bakuki stifled a yawn as he returned to the room, pouring 3 cups of hot water. "It appears to be a misunderstanding, albeit one with rather serious implications. We will determine if it is a misunderstanding. Your cooperation is all that is required." Entering the office, the two officials donned latex gloves and began to survey their surroundings. "May I ask where the specific evidence is located?" "There." Bakuki indicated with a nod of his chin towards the black cat sprawled across the table, sipping water. "That is the one." "Indeed, it is alive, a rarity," remarked the older of the officials, exchanging glances with his companion before approaching the cat. In the next moment, his watch emitted a subtle vibration. The spiritual energy is quite abundant, comparable to a conventional Class S malevolent spirit. However, the disaster metrics are notably low and do not indicate effective propagation. Yes, it indeed possesses the functionalities of a typical cursed object. Observing the data on his watch, the middle-aged official retrieved a notebook from his pocket, recording details as he spoke. After perusing the area for a while, he turned to the younger official and instructed, "There are no visible threats in the current environment. Notify the research team to follow up." "Understood." The young official nodded and promptly exited to make a call. Half an hour later, a team clad in isolation suits, carrying various instruments, marched into the office, swiftly transforming the modest workspace into a makeshift research zone. Due to the instability of numerous spiritual entities, they had grown accustomed to such field work. The research proceeded in an orderly fashion, devoid of the slicing procedures that Jiang Sheng had dreaded. Yang anxiously gnawed at his fingers, awaiting the results. Meanwhile, Bakuki engaged in casual conversation with the two officials. It was not until near dusk that everything finally settled. As the leader of the research team emerged from the office, brimming with vitality, Yang rushed forward to inquire, "What is the situation?" His expression resembled that of a husband eagerly awaiting news of his wife's delivery. This nearly prompted the research leader to jest about the safety of both mother and child. However, being an adult, he refrained from such frivolous banter and instead retrieved a research report from his assistant. Overall condition is good. The subject is indeed a versatile cursed object, with its medium based on a skeletal and fleshy composition, and it possesses the potential for postnatal growth. The research significance is considerable, and we are submitting a proposal for continued cultivation to headquarters. If all goes well, you can expect results in over 10 years. In an instant, the spark vanished from the girl's eyes. A burst of laughter erupted among the researchers, prompting Shirakawa to raise an eyebrow, while the girl sensed a glimmer of hope. "Hey, don't laugh. What on earth is happening? Were you just teasing me? Please, say something." All right, chuckled the lead researcher, observing the girl's flushed face. He raised a hand and continued. Actually, a response from the higher-ups has arrived. Considering the significance of the black cat, they have decided against relocating it. Instead, they will send personnel to participate in the research over the next period. As for you, given the clarity of your confession and the absence of any malicious intent, you will not face severe consequences. They intend for you to participate in this research program in the form of social labor to refine your impulsive nature. Do your best, young lady. With that, the lead researcher placed a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. After all, the days ahead would not be easy. Chapter 38. Every cat should have a power bank. Incredibly, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a phenomenon. Indeed, simply absorbing a fragment of spiritual energy could induce such transformation. This cat's body was remarkable. Leader, the damaged areas of the research subject are undergoing self-repair at an astonishing rate. I see it. Record the data. Yes. In the densely equipped laboratory, over a week had elapsed since Jiangsheng was captured. Notably, during this time, it had not endured the brutal treatment one might expect. Instead, due to its potential for growth, it received unprecedented meticulous care. It was fed a specially prepared, fully cooked porridge by the laboratory staff, drank filtered water of the highest quality, and rested in a temperature-controlled incubator, accurate to within 1/10 of a degree. Coupled with daily full-body examinations and the one-on-one spiritual nourishment provided by the eight-armed deity, it is no exaggeration to say that Jiangsheng was living a life beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Of course, the price of such care was the loss of freedom. In truth, this was something most would find unbearable. To exist under constant scrutiny. To eat and sleep within a transparent enclosure measuring 3 meters in all dimensions, surrendering one's fate entirely to others. If Jiangsheng were not Jiangsheng, it would surely seek an opportunity to escape. Yet, alas, Jiangsheng was simply Jiangsheng, a creature too compliant and reserved. The tempests of fate could strike it down and tear it apart, yet they could never render it capable of truly feeling fear, sorrow, or grief. It merely existed as a soul adrift, striving to engage in what it desired and deemed necessary, and then calmly accepting the consequences that ensued. At present, Jiangsheng submissively knelt before the eight-armed woman, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy she transmitted. After days of observation and contemplation, the black cat had developed a rudimentary understanding of the distinctions between spiritual energy and calamity, as well as the differences between vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. The force of the soul, commonly referred to as spiritual energy, manifests as a milky white, translucent form that is difficult for ordinary individuals to perceive. It possesses a powerful suppressive effect against calamities and typically resides within the purest of spiritual bodies. Conversely, murky spiritual energy appears as a grayish-white, translucent substance, representing the common form of spiritual bodies condensed from numerous lives after death, which cannot remain in the physical realm for extended periods. Though its suppressive effect on calamity is not overtly significant, a substantial quantity can indeed curtail the spread of misfortune. The vibrant spiritual energy within a living being is manifested as a light blue translucent form, a typical characteristic of the energy found within spiritual practitioners, and it exhibits a notably dispersive effect against calamities, albeit at the risk of attracting various spiritual entities. Essentially, calamity is the malevolent essence coalesced from the deceased spiritual energy, embodying a form of almost tangible malice. It resembles a curse, capable of inflicting suffering upon the living and eroding the souls of the departed. For instance, the dark energy within Jiangsheng comprises a portion of this calamity, though it is not solely calamity. The lingering resentment from unresolved grievances, coupled with the gradually accumulating spiritual energy, ultimately culminates in the formation of malevolent spirits. Initially devoid of consciousness, these spirits awaken as their calamity erodes a sufficient number of souls. The persistent grievances from the calamity nourish their memories, leading to the manifestation of a new entity centered around this awareness, known as a vengeful spirit. This encapsulates all the information Jiangsheng had gleaned from the researchers in recent times. Accordingly, he realized that a malevolent spirit was likely residing within him, harboring resentment that had coalesced into a calamity, albeit lacking consciousness at present. He pondered the potential actions it might take once it became self-aware. Would it behave as the eight-armed woman did towards Yang Momo, or would it vie for control over his body? Additionally, when had it begun its parasitic existence within him? Unable to decipher these questions, Jiangsheng resolved to set them aside and instead focused intently on absorbing the grayish-white spiritual energy from the eight-armed woman. The quality of this energy was evidently inferior to the pure white soul of the high mountain. However, any energy was better than none. After absorbing it, he could feel an enhancement in his physical constitution and a healing of the wounds on his chest. Today marked the first occasion he conducted a test of spiritual energy absorption. Standing nearby, young Momo was drenched in cold sweat. For any spiritual energy lost by the eight-armed woman would be replenished from her own reserves, thus maintaining the stability of the seal. Jiang Sheng is currently drinking her blood. Well, perhaps that is an exaggeration. Regarding the depletion of spiritual energy, young Momo can certainly recuperate gradually through cultivation and rest afterward. However, should she lose an excessive amount of spiritual energy in one go, she would inevitably become weak. This may be the reason why the leader of the research group once solemnly comforted her. Providing spiritual energy is undoubtedly not a task for the average person. From the initial modest output of spiritual energy to the alarming consumption akin to bloodletting. Even with young Momo's extraordinary talent and her innate spiritual energy exceeding that of ordinary individuals since birth, she is beginning to feel overwhelmed. As for why Jiang Sheng does not simply bypass the eight-armed woman to absorb the girl's spiritual energy, it is because the black cat, for reasons unknown, cannot influence the souls of the living. However, this characteristic is also a significant indicator of cursed objects. Excuse me, sir, could I take a moment to rest? After about 5 more minutes, glancing at the rapidly rising spiritual energy readings on the laboratory instruments, young Momo, clutching a Buddha statue, asked tremulously. She currently felt utterly weak. Her once youthful and vibrant face now appearing somewhat pallid and beaded with sweat, resembling a sickly child. The research group's leader, who had just been focused on the experimental data, paused, then quickly intervened in young Momo's actions. That's enough. Please take a break. If you cannot endure it next time, inform us earlier. Do not overexert yourself and jeopardize your health. Xiaoli, please fetch some nutrient solution for Xiaoyang. All right. As young Momo was assisted into a chair, the laboratory became a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng, under the curious gaze of the eight-armed woman, slowly stood up. Indeed, her injuries had completely healed. Furthermore, her physical constitution had officially reached the average level of a large feline. Although she still could not compare to apex predators like lions or tigers. Pondering her own claws, she wondered, can such strength, comparable to that of an adult human, truly be contained within such a diminutive frame? Today, Jiang Sheng remains confounded. Chapter 39. The increasingly unsettling black cat restoration of spiritual energy requires time. And this cat possesses an insatiable appetite, having nearly consumed all my reserves. For at least the next month, I will be unable to provide it with spiritual energy, lest my body cannot withstand the strain. Summoning the eight-armed woman back, once my mental state improved slightly, I sat on a resting chair, cradling a cup of dark green nutrient solution, and wearily informed the researchers of my condition. Listening to this news, the head of the research group appeared entirely unconcerned, even turning to offer some comforting words to young Momo. Rest assured, even the curse objects require time to assimilate spiritual energy. We are not a labor camp. And you shall not be treated like livestock. Not a labor camp. Gazing melancholic at the face of the silver-haired elder, which bore an unusually gentle smile, young Momo inwardly scoffed, unable to voice her grievances. It seemed rather similar to her. Indeed, she harbored a modicum of resentment regarding her forced labor. Nevertheless, compared to being confined in a detention center, this environment was evidently more pleasant. Moreover, when not engaged in experiments, the young girl enjoyed the freedom to roam. Despite her recent transfer, her past academic excellence suggested she would not fall behind in her studies. Indeed, on the second day of her mandated stay in Chuangu City, her academic enrollment was swiftly transferred to a prestigious local secondary school. After reporting tomorrow, classes would likely commence the day after. The government agency once again demonstrated its formidable organizational prowess. Even Hirakawa's office had been entirely converted into a laboratory, with his original furniture and office supplies relocated to 2 adjoining rooms. Undoubtedly, the Spiritual Energy Administration had commandeered several nearby buildings. However, their sole intention was to prevent the relocation of Jiang Sheng, mitigating the risk of unforeseen incidents during transit. Given the inherently mysterious and unpredictable nature of all matters related to the supernatural, who could say whether removing Jiang Sheng from the city might trigger some bizarre mechanism? Until the true nature of the black cat was fully understood, both the research group and the administration exercised utmost caution in addressing such matters. All right. Seeing that young Momo required rest, the head of the research group clapped his hands to garner the attention of others. Now, I will assign the subsequent tasks. Xiaoli, you shall lead a team to assist me in examining the black cat's condition. Understood. Xiao-sun, take 2 individuals to the airport. The researchers dispatched from headquarters will arrive this afternoon. Please ensure they are well received. Certainly. Xiao Wu, you are responsible for documenting the experimental process and prepare a detailed research report this evening. I will need to seek additional funding tomorrow. Understood. Now, let us expedite our efforts. Do not linger around Xiaoyang, everyone. Get moving. Instantaneously, the room filled with white lab coats resumed their industrious activity. Meanwhile, Yang Momo, akin to a semi-retired elder, cradled a cup of goji berry tea while reclining in a rocking chair. With her eyes half closed, she savored the delightful respite. She would not disclose to others that her soul was remarkably resilient, even if she were to lose all her spiritual energy. Full recovery would only take a week or 2. Working without indulging in distractions was a sign of a troubled mind. In essence, spiritual energy bears little distinction from physical prowess. There are inevitably individuals with frail bodies, as well as those endowed with exceptional vitality. Unfortunately, Yang Momo belongs to the latter category. Even within the peculiar circle of curse object managers, where the extraordinary is commonplace, her spiritual strength, sensitivity, adaptability, and malleability may only rank her among the mid to lower tiers. Yet, her recuperative ability undoubtedly places her among the finest. Regrettably, few are privy to this fact, and presently, they are all absent from the scene. Consequently, Yang Momo has successfully implemented her liberation plan, which entitles her to work once a month, followed by a month of rest. It seems today marks yet another triumphant victory for me, Yang Momo. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, the serene young woman remains unaware of the identity of the researchers dispatched from headquarters. To be candid, thus far, Jiang Sheng is reluctant to expose its human-like cognition before the experimental personnel. It remains uncertain of the repercussions should this information be disclosed. The current situation, while not dire, is fraught with unpredictability. Hence, Jiang Sheng resolves to embody the instincts and behaviors of a wildcat during the experimental process, striving neither to appear overly intelligent nor foolish. However, striking this delicate balance proves somewhat intricate, especially given the risks and dangers represented by Jiang Sheng. Consequently, the researchers spent nearly an entire afternoon painstakingly compiling the latest physical data of the black cat. Experimental subject, black cat, unnamed. Experimental date, day 8. Research focus, the subject's physiological functions and various metrics under the influence of substantial spiritual energy. Summary, an irrational enhancement of bone and muscle density. The subject exhibits minimal physical change while demonstrating exponential growth in bodily functions. This individual's capacity to mitigate disasters has shown slight improvement. Details of the experiment. The individual measures 43 centimeters in length, with a tail extending 24 centimeters, weighing 32 kilograms. It is approximately 3 to 4 times the weight of similarly sized species. Bone density, inferred from phalangeal structures, remains consistent across weight variations. Short distance sprinting speed, calculated under normal conditions, is 31 meters per second, with an estimated top speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Maximum speed, data sample unavailable. Endurance data, not yet available. Biting force, 225 kilograms. Risk assessment, poses a lethal threat to ordinary humans. Spiritual energy value, 235 pascals. Surface disaster value, 2 pascals. Disaster extension range, less than or equal to 1.5 meters. Disaster isolation level, standard. Chapter 40, Curse Object Cultivation Program. That night, Yang Momo awoke in the compartment to the right of the laboratory. The room, though not spacious, is approximately 25 square meters in size. Originally intended for the storage of miscellaneous items and documents, it has now been transformed into a private sanctuary for a young girl. Indeed, at this moment, Yang Momo resides within this research institute, situated conveniently beside the black cat, enabling her to remain vigilant while also attending to her duties. Thus, in essence, the girl and the black cat share a remarkable similarity at present. Although theoretically, Yang Momo possesses the freedom to move about, her responsibilities dictate that she cannot act with reckless abandon. After all, she must collaborate with the researchers, as no one else possesses the immense spiritual energy necessary for the black cat's consumption. That little creature's appetite for spiritual energy is no trivial matter, surpassing even the consumption rates of ordinary cursed objects. Furthermore, after absorbing this energy, it evidently undergoes significant physical growth. Reflecting upon the afternoon's tests conducted on the black cat, Yang Momo still feels a shiver of apprehension. The final experimental data reveals that she has inadvertently transformed a mere wildcat, capable only of inflicting harm, into a lethal predator, a leopard, no less. This particular specimen boasts a running speed comparable to that of a cheetah and a bite force akin to that of a snow leopard. It seems prudent for her to remind the researchers to maintain a balance, lest they inadvertently create an uncontrollable entity. With this thought in mind, young Mo resolved to confront the very source of her predicament, the culprit that has relegated her to sleeping in the laboratory. However, before she could open the door, she heard voices emanating from outside. Surprised by the presence of others in the research facility at such a late hour, she glanced at her phone, noting the time was nearing 11 o'clock at night. Sighing, she shook her head in disbelief at the dedication of some researchers. Reluctantly, she pushed the door open and stepped out. In the next moment, she was greeted by the sight of the research team leader, an elderly gentleman, accompanying a young woman and a middle-aged woman, all intently observing the black cat within the incubator. Stunned, young Mo stood frozen, her gaze fixated on the two serious-faced women in the laboratory. After a prolonged pause, she stammered, Sister, aunt? What brings you here? Unlike the typical family dynamics, young Mo's familial relationships are somewhat intricate. Both her parents are renowned spiritual practitioners, often away and preoccupied, returning home only a few times a year. She was raised by her grandmother. Additionally, she has an aunt, her mother's younger sister, who works in the northern capital. Consequently, her sister also enrolled in a university in the northern capital and moved there after graduating from high school to live with their aunt. Young Mo does not frequently encounter her aunt and knows little about her, but she is aware that her sister is pursuing a degree in medicine. Thus, she truly did not anticipate encountering the two individuals here. Oh, Mo, why haven't you taken a break yet? Responding to the girl's call, a middle-aged woman clad in a laboratory coat turned her head, offering a gentle smile and a wave. While her demeanor was not particularly intimate, it exuded a warmth that was quite comforting. In stark contrast stood the younger woman beside her, a striking assistant adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Dressed in a white lab coat paired with tailored trousers and a black tie, radiating an air of sternness and aloofness. Upon meeting young Mo, her first words were as unyielding as they were scathing. You've certainly caused quite a mess this time. Aren't you supposed to use your brain and avoid troubling the family? Without a doubt, the middle-aged woman was young Mo's aunt, Yang Qian, while the younger woman was her sister, Yang Jing. Judging by their names alone, it seemed their father was not one to appreciate merriment. Upon being met with her sister's sharp retort, young Mo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she could not help but respond loudly. I simply wanted to earn a little pocket money during the holidays. Who knew I would encounter a living curse? However, this only deepened the furrow in Yang Jing's brow. If you need money, you can ask me. Who told you to venture out hunting spirits? As a high school student, you should act like one. Focus on your studies, and take some time to care for grandma. She's getting older. Don't you think you should spend some time with her? You have the audacity to lecture me. Young Mo retorted, crossing her arms and scoffing. I'm not the one who couldn't wait to run away as soon as I turned 18. People like you should just save your breath. Honestly, I feel sorry for grandma, raising such an ungrateful wretch like you. Hearing young Mo's biting words, Yang Jing clenched her fists. Yet, ultimately, she relaxed her grip and, after taking a deep breath, adjusted her glasses with a quiet resolve. This incident has escalated significantly. Those involved alongside you are now under strict supervision. They will be working at the Spirit Energy Management Office. As for you, once you complete this experiment, return to your studies and refrain from meddling in these supernatural matters. Otherwise, I will return to break your legs. Fine. If you have the ability, come at me. Let us see if I don't fight back. Young Mo exclaimed. The striking woman with gold-rimmed glasses appeared genuinely furious, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Her previously composed brows were now tightly knit, a clear reflection of her emotional upheaval. You dare glare at me? What do you think you are? Just because you look fierce doesn't make you impressive. Meanwhile, the young girl felt quite wronged. She had not seen her sister in 2 years, and who would have expected their reunion to be met with such a tirade? Mom and Dad are like this, and so are you. You who don't even return home have no right to dictate my life. Indeed. It was a fierce family dispute. The black cat lounging in the temperature-controlled box blinked languidly, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. It harbored no interest in the quarrel between the sisters. Regrettably, it currently lacked the authority to intervene and could only remain quietly by the side. However, one must consider that both individuals seemed to possess psychic abilities. If a confrontation were to ensue, what methods might they employ? Surely, it would not involve mere hair-pulling or slapping. Perhaps they would each summon a vengeful spirit and battle akin to stand users? Contemplating this notion, the concept of a vengeful spirit becomes rather comprehensible. Will I also possess my own stand in the future? Setting aside this erratic train of thought, on the other side, Yang Qian had already separated the two sisters, who were on the verge of physical conflict. Enough, enough. What kind of behavior is this? Arguing the moment you meet. Mr. Fu is still here. She commanded. Mo, you should return to your rest. Jing, come assist me in drawing some blood from this cat. Let us delve into its genetic composition together. Chapter 41. Slightly different. Are you really going to draw blood from this cat? Despite Yang Qian's gentle admonition, Yang Mo showed no inclination to retreat to her room. After all, her relationship with her aunt was not particularly close. Even after inquiring, the girl took a few steps forward, frowning as she leaned toward the side of the laboratory table, observing the two with a heavy gaze. In response to Yang Mo's inquiry, Yang Jing did not conceal the truth. Indeed, we intend to examine its genetic makeup to ascertain whether the cat's extraordinary abilities might be hereditary. Should we uncover any significant findings, we would consider breeding it. The latter part of the statement was volunteered by Yang Qian. In light of Yang Mo's obstinate demeanor, she merely returned a resigned glance. At that moment, however, Yang Mo refrained from any further mischief and, with utmost seriousness, cautioned, "You should exercise caution. The cat's physical condition has changed dramatically. Preliminary estimates suggest it has reached the average standard of large felines. To put it plainly, should it decide to attack a human, it could be lethal." Hearing the girl's warning, both Yang Jing and Yang Qian paused, exchanging glances. After a moment, Yang Qian chuckled softly, offering a gentle smile as she nodded at Yang Mo. Rest assured, Mo, Mr. Fu has already informed us of this matter, and we are well aware. That's sufficient. However, there is no need to assure me, for I harbor no concerns for your safety, Yang Mo replied, leaning against the wall with an expression still marked by indifference. I merely offer some guidance as a responsible individual. Indeed, paying no heed to Yang Mo's deliberate emphasis, Yang Qian casually placed a suitcase on the laboratory table. Jing, come help me. I've heard that this cat possesses a high muscle density. Standard needles might not suffice for its physique. Mr. Fu, you must have specially customized needles or perhaps gas sprays for this purpose. I now need to anesthetize the experimental subject before conducting several minor tests. Of course. Wait a moment while I fetch it. The research group leader, who had been silent until now, finally smiled kindly before turning to walk to another part of the laboratory. As an elder, he naturally understood the importance of not meddling in the affairs of others. Moreover, given Yang Mo's current age, which is often a time of rebellion, occasional disobedience is hardly surprising, provided that no significant ideological errors arise. For the next period, until around 2 in the morning, Jiangxing's consciousness remained in a hazy state due to anesthesia. In a dream, he found himself inexplicably forced to mate with several female cats, which startled him awake. It proved that even someone as carefree as he could find such a scenario difficult to accept. Yet, Jiangsheng distinctly remembered hearing Yang Mo's aunt mention before his anesthesia that if the detected genes met certain criteria, they would consider conducting breeding experiments on him. No, this was indeed hard to accept. After hesitating slightly, Jiangsheng wandered a few circles in the incubator, gradually gaining a sense of clarity. If these individuals truly intended to breed me, or even sterilize me, I would showcase my intelligence and negotiate with them. If my genes could genuinely assist in the management of supernatural phenomena, I would be willing to cooperate and provide materials for artificial insemination. However, they must not force me to mate with female cats, nor should they ever lay hands on my body without consent, even if they threatened me. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiangsheng glanced at the clock on the wall and at Yang Momo and the others who had yet to depart. Well, it was already past 2 in the morning. It seemed they had no intention of sleeping. Researchers who are overly dedicated may very well meet an untimely end in the laboratory. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Just then, Yang Momo's aunt, Yang Qian, suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of those around her. This cat's unique constitution is not merely the result of supernatural abilities. At the genetic level, it fundamentally differs from ordinary felines. This distinction is undoubtedly likely to be hereditary. My recommendation is to expedite the breeding and selection project. If successful, we could realize the mass production of cursed objects, fundamentally transforming how spiritual practitioners address extraordinary and even catastrophic supernatural disasters. As she spoke, perhaps due to fatigue or excitement, Yang Qian's hands trembled slightly. Indeed, listening to her, the elderly gentleman surnamed Fu turned to his computer screen, which displayed various known biological genes alongside comparative models of the black cat's genes. Perhaps, through this, we could finally gain control over the elusive and difficult-to-manage existence of the supernatural. Now, there is a concern that its genetic mutations may have become so significant that it could have developed reproductive isolation from ordinary felines. However, standing beside a petri dish, Yang Anjing promptly shared her insights. At that moment, she was slightly turned to the side, her expression serene as if devoid of emotion. The tailored trousers accentuated her tall and athletic figure, yet the lenses of her golden-rimmed glasses reflected a peculiar glimmer. My perspective may differ slightly from that of my two esteemed colleagues. Aunt Qian, I wish to delve into the inducements of this genetic modification. Furthermore, could it potentially apply to humans? Or could this gene, after rigorous selection and cultivation, yield beneficial effects on the human body? The notion that absorbing spiritual energy could enhance one's intrinsic traits is rather alarming. If we could achieve some results in this regard, it would surely hold greater significance than merely preventing the reproductive isolation of cats. Facing Yang Anjing's request, Yang Qian's brow twitched. As the research supervisor dispatched by headquarters, she was naturally responsible for the specific protocols and direction of the experiment. Although, in theory, Yang Anjing's approach was not flawed. The thought of her counterpart's obstinate nature compelled Yang Qian to ultimately shake her head. This line of thought is somewhat too radical, Anjing. In scientific research, we must adhere to rigor. One must eat bit by bit and tread carefully step by step. Presently, we possess no understanding of this new gene, and you wish to embark on a project akin to genetic engineering. That is simply unfeasible. Very well. Calmly adjusting her glasses perched on her nose, Yang Anjing appeared to concede her methodology. I understand, teacher. How many times must I remind you? You need not call me teacher. Understood, Aunt Qian. With that, tranquility enveloped the laboratory once more. Yang Qian, group leader Fu, and Yang Anjing immersed themselves in their respective tasks. However, Jiangxing noticed an unusual detail. The woman with golden-rimmed glasses seemed to regard him with an intensity that bordered on excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 42. Subway, elderly, mobile phone. The following day, Jiangsheng did not find himself dozing in the temperature-controlled chamber as usual. Instead, he awoke early, crouching inside the box, attentively observing the researchers arriving at the laboratory. He had never been so closely invested in the progress of these scientific workers. However, he had no choice, for he had clearly overheard the plans for a breeding experiment involving him the previous night. After all, this was a significant matter in his feline life. He ought to inquire about his own opinion. Moreover, at this moment, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding his own body. It turned out that, at the genetic level, there existed a divergence from ordinary felines. The question remained, how exactly did these differences manifest, especially if they were largely concealed within the genetic information? Consequently, one would presume that he would be incapable of reproducing with common domestic cats. Yet, undeniably, he bore the appearance of a cat. Is it truly possible for genetic disparities to be so significant as to induce reproductive isolation? Furthermore, reproductive isolation is influenced by a myriad of factors, including morphology, ecology, mechanics, and behavior. If I find myself incompatible with a cat, what species would my current form align with? Surely, they wouldn't present me with a bizarre array of potential mates. In light of these considerations, Jiangsheng ultimately abandoned the notion of passive observation. At the very least, one must know both oneself and the adversary. Though adept at adapting to environments and understanding the virtue of contentment, the black cat naturally yearns for a more favorable habitat. After all, even if such aspirations are unfulfilled, it is never too late to seek adaptation, perhaps spurred by some urgent notification. The researchers who arrived early today diligently engaged in tasks akin to genetic modeling and comparative genetic analysis on their computers. By the time Yang Qian, the head of the research team, formally convened with everyone, some junior researchers had already reached a preliminary conclusion. The genetic information of the black cat bears little resemblance to that of the vast majority of felids, suggesting a minimal likelihood of successful mating and reproduction. This undoubtedly postponed the official initiation of the breeding project. While Jiangsheng felt a sense of relief, an ominous premonition began to intensify within. If that is the case, then I can hardly be classified as a felid. What species, then, would my genetic lineage align with more closely? Our task today is to augment reference data and expand the genetic database used for screening, ultimately aiming to accurately define this cat as a species within the natural world. After providing a brief introduction to the group, Yang Qian clapped her hands and outlined the day's agenda. Her primary objective for this visit is to establish a population for the living spell creatures. Only when the number of these living entities surpasses the current solitary specimen can they confidently proceed to validate subsequent hypotheses. The atmosphere in the laboratory is perpetually bustling. Even with the arrival of a leader like Yang Qian, the team has little time for pleasantries. Their project is of great importance, closely monitored by higher-ups, and results must be expedited. Meanwhile, Yang Anjing stands alone in a corner, engrossed in her own research. As Yang Qian's assistant and an undergraduate intern, she need not coordinate with others, focusing solely on Yang Qian's directives. Since Yang Qian typically imposes few demands on her, Anjing often enjoys the luxury of managing her own time. The relaxed constraints of a supervisor's intern undoubtedly afford Yang Anjing considerable operational latitude. Ding dong. After an entire day of meticulous scrutiny, a melodious notification finally resonated from one of the computers within the laboratory. "Supervisor, I have made a discovery," exclaimed a somewhat bewildered researcher, clutching a cup of coffee as he excitedly confirmed the information displayed before him. However, the next moment, his expression froze in astonishment, confusion, and anxiety, a complex array of emotions that was almost indescribable. The researcher's exclamation drew the attention of everyone nearby, including Yang Qian, Yang Anjing, and the team leader, Mr. Fu. Yet, as each individual discerned the data laid out on the monitor, their expressions shifted from shock to a profound gravity. For on that computer screen was a genome that matched the genetic information of the black cat to an alarming degree. The classification read, primates, hominoidea, platyrini, hominoidea, hominidae, hominini, Homo sapiens. In simpler terms, it pointed to humanity. It was no wonder they had spent an entire day sifting through nearly every species in nature without yielding any meaningful results. No one had thought to compare the genetic information of humans with that of the black cat to consider the possibility of offspring. Could it be a mistake? One researcher could not help but swallow nervously. Our sizes are different, aren't they? Yes, size is indeed a significant factor contributing to reproductive isolation. I will rerun the analysis. The researcher who first shouted appeared unable to accept the outcome, hastily manipulating the computer. He re-entered the data, reconstructed the model, and re-simulated the process. Moments later, countless comparative results emerged. Ding! After several minutes, a crisp notification chimed, and rows of data were neatly organized by the computer. Ultimately, the conclusion was starkly displayed in two large characters: match. An eerie silence enveloped the air, with no one daring to speak. For this experiment had perhaps ventured into realms that the public could not accept. This research ends here. Without permission, no one is to pursue this further. As for you, continue monitoring the black cat's health. I will report this to the higher-ups to ascertain the subsequent directives. With that, Yang Qian left the laboratory, her expression unsettled. The remaining researchers, after exchanging silent glances, dispersed like startled birds, returning to their posts and feigning interest in other matters. Jiang Sheng, obstructed from seeing the computer screen by the crowd, remained oblivious to what genetic information had matched. Eager to overhear some intelligence, he found that those before him were tight-lipped, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Hey, please don't do that. You wouldn't stuff something strange into my box, would you? Dogs, snakes, lizards, or even octopuses. I certainly lack the faculties to handle them, and I do not accept artificial insemination." I must admit, at this moment, Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of anxiety. So much so that she was almost compelled to speak up, if only a cat could articulate its thoughts. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by the crowd, Yang Anjing's breath quickened. Even beneath her half-framed glasses, a hint of color seemed to bloom on her austere, cold visage. Chapter 43. People always change. Current human genetic technology is far from perfect. As a high achiever in the medical field, Yang Anjing is acutely aware of this fact. Thus, she understands that even if the black cat possesses extraordinary abilities, replicating such rare traits in humans is an arduous task. The genetic divergence between humans and cats is considerable, making the likelihood of finding comparable references exceedingly slim. Much like the regeneration of a lizard's severed limb, humanity has yet to harness such capabilities for itself. In most cases, the special talents between different species cannot be interchanged. With the technology available to humanity today, one can only gaze in awe and longing. Therefore, when her proposal was dismissed by Yang Qian yesterday, Yang Anjing did not press the matter further, for she recognized the validity in Yang Qian's words. Prematurely juxtaposing the black cat's genes with those of the human body in an attempt to unearth the mysteries of their foundational structure would likely yield no discoveries. Thus, she suppressed her thoughts, opting to observe the unfolding events instead. Who would have imagined that the black cat's genetic information would actually align with that of humans? It is essential to note that genetic information is vastly different from ordinary genetic data. It represents the most enigmatic and elusive segment. For instance, The genetic similarity between humans and gorillas reaches an impressive 97%, yet that remaining 3% gap precludes any possibility of hybridization. The crux of the matter lies within the genetic information. If the black cat's genetic information can indeed harmonize with that of humans, what could that signify? The answer is unequivocally simple. It signifies evolution, the evolution of the entire human race. If one could intervene in the reproductive process, allowing the black cat's physical form to merge with the human brain, Yang Anjing scarcely dared to imagine the perfection such a being could embody. Extraordinary intelligence combined with physical capabilities that transcend the norm, alongside an innate instinct to avert calamity. What would the supernatural threats amount to then? Humanity's societal fabric would undergo a monumental transformation. Yang Anjing felt as though she had glimpsed a radiant future, yet a rather formidable challenge still loomed ahead. A considerable number of traditionalists, unable to relinquish their outdated ethical views, often impede the emergence of a new era. Yet, what does that truly signify? The future lies ahead, inevitably beckoning those who seek it and promising realization. Perhaps it is best to approach the matter with subtle inquiries. If necessary, I shall assume the role of the progenitor. Fortunately, this cat is a male. Otherwise, she would need to seek out a selection of superior male gametes. In a fleeting moment, Yang Anjing contemplated many thoughts as she leisurely approached the group leader, Mr. Fu. Her thin lips parted slightly, releasing her typically cool tone. Mr. Fu, what do you think would happen if we conducted preliminary experiments using the oocytes from other primates in conjunction with the black cat? It is difficult to ascertain, Mr. Fu responded with a resigned shake of his head, exhaling a sigh. However, the likelihood of significant results is low. You are well aware that the ability to interbreed across different species cannot be solely determined by genetic similarity. The crux lies in the hereditary information. As the genetic divergence between humans and other primates remains substantial, while forced breeding may yield offspring, such progeny would likely be sterile. Mr. Fu left his statement incomplete, allowing silence to provide a pause. His meaning was clear. Since the computer had provided a comprehensive matching result, there was little reason to pursue further futile endeavors. Their computers employed the latest generation of genetic verification technology. Provided the input data was accurate, it sufficed to simulate the vast majority of reproductive possibilities. This was something humanity could not achieve without experimentation. One must trust one's intellect rather than rely solely on computers. This assertion may be valid, but it does not apply universally. Are we to simply sit here in idleness? Yang Anjing's tone bore a hint of frustration. Mr. Fu remained silent for a moment, seemingly reluctant to concede defeat. However, after a mental struggle, the seasoned group leader ultimately adhered to his principles. This research has already been halted by your aunt. We are all her subordinates and cannot contravene her directives. Nevertheless, I can assist you in discussing with her the possibility of an initial combination of chimpanzee oocytes with the black cat sperm. For now, if you find yourself with nothing to do, why not help us ascertain the health of the black cat? Very well. Upon hearing this outcome, a rare smile graced Yang Anjing's face, clearly indicating her satisfaction with Mr. Fu's response. After all, the regulations within the laboratory were not lenient. Indeed, it was essential. If everyone were allowed to pursue their whims in research, the entire plan would descend into chaos. Moreover, she did not genuinely wish to experiment with the progeny of primates and felines. Her sole desire was to acquire the sperm of the black cat. This was a long-term endeavor, necessitating careful planning. Evolution. Contemplating this term, Yang Anjing's gaze upon the black cat transformed. The Yang family had two daughters. The elder daughter was intelligent and bold, yet her innate spiritual abilities were somewhat mediocre. While she might be regarded as exceptional among ordinary spiritual practitioners, it was evident that she could not inherit the family's spiritual legacy. The younger daughter, timid and fearful of ghosts, possessed an extraordinarily potent spiritual gift. From a young age, she exhibited remarkable insight into the supernatural and swiftly mastered intricate techniques of paper talismans. The elder daughter had once vowed to protect her timid sister. Indeed, she had wholeheartedly aimed to shield her from the world of spirits. However, as time passed, she began to recognize her own shortcomings. As a spiritual practitioner, she could unravel mathematical enigmas, yet the riddles of formations eluded her. Despite her daily regimen of physical and mental training, she remained vulnerable to calamities. Conversely, her sister, blissfully indulging in carefree pursuits, effortlessly grasped concepts that eluded her. Days turned into weeks, and feeling overlooked, the elder daughter chose to leave her family. She felt envy towards the sister she had once sought to protect. She harbored resentment, lamenting her sister's betrayal of their oath. Indeed, they had promised that she would be the protector. Yet, Why was it that, without a word, her sister gradually became independent of her? Chapter 44. The distinction between three-lipped and two-lipped creatures, huh? That entity's progeny is compatible with humans? In the evening, as young Momo returned home from her first day at the new school, carrying her backpack, a researcher standing at her doorstep, after a moment's contemplation, conveyed such news to her. Yes, henceforth, the atmosphere within the laboratory has grown quite delicate. Once you enter, it would be prudent not to mention this matter. Perhaps out of goodwill, the research assistant, who had stepped outside for a smoke, reminded her with his parched lips clasping the cigarette butt. Clearly, he had been unable to rest well lately due to matters concerning the black cat. I understand the situation. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, young Momo inquired, perplexed. Is this matter so taboo that it cannot be mentioned? You do not comprehend. In response to the girl's skeptical gaze, the research assistant sighed and shook his head. This discovery may have a revolutionary impact on the biological community's understanding of species, and I fear some individuals may find it irresistible. Human hearts are complex and often cannot withstand external trials. Encountering a potentially groundbreaking discovery such as this warrants a measure of caution. You imply that young Momo is not a particularly dull individual. Thus, upon hearing her assistant's subtle explanation, she quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, the still-smoking research assistant nodded in agreement, expressing concern that someone might engage in unauthorized studies. Therefore, it would be prudent to minimize any provocations. Understood, young Momo solemnly nodded. Despite her appearance resembling that of a rebellious youth, she offered a seemingly reliable assurance. I will also pay close attention to the issues you mentioned. Then I entrust this to you. With a gentle nod, the research assistant removed the cigarette from her lips, casually flicking away the ash. Ah, what a tumultuous time we are in. If a black cat could truly produce offspring with humans, are we prepared for the possibility of coexisting with a second intelligent species on Earth? This, evidently, presents a dilemma akin to that of artificial intelligence. The essence of wisdom has never been simplistic. What did you say? In the laboratory, Mr. Fu expressed profound astonishment at a new research finding, drawing the attention of Yang Anjing, who stood nearby. I mentioned that we conducted a lifespan assessment for this cat. Startled by Mr. Fu's suddenly intensified tone, the research assistant beside him reiterated, the conclusion is that the anticipated lifespan of the black cat is relatively consistent with that of humans. In other words, Mr. Fu's brow furrowed slowly. The research assistant quickly added, this means it has not yet reached maturity. Immature. This term embodies a multitude of implications. Has it even reached sexual maturity yet? In the corner, Yang Anjing maintained a stoic expression. Yes, feeling some pressure alleviated. The research assistant exhaled in relief. According to our estimates, it will require at least another 3 years to enter puberty. So, this implies that the cat is still in its juvenile stage. But does your young cat look like this? The remaining researchers instinctively began to scrutinize the black cat's physique, which was remarkably large for a kitten. Will this creature's size continue to grow? What about its physical capabilities, considering that it is already comparable in stature to large felines? The researchers swallowed hard. They sensed they might be nurturing an uncontrollable beast. Science can benefit society, but also pose threats to human safety. The distinction often lies in restraint and reverence. Humanity, after all, is but humanity. Mr. Fu's brow tightened, as he vaguely sensed that he had grasped a significant direction. But which direction should we take? How many aspects of humanity can still be found within this feline? Suddenly, the elderly man with the surname Fu opened his eyes wide, and a flicker of clarity shone through his murky gaze. At that moment, his expression towards the black cat had completely transformed, adopting a serious demeanor that made Jiangxing feel as though he was being scrutinized. It was time to begin the examination. The next instant, Mr. Fu instructed the researchers at his side. Let us ascertain whether this cat possesses self-awareness and to what level its individual intellect may reach. As he spoke, his frail body turned slowly. He stood before the black cat, which remained still. Perhaps we had been the subject of amusement for some time now. Observing the researchers, who had now become vigilant after their realization, Jiangxing finally opened his mouth, producing a halting sound through his feline vocal apparatus. It must be acknowledged that communicating through a cat's mouth is indeed a formidable task. Jiangxing struggled momentarily, resulting in a somewhat unsteady tone. There is no need for such tension. Due to yesterday's physical assessment, Jiangxing had become increasingly adept at controlling the growing strength within his body. Coupled with the awareness of the other's intentions, the black cat, now in command of the negotiation terms, felt a sense of urgency dissipate. He was no longer averse to revealing his intelligence before humans. They needed him, and he needed them. Thus, there was room for negotiation. The foundational conditions for coexistence had been established. The black cat realized that there was no longer a need for concealment. It appeared we had indeed become a source of amusement. Unlike the shock and anxiety displayed by the younger individuals, Mr. Fu remained composed upon recognizing that the black cat could indeed speak. He stepped forward and approached the temperature-controlled chamber, speaking gently. May I ask how I should address you? Young sir? Sir, just sir. Young, what young? Jiang Sheng rolled his eyes wearily while pacing within the chamber. You may call me Jiang Sheng, with Jiang as in ginger, and Xing as in life. Jiang Sheng. An intriguing name, Mr. Fu murmured, his eyes sparkling with the light of curiosity. Undoubtedly, he was genuinely unfazed and eager to engage in conversation with this entirely new species. Well, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Jiang. I hope you do not find my manner of address offensive. Mr. Fu's choice of words was cautious, imbued with a perfectly measured kindness. Not at all. You are significantly older than I am, so referring to you as sir is quite courteous. Adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, Jiang Sheng reciprocated the warm demeanor exhibited by the elderly man. Even so, it appropriately conveyed some information it hoped the other party would comprehend. Chapter 45. Having lived 2 lives, I am still a minor. The counterpart did not perceive themselves as significantly older, maintaining a suitable posture, devoid of any pretentiousness, and exhibiting an adequately amiable demeanor. This was indeed a favorable development, at least rendering communication between both parties feasible. Yet, such a foundation evidently fell short of bridging the chasm between species. Humanity's understanding of the black cat was woefully insufficient, lacking to the point of fostering a profound sense of insecurity. The laboratory was enveloped in silence. Save for the group leader, Mr. Fu, no one dared to interject. As for the elderly gentleman, perhaps due to his advanced age, he possessed a more open perspective regarding certain matters. Thus, with remarkable composure, he fetched a wooden stool and seated himself directly across from Jiang Sheng. To be candid, I am genuinely grateful that you, Mr. Jiang, are willing to engage with us, even to the extent of learning our language. Observing the elder's composed and dignified demeanor, Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement. It is nothing. After all, you are the host here, and I am merely a guest. It is only fitting that a guest accommodates themselves to their host. Jiang Sheng's pronunciation remained somewhat halting, frequently necessitating pauses to gather his thoughts. Indeed, articulating words as a cat proved to be a formidable challenge, reaffirming the notion that as a human soul, this reality was undeniable. Nevertheless, he did not elucidate why he could speak, nor did he explicitly refute the elder's assertion regarding his acquisition of language. Instead, he seamlessly positioned himself as a guest, an attitude that seemed to tacitly acknowledge humanity's prevailing dominance. This acknowledgement could instill a sense of security in them, a truth Jiang Sheng, once human, fully recognized. As for who the true host was and where he, in turn, stood as a guest, that was a matter open to interpretation. It could pertain to this laboratory, this city, or even this world. In any case, Jiang Sheng did not adopt a confrontational stance. This constituted a promising beginning, affording both sides some leeway for familiarization. Guest? Mr. Fu raised an eyebrow, seemingly contemplating something. So, you are indeed here to visit us? No. Jiang Sheng casually shook his head, appearing quite leisurely as he strolled through the climate-controlled chamber. Walking, he replied, I merely happened to pass through the vicinity due to my wandering, and subsequently, I was captured by you. Well, please pardon our intrusion, the elder said, sheepishly touching his nose, feeling somewhat guilty regarding the matter. However, at this moment, pressing matters took precedence. Once he had adjusted his mindset, he inquired, So, Mr. Jiang, out of curiosity, may we inquire about your journey and your family life? To put it plainly, a background investigation was necessary. Jiang Sheng, who was perceptive yet discreet, nodded in acknowledgement. He had already crafted several distinct narratives over the past few days. I'm back, came the announcement as the laboratory door swung open. Young Momo, returning home from school, was about to step into her room while carrying her backpack. Welcome back, responded both group leader Fu and Jiang Sheng instinctively. At that moment, young Momo's languid steps halted abruptly, and after a brief pause, the girl turned around in disbelief. She gazed at the black cat, which had just spoken to her. What did you say? She inquired incredulously. I said, welcome back, the black cat reiterated, its enunciation somewhat halting. Its expression was notably impassive, yet its tail swayed with a semblance of consciousness. With a thud, young Momo's backpack fell to the ground. After a heartbeat, she furrowed her brow and directed her gaze towards a nearby researcher. Have you performed bodily modifications on it? She asked, her mind racing with thoughts of sinister experiments. No way, the staff member replied, exasperated yet amused. To be honest, he was just as perplexed. His entire worldview, painstakingly constructed over the years, was on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for his own research into the supernatural, he might have been questioning his existence at that very moment. "Don't be alarmed," Jiang Sheng said with a resigned shrug, observing the bandage on the girl's nose. "I can still faintly see the scratches. I apologize for your injury." Furthermore, as he spoke, the black cat turned to face the elderly gentleman who awaited its response. "Since you wish to know about me, allow me to share my tale." For the next while, Jiang Sheng, utilizing his somewhat rusted linguistic capabilities, recounted the story of a young cat that had suddenly awakened to wisdom and spiritual powers. It wandered through the city, exploring the meaning of existence while aiding humanity in whatever ways it could. The narrative included its quest for sustenance, the romance between Gao Shan and Xia Zi, as well as the calamities faced by He Wan, including the unfortunate youth's laborious yet uninspired creative endeavors, which the black cat mockingly critiqued. The tale was a blend of truth and fabrication, making it all the more challenging to discern reality from illusion. Group leader Fu and Yang Momo chose to believe, while Yang Anjing and a portion of others remained skeptical. After all, the black cat's current state seemed less like that of a genetically mutated creature and more akin to a fantastical being from a work of imagination. Even attributing its transformation to possession or supernatural cultivation would be more comprehensible than its own claim of a sudden awakening. Yet, regardless of the interpretation at present, the enigma surrounding the black cat has become increasingly murky. The unknown world is as profound as the ocean, and humanity comprehends only its superficial layers. As a person of obsessive tendencies, Yang Anjing lowered her head to adjust her glasses. Her demeanor mirrored her attire. The buttons of her shirt were always fastened to the very top, and her pristine lab coat appeared untouched by any blemish, while her trousers were impeccably pressed, devoid of even the slightest crease. Her excessive seriousness and earnestness were the unanimous assessments of all who knew her. In this moment, she yearned to unearth the secrets concealed within the black cat. For someone like her, confronted with an inner desire, the means employed were evidently of little consequence. On the other hand, Yang Mo remained unchanged, still exuding an air of nonchalance. Her coat was casually tied around her waist, and she chewed on 2 pieces of gum, somehow managing to imbue the school uniform with a hint of delinquency. However, the softness in her gaze towards the black cat had noticeably intensified. She was a proponent of coexistence, much like her relationship with the 8-armed goddess. In the girl's eyes, there was little distinction between humans and the supernatural. Each possessed a benevolent side as well as a malevolent one. Their current relationship was merely hindered by a lack of mutual understanding. Was it childhood, wandering, foraging, and confusion? In such light, this little black creature didn't appear so disagreeable after all. Chapter 46. The little kitty cannot bear such words undoubtedly. Jiang Sheng remained somewhat reserved in the presence of these unfamiliar humans. It did not reveal its true origins, but instead convincingly masqueraded as an inexperienced stray cat. Its possession of wisdom was also fleeting. As for the knowledge it held, such as language and various understandings of human society, these queries were conveniently attributed to the fragments of memory acquired after absorbing a soul. Indeed, the black cat even conveyed to the others that it was unable to fully digest or master this knowledge. All of this contributed to its half-truths and elaborate disguise, presenting an image of a powerful, yet somewhat naive individual. It elicited both admiration and an instinctive belief that one was merely facing a pretentious child, thus lowering their guard somewhat. Such an approach was evidently meaningful, fostering a harmonious atmosphere in their discourse until Yang Mo's aunt, who was the actual head of the project, Yang Qian, returned. "Is it truly the case that I was gone for just 2 hours, and you encountered so many events?" After most of the staff had left for the day, Yang Qian stood in the corridor of the laboratory, pressing her fingers against her temples as she listened to Mr. Fu recount a series of incidents. The genetically modified black cat, seemingly altered in its physique, boasts a length exceeding 43 centimeters despite still being in its juvenile stage. More astonishingly, it has awakened a self-awareness, capable of articulate speech and exhibiting a clear capacity for logical reasoning. Goodness, am I losing my sanity? Or is the world spiraling into madness? At this moment, Yang Qian finds herself regretting her superior's decision to send her to investigate the condition of this extraordinary feline. It is indeed a considerable predicament, a significant trouble. Though incredulous, Mr. Fu, with a resigned expression, spread his hands and remarked, "Yet the reality is as such. The anomalies concerning the black cat have surpassed our expectations. Ms. Yang, your research plans may need to be adjusted accordingly." "I understand." Weary yet composed, Yang Qian nodded slightly. her gaze drifting towards the end of the corridor where the laboratory lay. Is it still inside? Yes, Mr. Fu exhaled softly. Moreover, it has expressed a desire to discuss certain matters with you. Very well, let me see what this cat wishes to converse about. With that, Yang Qian made her way to the laboratory door and stepped inside. The ensuing dialogue took on a notably serious tone, as both parties harbored unspoken doubts weighing heavily upon their minds. While casual exchanges were inconsequential, any discussions involving mutual exchanges of interests would not be spared from the harsh realities of negotiation. Nevertheless, both Jiang Sheng and Yang Qian reached a preliminary consensus, which was, in essence, Jiang Sheng's ultimate aim for unveiling his existence. Thus, I shall convey your intentions to my superiors tonight. Just to confirm, you desire a degree of freedom, no longer constrained in your movements, and you wish for us to maintain a supply of various resources, including but not limited to spiritual energy, metaphysical knowledge, relevant literature, and Cantuna, correct? Indeed. Jiang Sheng, quite seriously, licked his paw and affirmed, to this end, I shall cooperate fully, without infringing upon my research boundaries. Furthermore, I will offer my assistance in select supernatural incidents. Your choice of words is quite precise. Listening to the black cat's somewhat halting speech, Yang Qian, standing before the laboratory bench, exhibited no sign of irritation. Rather, she nodded appreciatively. It is a pleasure to converse with you, Mr. Jiang. In truth, she felt relieved that the cat had not proposed any excessively outrageous demands. Thank you. Bowing politely, Jiang Sheng's tail swayed gently. I eagerly await your response. Naturally, I also look forward to our potential collaboration. Seemingly satisfied, Yang Qian closed the notebook she held and suddenly shifted the topic. However, Mr. Jiang, I must inquire once more. Have you truly only recently awakened your consciousness? I find your command of our language remarkably proficient, surpassing even that of the average foreigner. In the face of such an unexpected probe, Jiang Sheng maintained his composure, showing no inclination to take offense. He responded with patience, speaking slowly and deliberately. Indeed, I only came to possess the concept of self 3 years ago, and your language is the most substantial memory I acquired after absorbing various spirits. Is that so? Came the uncertain echo, and thereafter, Yang Qian did not linger, gathering her belongings before taking her leave. She was quite busy, serving as the project manager in her department. The upheaval caused by the black cat had already left her overwhelmed for a considerable time. In the now desolate laboratory, only Jiang Sheng remained. Oh, of course, there was also Yang Momo, who resided next door. Suddenly, a blood-soaked woman popped her head out from the left wall, glancing around before quietly retreating. Jiang Sheng recognized her immediately. It was the 8-armed lady, a vengeful spirit under Yang Momo's care. With her 8 arms, she could summon numerous severed limbs in battle to ensnare her enemies. Yet for reasons unknown, she could not touch herself. So, is it truly acceptable to let her roam freely outside like this? Before Jiang Sheng could finish his musings, a stealthy figure silently pushed open the side door of the laboratory, bending down to approach the constant temperature chamber. It was none other than Yang Momo, who wore a mischievous grin as she tapped on the transparent glass of the chamber with her fingers. What are you trying to do? Jiang Sheng asked, looking at her in confusion. He was met with a playful, hee-hee, little kitty. I heard you can absorb spirits to gain memories. Is that true? The girl's tone caused Jiang Sheng to shudder, prompting a more hurried manner of speech. Indeed, it is so. Unable to suppress his instinct, he shifted back slightly as he replied. So, do you possess much knowledge of high school science? I have some familiarity. If you have something to say, do so directly. All right then, help me with my homework. I need to practice tonight and have no time. Meow? Don't worry, I won't make you do it for nothing. I'll bring you snacks tomorrow. Meow meow meow. The high school student Yang Momo continued her earnest pursuit of strength. Chapter 47. The Disheveled One. Meow meow meow. Jiang Sheng, startled into forgetting human speech, emitted a series of cat-like sounds before regaining his composure and weakly uttering a response. Alas, I am but a mere cat, devoid of hands. How could you expect me to assist you in composing anything? Naturally, I have no desire to aid Yang Momo with her homework. It is preposterous. Having transformed into a feline, how could I possibly engage in such tasks? As for procuring snacks, do I truly lack for sustenance? Having recently struck an agreement with Yang Qian, Jiang Sheng exuded an undeniable confidence. Thus, he sought a casual excuse to gracefully decline her request. To his surprise, the girl, upon hearing his words, appeared to smile even more lightly. How simple. The girl, clad in her school uniform, snapped her fingers gently. In the next moment, a cloud of dark mist billowed forth from behind her, gradually coalescing into the form of an 8-armed figure. Simply relay the answers to the 8-armed one. and let her take care of the writing. Is it truly possible to do so? The young black cat was utterly astonished, its feline existence shaken to its core. Then why not directly ask her to assist you with your writing? In midair, its unconstrained tail pointed accusingly at the ghostly apparition. Ahem. The eight-armed one perished in an era that did not afford her the opportunity to attend high school, young Momo explained, her head bowed as she coughed softly. So, you would have a cat and a ghost collaborate on your homework? How could you speak of such an outrageous notion with such conviction? Jiang Sheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Believing him to be sulking, young Momo offered an apologetic smile. Oh, please do not be angry. I am striving to cultivate my abilities, not merely for my sake, but to provide you with spiritual energy. Your demands for spiritual essence are rather excessive. I have been weakened merely to satiate your needs. You cannot expect me to be drained to the point of being rendered human, can you? In light of this matter, Jiang Sheng's previously resolute stance wavered slightly. He was not one to bear grudges. The incident with the girl and Bai Mu had been a matter of business, and he held no ill will. Moreover, the spiritual energy she provided had indeed been quite beneficial to him. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the principle of gratitude and reciprocity. Regardless of her initial intentions, she was presently nurturing him with the power of her soul. However, could aiding someone with their homework truly be considered an act of gratitude? Was it not somewhat inappropriate to utilize a cat's goodwill in such a manner? Watching the assignments and tests being delivered through the service opening, the black cat finally lifted its eyelids in resignation. It became evident that, compared to the elusive and transient nature of spiritual entities, the souls of the living were indeed unattainable. He truly required the girl's steady and consistent supply of spiritual energy. At this moment, her soul appeared somewhat frail in his eyes. Jiang Sheng understood that the girl needed rest. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he helplessly pawed open the test paper. Pray tell, may I inquire if you have fully mastered the knowledge contained within these texts? If it weren't for your request, I certainly would not put pen to paper for you. After all, in the universal perspective of humanity, learning remains of paramount importance. Perhaps due to the gradual acquisition of skill, Jiang Sheng has become increasingly adept at forming coherent sentences of considerable length. Meanwhile, in response to this inquiry, Yang silently shrugged with a notable confidence. Rest assured, those endowed with formidable spiritual abilities also experience an enhancement in memory. Such trivial question banks serve only to squander my time and energy, providing no substantial assistance. Therefore, I shall assist you in completing them. Without expressing further doubts, the black cat nodded in acquiescence to the girl's request. How delightful. What would you like to eat tomorrow? Steak. Hiss, can you even chew that? Huh. My bite force is 225 kilograms. If I so desire, living cattle are merely prey. Hey, I suddenly find you quite reassuring. Perhaps next time I embark on a mission, I should bring you along? You have no authority to make such decisions. The project leader is my aunt. Damn nepotism. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Jiang Sheng found himself at a loss for words, eventually managing to utter coldly. Those who are unreasonable are seldom favored by cats. Haha, the girl chuckled at the sight of the black cat's predicament. However, moments later, she gradually quelled her laughter. Regarding the black cat with utmost seriousness and sincerity, I apologize for my previous behavior. I was too reckless. Listening to her words, Jiang Sheng did not lift his gaze. He continued to peruse the test paper, maintaining a posture of scrutiny as he replied, It's nothing. In your line of work, it can be difficult to remain reasonable at times, and I understand. After all, if someone like me were to truly lose control, the consequences would be unimaginable. You must navigate various risks while also mitigating public panic and misunderstanding. It is no easy task. Thank you for your hard work. After his words fell, there was a prolonged silence from Jiang Sheng's side. Only when the black cat cast a puzzled glance did it observe the girl's serene and quiet demeanor. Huh, I didn't expect this little cat to possess such understanding. However, I do not require your kind of empathy. That would be rather undignified. Nonsense, it is clearly you. Maintaining a cold facade, who appears more disheveled. Jiang Sheng silently muttered to himself, refraining from exposing the girl's deception. After all, a girl, solitary and accompanied only by a vengeful spirit, seemingly resorts to such measures for self-protection when lacking the concern of family and the understanding of outsiders. As for how Jiang Sheng knew the girl lacked care, it was not difficult to surmise. The previous afternoon, she had overextended her soul's strength to channel spiritual energy into him, leaving her body utterly drained. The once vibrant surge of psychic energy had noticeably dulled in the perception of the black cat. During this period, it was evident that the girl was not in good spirits. Any observant individual could discern this with a mere glance. However, her sister and aunt, Upon arriving in the area, seemed oblivious to her condition, preoccupied as they were with their own affairs, even insisting that the girl stay up late with them to conduct experiments. She attended classes as usual during the day, while at night, she slept in the laboratory, resorting to takeout when hunger struck. It is hard to fathom how family members, who should be concerned for one another, could behave in such a manner. Moreover, in recent days, Jiang Sheng had not witnessed the girl answer a single phone call, even though she had been forcibly transferred to a new school and her freedom curtailed. Thus, from Jiang Sheng's perspective, it seemed that, within the confines of this laboratory, only the 8-armed woman genuinely cared for the girl. At the very least, she had promptly fetched a chair for the girl upon her arrival and affectionately ruffled her hair once she was seated. In contrast to the research assistant, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and displayed an impassive demeanor while immediately engaging in a quarrel with her sister, this ghostly figure resembled a true sister more. She was a person who led a rather tumultuous existence. This encapsulated Jiang Sheng's assessment of Yang Momo. Chapter 48. A major project right at the start? Observing the 8-armed woman, who was now diligently riding under the guidance of the black cat, Yang Momo sat upright beside her, exhaling softly before commencing her own cultivation. It became evident that her soul was indeed quite frail, necessitating a period of quietude to replenish its reserves. Although her psychic abilities were particularly unique, and her recovery capabilities surpassed those of the average psychic practitioner, even the most formidable self-healing powers required time to mend. Since the previous afternoon, the girl had scarcely rested, aside from 2 brief episodes of slumber. Instead, she was either having blood drawn by her sister and aunt or adapting to her new environment and classmates under the watchful eye of her new teacher. Coupled with her inherently weary soul, it was likely that no one could endure such tribulations without faltering. For Jiang Sheng, this was undoubtedly his first encounter with the cultivation practices of a psychic. Thus, he couldn't help but steal glances in observation. How to articulate it? It bore a resemblance to the meditation that he had once guided him through, yet it was imbued with distinctly palpable waves of psychic energy. Whether I could employ such a method remains uncertain. Perhaps I could inquire about it later. Lost in thought, Jiang Sheng neglected the 8-armed woman for a while, until, in the end, the ghost had to wave her hand before him to draw the black cat back to reality. Meow, how do I solve this problem? Meow, you don't understand this either? Interestingly, the two, one cat and one ghost, embarked upon an encrypted conversation. Meow, I've never learned this before. Meow, what were you doing while young Momomo was in class? Goo Goo, I must restrain my power, lest her classmates suffer from excessive misfortune. Meow, can the cursed object seal all your calamities? Goo Goo, it can contain a portion, yet some will inevitably leak out. Meow meow, just like me. Everyone I come into contact with ends up unlucky. Goo Goo, indeed. Thus I must suppress my aura, particularly avoiding external perceptions. And Momomo at school must consciously maintain distance from others. Meow meow, I see, so she probably has no friends. Goo Goo, yes, it is all my fault. Meow, how did you die? Goo Goo, that is a long story. In the following hours, Jiang Sheng and the 8-armed woman engaged in a sporadic conversation. Although they discussed much, it did not hinder their tasks. Around 2 in the morning, they completed all the exercises thoroughly. The next morning, as young Momomo set off for school, Yang Anqing arrived at the research lab. Where is Momomo? After searching fruitlessly, the research assistant, holding 2 breakfasts, turned to glance at the black cat. Her expression one of casual expectation, as if it were routine. Those unaware might mistakenly believe she was conversing with a colleague. So, could you please respect the classification of my species? I am a cat. Why do you always ask me human questions? Although internally expressing dissatisfaction, Jiang Sheng resignedly said. Off to class. After a day and night of intense dialogue training in human language, Jiang Sheng could now articulate phrases of 4 words or fewer without any pause. Nodding in a subdued manner, a moment later, Yang Anqing sat alone at her seat, bowing her head to eat her 2 breakfasts. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with gray-black formal trousers. This made Jiang Sheng wonder if she possessed any other styles of clothing. Observing the woman's silhouette, the black cat suddenly realized she might care for young Momomo. She simply lacked the understanding of how to express it appropriately at the right moments. After finishing her breakfast, Yang Anqing approached Jiang Sheng's temperature-controlled box, holding a bag of packaged treats. I bought dried fish. Would you like some? Indeed, she was not a villain. Jiang Sheng's impression of the woman transformed almost instantly. Without much hesitation, he nodded and replied, yes. A faint response came from her. It could have been a trick of the light, but Jiang Sheng noticed what seemed to be a hint of a smile on Yang Anqing's face. Yet, in the next moment, she had already passed a piece of dried fish through the serving window. In this present moment, the black cat remains in its juvenile stage, and the anticipated experiments cannot commence until at least 3 years have elapsed. Upon receiving this news and realizing that the black cat possesses human-like intelligence, Yang Anjing decided to amend her original plans. She now intends to cultivate a favorable relationship with the black cat, believing that this approach will facilitate smoother proceedings when the time arrives 3 years hence. Upon encountering the black cat, which promptly devoured the fish treats, the ever-serious woman smiled and waved the bag in her hand. Undoubtedly, Jiang Sheng harbors a fondness for such snacks. Allow me to touch you a couple of times. Yang Anjing seized the opportunity to make her request. Just once, Jiang Sheng countered. Very well, the woman conceded without insistence. The day passed swiftly. In the afternoon, when Yang silently returned from school, Yang Qian had already arrived at the laboratory, appearing somewhat disheveled, as if preoccupied with other matters. Mr. Jiang. She addressed him before the black cat's temperature-controlled box. The dialogue between Yang Qian and Jiang Sheng drew the attention of everyone present, halting their tasks as they discreetly observed. I am here, what is the matter? The black cat inquired from its perch, its tone unfazed. I have accurately conveyed your circumstances and conditions to my superiors. Holding a document, Yang Qian's expression betrayed her unease. What is the situation? Jiang Sheng continued to wait calmly for a response. We can agree to your requests and may even offer additional resources. However, we hope you will cooperate with us promptly in conducting an exorcism. Yang Qian's face bore a grave expression as she observed the black cat, seemingly awaiting a significant decision from Jiang Sheng. At that moment, Yang silently interjected, frowning. Is it absolutely necessary for it to assist us so urgently? Must it be, indeed? Yang Qian affirmed, interrupting Yang's unfinished thought. In Donghu City, a vengeful spirit has emerged. Chapter 49, Preparations before departure and the boy on the horizon of vengeful spirit. You say? Even in this modern age, the mere mention of such a term sends shivers down the spines of most spiritual practitioners. The reasoning is quite simple. These entities embody a power capable of distorting reality and unleashing boundless calamities. Engaging in conflict with them leaves no guarantee of escaping unscathed from bizarre, unforeseen events, be it accidents, illnesses, natural disasters, and so forth. Moreover, confronting a vengeful spirit could result in being mercilessly slain in the darkest depths of terror. However, as far as Jiang Sheng is concerned, his impression of vengeful spirits remains tethered to the figure of the 8-armed goddess. There is little to be done. Who could have imagined that the black cat had encountered only this solitary vengeful spirit thus far? It is no wonder that it left a profound impression. What could have caused the formation of such a spirit? Was there truly no means to contain it during the era of malevolent spirits? Upon hearing this news, Yang silently furrowed her brows and interjected with a question. Thanks to advancements in technology, contemporary society has surpassed the past in terms of information access and transportation convenience. Given these factors, the exploration of the supernatural has become increasingly accessible, resulting in a noticeable decline in the naturally formed vengeful spirits. Over the past 2 decades, most incidents involving vengeful spirits have been orchestrated by unseen forces behind terrifying actions. Thus, Yang felt compelled to inquire further, not out of suspicion, but rather as a precaution. It is not that containment was impossible. Rather, it was a matter of undetected presence. Sighing heavily in response to Yang's inquiry, Yang Qian explained. That spirit belongs to a rather unique category known as a lakeside spirit, colloquially referred to as a water ghost. Due to the turbulent currents of East Lake, despite being a tourist attraction, the activities primarily revolve around tide watching, leaving the center of the lake seldom visited. The source of the spirit seems to reside at the lake's bottom, resulting in sporadic incidents before the formation of vengeful energy, which failed to capture the authorities' attention. Only a portion of the local wildlife was affected, ultimately leading to this outcome. Lakeside spirits. Yang silently leaned against the laboratory table, her oversized school uniform appearing somewhat disheveled. Her slender hands crossed over her chest. Turning her head slightly, she addressed Jiang Sheng. If you wish to venture forth, I must caution you. Although vengeful spirits possess self-awareness, do not entertain thoughts of communication until they are completely subdued. The fundamental prerequisite for mutual interaction is the safety of one's life. Thus, you must always harbor the intent to eliminate them. Do not regard them as mere benign entities. That's rich coming from you. Jiang Sheng replied with a roll of his eyes, scratching his ears with his paw. In the memories I possess, there are numerous experiences concerning the recognition of others. I understand this matter better than you do. Please, Yang sighed, dismissing further discussion as she continued to ponder her recollections of East Lake with a serious demeanor. It's a cat, Jiangsheng corrected the girl's choice of words while swaying its tail languidly behind. Then, addressing Yang Qian, it continued, "The conditions I accept. However, regarding incidents involving vengeful spirits, it cannot be expected that I undertake this alone, can it? Of course not." With Jiangsheng agreeing to participate, Yang Qian felt a sense of relief wash over her. The vengeful spirit's disaster assessment was provisionally classified as city level, which meant that should its resentment fully erupt from the center of the lake, the entire East Lake City would be affected. Consequently, the management office dispatched 33 containment personnel to assist in the operation, with 2 curse object managers designated as the primary leaders. During the course of the mission, they would first attempt to discover methods to eliminate the vengeful spirit or identify items that could establish a strong connection with it, transforming it into a directional curse object. However, if these measures fail to be implemented, Mr. Jiang, you will serve as our final safeguard. We shall confine this vengeful spirit within your being. This endeavor is more detrimental than beneficial for you, and I hope you can prepare yourself adequately. No problem. Having anticipated such developments, the black cat languidly yawned. Life resembles a forced corporeal engagement. If one lacks the resolve to resist fervently, it may be preferable to close one's eyes and indulge in the experience. So, when shall we embark? In truth, at this moment, a peculiar sense of anticipation lingered in Jiang Sheng's heart. Yes, his once stagnant soul now stirred with rare ripples. Even if the cost of swallowing the vengeful spirit was akin to approaching death, he had already died once, had he not? To potentially die once more under the pretense of saving others seemed hardly a matter to lament. Perhaps it could even be viewed as a fortunate occurrence. Strange. Why do I sense that you are rather eager? Puzzled, Yang silently regarded the black cat and inquired. Your perception is misguided. Jiangsheng remained indolent, speaking with a distinctive inflection. After shaking her head in resignation, as if arriving at a decision, the girl in uniform turned her gaze toward her aunt. Aunt Qian, I wish to join. No, I have been in contact with your mother and grandmother. They insist you stay here and not wander about. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qian promptly declined Yang Mo's request. TSK. Observing that even their grandmother had been summoned to maintain order, Yang Mo ultimately refrained from further protest, sealing her lips in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Qian continued to methodically explain the situation to Jiangsheng. Thus, tomorrow morning, a representative from Donghu City will come to fetch you. He is a young man, similar in age to Mo, yet significantly more composed. I hope you both can get along well. I understand. Now, please do not resist. I need to affix a tracking collar on you. With that, Yang Qian retrieved a dark object from her briefcase. Must it be a collar? For reasons unknown, Jiangsheng felt a deep-seated resistance towards this item. Or would you prefer a belt instead? Hearing Jiangsheng's vague expression, Yang Qian paused momentarily before tentatively asking. No, let it be the collar. Considering that a belt might hinder movement, Jiangsheng ultimately chose to acquiesce. However, a new exorcist? And of a similar age to Yang Mo. Is it requisite for one to be a minor to become a curse management officer? On that day, Jiangsheng's understanding of the world remained exceedingly limited. Chapter 50. Exercise caution with languages in which one is not proficient. I can hardly believe that living cursed objects exist in this world. On a sweltering summer day, alongside a road where the air shimmered with heat, a pallid youth clad in a black short-sleeved shirt stood, wielding an umbrella while intently gazing at a message on his phone. Why describe him as pallid? His skin was strikingly fair, akin to freshly painted walls, devoid of color and luster, bordering on the unhealthy. Even his hair was a brittle white, appearing both fragile and insubstantial. A fisherman's hat rested upon his head, and a rather heavy full-framed pair of sunglasses perched on his nose, while the collar of his shirt stood erect, obscuring the lower half of his face, masked, as it were. He seemed to harbor a profound fear of sunlight, which served as a second impression beyond his pallor. Undoubtedly, he bore the mark of illness. A layperson, even without medical training, could swiftly discern the nature of his affliction, albinism, a currently incurable monogenic hereditary condition. Common symptoms include abnormal pigment production, photophobia, and diminished vision, alongside a heightened risk of skin cancer compared to the general populace. Consistent with public perception, those afflicted by such a condition often appear exceedingly delicate. For them, even the simplest act of stepping outside can seem an arduous endeavor. Yet, at this very moment, the boy found himself endowed with a unique ability that allowed him to escape the sun's scrutiny. It's quite hot. I feel a bit scorched, he murmured, extending his hand beyond the umbrella to gauge the sun's intensity as he stood on the curb. Cloud spirit, lend me a hand. With a faint hissing sound, a surge of dark energy erupted from his embrace. In an instant, clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, hinting at an impending downpour. Observant passers-by quickened their pace upon noticing the change. Meanwhile, the boy beneath the umbrella lifted his hand to remove half of his face mask. "Ah, finally, I can breathe," he sighed. The innate spiritual power of a psychokinetic naturally purifies the air they inhale. Thus, despite previous mentions of a respiratory infectious disease leading to lockdowns. For most spiritual practitioners, the symbolic significance of masks often outweighs their practical application. This, however, did not apply to the boy, as he wore his mask primarily to shield himself from the light. "Cloud spirit," he called again. "Let it rain." As if in response, a torrential downpour swept through the city of Chuan Valley that morning. How intense was it? Intense enough that Jiang Sheng, nestled within the confines of a temperature-controlled chamber, could feel the air quiver under the rhythmic assault of raindrops. The sound of rain vexed the cat. Contemplating this, the black cat leaped onto a newly delivered scratching post. Scratching uncomfortably. "Are you disturbed by the noise?" In the laboratory, a group of researchers had already gone for lunch, leaving only Yang Anqing, who remained somewhat aloof, engrossed in her own project. It was only when she noticed the black cat's restless demeanor that she approached with curiosity. Indeed, a cat's senses are far more acute than those of humans. Jiang Sheng did not mind the rain. However, such a torrential downpour was rather unfriendly to him. It felt akin to your neighbor conducting legal renovations on a weekday while you happen to be resting. Unpleasant, and with no outlet for complaint. "Shall I stuff some cotton in your ears?" she asked gently with a light smile, laced with humor. Since resolving to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Sheng, this research assistant had almost transformed from a competent professional woman into a caring elder sister figure. One must admit, women are indeed born actresses. And what about the whiskers? What shall we do about those? The black cat's claws were in constant motion, seemingly resigned to its fate. "Well, how about I wrap your head in tape?" Yang Anqing suggested with a serious expression after a moment of genuine contemplation. "Are you trying to kill me?" The black cat looked up incredulously, finding it hard to fathom the train of thought of the woman before him. "I'll leave a breathing hole for you. What do you think? Want to give it a try?" "That's unnecessary. Listen to me. Thank you." "All right then." Perhaps a touch regretfully, Yang Anqing sighed, gazing out at the rain, her eyes narrowing in contentment. "In fact, I quite enjoy the occasional heavy downpour. It grants one a respite, free from the distractions of other noises." Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted this moment of supposed leisure. "TSK." She adjusted her glasses, somewhat dissatisfied. After a few seconds, Yang Anqing composed herself, shaking off her extraneous emotions, and proceeded to open the door. "May I ask who you are?" At that moment, a strange young boy stood outside, clad entirely in black, with skin pale as death. Even Yang Anqing, who was slightly displeased at being interrupted, instinctively paused for a moment. "Hello, my name is Bai Jie, a curse object manager." The pale boy greeted her politely, bowing his head slightly. "I am here specifically for the spirit exorcism operation in Donghu City. Today, I have come to apply for the requisition of support curse objects as per my superior's instructions." Nodding in acknowledgement of the spiritual energy emanating from the other party, Yang Anqing stepped aside, allowing the youth to enter. At the same time, she glanced at the clock, reminding him, "You are late." "Indeed. I encountered some unforeseen delays on the way. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." The young man clearly had no intention of shirking responsibility. His own fear of light often disrupted his schedule, and over time, he had gradually become accustomed to lowering his head in acknowledgement of his mistakes. However, changing this habit seemed improbable. "Please wait here for a moment. I will contact our supervisor." Not wishing to dwell on the matter of tardiness, Yang Anqing led the youth into the laboratory before stepping out with her phone in hand. The laboratory fell silent once more. The youth, now alone, was immediately captivated by the black cat inside the temperature-controlled chamber. "Is this the living cursed object?" he pondered, and suddenly an idea struck him. Without hesitation, he greeted the black cat. "Meow?" In response, Jiang Sheng lazily returned the greeting. "Your meow contains at least 3 grammatical errors." Chapter 51. Are the cursed object managers problematic children? Confronted by Jiang Sheng's unexpected linguistic correction, the boy named Bai Jie was momentarily taken aback at the table. It took several breaths for him to regain his composure, after which his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned closer to the black cat. "You can speak?" The black sunglasses obscured the boy's light pink pupils. In most cases, individuals with albinism suffer from poor vision due to a lack of melanin, resulting in a reddish appearance of the retina and pupils. Consequently, exposure to light can easily lead to visual disturbances, such as decreased vision and pupil tremors. However, this particular youth's vision was not significantly different from that of a normal person, as the power of calamity inherently possesses the ability to refract light. Coupled with appropriate care in his daily life, the decline in his vision was not markedly pronounced. What do you think? Jiang Sheng posed this rhetorical question, clearly uninterested in a response. It was uncertain whether it was a result of this body, but his disposition had grown increasingly feline, aloof, and rather unlikable. Fortunately, the youth did not mind this peculiarity. Rather, he found himself more intrigued by the black cat. They say you can resist the encroachment of calamity. Is that true? If by that you mean to say that you are not excessively affected, then yes, it is indeed true. After a moment's consideration, and acknowledging that this individual would be his colleague for some time, Jiang Sheng nodded in affirmation. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the youth burst into laughter. Huh, that is wonderful. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Jie, with Bai meaning white, and Jie signifying excellence. While I am yet unaware of your name, I sincerely hope we can forge a friendship. The boy's voice, though not melodious, possesses a certain neutrality, yet his earnestness is unmistakable, evoking a hint of perplexity in Jiang Sheng. Shall we say this is our first encounter? The black cat inquired. The youth momentarily paused, then comprehended the deeper implication behind Jiang Sheng's words. He ran his fingers through his hair, offering a bashful smile. I apologize if my enthusiasm has startled you. Nevertheless, you are truly remarkable, and I wish to interact with you meaningfully. As Jiang Sheng attentively scrutinized the boy's inner spiritual energy, he beheld a radiant soul alongside a concealed, dark object hidden beneath his chest. The malevolence contained within seemed far more potent than that of the serene Buddha statue. Following a period of prior research, the black cat had gleaned some understanding of Yang's cursed object. It was precisely this insight that solidified its conviction. The youth before them was undoubtedly the guardian of an immensely powerful, vengeful spirit, one that could rival the eight-armed goddess. Another adolescent with social anxiety, it mused, fearing that the calamity residing within him might adversely affect others, thus choosing to maintain a distance from those around him. It must be said, the Spiritual Energy Management Bureau ought to enhance the psychological welfare of its members. Otherwise, should individuals develop antisocial tendencies, what then? Having unraveled the reasons for the boy's interest in him, Jiang Sheng adjusted his mindset and replied courteously, of course, we must collaborate in the future. It would be impractical not to coexist harmoniously. My name is Jiang Sheng, the Sheng as in ginger. You may simply call me by my full name. I understand. Jiang Sheng. He repeated. What is it? Nothing, just testing the name. Such a mundane human. When Yang Qian returned, Bai Jie had already shared his tale of the vengeful spirit with Jiang Sheng. Of course, on the surface, they were merely exchanging fundamental information to facilitate future cooperation. He is called Huan Yungue. I personally prefer to refer to him as Yungue. And what of his grievances? Having delved into the realm of the supernatural, Jiang Sheng recognized that the formation of a vengeful spirit must stem from some underlying cause. Upon hearing this inquiry, Bai Jie pondered momentarily before lowering his gaze toward his chest and asking, May I speak of it? A sharp intake of breath pierced the air, suggesting that he had received some form of response. Bai Jie then exhaled in relief and offered an apologetic explanation to Jiang Sheng. I apologize, but regarding this matter, I must obtain his permission before divulging any information to you. No need to worry, I understand. Jiang Sheng is not an unreasonable cat. Thus he paid little heed to these particulars. Does he wish to speak? He has consented, yet personally, I still hope that you will refrain from mentioning this matter in the future. I comprehend. Observing the youth's responsible demeanor, Jiang Sheng felt a slight fondness towards him. Meanwhile, Bai Jie conveyed the grievances of the summoned spirit in as bland a tone as possible. The spirit, known as Yungue, was a boy who perished from famine during the drought season. However, it was not the drought or starvation that claimed his life. Rather, he was consumed by his own family. Ever since then, he has harbored resentment towards all families devoid of love. Although this tale consists of merely 4 brief sentences, an enveloping silence descended upon the laboratory once it was recounted. Ahem. It was not until Yang Qian, standing at the doorway, cleared her throat that Jiang Sheng and Bai Jie returned to reality. Supervisor Yang. Bai Jie, recognizing Yang Qian, immediately rose from in front of the constant temperature box. As for Jiang Sheng, he casually complained, Do you walk without making a sound? Truthfully, the heavy rain had dulled his senses. I merely observed that you two were deeply engrossed in conversation, so I hesitated to interrupt. Steering away from the previous topic, Yang Qian presented a file to Bai Jie. This contains a portion of Mr. Zhang's physical parameters. He is not like an ordinary cat. You may certainly request him to undertake various tasks, provided that you secure his consent first. After speaking, Yang Qian shifted her gaze to the black cat. Mr. Jiang, this is the collaborator I mentioned, Xiao Jie. He is renowned in our department as a prodigy with the ability to manipulate weather. I hope you will look out for him in the time to come. As long as he doesn't think I'm a hindrance, Bai Jie replied. Listening to Yang Qian's introduction, the black cat resumed a languid posture. Goodness, weather manipulation. I dare not interfere with a creature possessing such formidable abilities. I suppose I shall content myself with a peripheral role. Jiang Sheng has always struggled to muster enthusiasm. Chapter 52. The Meticulous Youth. June 25th. Torrential rain. In Donghu City, Chaopan District, on Lanxiang Street, a somewhat dilapidated bus station housed Zhang Xian, a company employee returning home late from work, patiently awaiting the arrival of the No. 28 bus heading to his district. Recently, he had been working overtime, often not leaving the office until after 9 o'clock. At this hour, only the night service of the 28 bus, which travels throughout the night, could take him home. The 28 bus is particularly antiquated. Although it operates on a relatively remote suburban route, such an old model has become exceedingly rare in the city, like an endangered species. This particular creature lacks both aesthetic appeal and charm. If one were to draw an accurate metaphor, it would resemble an old man from the countryside, teetering on the brink of death, reminiscing about his mundane yet regretful past. It evokes a sense of pity and melancholy. Indeed, the terms old belongings and past events harmoniously resonate together. For Zhang Xian, there exists a profound connection with the number 28 bus. He has been riding this bus for over a decade, since he first entered junior high school, and has never left this city. Similarly, the number 28 bus remains unwavering. Remarkably, even the bus model has not changed. The urban planning seems to have overlooked this antiquated and remote area, leaving its surroundings untouched for years. However, it would be inaccurate to claim that the number 28 bus has not undergone a complete transformation. Leaning quietly at the bus stop, Zhang Xian finds himself lost in memories. When exactly was it replaced? That must have been during his high school years, indeed, nearly a decade ago. Back then, traveling was not as convenient as it is today, especially in the semi-rural area of Chaohan District. The number 28 bus had only one vehicle, and though the routes were shorter than they are now, missing a bus meant waiting at the stop for over 50 minutes. He vividly recalls a summer afternoon when he missed the bus after school. Initially, he thought it merely a stroke of bad luck, not particularly troublesome. He figured he could spend some time doing homework or reading while waiting for the next bus. However, after waiting for more than 2 hours, it still did not arrive. The oppressive heat of that summer and the sound of buzzing mosquitoes remained etched in his memory. Eventually, with no other option, Zhang Xian had to call his father from a nearby phone booth, requesting a ride on his electric bike. The reason he did not walk home directly was that the path was too dark and too far. This incident prompted him to choose to board at the school after his first year of high school. As for why the bus never arrived that day, Zhang Xian later learned that a tragic incident had occurred on the bus. 3 lives were lost, and the vehicle was destroyed, sinking in Donghu Lake for 4 or 5 days before it was recovered. Subsequently, the number 28 bus was renewed, and an additional vehicle was added. Now, 2 buses alternate, reducing the waiting time to around 20 minutes, making it much more convenient for Zhang Xian to return home during holidays. Not all was lost, yet. It is a pity for that old bus, which likely still bore the remnants of his childhood scribbles in the corner of the back seat. If we were to meet again, it might evoke a plethora of memories from our youthful days. With such reflections swirling in his mind, a faint smile graced Zhang Xian's lips. The bus arrived, accompanied by the familiar sound of its aging exhaust. The office workers returned to reality, stepping onto the vehicle as they prepared to journey home. In a moment of disorientation, he sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was until, as per his usual routine, he settled into the back seat. It was there that his eyes were drawn to a chaotic array of graffiti. So why not purchase a backpack? Inside the bus bound for Donghu City, the young Bai Jie occupied a quiet corner, almost deserted. Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng lounged atop his forehead, wagging his tail and emitting a barely audible complaint. This peculiar arrangement made them the center of attention throughout their journey. Even at this very moment, the black cat could sense several individuals discreetly observing him. After all, it was indeed a rarity to see a cat contentedly resting on someone's person. In the distance, he faintly heard a child pestering his mother about wanting to adopt a cat. Do not cause trouble for the adults outside, you little rascal. Displeased, Jiang Sheng extended his claws, playfully swatting at Bai Jie's sunglasses. However, Bai Jie merely adjusted the frames with a smile, responding, well, how should I put it? I quite enjoy the sensation of something furry perched atop my head. Pets were generally prohibited on the bus. Yet the management at the local station was not as stringent as that of an airport. It was not uncommon for returning travelers to bring along local chickens as luggage. Thus, Bai Jie simply pleaded his case, and the staff, softened by his unique circumstances, allowed him and Jiang Sheng aboard. What reason did Bai Jie provide? This is my cat that I have raised since childhood, he stated when initially stopped, even removing his sunglasses to reveal a strikingly handsome face that left Jiang Sheng astonished. With a look of genuine distress, he implored the security lady, "Due to my illness, he is my only friend, and I cannot bear to part with him. Please, allow me to take him with me. He is well behaved, and I will ensure he does not disrupt the other passengers." Then, under Jiang Sheng's bewildered gaze, the somewhat dazed lady permitted Bai Jie to enter the station. What a farce! Where were her principles of work? Or was it that a little boy with milk-white hair and pink eyes wielded such irresistible charm over women? You like furry things, do you? How about I catch a caterpillar and toss it into your clothes? The envious black cat bared its teeth in an unusual display. Haha, all right. He reached out to gently lift the black cat from atop his head, cradling it softly in his arms. Leaning against the chair behind him, Bai Jie offered a quiet apology, explaining, "I was concerned you might not appreciate enclosed spaces, which is why I didn't bring a cat carrier. My apologies. I will certainly be more mindful next time, given your aversion to being under others' gaze." He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the other party's consideration was for their companion. Jiang Sheng. After a brief pause, he averted his gaze and mumbled, "I don't have that many trivial demands." I understand, he said, stroking the cat's head before lifting Jiang Sheng to the window. "However, the scenery on this long-distance route is truly splendid. You've spent so much time in the laboratory. Are you certain you don't want to take a look? I even purchased the finest sightseeing tickets for this journey." "Uft, what a waste," came the playful retort. "Haha, my salary is quite ample. I can afford this." In truth, to ensure that no other travelers shared his space and to prevent any potential calamity from affecting others, Bai Jie had reserved all the seats in the 3 rows behind him. This was perhaps a significant reason why he could bring the cat aboard. Chapter 53. Human Skin. East Lake City is not far from Chuangu City. After examining the black cat's health and engaging in several detailed exchanges, the personnel from the Spiritual Energy Management Bureau were no longer concerned about Jiang Sheng losing control upon leaving Chuangu City. Thus, they chose to attempt involving the black cat in the operations in East Lake City. Of course, another reason for this decision stemmed from the black cat's unique status as a versatile cursed object. This indicated that it could target not just a single vengeful spirit, but could consume multiple spiritual entities. As for how many vengeful spirits Jiang Sheng's body could accommodate, that would depend on his growth. Presently, the most powerful versatile cursed object can contain up to 7 vengeful spirits. However, this has rendered that object a taboo. Even a slightly weaker spiritual practitioner risks having their life devoured by the calamity merely by approaching it. Consequently, using it is out of the question. Since the demise of its previous custodian, that cursed object has remained stored in the core of a laboratory without a successor in sight. To be candid, cursed objects have always been things to avoid using. Yet, it is equally unfortunate that the best means of dealing with the supernatural often involves employing another form of the supernatural. Are you implying that another murder has occurred? Bai Jie, cradling Jiang Sheng, inquired with a frown at a young man seated across from him in an office within a high-rise building in the museum district of East Lake City. Yes, it happened just last night. The victim was an office worker, and the time of death was between 11 o'clock and midnight. Behind the desk, a tall young man continued to twirl a pen in his hand. His visage was remarkably handsome, appearing to be in his 20s. Yet his demeanor exuded a semblance of an individual of elevated status. The ancients proclaimed that one's appearance is a reflection of one's heart, a sentiment that rings true. For instance, powerful spiritual practitioners seldom possess unappealing features. As for the manner of death, Bai Jie's expression grew somber, and the hand resting on Jiang Sheng's back ceased its gentle caress. After all, the greater the number of deceased, the more tragic their fates. The vengeful spirits that instigated these events would grow increasingly potent, becoming ever more challenging to manage. Observing the youth's anxious demeanor, the young man shook his head in resignation. Like the previous victims, the skin of the body had been entirely flayed. In truth, he was also quite troubled, for he served as the second-in-command for this operation, the guardian of the cursed artifact associated with the vengeful spirit known as the smoke-exhaling widower, Manyang. He had even long resided in this vicinity, acting as the guardian spirit for several neighboring areas. Thus, regarding this incident involving vengeful spirits, he bore significant responsibility. Have there been any developments in the investigation into the spirit's resentments? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jie inquired. None, Manyang replied, setting aside the spinning pen in his hand. I have dispatched everyone I could, yet we have yet to ascertain the origins of this entity. We cannot even uncover any cases that might be connected. Faced with such a response, Bai Jie despondently tapped his fingers against his forehead. In the past decade or so, has there been no unsolved case of victims dying from skinning in Donghu City? Typically, the methods employed by vengeful spirits correlate with their causes of death. The vast majority of spiritual practitioners, when referring to spirits of this caliber, tend to use her/she as a designation. This is because the entity has regained self-awareness, rendering it, from a scientific perspective, akin to another form of human existence. Therefore, using it becomes inappropriate. I understand, and I am aware of this. However, since the delineation of the area in Donghu City, there have been no reported skinning murder cases, at least not in the police database. With a weary sigh, Man Yang rose to pour 2 glasses of clear water, handing one to Bai Jie. Thank you. Accepting the glass, Bai Jie, equally at a loss, spoke with a hint of dejection. It seems we shall have to wait for clearer weather and conduct a few more retrievals in the center of the lake. As for an excuse, we can claim it is for the purpose of clearing debris and silt from the water. What do you think? Recently, Donghu City had been plagued by incessant rain. To avoid alarming the vengeful spirits, Bai Jie was reluctant to interfere with the local weather, at least until the multitude of truths had been unveiled. I find that feasible. Listening to Bai Jie's proposal, Man Yang nodded in agreement. However, shortly thereafter, the young man cast his gaze upon the black cat nestled in the boy's arms. By the way, is this creature you hold the support dispatched to us by headquarters? Just a cat? To be precise, it should be referred to as a versatile magical object. Correcting Man Yang's inappropriate phrasing with a shake of his head, Bai Jie lifted Jiang Sheng and placed him upon the transparent glass table. Although I had numerous questions, it seemed wiser to remain silent. Squinting, I scrutinized the black cat's form from various angles. Suddenly, Man Yang chuckled lightly, awkwardly beckoning to the small creature before him. Quite adorable. Come here and let your brother hold you. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the black cat coldly shifted away. No, you are nearly 30, and you reek of smoke. The air in the office fell into a moment of silence. Can it speak? I silently looked up at Bai Jie, who, with a serious demeanor, pointed at the black cat and responded, it can indeed speak. TSK. After a brief pause, the young man regretfully returned to his seat. What a splendid cat. Yet it has a mouth. Ahem. However, since Jiang Sheng had already begun to speak, he must have had something to say. Before Man Yang could introduce the next topic, the black cat had already leapt onto his desk, clearing its throat. All right. No need to be upset. I merely wish to lighten the atmosphere. Furthermore, since I am here to assist, could you perhaps share with me the general situation here? After all, if you want me to help catch mice, you must tell me where to find them, right? Exhaling softly, Man Yang's fingers began to tap rhythmically on the table. He glanced at Bai Jie. Upon seeing the boy nod, the young man set aside his previous jest, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Jiang Sheng. This case is based on an urban legend that has emerged in recent years. Although there are numerous versions of this tale, and its origins are shrouded in mystery, the core content remains largely consistent, and it has indeed manifested in the current case. The story is titled The Human Skin Raincoat. Chapter 54. Fortunate are those who were not born in an era of ignorance in the Chaoping district of Donghu City. There exists a bus line that operates around the clock, primarily to transport personnel working at the nearby port. However, this also conveniently benefits several companies and factories in the vicinity, providing them with yet another excuse for their employees to work late with peace of mind. The urban legend that Man Yang mentioned is intricately linked to this bus line. Legend has it that 10 years ago, a horrifying tragedy occurred on the old No. 28 bus that serviced this route. The victim was a young woman in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, with alluring peach blossom eyes and a delicate oval face. She was tall and graceful, hailing from an affluent family. Regrettably, her character left much to be desired. On several occasions, she engaged in indiscretions with men, leading to an unplanned pregnancy and ultimately the termination of a child. However, the year following this tragic event, her family faced ruin. Her father perished in a car accident, while her mother was diagnosed with gastric cancer. Her irresponsible brother accrued a mountain of gambling debts. Life, in an instant, plummeted from paradise to hell. During that tumultuous period, no one knew how she managed to endure. It was only later that her brother fell victim to a cult, claiming she was tainted and responsible for their family's demise and misfortune. Thus, it became imperative to exorcise the evil from her. On a stormy midnight, the woman was forcibly taken from her home by 3 burly men. They boarded the very 28 bus that night, destined for the shores of East Lake. The methods of exorcism varied, with no consensus on a singular approach. Ultimately, her already deranged brother, draped in his sister's skin and adorned in high heels, wept as he walked, before tragically throwing himself into the lake. Subsequently, the 28 bus was mandated for a complete overhaul. Yet a figure, reminiscent of a raincoat cloaked in human skin, seemingly lingered. Some recounted hearing a faint weeping while strolling by East Lake one night, a sound that seemed both male and female, sorrowful and pleading, eventually fading into the gentle lapping of the tide. Others claimed that the old 28 bus still operated, occasionally weaving through the new 28 routes. If, by chance, you boarded that particular bus and found yourself among only 4 passengers, it is vital to keep your eyes shut until reaching your destination, ignoring any calls, especially if you hear inexplicable raindrops and the sound of high heels. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to disembark. This encapsulates the entirety of the urban legend. Presently, the incidents involving vengeful spirits have coincidentally overlapped with certain keywords from the tale. All victims met their demise by the shores of East Lake at the stroke of midnight, and all suffered the same fate of being flayed. Moreover, their final act in life was boarding the 28 bus. After hearing this, Jiang Sheng, who had been playfully toying with his tail while resting on the table, furrowed his brow in contemplation and suggested they investigate the bus mentioned in the legend. Of course, we have attempted such an investigation, came the reply, as Man Yang raised an eyebrow at Jiang Sheng's remark. Unfortunately, the historical 28 bus had never been implicated in any murders. Its replacement was merely due to the vehicle's age, which led to a traffic incident. A traffic incident? Upon hearing this term, the black cat perked up, tilting its head in curiosity. Were there fatalities? Yes, there were. Perhaps anticipating the black cat's inquiry, Minyong simply nodded, including the driver. There were a total of 3 deceased individuals. However, it was neither raining at the time, nor was it midnight. Furthermore, no one had plunged into the lake to take their own life. As for the notion of skinning, that was utterly preposterous. In that case, Baijia interjected. This strange tale, aside from having some subtle connection to the current case, lacks any foundation in previous police records, does it not? Indeed, Minyong replied casually, shrugging his shoulders. At least based on the current investigation, that appears to be the case. If it weren't for the mention by someone in the office, I wouldn't have even considered the strange tale worth examining. Have you two actually gone to inspect the bus on Route 28? Jiang Sheng, still unwilling to give up, pressed on, feeling he had grasped a significant clue. We have. In response to the black cat's persistence, Minyong absent-mindedly reached out to ruffle its fur. However, there was absolutely no trace of spiritual energy. To thoroughly investigate, we even requested the bus terminal to bring out all buses on Route 28. Yet, we still found no evidence of any spiritual presence. Having grown accustomed to being petted, Jiangsheng did not struggle but instinctively shook his ears. In that case, is it possible that the old bus is not under the jurisdiction of the bus terminal? The black cat's tone grew increasingly grave, and the hand resting on its head paused momentarily. Both Baijia and Minyong undoubtedly understood the implications behind this statement. It is not without possibility. Minyong pondered for a moment before responding. However, how are we to locate this old bus? Should we send someone to stake out the platform around the clock? This is clearly not a prudent decision. If we send too few people and the rumors are true, they may encounter danger. Conversely, if we send too many and the rumors are false, it would be a waste of time and energy. After all, investigating vengeful spirits is not a matter that can be leisurely delayed. At present, the best option is evidently to focus our attention on the central area of Donghu, where numerous disasters are already visible. Even though that region is vast, finding the source of the vengeful spirit would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps sensing Manyang's concerns, Jiangsheng shifted his collar-adorned neck and glanced at Baijia, who sat behind him. Maybe the two of us can go take a look first. You two? At this point, Manyang's expression grew serious. Are you confident in dealing with a vengeful spirit? Currently, in Donghu City, including himself and Baijia, there are 2 curse object managers, 11 constraint-level spiritual practitioners, and 20 sensing-level spiritual practitioners, along with several spiritual detectives. Such a force is fairly standard for confronting a vengeful spirit. Splitting up would undoubtedly be somewhat presumptuous. However, he and Baijia are indeed considered quite exceptional among the curse object managers. Coordinating with the remaining personnel, it should not pose much of a problem to detain a vengeful spirit. This is a confidence that Man Yang possesses. However, the current presence of the black cat and Baijia seems to render their strength somewhat insufficient. A mere glance should not lead to any significant troubles, should it? With these thoughts, Jiangsheng, feeling a twinge of anxiety, turned to cast a glance at Baijia. His expression was one of confirmation, mixed with inquiry. Following the black cat's gaze, Manyang also directed his attention that way. Under the scrutiny of the two, the pale-faced youth remained silent for a moment before ultimately offering a resigned smile and spreading his hands. I have no objections. At the very least, I can escape. Chapter 55. If life is already a shackle once their conversation concluded, Bai Jie carried Jiang Xing out of Man Yang's office. Their next destination was the lodging arranged by the other party. One cannot help but note the diverse identities within the Spirit Energy Management Bureau. There are students like Bai Jie and Yang Momo, researchers like Yang Onqing and Yang Qian, and affluent individuals akin to Man Yang. The arrangement for long-term accommodation at a 5-star hotel was made without a flicker of the brow. One wonders what motivates such individuals to risk their lives as spirit exorcists. It surely cannot be for the meager rewards that are scarcely worth the effort. Hey, I say, what made you suddenly so enthusiastic? On their way to the hotel, Bai Jie playfully patted the rear of the black cat nestled in his arms. Unexpectedly, Jiang Sheng reacted with extraordinary intensity, leaping from his embrace to perch atop his head. After a few shivers, and seeing that no one was around, the black cat swiftly swatted Bai Jie's forehead with its paw. If you're going to talk, then just talk. Why the unnecessary touches? You know you shouldn't poke the tiger, right? It's left my legs trembling. With a resigned gesture, Bai Jie adjusted his disheveled bangs, muttering in a tone of complaint. Aren't you also guilty of the same? Besides, you are not a tiger. What if I'm not a tiger? Jiang Sheng retorted nonchalantly, resting his chin on the boy's head and rolling his eyes. If I were to encounter them, it wouldn't be so clear who would devour whom. I have reviewed your physical data. Should you truly contend with apex predators like lions or tigers, there remains a significant disparity. Whether it was jest or earnest analysis, Bai Jie straightened his hoodie that had been askew due to the black cat's antics. However, you do run remarkably fast. Also, could you please be a tad lighter on your feet when ascending or descending stairs? I recall the experimental report indicated that since you absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy at the research institute, your weight surged from 7 kilograms to 32 kilograms. So, while I can support this weight with spiritual energy, I kindly request that you refrain from inadvertently breaking my neck. Interestingly, even while articulating his grievances, the youth's visage bore no trace of sorrow, and was even graced by a hint of amusement. Undoubtedly, he did not despise the black cat's carefree demeanor, in all likelihood. He relished it. I wondered why, upon approaching you, I felt an unusual force. In truth, had it not been for the past couple of days spent in each other's company, which allowed Jiang Sheng to grow accustomed to this peculiar aura, he would not have dared to clamber recklessly upon Bai Jie. Are all you spiritual practitioners like this? Curiosity evidently piqued. The black cat blinked twice before inquiring further. No. Skillfully evading a few passers-by, Bai Jie turned into a secluded alley. As a harbinger of calamity, he was indeed adept at eluding scrutiny. For now, it is only me who is like this. Why? Because my bond with the cursed object differs from that of an ordinary manager. In what way does it differ? Listening to the youth's words, Jiang Sheng appeared even more perplexed. An ordinary spiritual practitioner must inscribe a formation or rely on external forces to harness spiritual energy and alter reality. Yet, I can directly appropriate it. Bai Jie spoke this thoughtlessly, then chuckled helplessly, rubbing his chest. Do you remember how the cloud demon met its demise? After a brief hesitation, Jiang Sheng managed to articulate, devoured. Precisely. Glancing ahead with a nonchalant gaze, Bai Jie replied with a sense of relief. Thus, the connection between the cloud demon and myself is now vastly different. I consumed his cursed object, while he, in turn, governs my internal organs. It must be acknowledged that, even with ample psychological preparation, Jiang Sheng was still taken aback by such a reckless transaction. Then what is his cursed object? A few seconds later, the black cat asked again. Although, by all rights, Bai Jie should have kept his information under strict confidentiality, Jiang Sheng nonetheless gleaned the answer he sought. A piece of flesh, devoid of any vital signs, yet indestructible. After consuming it, my body acquired certain characteristics of the cursed object. Of course, all of this comes at a cost. The price is that once I perish, my body and spiritual energy will be devoured by that piece of flesh, thus becoming a small segment of cellular tissue within the cursed object. Did you consent to this voluntarily? Why not? Laughter echoed lightly from the youth in the alley. So, in a sense, I am also a living cursed object. However, my genes have not undergone any species mutation, hence lacking research value. Even so, we share a profound connection. Do we not, Jiang Sheng? Thank you, but I would rather forego such a connection. From the carefree laughter of the boy, the black cat's tone appeared both unfeeling and weak. Fortunately, the boy remained unperturbed. Haha, speaking of which, you still haven't told me. Why did you choose to appear so enthusiastic in the office of Man Yang? Do you truly wish to merely observe the number 28 bus? No, I simply have no desire to venture to the center of Donghu and partake in the so-called salvage operation. Cats are averse to water, and I am no different. The black cat shifted slightly beneath the brim of its hat, closing its eyes in silent contemplation. The youth, however, was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you, after all, a cat? As you may know, on a genetic level, I am not. I still do not fully comprehend the realm of the supernatural. Or perhaps I am yet to grasp what it truly means to harbor a vengeful spirit. At this moment, Jiang Sheng was compelled to confront this reality. The youth before him had abruptly awakened him to the truth. Someone was shouldering the immense resentment of those who had met untimely ends. Then what of me? Am I truly prepared to transform my own flesh and fate into a prison, solely to halt the spread of hatred? Chapter 56. Yet in this world, how many things are truly taken for granted? After a relentless journey spanning several days, I finally had the chance to rest. In room 314 of the Donghu City Scenic Hotel, Bai Jia had just finished his bath, draping a freshly dried towel over his damp hair. He was not particularly tall, and at that moment, clad only in a bathrobe, he appeared even more slender. The lights in the room were turned off, and the dim ambience provided a sense of comfort to the young man. Fortunately, the two occupants of the room were not hindered by the shadows obstructing their vision. Jiang Sheng possessed a natural ability for night vision, while Bai Jia's formidable intuition was akin to having keen eyesight. Have you been to many places recently? Jiang Sheng, curled up on the sofa, opened his eyes slightly, the golden hue of his irises glowing, rendering the black cat even more enigmatic. Indeed, I first dashed from Jingxiang to Donghu, then from Donghu to Chuan Valley, and back to Donghu again. My legs feel as though they might snap from exhaustion. Seriously, can't someone attend to me, a sick person? With a weary sigh, Bai Jia flopped onto the bed, burying his face into the pillow and speaking in muffled tones. After all, you did say you have a high income. Jiang Sheng gently shrugged his slumped shoulders, resting his chin on his paws. High expenditure warrants high returns. That is only fair, wouldn't you agree? That makes sense, but I refuse to listen. Bai Jia, displaying an unusual streak of stubbornness, covered his ears with a pillow. Silence enveloped the room for a moment. The two conversants, once engaged in dialogue, seemed to have exhausted their topics and prepared for rest, until Jiang Sheng, blinking his softly glowing eyes, abruptly spoke with earnestness. By the way, may I inquire what it feels like to be possessed by a vengeful spirit? The black cat was undaunted by calamity. It could endure misfortune. Just as it is unafraid of death, it can also accept situations that others deem utterly dreadful. Thus, it was only natural for it to seek out the resentment it encountered, even going so far as to swallow it whole. Yet, Jiang Sheng harbored a fear of hatred. Its tranquil heart instinctively recoiled from such intense emotions. Therefore, when the black cat suddenly realized that becoming a vengeful spirit was starkly different from merely consuming ordinary calamities, it hesitated. The lifeless flesh that Bai Jia described, impervious to destruction, instilled within it a sense of dread regarding the unpredictable future. Would I, too, become such an entity? If not, would the hatred within the vengeful spirit, like flesh eager to consume Bai Jia, also yearn to devour my very consciousness? Jiang Sheng did not wish to transform into an indestructible mass of flesh, nor did it desire to be scorched by searing hatred. Indeed, the cat, accustomed to acceptance, had finally begun to fear. It feared its own cold, reclusive nature, as well as the comfort it found in solitude. It could not calmly accept the fury, madness, and anguish emanating from another consciousness's depths. It feared the distortion of its spirit, the disruption of its tranquil stagnation, and the entangling emotions that could mire it in despair, leaving it restless and anxious. It had no qualms about sharing this feline body with other souls, yet it was deeply concerned about the fusion Bai Jia spoke of. The black cat would become an artifact of curse, and this alone set it apart from ordinary curse managers. Only Bai Jia bore any resemblance to it. If possible, I wish to become a cat. This was Jiang Sheng's long-held desire, though it had never openly disclosed the reason. In retrospect, the answer was quite simple. It was due to the emotions of a cat. What's this? Are you starting to worry about harboring a vengeful spirit? Listening to the black cat's inquiry, the boy lounging on the bed turned with interest, lying back among the disheveled sheets, smiling as he asked. Indeed, perhaps honesty is yet another virtue of Jiang Sheng. I can accept that the vengeful spirit possesses its own consciousness, but I do not wish to experience its emotions, nor do I desire to merge with it. Your artifact of curse has indeed frightened me. Ha. In the darkness, Bai Jia let out a hearty laugh. Rest assured, as long as there remains a glimmer of possibility, I shall not confine the vengeful spirit within your body. And do you not know? A vengeful spirit cannot actively influence an artifact of curse. The power of a vengeful spirit cannot reach an artifact, yet the artifact can absorb their essence. A human soul cannot be absorbed by an artifact, but the life force can disturb the functioning of an artifact. Thus, these three must coexist in the most stable of relationships. For instance, as recorded in experiment number 21, Yangmu must utilize the transformative power of the eight-armed goddess's essence to offer you life force. During your confrontation, the eight-armed woman was unable to inflict harm upon you. Yet Yangmu could. This illustrates a profound truth. In the face of Bai Jia's eloquent discourse, Jiang Sheng remained burdened by unease. It was not until the youth concluded his perspective that the black cat succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. But I am a living cursed object. If my soul does not possess the attributes of a cursed object, can it then resist the encroachment of vengeful spirits? The moment this question was posed, Bai Jia's voice faltered, plunging him into an immediate silence. Subsequently, Jiang Sheng, too, fell silent. Time passed slowly, and the moonlight outside gradually seeped into the room, casting shimmering reflections upon the floor. Jiang Sheng, are you afraid? In a daze, the pale youth inquired. Indeed, I am afraid. The black cat replied from the depths of the sofa. I see. I was also very frightened back then, perhaps recalling his own past experiences. Bai Jia turned his head and offered a smile. So, I will protect you. Will you trust me? Why? Jiang Sheng questioned, bewildered by the rationale behind this promise. After all, he could not fathom that a genuine friendship could exist between him and this boy he had known for merely 2 or 3 days. You are barely able to safeguard yourself, aren't you? The black cat continued. What need is there to utter empty words about protecting me? It became evident that unfulfilled promises could breed more disdain than the absence of promises altogether. However, in the next moment, Bai Jia responded with an expression of utmost normalcy and a tone of unremarkable simplicity, providing what appeared to be an entirely reasonable answer. For this is the very essence of a cursed object manager's existence, akin to that of police officers, soldiers, and firefighters. We shall protect all those who seek refuge, including you, Jiang Sheng. Chapter 57. Environmental Protection Agency warning, but what if the vengeful spirits can only be sealed by me? In the absence of alternatives, to safeguard more lives, would you not have to cast me aside? Ultimately, the black cat could not accept the youth's goodwill, yet it chose not to pursue further inquiries. It understood that deliberately unveiling such a stark and fragile truth, and clinging to it, would be unduly cruel for the still innocent youth before it. Thus, it was better to blame oneself rather than indulge in sentimentality. Hadn't he already resolved to go with the flow and accept fate? Since it could not resolutely alter its circumstances, it ought to embrace them with dignity. Most of life's suffering is self-inflicted. As long as one can perceive oneself with complete accuracy, the imbalances of the mind will no longer find a foothold. I am merely a feline being endowed with some peculiar abilities. The Psychic Management Bureau is currently engaged in the formidable task of safeguarding the living. My modest interests cannot possibly be equated with the fundamental right to existence of many. Thus, from a fair and objective perspective, it is undoubtedly my obligation to relinquish my interests. Indeed, it is so. In a manner akin to self-hypnosis, Jiang Sheng once again reconciled himself with his present circumstances. Subsequently, fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. When the black cat awakened once more, it was already 8 o'clock the following morning. The routine established within the research institute had brought Jiang Sheng's sleep patterns closer to those of humans. Nevertheless, should he need to stay awake, he would certainly still possess an advantage due to his lineage. The black cat is neither merely a cat nor entirely human. Its genetic makeup remains more akin to that of felines. It is merely that, on the genetic level, an astonishing compatibility with humanity has been achieved. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, likely indicating that Bai Jia was engaged in his morning ablutions. The curtains were drawn open, and sunlight poured in, rendering the air slightly languid, unable to disperse the floating dust. However, today was not a day to be leisurely. After all, there were investigative tasks to be accomplished. You're awake? Bai Jia, having rinsed his mouth and emerged from the bathroom, noticed the black cat gazing up and waved cheerfully, casting a thin veil of misfortune in the air. This veil resembled a diminutive barrier of invisibility, capable of refracting excess light to prevent Bai Jia's skin from becoming sunburnt. As he donned his outer garments, the youth turned back and teased Jiang Sheng. By the way, you slept quite soundly last night. I didn't even notice when you dozed off. Yes, I have indeed felt somewhat fatigued these past few days. Jiang Sheng replied nonchalantly to the boy's inquiry. The black cat leaped onto the floor, stretching its back and shaking off the remnants of sleep from its groggy mind. Really? You haven't walked much lately, have you? Is that what makes you tired? Bai Jia's expression turned slightly peculiar as he recalled that since leaving the laboratory, Jiang Sheng had relied solely on himself for locomotion. One cannot know the happiness of a fish if one is not a fish. Jiang Sheng deflected Bai Jie's astonishment with an ancient proverb, perhaps aware of his own shortcomings or simply disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. Then, his gaze fell upon the youth's chest, which was now partially revealed as Bai Jie changed clothes. At this moment, a grotesque, fist-sized dark tumor lay upon what should have been a smooth chest, entwined with thick, root-like veins that pulsated rhythmically. Its appearance was both hideous and alarming, enough to evoke a visceral reaction. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Perhaps noticing Jiang Sheng's momentary pause, Bai Jie, having donned his jacket, flashed a smile at the still-dazed black cat. "The object of my curse, which has now grown beside my heart, poses no imminent threat to my life, I suppose. Should I extend my congratulations to you?" With a feeble smirk, Jiang Sheng chose to disregard the boy's tone, sensing that he was unlikely to find any urgency in the other's demeanor. "Ha, if you wish," Bai Jie replied with an overly generous smile, pulling a black hat over his mane of white hair. "However, before we proceed, we must first address the matter at hand." I understand, Jiang Sheng responded lethargically, shrugging his shoulders. "The 28 bus, right?" "Indeed." Bai Jie donned a rare, serious expression, meticulously confirming his belongings: a satellite phone, a self-defense stun baton, a canister of pepper spray, an outdoor compass, a multifunctional military knife, and a bag of emergency rations. "I mean, are we really going to need all this just to take a few bus rides?" The black cat murmured uneasily, eyeing the boy's seemingly bottomless waist pouch. "Better safe than sorry. If we find ourselves in a situation that requires force, I'll be counting on you for assistance," Bai Jie said, narrowing his eyes and indulging in light banter with Jiang Sheng. He was acutely aware that, when faced with impending uncertainty, most individuals seek communication. "And what are the parameters for using such force? Does your administration permit me to harm others?" Considering the limitations of his own physical capabilities, Jiang Sheng felt it necessary to clarify certain matters beforehand. "Well, let us say, exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional measures, if you catch my drift." "Hey, how am I supposed to understand that? Could you elaborate a bit more?" "In essence, emergency evasion does not constitute negligent self-defense. If the opponent is beyond salvation, we cannot allow ourselves to be placed in jeopardy. As for the distinction between the two, there are several criteria that must be met for emergency evasion." After yet another round of specialized legal explanations, around 9 o'clock in the morning, Bai Jie brought Jiang Sheng to the Chaobai district of Donghu City. This suburban area, situated near a tourist attraction, boasts a unique landscape. Walking along the wide sidewalk, the expansive lake nearly consumed their entire field of vision. In front of the flood control dam, a few fishermen could occasionally be seen casting their lines, while seabirds soared high above and fish disturbed the water's surface. Had Jiang Sheng not been captivated by the calamity looming over the lake, which seemed ready to eclipse the sun, he might have felt a sense of tranquility. However, it was merely a hypothetical scenario. At that moment, the black cat clearly and fully witnessed the devastation wrought by the vengeful spirit. Or rather, it was a manifestation of the last vestiges of sanity, a restrained yet anguished roar before the storm erupted. Within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers, lay a realm invisible to the naked eye of ordinary folk. The lake's waters were as dark as ink, with a chilling wind that penetrated to the bone. An indescribable, pale oil floated amidst the countless murky and viscous depths, resembling a pot of foul, overcooked broth. But this concoction was far from ordinary ingredients. It was composed entirely of layers upon layers of cadaveric fat. Indeed, devoid of any peculiar rationale. Jiang Sheng could detect it, an innate awareness arising from the greasy air surrounding him, thick enough to induce nausea. Those oils suspended in the black water were undoubtedly the remnants of human and animal fat. Chapter 58. If this continues, I might truly become a monster. How does it feel to confront a complete vengeful spirit for the first time, amidst waves of nearly uncontrollable nausea and dizziness? Bai Jie's voice drifted from behind Jiang Sheng, accompanied by a refreshing coolness. This gentle breeze alleviated the saliva caught in Jiang Sheng's throat, dispelling the cloying sensations that had begun to suffocate his mind. It was akin to swallowing a mouthful of lard on a sweltering summer day, only to wash it down with a refreshing glass of ice-cold water, a sensation that evoked a sense of rebirth, yet left him trembling with apprehension. "Not well at all. I feel quite unwell." Instinctively, Jiang Sheng replied to Bai Jie. At that moment, although he had extricated himself from the suffocating embrace of the oily miasma, his limbs remained numb, his torso rigid, and his pupils continued to quiver. Every single cell in his body seemed to express discomfort, urging him to flee this place at once. "Is that so? Do not worry, that is perfectly normal. When I first encountered a vengeful spirit, I was even more overwhelmed than you." As he spoke, Bai Jie placed his hand gently atop the black cat's head. The more potent a being's spiritual essence, the more difficult it becomes to extricate oneself from the horrors of that world. You must frequently wield your spiritual power to dispel the calamity's influence, just like this. With that, Bai Jie directed his own spiritual energy to guide the spiritual essence within Jiangsheng, allowing it to flow through the black cat's body. Gradually, Jiangsheng's form began to return to normal. Following this, the youth produced 2 spiritual testing papers and, after a brief incantation, placed them beneath the tongues of both himself and the black cat. This way, the vengeful spirit would be unable to perceive our spiritual forms. Next, we must venture deeper along the shores of East Lake. Consider it a precautionary measure. Damn it, couldn't you have mentioned that beforehand? You nearly made me bite off your finger. With his condition slightly improving, Jiangsheng suppressed the sensation of the foreign object in his mouth and leaped over the roadside railing. In truth, had Bai Jie not intervened promptly, it is highly probable that it would have willingly leapt into the water, effectively drowning itself. The formidable nature of the vengeful spirit is evident. Even the mere emanation of its aura is sufficient to ensnare the majority of unprepared spiritual practitioners in a labyrinth of confusion. This is precisely my intention, to etch an indelible memory within you. Only through first-hand encounters with peril can one truly comprehend how to navigate such dangers. Having briefly consulted the map on his phone, Bai Jie endeavored to adopt the guise of an ordinary passerby, lowering his gaze to address Jiangsheng, who remained at his feet. From this moment forth, refrain from speaking or exhibiting any behavior that may seem out of the ordinary. Remember, the vengeful spirit possesses a complete self-awareness and individual intellect. To trace its concealed origins, we must ensure it does not sense any anomalies. Therefore, Man Yang, the individual from yesterday's office, you should recall him, right? We can only use the pretext of clearing the riverbed to arrange for the salvage team. Meow, I understand, came the response. Concerning the information about Man Yang, Jiangsheng had already gleaned a general understanding during the inquiry into the case yesterday and had exchanged brief introductions with him. Although its memory was not particularly sharp, it was not so deficient as to forget entirely. With a drooping gaze, the black cat let out a sound and continued to utilize the spiritual energy that Bai Jie had previously guided it to harness, easing the discomfort in its limbs. It was at this moment it realized that its body was indeed capable of condensing and wielding spiritual power. Yet, no one had ever taught it how to do so before. Thus, it was only now that it could fully appreciate this extraordinary force. Oh, so this energy was drawn from the very cells, was it? However, it seemed to possess some distinct qualities, as if something else within its body stirred in response. What a remarkably enchanting sensation it was. Recalling the steps Bai Jie had employed to extract spiritual energy, Jiangsheng attempted to mimic them. Astonishingly, it managed to extract a faint azure spiritual essence using such rudimentary methods. If Bai Jie were to discover that Jiangsheng, without any systematic training, had independently navigated the process to condense spiritual power, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. After all, this transcends the realm of mere talent. Upon reflection, the black cat was virtually a natural user of spiritual energy. As the only living spell artifact in existence, its body could enhance itself through the absorption of spiritual power. Concurrently, its spiritual energy would grow stronger in tandem with its physical form. However, the youth was evidently unaware of this fact, for in his understanding, Jiangsheng, as a confidential grade spell artifact of the Spiritual Energy Management Office, must have acquired some techniques for spiritual communication. Moreover, it was likely that it could not sustain itself with its own spiritual energy. Otherwise, why would it need to absorb from Yang Momo? Therefore, when Bai Jie observed the black cat still extracting spiritual power, he did not pay it much mind. Continuing to follow the map, I arrived at the bus stop for Route 28 on Sihu South Road in the coastal district, a location that has become the origin of an urban legend in recent years. This was the original terminal for Route 28, also known as the Human Skin Raincoat Station. With a peculiar cry, a black cat leaped onto the metal bench at the bus stop, casting a curious glance around before turning back to tilt its head inquisitively at Bai Jie. Its expression was not difficult to decipher. It seemed to suggest that this place appeared rather too ordinary. Indeed, compared to the foul-smelling waters of East Lake seen through the lens of supernatural perception, the current bus stop appeared astonishingly pristine. There were no remnants of calamity, nor any signs of spiritual presence. From any angle, it resembled nothing more than an unremarkable bus stop. It was no wonder that Man Yang had no inclination to investigate here, instead directing all personnel towards East Lake. With an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome, Bai Jie calmly shrugged and took a seat near Jiangsheng, lowering his gaze as he awaited the bus. He was in no rush, for according to the narrative of the tale, several conditions needed to be met to trigger the urban legend. Firstly, it had to be a rainy day. Secondly, it must be late at night. Thirdly, there should be exactly 4 people on the bus. And fourthly, the sound of high heels walking. Undoubtedly, without external influences, achieving all 4 conditions simultaneously was quite a challenge. Thus, Jia had prepared himself for a patient endeavor, determined to remain vigilant. To avoid missing an opportunity or encountering unforeseen external disturbances, he planned to continuously transfer between several Route 28 buses throughout the day, with the clear objective of igniting the urban legend. Chapter 59. Different Worlds, Different Sciences. After waiting nearly 20 minutes, Jia and Jiang Sheng encountered their first target of the day, a decrepit Route 28 bus that had just pulled into the stop. Its aging chassis crawled along the road, appearing to stumble forward, evoking a sense that it might emit a cloud of exhaust fumes at any moment and collapse at the roadside, awaiting repairs, hardly instilling a sense of safety in its passengers. It was no wonder that urban legends had arisen around such vehicles. Indeed, who could board a bus like this at midnight and not feel a twinge of apprehension? However, as a commuter line that seemed rather insignificant even in the suburbs, its route conveniently bypassed any tourist attractions. The Route 28 bus was, without a doubt, difficult to incorporate into the town's planning vision, which explained why it had only been renewed once thus far. After swiping my card, I made my way to the last row of seats. Perhaps due to its remote location, the driver did not raise any objections regarding my pet. He merely cast a glance in my direction before allowing me to board. Silently leaning against the window, the youth feigned a semblance of slumber. Yet his mind was wholly absorbed in the sounds surrounding him. Meanwhile, the black cat beside him continued to delve into the spiritual energy it had recently extracted. This essence appeared to enhance the vitality of my cells, manipulating the flow of spiritual energy through his body. Jiang Sheng once more rediscovered the exhilarating sensation he had experienced when absorbing spiritual power from Yang Miming. It was a feeling that made every pore on his body seem to rejoice. Although the current experience was relatively minor compared to his previous encounters, the significance of wielding such power himself was undeniably more profound than mere passive reception. Even if progress was slow, the fulfillment derived from learning to fish and catching a dead fish could not be trivialized. Thus, was this the distinguishing feature of my body? To others, energy stemming from the soul was not easily wielded, yet for me, it felt remarkably effortless, almost as obedient as my claws, far more so than my tail. As he pondered, Jiangsheng bit his lip, allowing a trickle of spiritual energy to flow forth. If cellular vitality could be stimulated by spiritual energy, what of the speed of its division? With a jolt akin to an electric shock, the wound in his mouth, which had barely begun to bleed, gradually healed. The entire process took less than half a minute, and it was merely the effect of a minuscule trace of spiritual energy. No wonder Jia's cursed objects could not be destroyed. However, not every cursed object possessed such regenerative capabilities. After all, ordinary inanimate objects lack the cellular structure necessary for division. As if presented with a novel toy, Jiang Sheng, instructed to remain silent, immersed himself in the extraction of spiritual energy. In his eyes, this endeavor resembled a form of cultivation, akin to the mystical beings found in tales of celestial heroes. He concentrated his magical essence to fortify his physical form. Yet, in this moment, Jiang Sheng overlooked a fundamental principle of science, the law of conservation of energy. In the tangible world, no energy can materialize from nothing. Although spiritual energy might theoretically transcend the realm of matter, it nonetheless remains a form of energy. Thus, to generate it, one must consume. The consumption of spiritual energy is rooted in the soul, and the soul's expenditure, in turn, relies on the physical body. Approximately half an hour later, the black cat had nudged Jia's hand with its paw. "What are you doing?" Jia, unable to feign sleep any longer, reluctantly opened his eyes and lowered his voice to inquire of Jiang Sheng. "I am hungry, very hungry." The black cat lay limply across the seat, its lips parting weakly. "Do you have anything to eat? Please share. Have you exhausted your spiritual energy?" As a seasoned practitioner, Jia quickly discerned Jiang Sheng's predicament. He retrieved a vial of nutritional solution from his pocket and discreetly placed it beneath the black cat's belly. "Drink this, but be subtle. Don't let anyone else see." Fortunately, the passenger count was low. Otherwise, Jia would struggle to explain his unusual conversation with the cat. "How did you deplete your spiritual energy? You haven't encountered anything supernatural, have you?" He intended to clarify the situation, but in the next moment, he caught sight of a father and daughter casting curious glances at them. He turned away, feigning interest in the scenery while covering his mouth to speak. "Let us discuss this later. You should rest now and refrain from using your powers." "I'm sorry." Recognizing his fault, Jiangsheng did not press further. Shielded by the seat from prying eyes, he consumed the solution and then bowed his head, succumbing to slumber. When the black cat regained consciousness, Bai Jie was cradling it back in their hotel room. "How are things? Have you uncovered anything?" Jiangsheng, mustering his waning energy, stood from the sofa. His gaze sheepish under Bai Jie's knowing smile as he inquired about their work. "Nothing particularly concrete. I had planned to travel through the night, but considering you fainted, I had no choice but to return early." As he spoke, Bai Jie gestured towards the wall clock, which had only just passed 9 in the evening. Clearly, the black cat's actions had thoroughly disrupted his plans. "Ha ha ha." Jiangsheng offered an awkward chuckle, and after a brief silence, he resignedly acknowledged his situation. "I apologize. I was careless and attempted something I didn't fully understand without informing you." Accepting the black cat's apology calmly, Bai Jie crossed his arms. "Now, could you tell me what you tried that led to the interruption of your spiritual energy supply?" How should I put this? Uncertain how to articulate his discovery, Jiangsheng hesitated for a moment before jumping onto the floor. "Never mind, I'll demonstrate it for you." He continued, "Earlier on the bus, I acquired an entirely new ability." As those words fell, within the room, the black cat crouched, its petite form poised. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within it began to coalesce. After a few breaths, before the boy's incredulous gaze, a black panther, towering at half his height, silently and slowly approached him. Indeed, this is Jiangsheng, who has inadvertently stumbled upon a technique through a series of fortunate accidents, analyzing it through the lens of rational scientific concepts. It is temporarily dubbed the directed proliferation and short-term remodeling of cellular memory, also known as temporary atavism. Chapter 60. The Conspiracy Within Reason and Essence. You have harnessed psychic energy to enhance the cellular processes of the enchanted object, thereby accelerating the division rate of certain cells within your body. Utilizing biological memory at the genetic level, you have meticulously arranged the proliferating tissues into a structured phase. Ultimately, based on a significant, even excessive, consumption of spiritual energy, you have achieved the monumental growth of your physical form within the species, correct? Outside the window, the moonlight lay half dreaming among the clouds. Within the dimly lit hotel room, a silver-haired youth sat at the edge of the bed, his finger pressing against his brow in a state of mild distress. Opposite the bed, a black cat, overwhelmed by its own surplus fur, innocently blinked its golden eyes. "Although I did not deliberate as extensively as you have during the actual operation, it is roughly in alignment with your interpretation." Perhaps due to a sense of shame, its tone was noticeably more rigid than usual. "Moreover, when you cease the supply of psychic energy, the cellular tissues stimulated by your intervention will rapidly perish due to insufficient nutrients. Once your physique returns to normal, they will be expelled from your body in the form of shedding fur, correct?" "Clearly, you have answered correctly." Facing Bai Jie's inquiry, Jiangsheng cast a glance at his own body, which was already adorned with nearly a meter of fur, and then shrugged in resignation. "So when can you procure a pair of scissors to assist me in trimming away these cumbersome appendages?" 2 minutes prior, the black cat had reverted to its original size by halting the influx of spiritual energy. However, it had forgotten about the surplus cells, leading to an unbearable itch from the stimulated hair follicles and resulting in its current appearance. "Haha, do not be anxious." Waving his hand in an amused manner, Bai Jie found himself intrigued by this unprecedented situation, leaning in closer for a better look. He couldn't help but stroke the soft black fur that trailed on the ground. "You've effectively transformed from a wild cat into a rare breed. You're worth having multiplied tenfold at the very least." Feeling the sting of mockery, Jiangsheng was undeniably vexed yet restrained from expressing his irritation. Thus, he declared emphatically, "I am indeed a rare breed." "Ha ha ha. Right, a rare breed, a rare breed. Could you please refrain from laughing?" "I am not laughing. How could I possibly find humor in such a serious matter?" Realizing that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined, Bai Jie's expression grew increasingly amused. After all, Jiangsheng's current appearance was undoubtedly remarkable. At first glance, it appeared as though a colossal wig had sprouted a pair of eyes and ears. To describe it as chilling would indeed convey a hint of charm, while labeling it as adorable would evoke a tinge of terror. In short, something felt decidedly amiss. Fixating on Bai Jie's ever-curving smile, Jiangsheng could no longer contain himself. "You are unmistakably laughing at me." Yu Haven Tea stopped. Coughing to mask the exposure of his deception, Bai Jie turned away to divert the conversation. "All right, I shall fetch you some scissors. By the way, how long can you maintain that form? Furthermore, does it enhance your physical capabilities?" "It does enhance." Observing Bai Jie engage in serious discourse, Jiangsheng, albeit reluctantly, felt compelled to join in. in the state you just exhibited, approximately 3 times the usual. As for duration, if there is no intense physical exertion, it should last about an hour, otherwise, around 20 minutes. That is quite a substantial duration. After rummaging through various items, Bai Jia crouched before Jiang Sheng, preparing to trim the excessively long fur. How did you faint in the car earlier? Upon mentioning this, the black cat's demeanor shifted to one of unease. It was due to my negligence. I inadvertently overstimulated the reactive cells, causing the ordinary cells to begin absorbing spiritual energy. The last individual I drained was Yang Momo from the experimental records. Thankfully, I detected the anomaly in time, or I might still be unconscious now. I see. Understanding the progression of events, Bai Jia nodded in realization. Can you continue to expand your form, or are you capable of transforming across species? I can indeed continue to expand my body. However, I cannot transform into something else. As I've mentioned, I organize proliferating tissues based on genetic memory. Arbitrarily distorting the structure could lead to my becoming an irregular mass of flesh. Having said this, Jiang Sheng discreetly glanced at Bai Jia's chest, clearly aware of the lingering taboo regarding the entity within. Is that so? Unbothered by the black cat's gaze, Bai Jia fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, the salvage team organized by Man Yang was still deploying nets across the surface of Donghu Lake. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Man Yang, clad in casual attire, stood by the lakeside when he suddenly received an anonymous call. Hello? Did I not instruct you not to call me? Rest assured, everything has been arranged. The new curse object is quite special, yet it cannot be deemed a variable. How intriguing. Would you care for a recommendation? Well, enough of idle chatter. I must continue directing the salvage team. As for the incantation to summon the cloud specter, that remains beyond my grasp for now. Yet, that is hardly a concern for you, is it? Ensure you are well prepared with your raincoats, for the weather control is no trifling matter. If you find yourselves unable to prevail, neither I nor Taiyan shall take to the field. I do hope your capabilities are as formidable as your bravado suggests. Until we meet again, farewell. Click. With that, the call from an unknown number was abruptly terminated. New Yorking tucked his phone into his pocket and faced the direction of East Lake, releasing a long sigh. Ah, this world is truly tumultuous. Taiyan, I appreciate your assistance. With a mournful wail, a wisp of ghostly fire suddenly emerged from the open space, enveloping New Yorking's form. When the flames extinguished, the tall silhouette of the man had vanished from sight. According to Article 20 of the Spiritual Energy Safety Act, to prevent the misappropriation of cursed objects by nefarious individuals, each cursed item must bear 8 binding spells, 4 for sealing and 4 for release. Thus, even in the unfortunate event of the guardian's demise, the cursed object remains under control, significantly mitigating the potential for spiritual crime. Chapter 61. A purple neck, signifying a severe sprain. Truth be told, I have begun to feel that our investigative direction is misguided. Midnight, torrential rain, and a bus stop. The flickering lights of the sign cast an uneven glow upon 2 slender figures. The vacant bench before them was brazenly occupied by a black cat, sprawled in a relaxed pose, warding off the encroaching mosquitoes. Jiang Sheng, with drooping eyelids and a voice tinged with fatigue, articulated a rather pessimistic viewpoint. Today marked the 3rd day he and Bai Jia had been waiting for the bus in this vicinity, including the upcoming service. They should have boarded no fewer than 40 Route 28 buses. Yet, among these 40 vehicles, they had not uncovered a single anomaly nor encountered anything suspicious. If one were to discuss any recent peculiarities aboard the buses, well, the presence of the black cat and the youth might be the sole oddities. After all, this pair had been shuttling back and forth between a few buses day and night. Given the scarcity of Route 28 drivers, it was likely that they had already been recognized. At the right side of the platform, leaning against the railing, Bai Jia listened to Jiang Sheng's seemingly defeatist remarks and silently stowed away his phone. He then offered a wry smile, speaking in a voice so clear it seemed to blend with the sound of the rain. Let us wait a while longer. I have a premonition that a turning point is imminent. Oh, you practitioners of spiritual arts also dabble in fortune-telling? Jiang Sheng rolled over wearily, accurately swatting away an insect seeking shelter from the rain. The dense and sharp raindrops pounded against the ground, splattering countless droplets. The night appeared to be veiled in a thin shroud, becoming both hazy and enchanting. Not that it could be termed fortune-telling. Gazing up at the halo of the streetlight through the rain curtain, Bai Jia adjusted his sunglasses perched upon the bridge of his nose. Yet, the rain intensified, and I began to sense that time was running short. Speaking thus, the youth placed his hand upon his chest, where another heartbeat lay suppressed. Is there something amiss with this rain? Looking around in confusion, the black cat was certain it could perceive no hint of calamity amidst the downpour. However, Bai Jia's resolute demeanor caused it to waver slightly. Fortunately, the youth had no intention of leaving them in suspense. Rather, he elucidated with remarkable clarity. The rain, of course, posed no issue. The concern lay in the consequences it would bring. Though Donghu is named a lake, one side faces the sea, making it susceptible to tidal influences and other surrounding factors. Hence its reputation as a scenic spot for tidal observation. Do not ponder why a lake that connects to the sea is still called a lake. After all, Arai is still referred to as a sea. Your implication is that Bai Jia suddenly began discussing the local natural environment, prompting Jiang Sheng to furrow his brow. Indeed, the youth affirmed with a slight nod. Torrential rain, floods, typhoons. These calamities, I fear, are the disasters prepared to unfold. As if to echo the boy's words, the waters of Donghu began crashing against the flood defenses nearby. Then, what shall we do? Being new to this place, Jiang Sheng straightened his previously slumped posture, his tone tinged with tension. Just as he had stated himself, cats detest water, and so did he. Fear not. Perhaps sensing the black cat's unease, Bai Jia, standing beneath the curtain of rain, gently shrugged his shoulders. Do you remember the abilities of the cloud spirit? That is the reason I stand here. When necessary, I will alter the weather in Donghu City to mitigate the disaster. You can change the weather of an entire district? Undoubtedly. Even though he had anticipated this in his heart, Jiang Sheng was still taken aback by Bai Jia's confidence. So alas, the youth did not intend to elaborate on this point further, steering the conversation back on course. If we wish to completely eliminate the suspicions surrounding Route 28, we should wait a while longer. If all goes as expected, the vengeful spirit will soon make its move. Beep. Just as Bai Jia finished speaking, two beams of light pierced through the rain curtain. The new Route 28 bus arrived 5 minutes earlier than scheduled. Bai Jia. Almost upon seeing the bus, Jiang Sheng leaped from his seat, calling out the youth's name with fervor. I see it. The response from the black cat was a calm sigh devoid of emotional fluctuation. It truly is chillingly eerie. Indeed, at this very moment, an otherworldly bus, starkly dissimilar to the usual Route 28, abruptly materialized before the two individuals. It appeared aged, decayed, and permeated with a sense of impending doom. Do you wish to board? Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from behind Bai Jia and Jiang Sheng. The black cat, startled, stood on end. Bai Jia, however, composedly turned around to discern the source of the noise. There stood a man, smiling politely in the rain, clad in a flesh-colored raincoat and wearing a pair of women's high heels. Were it not for his purple-tinged neck, which extended nearly 2 meters, he might have been mistaken for a benign passenger. Yet, in the next moment, his contorted features loomed ominously close to Bai Jia's nose, as if both had caught a whiff of each other's breath. Do you wish to board? The man in the raincoat inquired once more, his smile growing more profound. However, instead of a reply, he was met with a finger extended by the youth. An illusion shattered, with a sound akin to a balloon bursting. The man's form withered and faded, ultimately vanishing from sight. Merely a trick of the eye. Remain calm. The youth reassured himself as he cradled the now fluffed black cat, soothing it gently. He did not mock Jiang Sheng's momentary fear. After all, the dread of the unknown is an instinct inherent to many species. Yet, it was clear that a vengeful spirit had set its sights on them. Caution was imperative. As for Man Yang, there were likely troubles brewing on his end. Otherwise, he should have drawn attention first. Regardless, this situation had become quite precarious. Chapter 62. I will relentlessly cling on. Perhaps it was the rapidity of recent events. Or perhaps Jiang Sheng merely required time to suppress his instincts. In any case, once the black cat had settled, the bus, ensnared in foul energy, came to a halt before the platform, its doors creaking open slowly. Are we simply going to board? Casting a hesitant glance at Bai Jia, Jiang Sheng anticipated that the youth would take some precautionary measures. To his surprise, the boy merely offered a faint smile before ascending the bus steps, the cat cradled in his arms. Almost immediately upon entering the vehicle, Jiang Sheng felt an unyielding chill enveloping him, as if the very flow of his blood had slowed. The oppressive heat of summer dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of freezing disorientation. Bored? In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man donned in a worn uniform and a cap turned his expressionless face towards them. Bored, Bai Jia replied coolly. Upon uttering these words, he symbolically retrieved his mobile phone. Just as he was about to scan the code to board the bus, he abruptly realized that the vehicle lacked a scanning device. Noticing that Bai Jia had yet to make payment or take a seat, the driver ominously inquired once more, where to? Donghu, Bai Jia replied, negotiating with a semblance of familiarity. What is the fare? This is Donghu. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the driver's brow furrowed slightly. Nevertheless, Bai Jia's resolve remained unyielding. I wish to go to Donghu. What is the fare? After a moment of silent exchange, the driver finally smirked and nodded, stating, 2 yuan. We have 2 passengers. I will give you 4. With that, Bai Jie produced 4 coins from his pocket, inserting each one into the fare box with deliberate care. Having completed this task, he cradled Jiang Sheng and made his way to the back row of seats. He then sat down leisurely, while in his embrace. The black cat opened its mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated. Observing this, Bai Jie offered a faint smile and leaned down to whisper, "If you have something to say, just speak it. After all, at this moment, the vengeful spirit has already set its sights on us." Bai Jie had initially believed that with the retrieval team from Minyang providing cover, their actions in the vicinity would not draw the attention of the vengeful spirit too soon. This would afford them more time to verify the authenticity of the urban legend and subsequently investigate the source of the supernatural occurrences. However, reality proved him mistaken. Fortunately, the entity did not retreat. Rather, it eagerly approached, intent on ensnaring him into its realm of invisibility. In fact, it altered the trigger mechanism and sequence of the legend itself. After all, the tale had never mentioned a man with a neck 2 meters long abducting one onto a bus. What did this signify? Was it not indicative that his and Jiang Sheng's actions were deemed more threatening to the vengeful spirit than the retrieval team from Minyang? Indeed, the origin of this vengeful spirit must be intricately linked to that urban legend. In this regard, Bai Jie and Jiang Sheng had been on the same wavelength from the very beginning. It was merely that the youth had refrained from voicing his thoughts. Now, that monster had set its sights on his spirit, intending to consume him, while he sought to confirm its origin. Was this not a fortuitous arrangement, a mutually beneficial exchange? Thus contemplating, the youth's gaze became increasingly tranquil, concealing a profound luminescence beneath. Where would this bus take us? Meanwhile, having received Bai Jie's consent, the black cat, feeling oppressed in the dark, cramped space, could not suppress the question that lingered in its mind. After all, this was its first mission, and it inevitably felt a sense of restraint and disorientation. Fortunately, as its partner, the young Bai Jie has always been a patient and responsible companion, consistently ready to answer any inquiry. If all goes as expected, he will guide us through an experience of his own demise, thereby savoring the entire process to its fullest while simultaneously releasing the pin-up resentment within him. With a deep sigh, Jiang Sheng resignedly lowered his head. Indeed, it is rather twisted, yet undeniably true. Acknowledging the soft fur in his hand, the young man smiled in agreement. How could it not be called a vengeful spirit? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it seemed Bai Jie suddenly recalled something and added with a complex expression, "In the end, we shall prove it to them." Prove what? Jiang Sheng instinctively inquired. Pondering for a moment, he turned to gaze out at the torrential rain, a determined smile gracing his lips. "To prove that I am aware of your resentment, that I bear it, and then you may hate me. Hate me with all your heart, without reservation. Hate me with the intent to kill. For this purpose, I shall dedicate my life, my fate, my all to demonstrate it to you. I have witnessed your sorrowful rage. I have heard your cries. I have shared in your suffering. Yet, I will not relent. I shall cling tightly to you. In the face of your curses, I will shoulder all your burdens until you become incapable of caring for others, until you are too exhausted to harbor resentment. The spirit of the curse-bearer is both fragile and resilient. They have all experienced the most brutal of deaths and shall inevitably confront the most solitary of destinies. Meanwhile, within the otherworldly realm, beneath the greasy waters of Donghu Lake, a woman's venomous voice pierces the air, wailing in anguish amidst the endless waves. Yet, it is swiftly drowned out by the torrential rain. What do you understand? What can you comprehend? Bear my resentment, I will kill you all, I must kill you, in the most merciless way. Piece by piece. Chapter 63. I could have gone on. The relentless patter of rain against the car window blurred the scene outside. The sound resembled the continuous fall of peas, echoing in one's ears. It seemed akin to a lullaby, yet upon closer listening, it felt overly hurried, imbued with an encroaching sense of gloom and irritation, urging you to return to the realm of dreams. Come forth. Amidst the storm, a woman's heart-wrenching cries emerged, akin to blood drawn from a needle, though too distant for clarity. I want all of you to experience my nightmares. The relentless downpour, akin to an endless cascade of rain, obscured the sky and devoured the solitary bus traversing the road, along with the feeble glow of its headlights. I am an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Since childhood, those around me have consistently conveyed this sentiment. It was perhaps on a bus, while passing through an intersection, that Jiang Sheng, who had been vigilantly alert, suddenly lost consciousness. It was as if a machine had malfunctioned, or a kite had severed its tether. Her thoughts abruptly drifted away, vanishing into the expanse of water and sky. When she regained awareness, her senses had already plunged into the memory of a stranger. The voice of this other was gradually unfurling in her ear, intimate yet distant, intermittent and elusive. It felt as though it originated from the void. Or perhaps it was the soft murmurs of the black cat herself. This left Jiang Sheng increasingly bewildered. Her mind was no longer clear. Her senses became muddled. She seemed to forget who she was, where she was, and what she ought to be doing in that moment. The entirety of the black cat's consciousness was overtaken by this sudden influx of memory. For a time, she could not discern whether she had intruded upon a memory or reclaimed a fragment of her own. She simply continued to reflect, immersed in it, her senses fully engaged, as if revisiting a chapter of her own life. My mother remarked that my beauty evoked her envy. In any case, the voice from the memory remained unperturbed by Jiang Sheng's confusion. It continued to narrate, in an utterly mundane tone, a sequence of images, as if they had been dredged from the depths of the ocean. My brother asserted he would care for and protect me. Friends proclaimed I resembled a princess from a castle. My father declared I was his most cherished treasure. Consequently, each time my mother saw me, she would pinch my arm. Thus, my brother chased away every child who dared to befriend me. Consequently, my classmates deemed me aloof and arrogant. Thus, when I turned 16, my father violated me. Breath became arduous, and Jiang Sheng felt a sudden pain in her lower body. A torrent of chaotic and terrifying images surged forth, only to fragment into disarray. In her recollection, someone who should have been trustworthy and close inflicted the most brutal harm upon her. Indeed, in that moment, Jiang Sheng seemed to have fused with the fragile girl, sharing in her emotions and experiences, those harrowing episodes that resembled a nightmare. Filth, shame, and utter humiliation coalesced into a tapestry of images too daunting to confront, compelling one towards self-destruction. The emotions lurking in the shadows appeared to morph into tendrils, emerging from the veil, ascending to envelop the black cat's form, dragging her deeper into the abyss. My mother despises me. She began to scorch my palms with cigarette butts. My brother, upon discovering the truth, could only berate me as a harlot. My father sleeps in my room at night, and no one can intervene. I dare not return home, seeking refuge from classmates and teachers. Within less than a fortnight, rumors began to circulate. For my father had claimed to others that I was selling myself for 200 a night. No one dared to shelter me thereafter. Thus, I commenced selling myself. As I recall these memories, Jiang Sheng finds it increasingly difficult to breathe, as if a hand is constricting her throat, a suffocating despair. Yet, evidently, everything was not destined to end here. I was with child, conceived by my brother. My mother forced me to terminate the pregnancy, and my brother remained silent. A year later, my father met with a fatal accident, and my mother succumbed to stomach cancer. When I inquired, it was my brother who orchestrated it. He meticulously planned 2 accidents over the span of a year. On the phone, he confessed that he wished to reclaim our child, having incurred substantial debts in the process. He implored me for assistance, but I dismissed him. Consequently, he abducted me on a rainy night. My brother had lost his sanity. When he laid the bones of the infant before me, I was unequivocally convinced of this fact. He declared his intention to skin me alive and impersonate me, cradling the deceased child. In this manner, we could exist together for eternity. How absurd. Strangely, I felt no fear. As the knife pierced my navel, an overwhelming calm enveloped me. For the first time in this life, I experienced such tranquility. Perhaps this is liberation. Indeed, I am liberated. But why? Why must my life be sacrificed for the sake of these scoundrels? Why? Why am I unworthy of experiencing the beauty of living? Why? Why must you come to disrupt my life when I have resolved to start anew? You, all of you. Why must my life be destroyed? And why am I to be slain in such a place? I once possessed the ability to experience the warmth of familial bonds, the camaraderie of friendship, and the profoundness of love. I could endure, even when battered and bruised, even when fragmented and shattered. I persevered through the darkest of days. Yet, I am left to question, why must it be this way? Why? Why must you cling to me even in death, you scoundrel? I am filled with hatred, an overwhelming loathing. I could have moved on. I have endured all hardships, and yet I am but 22 years old. However, you despicable, cowardly, and contemptible scoundrel, what audacity do you possess to approach me at this moment and seek to end my life? I shall not let you escape. Remember, I shall not let you escape. Vengeful spirits, human skin raincoats, resentment, wherever the gaze may fall. Chapter 63. I could have continued onwards, repost. The incessant patter of raindrops relentlessly struck the car window, distorting the view beyond. The sound of falling droplets reverberates incessantly, echoing in one's ears. It resembles a lullaby, yet upon closer inspection, it reveals an urgent cadence, imbued with a creeping sense of gloom and vexation, urging one to return to the realm of dreams. In the midst of the tempest, a woman's wail emerges, akin to the agony of swallowing needles, yet its distance renders it indistinct. I desire for you all to experience my nightmare. The relentless downpour blots out the sky, engulfing the solitary bus traversing the road and swallowing the faint glow of its headlights. I am a remarkably beautiful girl. Since childhood, those around me have consistently conveyed this sentiment. Perhaps it was on a bus, as we approached an intersection, that Jiang Sheng, who had been on high alert, suddenly lost consciousness. It was akin to a machine malfunctioning or a kite severed from its string. Her thoughts abruptly drifted away, vanishing amidst the expanse of water and sky. Upon awakening, she found herself submerged in the memories of a stranger. The voice of the other person gently resonated in her ears, now near, now distant, intermittently emerging as if from the void, or perhaps as the whispered narrative of the black cat itself. This led Jiang Sheng into a state of bewilderment. Her mind became clouded, her senses confounded. She seemed to forget who she was, where she was, and what she ought to be doing. The entirety of the black cat's consciousness was consumed by the sudden influx of memories, rendering her unable to discern whether she had intruded upon a memory or reclaimed one. She merely reminisced, immersed in the experience, her senses fully engaged, as if she were reflecting upon a chapter of her own life. Mother remarked that my appearance evoked her envy. In any case, the voice within the memories remained unfazed by Jiang Sheng's confusion. It continued to describe scene after scene in a remarkably mundane tone, as if resurrecting images from the depths of the ocean. Brother promised to care for and protect me. Friends claimed I resembled a princess in a castle. Father declared I was his most treasured darling. Consequently, each time Mother encountered me, she would pinch my arm. Thus, Brother chased away every child who wished to befriend me. Hence, my classmates deemed me aloof. Therefore, on my 16th birthday, Father used drunkenness as an excuse to insult me. Breathing became labored, and a sharp pain surged through Jiang Sheng's lower body, as a torrent of chaotic and horrifying images assailed her, only to fragment into disarray. In her recollection, someone who should have been trustworthy and close inflicted the most cruel harm upon her. Indeed, it appeared that Jiang Sheng had become one with the fragile girl, sharing her emotions, experiencing her ordeals, a series of nightmarish encounters, filthy, shameful, and mortifying, each scene capable of inducing a paralyzing fear of confrontation, coalescing into a vivid tapestry of anguish. It evokes a desire for self-destruction. Those emotions, concealed in the shadows, seem to morph into tendrils that reach out from behind the curtain, climbing upon the body of the black cat, dragging it deeper into the abyss. My mother despises me. She begins scorching my palms with cigarette butts. Upon learning the truth, my brother could only berate me as a disgrace. My father often sleeps in my room, and no one can intervene. Terrified to return home, I beg my classmates and teachers for refuge. Initially, the situation slightly improves. Yet, within a fortnight, rumors emerge. My father had told others that I was out working, earning 200 a night. In an instant, no one dares to shelter me anymore. Eventually, I began to seek employment. As these memories unfold, Jiang Sheng's breath becomes nearly imperceptible, as if a hand has seized her throat. It is a stifling despair. Yet, everything seems poised to continue. Time passes swiftly, and I suddenly realize I am carrying my brother's child. My mother takes me to the hospital. My brother stands silently. A year later, my father dies in a car accident, and my mother succumbs to stomach cancer. I inquire about the circumstances. It is revealed that my brother orchestrated it. He meticulously planned 2 accidents over the course of a year. On the phone, he expresses a desire to reclaim his child, having incurred significant debts in the process. He implores me for assistance, but I ignore him. Thus, he kidnaps me on a rainy night. My brother has gone mad. When he presents the bones of a baby before me, I am acutely aware of his insanity. He declares his intent to skin me alive, assuming my form to accompany the deceased child. In this manner, we could remain together for eternity. How absurd. Strangely, I am not afraid at all. When the knife plunges into my navel, an overwhelming calm envelopes me. For the first time in my life, I feel an unparalleled tranquility. Perhaps this is liberation. Indeed, I am liberated. But why? Why must my life be a burial ground for these scoundrels? Why am I unworthy of experiencing the beauty of existence? Why? I had prepared to start anew, yet you come to shatter my life. You, all of you. What right do you have to ruin my existence and attempt to extinguish me in this manner? I could have felt familial love, friendship, and romance. I could have endured, even if battered and broken, even through the darkest days. But why? What gives you the right to cling to me even in death? I am filled with loathing, an overwhelming hatred. I was capable of moving forward. I have endured all adversities, yet I am merely 22 years old. But you, vile, despicable, cowardly, and contemptible scoundrel, what gives you the audacity to confront me at this moment and seek my demise? I shall not forgive you. Remember, I will not let you escape. The vengeful spirit, the raincoat of human skin, the resentment, the gaze that encompasses all. Chapter 63. I could have continued on my path. The relentless raindrops pounded against the car windows, obscuring the view beyond. The sound echoed like the relentless patter of falling beans, resonating in one's ears. It seemed akin to a lullaby, yet upon closer inspection, it bore an urgent quality, laden with a looming sense of melancholy and vexation, urging one to return to the realm of dreams. Ah, come forth. Amidst the tempest, the anguished wail of a woman pierced through, akin to blood drawn through a needle. Yet, due to the distance, it was rendered incomprehensible. Ah, I want all of you to experience my nightmares. The torrential rain cascaded endlessly, shrouding the sky and swallowing the solitary bus navigating the road, engulfing even the faintest glow of its headlights. I am a remarkably beautiful girl. Since childhood, those around me have consistently affirmed this. It was perhaps on a bus, passing through an intersection, when the once alert Jiangsheng suddenly lost consciousness, as if a machine had malfunctioned or a kite had severed its string. Her thoughts drifted away, vanishing into the expanse of water and sky. When she awoke once more, her senses had already descended into the memories of a stranger. The voice of the unknown began to resonate softly in her ear, faint and intermittent, as if emanating from the void, or perhaps whispered by the black cat itself. This disoriented Jiangsheng, gradually ensnared in confusion. Her mind grew murky, her senses muddled. She seemed to forget who she was, where she was, and what she ought to be doing at that moment. The entirety of the black cat's consciousness was consumed by the sudden influx of memory, rendering it impossible to discern whether she had intruded upon a memory or reclaimed one. She merely pondered, reflecting deeply, as if reliving a chapter of her own existence. Mother said my appearance was a source of envy for her. In any case, the voice within the memory remained unfazed by Jiangsheng's turmoil. It continued to narrate with a dispassionate tone, painting vivid scenes as if dredged from the depths of the ocean. Brother vowed to care for and protect me. Friends remarked that I resembled a princess from a castle. Father declared that I was his most cherished treasure. Thus, each time Mother beheld me, she would pinch my arm. Consequently, Brother chased away every child who sought to befriend me. Thus, my classmates deemed me insufferable. Consequently, during my 16th year, my father tormented me under the guise of inebriation. Breathing became a struggle, and a sudden wave of pain surged through my being, accompanied by a torrent of chaotic and terrifying images, which quickly fragmented. I recalled a figure who should have been trustworthy and close, yet inflicted harm in the most brutal manner. Indeed, the current version of myself seemed to have merged with a fragile girl, sharing her emotions and experiencing her trials, a series of nightmarish encounters filled with filth, shame, and profound embarrassment, evoking a sense of utter humiliation. Such vivid scenes, too daunting to confront, reassembled into haunting images, inciting a desire for self-destruction. The emotions concealed in the shadows appeared to morph into tendrils, reaching out from the veil, crawling onto the body of a black cat, dragging it into deeper darkness. My mother despised me. She began to sear my palms with cigarette butts. Upon learning the truth, my brother could not bear to face it, even going so far as to berate me as a disgrace. My father frequently slept in my room, and yet no one could intervene. Terrified of returning home, I sought refuge from classmates and teachers. Initially, my situation improved slightly, but within weeks, rumors began to circulate. My father had told others that I was working, earning $200 a night. No one dared to take me in anymore. Eventually, I did begin to work. At this juncture, my heart felt as though it were on the verge of ceasing. It was as if a hand was choking my throat, enveloping me in a suffocating despair. Yet, everything was clearly not prepared to conclude here. Time flew by, and I suddenly found myself vomiting due to my brother's influence. My mother took me to the hospital, where my brother stood silently. A year later, my father met with a fatal accident, and my mother succumbed to gastric cancer. Upon inquiring about the circumstances, I discovered it was orchestrated by my brother. Over the course of a year, he had meticulously planned 2 tragic incidents. On the phone, he expressed a desire to reclaim his child, accumulating considerable debt in the process. He implored me for assistance, but I disregarded him. Consequently, he abducted me on a stormy night. My brother had lost his sanity. When he presented me with an infant's skull, I was unequivocally certain of this fact. He proclaimed that he would skin me alive and assume my identity to accompany the deceased child, thus allowing us to be eternally united. How absurd, a madman. Intriguingly, I felt no fear. As the blade pierced my abdomen, an overwhelming calm enveloped me. For the first time in my life, I felt such tranquility. Perhaps this was liberation. Yes, I was liberated. But why? Why must my existence be sacrificed alongside these wretches? Why am I unworthy of experiencing the beauty of life? Why? I am resolute in starting anew, yet you persist in shattering my life. You, all of you. What gives you the right to ruin my existence and seek to extinguish my life in this very place? I could have experienced familial bonds, friendships, and love. I could have persevered, even if scarred and fragmented, even through the darkest of days I endured. But why? Why must you torment me even in death? My heart seethes with hatred and overwhelming loathing. I was capable of moving forward. I have endured all hardships, and I am but 22. Yet, you, despicable, vile, cowardly, and contemptible wretch, what gives you the audacity to confront me now with intentions of murder? I will not forgive you. Remember this. I will not let you escape my wrath. Vengeful spirits, human skin raincoats, resentment, all lives that are not sufficiently tragic. Chapter 64. Why do you pursue me? Ancient tale, Jiangsheng. Jiangsheng. As excruciating pain and endless resentment crashed upon me like a tidal wave. As the murky mire filled my nostrils with its fetid stench, a sudden and distinct voice echoed from above. It roused the black cat from the inescapable darkness, causing it to slowly open its eyes. Meow. Almost instinctively, Jiangsheng cried out and leaped from Bai Jia's lap, claws extended and teeth bared. It prepared itself for battle. Relax, for now, we are safe, Bai Jia said, shaking his head in resignation as he observed Jiangsheng's defensive stance. Indeed, they were momentarily secure, for a cloud of spirits, formed from decaying flesh and bluish bones, had emerged from Bai Jia's chest, half raising a limb resembling a hand. It dispersed the swirling mists that seeped from the carriage. That spirit was adept at wielding illusions. I fell into its trap without realizing, yet fortunately, the cloud spirit intervened in time, preventing our demise within the dream. Thus, everything I experienced prior was merely an illusion. Controlling my breath with lingering trepidation, Jiangsheng's heartbeat trembled, rendering its limbs weak. However, one must ponder. The power of the vengeful spirit should not have affected you. How did you succumb to the illusion? Perhaps sensing something, Bai Jia posed a perplexing question to the black cat. The youth's inquiry left the black cat momentarily speechless. To articulate how it fell into the illusion was indeed challenging. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Jiangsheng arrived at a potential explanation. I can absorb the spirits of the deceased to acquire their memories. So, could it be possible that the vengeful spirit has approached and made contact with us? That would indeed clarify matters. Listening to Jiangsheng's conjecture, Bai Jia nodded in agreement. After all, the vehicle we are currently aboard likely conceals a fragment of the entity we pursue, as the primary instrument of its malevolence. The interior of this carriage must possess some profound significance. While speaking, Bai Jia became increasingly intrigued by Jiangsheng's acquisition of memories. So, what did you perceive within her recollections? If my deductions are accurate, this vengeful spirit must be that woman depicted in the folklore. The visions I encountered stemmed from someone. Before he could finish his sentence, the youth's complexion paled further. Undoubtedly, experiencing such phenomena as a being of both physiological and psychological masculinity was an ordeal he wished to avoid repeating. Unaware of the boy's distress, or perhaps choosing to remain silent about it, Jiangsheng carefully chose his words. His expression grew grave as he gazed into the encroaching darkness. I witnessed the circumstances of her demise. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a piercing scream erupted from the front of the bus, as if someone sought to halt Jiangsheng's revelations. The inky fog began to writhe restlessly. The cloud spirit, having only partially released its seal, could no longer restrain the force opposing them, and the protective energies surrounding the boy and the black cat began to falter. In the next breath, the remnants of flesh clinging to Bai Jia were violently dispersed. As for Bai Jia, an unknown, tremendous force hurled him through the bus window. Damn it! Although Jiangsheng was relatively unscathed from the spiritual attack due to his constitution, witnessing the boy tumble from the speeding bus compelled him to grit his teeth and leap after him. In midair, the black cat suddenly expanded, transforming into a nearly 3-meter-long black tiger, catching the fragile form of the boy. Simultaneously, Bai Jia managed to summon a surge of spiritual energy, mitigating the impact they would face upon landing. With a splash, the pair, one human and one feline, crashed onto the rain-soaked highway, yet they seemed oblivious to their own disarray. We cannot let her escape. The cause of her death undoubtedly holds vital clues. Bai Jia quickly deduced the motive behind the attack and communicated this urgency to Jiangsheng. No need for you to say it, Jiang Sheng immediately responded, rising from the ground. Climb onto my back. We must pursue. This marked perhaps the first occasion in which Jiang Sheng, after numerous instances of growth, exerted his full effort to run. How swift was he? The laboratory records indicated that he could sprint 31 meters per second, achieving speeds up to 100 kilometers per hour. Now, with the extraordinary ability of cellular proliferation, his physical capacity had tripled. Of course, this did not imply that his speed had necessarily increased by the same factor. Nevertheless, he was undeniably among the swiftest creatures upon land, surpassing even the cheetah. Whoosh! Bai Jie felt the wind and rain sweep across his face, leaving behind a stinging sensation. The feline beneath him had already propelled him towards the tail lights of the bus. Jiang Sheng ran steadily, his center of gravity low and almost devoid of fluctuation. Thus, Bai Jie merely clutched the fur at the nape of his neck, effortlessly maintaining his balance. After estimating the distance between himself and the bus, the young man shouted at the black cat, Jiang Sheng, a bit faster. I understand. No need to rush me, Jiang Sheng replied, accelerating once more. His paws struck the ground, sharp claws serving as the best anti-slip measure. Meanwhile, Bai Jie began forming seals with one hand, pressing his lips tightly together as he slowly recited an incantation. When heaven is parched, the rice is unharvested, and father invades the fields, snatching 30 grains of rice. Cooking porridge, each meal barely suffices. When the heavens dry, the wells run dry, and mother inquires of neighbors, borrowing half a bowl of muddy water mixed with the blood of the living. When the drought is severe, the forest offers no shade, and sister is laid to rest. Each household mourns, cutting cloth for mourning, exposing corpses on the desolate wild without a word of inquiry. When heaven is devoid of compassion, humanity is extinguished, and parents consume their children. Call upon the clouds, it is your turn. If you do not offer your head and sacrifice your life, do not weep, do not wail, do not grieve. With Bai Jie's voice softly descending, a sudden intake of breath seemed to quell the wind and rain. Immediately, the clouds above hung ominously. To speak factually, Jiang Sheng had never witnessed such a celestial phenomenon. The dark clouds resembled an inverted cone, each part tugging and intertwining with one another. The air currents twisted and spiraled downward, as if the cloud layers in the sky were akin to a whirlpool in the sea. Yet, the end of this vortex pointed directly towards the ground, aimed at the approaching bus. Having released the seal, the meteorological control belonging to the cloud spirits finally revealed its true terror. Even though the cost of wielding such power meant that Bai Jie would have to endure corresponding pain, the greater the ability employed, the more palpable the sensation of being devoured. Such a torturous experience, akin to the cruelest of punishments, was evidently beyond what most could bear. At this moment, even Bai Jie's expression displayed a hint of distortion. Undoubtedly, the means he was about to employ were far from ordinary. Just as the young man had previously stated, the time left to thwart the impending disaster was fleeting. After waiting for days to encounter a ghostly bus, Bai Jie certainly had no intention of letting it slip away, especially as it sensed the threat and attempted to abandon its sinister intentions. Should it escape, the opportunity to pursue it again would be elusive. Thus, after considering various plans in a flash of inspiration, the young man ultimately resolved to take action. Thunder. With a single hand forming a seal, he pointed ahead. In the next moment, a bolt of white light, as thick as a barrel, descended from the night sky, accompanied by Jiang Sheng's astonished gaze. A forceful impact struck the edge of the bus window. Boom. The sound hesitated for a moment before reverberating through the heavens, silencing the wind and rain. At that very instant, a woman's piercing scream echoed through the thick plasma. Seizing the moment illuminated by the lightning, Bai Jie pressed the alarm button on his watch, ensuring that Man Yang and the others could ascertain his location and come to his aid promptly. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Sheng's tracking collar had been severed during its initial transformation. Consequently, Yang Qian made a phone call the following day to inquire about the situation. Presently, the black cat was entirely under Bai Jie's watchful eye. Having completed these actions, the young man gently shook Jiang Sheng from his stupor. Stay focused. Hurry and catch up, and recount in detail the memories you obtained earlier. Despite the slightly impatient tone, Jiang Sheng showed no signs of slowing down. Contrary to the images described in the folklore, the deceased from his memories was not a promiscuous woman. Many of her actions were forced upon her. Objectively speaking, within the next half-minute, Jiang Sheng exhibited his utmost summarization skills, narrating the tumultuous and tragic life of a woman in succinct phrases. From beauty to decay, her countless hopes, despair, acceptance, and resentment were reduced to mere words. Is that so? After listening to the entire tale, Bai Jie refrained from offering any commentary. At that moment, as the bus, struck by lightning, significantly reduced its speed, he and Jiang Sheng had already reached the right side of the carriage. It must be acknowledged that in such circumstances, many comparisons could not be meticulously drawn. Yet, they could only trust their judgment was indeed correct. Bai Jie muttered to himself, veins pulsing visibly from his chest to his neck. The young man understood that if they failed to detain their opponent here, given the latter's tendency to flee decisively after a single blow, their next encounter might coincide with a catastrophic event in East Lake City. There was no time for hesitation, Bai Jie thought. Resolving to cast aside all apprehensions, he furrowed his brow and shouted, Jiang Sheng. Amidst the storm, his voice sounded somewhat muffled. What is it? Jiang Sheng responded as he sprinted. Do everything you can to leap onto the carriage and, by any means necessary, absorb a fragment of that spirit. I must know her name and life. Understood. In the rain-soaked night, as his foot splashed through the water's surface, his low growl drowned out the sound of the wind, and droplets fell from his fur. A lithe figure suddenly leapt, launching itself onto the speeding bus nearby. With a thud, its formidable claws sank into the metal, leaving behind 4 deep gouges. Jiang Sheng, accompanied by Bai Jie, vaulted onto the roof of the bus. Immediately, it began to employ every available sense to search the interior of the dilapidated carriage for the ethereal entity. Hurry faster. The foul aura of calamity filled it with distaste, stirring an instinctive restlessness. At last, the black cat's focus honed in on the driver's seat. Ah, found it. Bai Jie, it is the driver. He is no mere illusion. Pull him out for me. Leave it to me. With a calm nod, the youth crouched on the back of the colossal black cat and abruptly raised an arm. In a breath, a grotesque limb, composed of shredded flesh, tore through his shirt, emerging from his shoulder blade. It was meant to be a hand. Albeit devoid of skin and measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, it should have resembled an ordinary hand. Yin Gui, hiss. As Bai Jie exchanged words with the gasping voice from the void, the enormous hand swung down with a thunderous crash, shattering the bus windows and ruthlessly dragging the driver from within. Roar. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Sheng was equally unrelenting, opening his maw to consume a substantial portion of the driver's thigh. The chaos before him reached new heights. Yet, perhaps due to a burgeoning sense of habituation or the tension in the air, Jiang Sheng did not lose consciousness this time. In fact, moments later, he turned to Bai Jie and said, the woman is named Tang Qing, Tang from the Tang dynasty, Qing meaning ease. Ah, in the wind. The woman's scream grew increasingly shrill, bordering on hysteria. Tang Qing, I understand. However, Bai Jie paid no heed to her thoughts. Yin Gui, once again, he implored his vengeful spirit for further assistance. The veins on Bai Jie's neck had already risen to his jawline. Hiss. In response, 3 bloodied hands erupted from his form, halting the bus's relentless inertia after it had lost control. Perhaps due to the departure of the driver, the bus, once barely functional, had now become a mere scrap of metal destined for recycling. The carriage was riddled with rust, the wheels deflated, and the windows shattered. Even the black cat standing aside seemed incredulous. Just moments ago, such a vehicle had been careening down the road at speeds of 80 or 90 miles per hour. The rain continued to fall. Meanwhile, Bai Jie had inscribed a name in blood on a pile of paper dried by spiritual energy. With a whoosh, at the center of the pulsating mass of flesh, the youth slowly rose. Holding the paper aloft, he recited aloud, Dan Zhu Ko Shun. Purge the filth and eliminate the miasma. The divine tongue of Zheng Luan, nurturing the spirit through fate. The deity of the 1,000-toothed Luo, warding off malevolence and safeguarding the truth. The throat deity, Hu Ben, guiding the essence. The heart spirit, Dan Yuan, allows me to commune with the truth. The contemplative spirit refines the elixir, ensuring the path's essence endures. Malevolent entities of the past, heed my call. Reveal your true name at my bidding. Where is Tang Qing? Swiftly, as the law commands. Chapter 66. The cause at present. The incantation employed by Bai Jie eludes Jiang Sheng's comprehension. Yet, the spell recited by the youth possesses considerable significance. This spell is one of the 8 great incantations recognized by Taoism, the pure mouth incantation. Its purpose is to invoke the mouth deity, purging verbal transgressions and cleansing the turbid air. Through this method, one can attain tranquility, allowing the tongue's divine entities to assume their rightful places. This results in eloquent speech, powerful words, each syllable resonating with the heart's intent. In simpler terms, provided that the user's spiritual energy is sufficiently robust, it serves as a formidable tool that enables one to articulate their thoughts into reality. However, this is contingent upon abundant spiritual energy, Otherwise, should one's strength falter, yet still dare to speak recklessly. Reciting the incantation would only lead to self-harm and harm to others. As for Baijia, his invocation of Tang Qing's name through this incantation clearly aims to uncover the opponent's origins once and for all. Unfortunately, he can only confine his aspirations to such clues, unable to directly express an intent to eradicate the vengeful spirit. After all, relying solely on his personal spiritual energy to execute this incantation is already a considerable challenge. Buzz, pale blue paper fluttered through the air, contrasting with the youth's pink pupils. Were it not for the writhing flesh surrounding them, it would present a scene of ethereal beauty. Yet, the rain mingled with blood, shattering this rare harmony. Wait, this rain. As Jiang Sheng observed the rain anew, he suddenly paused. He realized that the raindrops cascading from the sky were now imbued with calamity. Is this divine concealment? Calmly lifting his gaze to the rainfall, Baijia's expression grew exceedingly grave. It seemed the adversary was prepared to take decisive action. It must be acknowledged that Baijia, as a spiritual practitioner, was still somewhat inexperienced. Consequently, he failed to notice that during his and Jiang Sheng's fervent pursuit of the bus, the howling wind and rain surrounding them had transformed from a scientifically explicable phenomenon into a divine concealment ritual orchestrated by vengeful spirits. Endless calamities gradually enveloped the two, completely extricating them from the realm perceivable by ordinary individuals. Even spiritual practitioners would find it exceedingly challenging to locate them without the guidance of the spellcaster. Most critically, within the ritual, the orchestrator of the divine concealment could whimsically alter the environment, presenting a substantial advantage capable of turning the tide. Fortunately, Baijia had also prepared for this eventuality. Moreover, he had brought along a cat impervious to spiritual harm. Yes, perhaps a cat, albeit one measuring 3 meters in length. Come forth, let me discern your true essence. Before the adversary formally commenced their assault, Baijia clasped his hands tightly together. In the next moment, the swirling remnants of paper, caught in an opposing gust, enveloped his figure. Simultaneously, the youth's pink eyes transformed into a deep blue. He perceived it, a map, a pathway, and a destination. In a fleeting breath, an external inspiration illuminated his understanding, rendering his expression markedly more solemn. Undoubtedly, the revelation he received was far from gratifying. In fact, it was arguably the most disheartening outcome. The vengeful spirit at hand was a regional spirit, more commonly recognized as a Dullahan. Its origin traced back to the entire route of the old number 28 bus line. No wonder that calamity had remained undetected until now. After all, the new No. 28 had altered its trajectory, and the disaster buried deep beneath the earth was inherently elusive. Man Yang's line of thought had been entirely misguided. This was not a water ghost, but rather East Lake had merely fallen victim due to its proximity to the old number 28 route. The true epicenter of impending catastrophe would undoubtedly be at the terminus of the old number 28 bus line, namely, the Nanxiang flood control embankment. Thus, the selection of a cursed object was rendered impossible. Resignedly, Baijia pondered that he could hardly excavate the entire roadway's foundation to transform it into a cursed artifact. As for other trivial items, aside from the detritus that lay beyond the source, they likely lacked the potential to contain the disaster. Their relationship with the vengeful spirit was simply too tenuous. Not to mention the multitude of factors to consider, such as absorption ratio, stability, and compatibility. Was it truly inevitable that he would have to rely on Jiang Sheng to seal the entity? Frankly, Baijia was somewhat averse to this option. Undoubtedly due to the concerns Jiang Sheng had expressed to him mere days prior. She was not ready, unprepared to be ensnared by the vengeful spirit for eternity. Thus, it would be unjust to compel her into making a choice. Contemplating this, Baijia's spiritual energy gradually dissipated. As he observed the paper fragments fluttering to the ground, Jiang Sheng immediately approached and inquired, "So, have you found any clues?" Baijia nodded in brief response. Having cast a protective barrier of spiritual energy to guard against the spirit's attack, I have uncovered the source of the entity. Where? Perhaps sensing something. The black cat slightly slowed its pace. Right beneath us. Casting a discreet gaze towards the ground, the youth's words were somewhat ambiguous, prompting him to add, "The entity is a regional spirit, or rather, a Dullahan, residing along the old number 28 bus line." Jiang Sheng endeavored to extend the conversation, sensing that Baijia's contemplation extended beyond this revelation. So no longer concealing her gaze from the black cat, the youth's tone inevitably reflected a hint of regret. "It seems we may struggle to find a suitable cursed object for it." The conversation amidst the curtain of rain lingered for a moment, until Jiang Sheng seemingly at ease raised his shoulders. In other words, It is my turn now, is it not? Indeed, there are no other choices left. No, in truth. I do have an alternative. Realizing that Jiang Sheng had misunderstood, Bai Jie turned and, with a smile, began to elucidate. What alternative? The sudden relaxation of the youth's demeanor momentarily stunned the black cat. In the next instant, Bai Jie had already turned to face the tempest, his expression resolutely calm. Let us together help that fellow find liberation, Jiang Sheng. Yes, this is the choice the youth made after a moment of hesitation. He intends to guide the vengeful spirit towards enlightenment and to protect Jiang Sheng. For the curse object managers, such is the essence of their existence. They safeguard all those suffering who seek protection. Cloud Ghost. Hiss. Although the weaknesses of the adversary remain unclear, Bai Jie was certain that the divine concealment could not continue. Thus, the manipulation of weather once again revealed its terrifying potential. As the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight poured forth, the sky was divided into two segments, one shrouded in gloom and the other basking in brilliance. Chapter 67. Let you die in a beautiful dream. The exorcism of vengeful spirits has historically been an exceedingly arduous task, due to their profoundly entrenched resentments. Such spirits are virtually incapable of natural dissolution. This is why ancient spiritual practitioners devised methods involving cursed objects to impose restrictions upon them, thus providing a more straightforward approach to handling vengeful spirits. For instance, they might first confine these spirits within cursed objects and then gradually seek strategies for their eradication. Alternatively, by leveraging the properties of these objects, one could directly integrate the spirits into society, turning them into a part of the force that regulates supernatural incidents. At the very least, cursed objects can indefinitely seal malevolent spirits, minimizing their threat to the living realm. In summary, the emergence of the aforementioned options, combined with the rarity of vengeful spirits themselves, has meant that humanity has not directly exorcised one in a long time. The vengeful spirits that have perished in recent decades were all gradually guided towards enlightenment only after being sealed. To forcibly exorcise a vengeful spirit typically involves two methods: dissolving their hatred or shattering their will. Clearly, either approach is theoretically challenging to achieve. However, Bai Jie, in this moment, still yearned to make an attempt, especially after having made a promise. Thus, he opened the curtain of rain over Donghu City, allowing the sunlight, no longer obscured by clouds, to pour down upon the divine concealment before him. In an instant, two forms of spiritual energy intertwined, pulling at one another, resulting in an unusual meteorological phenomenon above the city. One half shrouded in sorrowful clouds and tempestuous winds, the other basking in clear skies and brilliant sunlight. My goodness, darling. Look at the sky. Look at the sky. What is happening? Oh my, what is this situation? Now, it must be evening, right? Hurry, capture this moment. Is something amiss? In my 4 decades of existence, I have never witnessed such weather. As time passes, the streets and alleys of Donghu City, along with its towering edifices, become increasingly crowded. People marvel at the extraordinary spectacle before them, some even extracting their phones, eager to document the scene. Meanwhile, in the holiday hotel, Man Yang, resting, sets aside a communicator still blinking with a red light, a distress signal from Bai Jie, but he chooses to disregard it. Instead, he saunters to the window with a drink in hand, admiring the stark contrast of the cityscape beyond. Has it begun? Do not disappoint me, strange convergence. On the other side, standing on the rain-soaked highway, Jiang Sheng continues to sense the sunlight that envelopes him is fraught with calamity. Indeed, much like a vengeful spirit entwined with a torrential downpour, Bai Jie has infused the essence of the cloud specter into his meteorological control. Due to the limitations of his spiritual energy, he cannot shroud every illuminated area in obscurity. However, at least along this roadway, within a kilometer in either direction, the calamity is sufficient to distort perceptions and disrupt adversaries. The dual challenge lies in suppressing the vengeful spirit's rain-soaked night, thereby dismantling its recollections of anguish and curbing the swelling disaster. Bai Jie forcibly summoned sunlight and its projection upon the dawn of Donghu City. This undoubtedly incited public panic and would also affect his own state. After all, from a pragmatic standpoint, as a youth with albinism, he too would prefer to avoid direct exposure to brightness, even if merely the refracted light. Nevertheless, if one seeks to annihilate the enmity of the opponent, it becomes imperative to prevent them from reinforcing their own perceptions. In essence, a vengeful spirit embodies a confluence of memory and soul. When these otherwise ethereal forces consolidate sufficiently, they can exert influence over reality. Thus, to ensure the complete eradication of the adversary, one must address both aspects fundamentally, either by intervening with the soul or by altering memories. Reflecting on his acquired knowledge, Bai Jie continues to channel his spiritual energy, In the sky above, the sun grows increasingly blinding, while the ominous clouds gradually dissipate. The youth's skin begins to redden, yet he exhibits no intention of halting. Not enough. This alone is insufficient. The cloud specter, composed of flesh and blood, ascends upon the boy's back, shielding him from the sun's rays. In the next moment, the light intensifies. Regarding the interference of memory, the texts offer only vague accounts, employing one's will to shatter the opponent's beliefs and thereby infiltrate their psyche. Replacing emotions and soothing turmoil, such explanations are evidently lacking in clarity. Yet, one certainty remains. If one wishes to expel a vengeful spirit through the means of willful interference, it is imperative to triumph over the adversary on a psychological level. This is not that night. This is not that night. In the tempest, the woman's voice incessantly lamented, her cries stifling an ocean of resentment. But do not think you can escape. Suddenly, the East Lake roared, signaling that the recently dispersed storm was merely gathering strength. In this veiled realm, the murky waters of the lake began to rise incessantly. Inhaling deeply, the foul stench surged forth from the riverbank, spreading in all directions. Boom! The bus, which had previously extinguished its lights, reignited them once more. Resuming its operation under Jiang Sheng's astonished gaze, the front of the bus was aligned with the cat and the boy, seemingly poised to charge forth with renewed vigor. "Jiang Sheng, cover me!" Bai Jie shouted, and without hesitation, the black cat, now alert, slammed its shoulder against the still lurching bus, causing the vehicle to tilt precariously. Hiss whoosh! The cloud spirit lay on its back, exhaling a foul breath. In an instant, the wind shifted and surged into the lake. A colossal whirlpool began to swirl, engulfing the murky waters and shattering the brewing waves. Even those outside the realm of concealment beheld this spectacle resembling a column of water. The woman's wail grew increasingly mournful. Although she had yet to reveal her true form, Bai Jie adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose. He then faced the torrential rain and declared with resolute gravity, "Prepare yourselves. For I shall obliterate your hatred through sheer force and invade your psyche. Then, I shall allow you to perish in a beautiful dream." Chapter 68. If all goes well, perhaps out of indignation or perhaps struck at a vulnerable point. As Bai Jie's words resonated, a chilling breeze swept in. Accompanying it was a gossamer veil that descended upon the boy and the cloud spirit. The world around them dimmed abruptly, the once dazzling light vanished, inducing a sense of unease. Notably, Jiang Sheng remained unaffected by this occurrence. This time, even the vengeful spirit seemed perplexed by its own existence. Unable to resist, it cast a lingering gaze, causing ripples in the curtain of rain. Was this an attempt to obscure vision? No, it transcended mere sight. Even the cloud spirit's senses were shrouded. Bai Jie, who had shared sensations with the cloud spirit, immediately grasped the formidable power of the vengeful spirit lurking in the shadows. He placed his hands on his exposed face. Though he could feel nothing, he sensed a leather garment enveloping his head, rendering him blind and mute. Breathing became increasingly laborious. If this continued, he would be utterly ensnared, he thought. Gritting his teeth in resignation, Bai Jie was acutely aware that he must, with a thunderous resolve, vanquish the vengeful spirit in order to carve a breach into its long-simmering hatred. Only then might he employ a plethora of techniques, including sorcery, to alter its recollections of the past. Ultimately, the vengeful spirit, devoid of its animosity, would naturally dissipate. Thus, the so-called demise in a blissful dream would be achieved. The capacity to forget hatred, to repose in a dreamscape meticulously woven by another, and to succumb to a tranquil and warm slumber could indeed be considered a form of liberation for most vengeful spirits. However, this seemingly straightforward process was anything but easy to execute, not to mention the tremendous energy required to construct a perfect dream realm. One must also contend with the spirit's consciousness and psyche, along with its harrowing experiences, which could easily drag one into oblivion. Merely confronting a vengeful spirit and instilling doubt in its hatred was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator. Fortunately, I am decidedly not an ordinary cultivator. With a quiet affirmation resonating within his heart, Bai Jie prepared himself to pay the necessary price for the outcome he sought, a result beneficial to all. With a flourish of thunderous sorcery, a cacophony of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the vicinity of Bai Jie and the spectral entity. In an instant, the lightning danced ferociously and shadows raged. Agonizing pain, akin to being pierced by needles and twisted by blades, surged through every cell of the youth's being, while his spiritual energy tenuously upheld his fragile limits, preventing total collapse. Such a ruthless means, devoid of reason, seized Bai Jie's senses, causing the vengeful spirit to recoil with a cry of distress. Undoubtedly, The textured fabric he had just felt was a fragment of the spirit's essence. Thus, the illusion had evaded even the keen perception of the cloud spirit. Yet, it was now far from simple for the spirit to escape. After all, a beast lay in wait nearby. As the spirit prepared to retreat into the rain, a sleek black feline creature leaped forth, striking it against a nearby tree with a single, powerful paw. The tremendous force caused the stout trunk to sway perilously, threatening to topple at any moment. Once its movement was completely restrained, the ethereal fabric that had been undulating finally revealed its true form. Indeed, it was unsurprising. It was a human skin. The singular shock was that this skin possessed corporeality. Moreover, it did not belong to a woman, but rather to a man. It likely belonged to one of the victims. From a distance, Baijia's voice resonated softly. It appeared that the vengeful spirit's intent in collecting human skins was to use them to exert control over living beings. Just moments ago, both he and the cloud spirit had been deprived of their senses by this very skin, an ability most fearsome. If paired with the illusion manipulation it had previously displayed, this entity could brazenly cultivate humans like livestock. Oh, so it is indeed the act of raising pigs to provide resentment and souls. Fortunately, her previous charges were merely the surrounding animals. Had she conjured an army of the undead, it would have been truly daunting to manage. Glancing down at the repulsive and terror-stricken visage of the flesh beneath his feet, Jiangsheng disdainfully shook his whiskers. What shall we do next? He inquired of Baijia how to resolve this matter, as his patience was waning. Thankfully, Baijia did not disappoint and provided him with a clear response. Moving wearily, with his bloodied and flesh-bound arm, Baijia spoke slowly yet resolutely. You may rest easy. Simply stand by my side and prevent me from being controlled. Having been rejuvenated by lightning, Baijia lacked the strength for further explanations, calmly instructing Jiangsheng. Very well. Sensing the looming danger, the black cat scurried closer to the boy. In the next moment, the boy's hands clasped together tightly. With the power of thunder, the sky rumbled. Hiss! The cloud spirit began to howl. The flesh upon the boy's back surged and intertwined, gradually forming a vague humanoid shape. The sunlight above dimmed, soon replaced by rolling thunderclouds. The rain diminished. It seemed to be in panic, as if fleeing. Yet, the puddles remained, and the path was clear. Now, let us ponder carefully. As the overwhelming spiritual energy surged upward, the fearful boy, standing amidst the remnants of flesh, began to whisper. To that curtain of rain. To those lost souls. What does your hatred truly amount to? Thunder. Boom. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning so robust, it could send the black cat into a frenzy. It descended from above, piercing through heaven and earth. The endless thunderclouds began to press down, sprawling over Donghu, enveloping a radius of several dozen kilometers. The thunder serpents, hidden within the clouds, drew gasps from onlookers. The sky seemed to roar, and all beneath it trembled. Seizing this moment, Baijia envisioned a map within his mind. It depicted the route of the old number 28 bus and the surface of Donghu outside the southern embankment. Avoiding the crowd, the cloud spirit presented this final request, and the boy surrendered his body entirely to the vengeful spirit residing within him. Baijia did not lose consciousness. He simply could not accomplish this terrifying spell alone. Moreover, the boy needed to gather strength at this moment, aiming to alter a fragment of memory within his opponent when fear gripped them. Boom. At last, a brilliant white arc connected the heavens with the gaps of the city. Boom, boom, boom. Afterward, there exists an endless expanse of light. Chapter 69, Reluctance. The inquiry into whether high-intensity concentrated energy can locally control calamity has been an ongoing subject of research. However, at this very moment, amidst the thunder and lightning that even made Jiangsheng instinctively cover her ears, the vengeful spirit in the storm indeed unleashed a tortured howl. Even her form could no longer be concealed. It became visible in all its ghastly detail. Before, she had been shrouded by the rain, but now illuminated by the flashes of lightning, her figure appeared flickering and distorted. The muscle textures were marred by blood, and foul yellow-white fat seeped and dripped from her body. Her lipless teeth gnashed relentlessly, as if expending all her strength to utter curses and invectives. Yet, her cries were swiftly drowned out by the roars of thunder. Thus, this hellish realm, composed of lightning, seemed to persist for an eternity. Residents around the Donghu scenic area uploaded their terrifying meteorological encounters online. First, there were images of the day-night continuum, then the vortex at the lake's heart, and the tempest of thunderclouds. It was no jest. Even the air above the lake sparked with electricity. Who had ever witnessed such a sight? It was impossible not to be awestruck. But did it all conclude here? It appeared not, as the true terror had yet to arrive. The aura of the vengeful spirit diminished. She was afraid, perhaps due to pain, perhaps because of the light, or perhaps because a cacophony of harsh sounds shattered the helplessness of her rainy night. When a person consumed by hatred loses that very hatred, they are left in a state of confusion. And when this confusion is tinged with fear, it creates fractures within their soul. By sheer coincidence, Bai Jie required this fracture. Hurry, tell me, what exactly do you harbor hatred for? The words, imbued with the incantation of the pure tongue, coldly interrogated the spirit's essence. The vengeful spirit began to wail, as her roots were submerged by the lightning. Now was the moment. Finally, Bai Jie seized the opportunity. The youth held his breath, concentrating deeply, and suddenly channeled all his spiritual energy into a singular thread, crashing into the woman's memories. The world of the divine momentarily blurred, and the tempest of lightning gradually subsided. Jiang Sheng, who had been thrown to the ground by the shock, cautiously raised her head, glancing about. If all proceeded smoothly, this event should culminate here. However, Bai Jie had underestimated the depth of the hatred harbored within the vengeful spirit. A hatred capable of enduring for decades, even centuries, could hardly be easily resolved. I am unwilling to accept this fate. Why is it that every time it comes to the final moment, you all appear to thwart me? Whether it is to start anew or seek vengeance, why not simply destroy me? Why must I be tormented with glimpses of hope? Why must I endure 10 years of anguish? Tang Qing is filled with resentment. If only she had perished early. At least she would not have been burdened with the hope of a fresh start. If she had been liberated before becoming a vengeful spirit, she would not have been consumed by thoughts of revenge. Yet why? Time and again, it is always at the last moment. Why are you so determined to prevent me from letting go of everything? For one who walks in the shadows of night, the most bitter fate is to perish just before dawn. And Tang Qing is precisely such a soul. Therefore, this time, she must, without fail, release the anguish that has long tormented her. For this purpose, she has clung to the unbearable torment, wandering and struggling for a decade. She refuses to allow her experiences to transform into a fabricated dream spun by others. If that were to happen, she would die with unclosed eyes. Though, in truth, she already does. Come forth, calamity. I curse you, in whatever manner possible. I curse this loathsome world to feel my suffering. Those humiliations, despair, and shattering experiences I have endured, I shall exchange my shattered existence for your tribulations. Everything you desire, I shall offer. Calamity, calamity. All that you seek, I shall bestow. I merely do not wish to suffer alone, to fade away in silence. As the rain gradually ceased, the night returned to silence. Just when Jiang Sheng thought the troubles were drawing to a close, the layers of calamity looming over Donghu surged skyward. Accompanying this was the wrath of a typhoon and the onslaught of a tsunami. Floodwaters breached the embankments, and the corpses of fish began to surface. The foul stench started to spread, while the trees and vegetation along the shore curled and withered. The disaster had erupted. Cough. The youth standing beside the black cat suddenly collapsed, spitting blood onto the ground. His pale face was marred with terror and malice. For he had just relived Tang Qing's life without the ability to alter any part of it, instead being ensnared by her emotions. Fortunately, Yin Gui awakened Bai Jie just in time. Yet, upon waking, the boy's complexion had not improved much. The moment he opened his eyes, he beheld the impending disaster. Now, do you possess any other means? Beneath the raging hurricane, the black cat raised its head, its ears drooping, and gazed skyward, inquiring of the youth. No, none at all. Bai Jie's voice was unusually weary, fragmented. Receiving the response, Jiang Sheng cast a sidelong glance. Then what are you waiting for? Its meaning was unmistakable. Yet the youth hesitated momentarily. Are you truly prepared? He inquired. I am already grateful that you did not immediately confine the vengeful spirit within my body. In the distance, colossal waves surged forth, while nearby, the black cat turned its head. Now, fill my belly with her. I have been starved for so long. It is time for a feast. In truth, when it came to spiritual energy, Jiang Sheng had never truly been satiated. His body resembled an abyss, seemingly capable of digesting any amount of spiritual energy infused within it. The notion of being unable to consume was an experience entirely foreign to him. However, if it were a vengeful spirit, it should suffice to sustain me for a while, he mused, as the black cat's sharp fangs gradually became exposed. Then, in a voice rendered deep and somber by its transformation, it murmured, I can only hope the taste of the soul is not too vile. Chapter 70. Triangle thus. I comprehend. There was no time for further hesitation. Observing the waves crashing toward the shore, Bai Jie intertwined his hands, swiftly forming 7 or 8 seals. Invoke the winds. With the dual enhancement of the purification incantation and the cloud spirit, It was no exaggeration to proclaim that the youth had become a walking calamity. Yet, he also possessed the power to combat certain disasters. The weather once again turned bizarre, as putrid flesh and blood nearly enveloped by Jia. The clouds, after a brief respite, writhed violently. Beneath them, dark currents twisted, with storms clashing in a tumultuous dance. Several dozen kilometers away, in the urban center of Donghu City, flood alarms had long been sounded. Officers and firefighters, compelled to work overtime, mobilized to evacuate residents from the lakeside vicinity. Meanwhile, in the scenic area, monstrous waves surged, each one eclipsing the last as they battled fiercely against one another. The floodwaters overflowed the banks, scattering dead fish, mud, trees, and stones in disarray. Some debris was even swept into the air, yanked by immense forces from all directions, tossed and flung into uncertainty. A visible tornado began to take shape. If Jiangsheng's weight had not been artificially tripled by the augmentation of spiritual energy, he would likely have struggled to maintain his footing. As for Baijia, his very being was anchored to the ground by the flesh and bones of the cloud spirit, rooted like a tree. From a distance, it appeared as though a man's lower half had merged into the roadway, creating a sight both peculiar and terrifying. In the next moment, the youth bellowed, "Jiangsheng, prepare yourself. I am about to strike." Understood. Although the black cat did not comprehend how to absorb the vengeful spirit, it nonetheless readied itself with utmost vigilance, bracing for any unforeseen developments that might arise. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him, and the calamity looming overhead, which had already threatened to rupture the heavens. Drifting along with the tide, Jiangsheng for the first time yearned to achieve a goal. The thought of failure was too daunting to contemplate. If such hatred went unchecked, if it were to spread outward, the woman's piercing wail echoed in the heights above. Undoubtedly, the more her actions were obstructed, the deeper her animosity grew. That voice, laced with sorrow, indignation, and a sense of injustice, was so intricate it seemed to weep blood. Indeed, as Jiangsheng reflected on the woman's life, a tumult of emotions, so complex that even she could not comprehend, swirled within her. In that moment, she finally grasped the words spoken by the young Baijia that day. "Your hatred, I understand it, I acknowledge it, I bear it. So, hate me, with no reservations, with all your might. Hate me, with fervent breath, through ears, mouth, and nose." She perceived and heard, as if commanded by the divine. Within the fleshy tumor, the youthful incantation pierced the wind. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, a consequence of overextending his summoning, yet there was no time to dwell on that now. With 2 fingers held upright, he propelled himself toward the heavens. In an instant, silence enveloped the storm, and all of creation listened. The shimmering sigils danced in the boy's hands, flickering between light and shadow. Thunderous words emerged from his frail lips, striking with conviction. "I see disaster, seal. I hear misfortune, seal. I speak of calamity, seal. I sense transgression, seal. In this realm, the exiled Tang woman, seal." With a swift motion, from the hidden realm, for chains forged from borrowed spiritual energy sprang from beneath by Jie's feet, piercing Jiangsheng's limbs. Before the black cat could react, they had already turned skyward, locking away the impending calamity in a mere breath. The silence following the incantation was shattered by the savage struggles of the vengeful spirit. Yet the die was cast. Whatever she might attempt now was but a futile struggle. The disaster was drawn from the clouds above and torn from the earth below. Tendrils, thick and viscous like soft mud, began to contract around Jiangsheng. Simultaneously, for the black cat, the sensation was peculiar. The seemingly endless calamity caused nausea and dizziness within it, yet akin to an inexhaustible source of spiritual power. It ignited a feverish heat throughout its body, rendering it hyper-aware. It felt as though a boundless energy flowed within, awaiting its call. "Steady your mind, Jiangsheng. You must remain conscious." In the pitch darkness where one's hand could not be seen, the boy's feeble voice emerged from the unknown. Jiangsheng understood that henceforth, she could only rely on herself. The terrifying storm had yet to pass. Those awakened from their slumber now filled the streets, moving slowly along the warning lines. The police cars' dual lights swept across the thoroughfare, illuminating the faces of the panicked crowd. However, there remained someone who serenely lingered by the lakeside resort. He had even discerned the waning might of the tempest. Is it coming to an end? Quite remarkable, indeed, to forcibly seal the vengeful spirit under such isolation. Within the lakeside hotel, by an excessively large floor-to-ceiling window, Man Yang leisurely gazed at the darkened sky outside, his tone relaxed and his expression one of admiration. Yet, moments later, he unconsciously shook his head. "Alas, we are not of the same ilk. Speaking of which, that group should have made their move by now." I hope they proceed efficiently, otherwise, I shall have to assist them in tidying up the aftermath. Man Yang did not dislike trouble, but he had a particular aversion to troublesome individuals, such as the majority from the Spiritual Energy Management Bureau. It was difficult to ascertain the passage of time, only that it was approximately when dawn was approaching. The protracted stalemate among Bai Jie, Jiang Sheng, and the vengeful spirit was finally drawing to a close. The storm gradually subsided into a gentle drizzle. The calamity dissipated, making it impossible to maintain the divine concealment. The dark, fleshy form of the cloud demon crawled back to the young man's chest. Jiang Sheng was barely conscious, yet his form was already swaying precariously. Cough, cough. Bai Jie's coughing broke the silence amidst the light rain. Jiang Sheng, how are you holding up? The youth's words carried no strength, as if they were merely seeping from his lips. I'm all right, perhaps due to the overwhelming spiritual energy from consuming the vengeful spirit. The black cat had yet to revert to its original form. Currently, there is no severe discomfort, but I am exceedingly tired. Hold on a bit longer. You mustn't sleep just yet. Bai Jie immediately interjected, dispelling Jiang Sheng's inclination to doze off as he sat cross-legged. Wait for me to regain some spiritual energy so I can cast a protective enchantment for you. This will temporarily prevent your spirit from coming into direct contact with the vengeful spirit. What a misfortune! What is happening with Man Yang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? After speaking, the youth chose not to delve deeper, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that gunfire erupted unexpectedly. Chapter 71. Monsters always have a taste for humans. Beep, beep, beep. 5 minutes prior, a sudden phone call disrupted Man Yang's contemplation. The young man was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he silently retrieved his phone and calmly answered the call. Hello? Good morning, Mr. Man Yang, came a cheerful voice from the other end. Ah, good morning. Perhaps lazily raising an eyebrow, Man Yang fiddled with a ring on his finger. What can I do for you? Of course, I wouldn't disturb you without reason, Mr. Man Yang. I called to confirm once more regarding the spell to summon the cloud demon. How is your progress? I do not comprehend what you are saying. It is evident that he has considered the differences between those who reach out to him now and in the past. Thus, Man Yang refrained from revealing too much information at the outset. How astute, indeed, murmured the young voice, which soon erupted into a relaxed chuckle. Allow me to rephrase my inquiry, Mr. Man Yang. Have you prepared all the intelligence we require? I am a person who only attends to my own responsibilities. Nonchalantly, he produced a light gray handkerchief from his pocket. As he polished his ring, Man Yang replied calmly, I shall also fulfill my own obligations. I see, I understand now. The young man on the other end of the line evidently received the answer he sought, his tone returning to its earlier lightheartedness. Bang! In the next instant, the jarring sound of a gunshot made Man Yang instinctively tilt his head. What is happening on your end? The young man inquired, frowning at his phone. Oh, it's nothing. The young man's voice remained unhurried. I merely used a sniper rifle to shatter the heart of a certain ability user. Speaking of which, you ability users are indeed quite fragile. Despite your formidable power to alter the weather, a mere bullet wound can still bring about death. The state must have taken considerable risks in releasing you to combat the supernatural, correct? Faced with the young man's incessant chatter, Man Yang chose to remain silent, pondering the purpose behind these words. Was it a threat or mere mockery? Remember, come to collect the bodies in half an hour, for now. The phantom cloud has been taken over by our peculiar collaboration. The young man seemed to exude excitement, as the sounds of gun disassembly echoed through the line. Oh, and I'll be taking that living cursed object with me as well. Our boss is quite interested in it. Until next time, then, Mr. Man Yang. With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Sitting alone in his hotel room, Man Yang contemplated for a considerable time before letting out a resigned laugh, followed by a shake of his head. Ah, a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Sheng and Bai Jie could hardly imagine that the first unexpected encounter following their sealing of the vengeful spirit would be a bullet. Moreover, both of them were not in optimal condition, so when the rain abruptly erupted, neither the boy nor the cat reacted in time. Only the flesh bud of the cloud ghost emerged, attempting to impede the bullet suspended in midair. Yet, exhausted of spiritual energy, Bai Jie was clearly unable to sustain the cloud ghost's actions. Thus, the flesh bud shattered upon contact with the bullet, failing to even slow its descent. Bang! At last, when the sound of gunfire rang out and the boy and the black cat became aware of their surroundings, the bullet had already pierced through Bai Jie's chest, leaving a gruesome, gaping hole. The boy's expression transitioned from bewilderment to astonishment, ultimately settling into a bittersweet sense of regret, all within the span of less than half a minute. He seems to have become acutely aware of his predicament. Indeed, Upon closer reflection, the fact that Minion has yet to make an appearance speaks volumes. Is this a conspiracy directed at me and the cloud spirit? Or perhaps aimed at Jiangsheng? Regardless, it appears that their plan has likely come to fruition to a significant extent. However, as he contemplated, Bai Jia's gaze once again fell upon the black cat. Perhaps due to the presence of the cloud spirit, he had not succumbed to death immediately. Yet, the young man could still feel that his time was running short. Hey, he murmured, struggling to comprehend the bloodstains adorning Bai Jia. Jiangsheng remained in a daze, clinging to his fragmented consciousness. What has happened to you? The power of the vengeful spirit continued to wreak havoc, and as a cursed object, he attempted to lull it into slumber, but Bai Jia's condition offered no solace. At that moment, the black cat was agitated, losing its previous composure. Can't you tell? The youth's voice was weak, but in an effort to reassure Jiangsheng, he managed to maintain a faint smile. We were attacked. There is a 90% chance it was a spiritual crime. Someone has likely targeted your abilities and those of the cloud spirit. Now, Jiangsheng, listen to me calmly. My time is limited. I have no other choice. I need you to consume my heart, the very essence of the cloud spirit. Then run. Run as far as you can and do not easily trust anyone else. You must ensure the safety of both vengeful spirits, safeguarding them from posing any further threat to the realm of the living. I understand, Jiangsheng replied, grappling with the unfairness of it all. But, Jiangsheng, I implore you, do not let disaster befall us. And I am truly sorry. With that, the pale youth raised his hand, pressing it against the dark forehead of the wild cat. In a voice that was pale yet imbued with a sense of regret and helplessness, he continued, I am sorry for not being able to protect you. After saying so much, perhaps meaningless words in the end, it fell upon you to bear the weight of it all. Truly, I am sorry. A soft azure light began to glow, a thread of clarity entering Jiangsheng's mind. It was Bai Jia's final surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by the youth's last request. Consume me. Please, consume me. On this day, Jiangsheng was about to take his first step towards becoming an urban legend. Chapter 72. Having done such a thing, there is no turning back. Jiangsheng found himself somewhat bewildered by the words that now reached his ears. He struggled to comprehend what was swirling within his mind at this very moment. The energy of the vengeful spirit filled his being with unprecedented vigor. Yet, simultaneously, his mental realm, unable to adapt to this monumental shift, lost a significant portion of its discernment. Undoubtedly, what he needed now was a good, restorative sleep, allowing his mind the time to acclimate to his new form. However, it is equally undeniable that the current environment in which the black cat finds itself, along with the events it is enduring, leaves no room for rest. Hello. Is this the recovery team? A young man, having disassembled his sniper rifle, crouches amidst the shrubs half a kilometer away, idly tapping his fingers on his earpiece. The target has been neutralized. Please proceed to the scene to retrieve the cursed objects at your earliest convenience. Oh, and don't forget to bring the tranquilizer rifle. After all, one of the cursed items appears to be rather formidable. Having said this, the young man refrains from further conversation, shouldering a toolbox filled with weaponry, and strides away from the forest. What follows is no longer his concern. His guiding principle has always been to do the job for whatever payment is offered. Meanwhile, the black cat, already in a state of delirium, finds itself in a tumultuous mental state. Yet, its physique remains in a state of enhancement, with the muscles in its limbs rhythmically pulsating. This is due to an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, resulting in an unprecedented increase in cellular vitality. Consequently, this brings about a significant evolution in its physical capabilities. Of course, none are aware of this development at present. Externally, the black cat appears utterly depleted, resembling a spent force on the brink of collapse. Who could have imagined that beneath such a feeble and disheveled exterior lies a volcano poised to erupt at any moment? Indeed, if one were to employ a rhetorical device to describe Jiangsheng's current predicament, it would be akin to a live volcano. If not kept dormant, it is bound to explode. Moreover, at this very moment, in the increasingly foggy recesses of the black cat's mind, only the instructions left by Bai Jia linger. Consume my heart, then flee. This phrase, a final whisper infused with Bai Jia's dwindling spiritual strength, serves as a guiding signal for the black cat to complete the devouring of the cloud spirit and seek refuge in a relatively safe location. In essence, it constitutes a form of hypnotism. It must be acknowledged that manipulating the black cat into consuming its own heart is an exceptionally harsh and unjust act. Yet, it is the best solution Bai Jia can conceive at this juncture. Otherwise, the cursed object of the cloud spirit would assimilate into his body, leading to either a violent outburst or falling into the hands of criminals. Clearly, Either scenario would result in catastrophic consequences. Baijia wishes to avert such a fate. Thus, with a sense of regret and shame, he watches helplessly as the black cat, with a bewildered expression, buries its head into his embrace, feasting upon his flesh and blood. When you awaken, please do not forgive my actions, Jiangsheng. Remember what I have done. The black cat, head lowered, consumes the grotesque mixture of blood and flesh, its throat emitting guttural growls. The pain of being devoured causes the youth's features to tighten, compounded by the repulsive texture of the pulpy remnants. If one were to disregard his gaze, his visage could only be described as terrifying. Yet, those eyes, merely those eyes, dissipated all semblance of ferocity. Oh, it appears that in the end, I remain a selfish individual. Yin Gui, you must loathe me by now. In truth, I yearn to be someone who is well-liked. However, in a world inevitably rife with animosity, there must be someone designated to bear the brunt of that hatred. The consciousness of the youth gradually dulled. As the black cat swallowed the dark, bluish heart hole, 4 rugged SUVs arrived at the scene. Emerging from the vehicles was a cadre of individuals clad in black, wielding tranquilizer rifles. Their movements exuded a practiced precision, and the moment they laid eyes on the black cat, they opened fire. Yet, for the black cat in its current state, ordinary tranquilizer darts found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate its fur. Indeed, even the dosage potent enough to sedate rhinoceroses and elephants proved ineffective in exerting control over it. From the very beginning, the information between both parties was unequal. Thus, when the tranquilizer darts struck Jiangsheng's back sporadically, the black cat merely turned its head in silence. It should have fled immediately, however, having consumed 2 vengeful spirits. Its body and mind were already saturated with boundless spiritual energy and endless negative emotions. Consequently, taken by surprise, the black cat showed no inclination to heed any suggestions. In the next moment, it launched a counterattack. The wind whipped up from beneath the trees, and heads fell in an instant. On the desolate road, the atmosphere grew increasingly cacophonous. Recovery team. This is the recovery team. The intelligence is erroneous. Repeat. The intelligence is erroneous. What in the world is this? It's too fast. I can't aim. Help. Use armor-piercing rounds. Maintain formation. Don't scatter. Damn it. Reload and fire. Reload and fire. No. Half an hour later, when Man Yang arrived with a dozen spiritual practitioners, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay strewn about, while entrails hung from the branches. The 4 SUVs lay toppled at the roadside, their doors shattered and frames crumpled, with a discarded bus having been sent tumbling down the slope. The grotesque remains of various corpses lay scattered, a sight that was utterly harrowing. What transpired here? A female spiritual practitioner asked, her voice trembling and stuttering. Despite having faced calamity before, she had never encountered such a spectacle. Someone retched, their face pallid. Man Yang furrowed his brow, surveying the scene. This was not in alignment with the intelligence he had received. At last, the group detected some movement behind one of the vehicles. They approached slowly, only to encounter a black cat of a lion-like stature, gnawing on a half-eaten corpse. Heavens! Someone exclaimed in a daze. The black cat paused its actions, turning its blood-stained visage towards them. Summoned the vengeful spirit. Man Yang immediately called forth his specter. Sensing the threat, the black cat finally heeded a voice deep within and turned to flee. Its shadow darted into the rain, carried away by the wind, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Chapter 73. Most tasks require a report submission on the lakeside road following the rain. The police swiftly cordoned off the area. Given that this road was not a major thoroughfare on the outskirts of the city, the fully equipped armed police directly secured several kilometers around the site. By the overgrown roadside, Man Yang, who had just completed his cooperation with the police investigation, wore a grim expression. He yearned for a cigarette, for the situation had utterly spiraled beyond his plans. A mere cat, just one, incapable of wielding even the most rudimentary of spiritual abilities and in a weakened state, had managed to wipe out an entire recovery team dispatched by the peculiar organization. Were those individuals on vacation? Where were the so-called modern weapons? Had they all been devoured? Firearms, tranquilizer darts, heavy armored vehicles. Are you telling me that all these combined could not capture a single cat? Are you jesting? Now, the vengeful spirit was lost, and the discovery of the bodies revealed a total of 13. Aside from Baijia, there were 12 fully armed auxiliary personnel. How am I to explain this? Did Baijia personally hire 12 bodyguards? Damn. Frustrated, he raised a hand to his heated forehead, unable to fathom that the collaborator he had chosen was so utterly incompetent. Such a perfect opportunity squandered. and they couldn't even control an object incapable of commanding a vengeful spirit. Brother Yang, at that moment, a somewhat younger spiritual practitioner approached him. The primary corpse had already been identified by the forensic expert as indeed belonging to Bai Jie, with the cause of death attributed to being mauled by a beast, resulting in the heart being torn out. No other external injuries? Upon receiving this news, Man Yang inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he suppressed his frustration and inquired. For he still remained a member of the Spiritual Energy Management Office, and appearances must be maintained. The young practitioner, lacking much experience, failed to perceive Man Yang's abnormality and answered in a businesslike manner, aside from some abrasions, there are no other serious injuries. Mauled by a beast, he murmured under his breath, nodding in understanding. Indeed, it aligned closely with what they had witnessed. When he and his subordinates arrived, they had seen a massive wildcat still attacking a human. The wildcat, without a doubt, was Jiang Sheng. As for the reason for its sudden growth, the world of the supernatural always possesses its explanations. By the way, Yang, perhaps an idea struck him. The young spiritual practitioner turned to Man Yang and inquired further. Do you know who the other deceased were? They don't appear to be from our management office, and they were armed. Surely, there can't be any justification for that. Can there? Do not ask what should remain unasked. With a seemingly helpless glance at the individual, Man Yang began to weave a narrative. Wasn't Bai Jie assigned to investigate the urban legend regarding the bus alone? Concerned for his safety, I arranged for additional personnel to assist him from home. As for where these individuals hail from, I cannot say for certain. In any case, it was inconvenient to disclose this to the police. I will report it to the management office later. Regrettably, I was not cautious enough, leading to the unnecessary loss of lives. With that, Man Yang feigned a look of considerable regret, letting out a slow sigh. His thoughts were clear. He intended to lay the blame for Bai Jie's death squarely on Jiang Sheng. After all, it was evident to all present that the black cat had indeed claimed a life. Moreover, Bai Jie's gunshot wound seemed to have been precisely devoured by the black cat. Thus, as long as he did not foolishly confess, no evidence could prove that a third force had been involved in this incident. Others would hardly consider this possibility. Ultimately, the Anomaly Collaboration was an underground organization, known to but a few. If he could firmly establish that those men in black were mercenaries he had summoned for assistance, then the identity of the murderer responsible for their deaths alongside Bai Jie would become glaringly apparent. A rampaging cursed object, a beast's retaliation. What a perfect excuse this was. Meanwhile, Man Yang had just finalized the report he intended to submit. On the other side, the fleeing Jiang Sheng remained blissfully unaware that he had been unjustly burdened with the accusations of murder against a manager and the theft of a cursed object. It wouldn't be long before a bounty on him would circulate in various forms throughout the nearby regions. However, at that moment, he certainly did not possess the energy to ponder such matters. The weariness of his mind compelled him to seek a place for a restful slumber. Thus, beneath a deserted and dilapidated building, aided by his concealment and swift escape, the black cat nestled into a dumpster to take a nap. Fortunately, this location was exceedingly remote, devoid of residential areas or commercial streets, merely a hidden corner beyond a scenic area. Consequently, no garbage collection vehicles came to clear the refuse. Coupled with broken surveillance cameras and the desolate, narrow roads, the black cat might indeed enjoy a peaceful sleep here. Soon, the sound of gentle snores emanated from within the metallic dumpster. Let me out. In a realm imperceptible to ordinary mortals, a catastrophic deluge enveloped Jiang Sheng, wreaking havoc within her being. Regardless of her efforts, her spirit remained tethered to the corporeal form of the black cat, and even her awareness of the external world began to blur. The calamity could not spread, and the resentment found no outlet. Since her demise, the human skin raincoat had once again experienced the torment of powerlessness, an utterly maddening ordeal that she could scarcely endure. Hiss, desist, do not disturb Jiang Sheng's rest, or I shall intervene. Amidst the chaotic antics of a deranged woman flitting about within the black cat's body, a frail young boy suddenly appeared before her, obstructing her path. Step aside. Hiss, I shall not. Do you wish to engage in combat? Hiss, you are no match for me now. Hiss, calm yourself. You will attract the wicked. Wicked? Only children distinguish between good and evil. Hiss, I was indeed but 10 years old at the time of my death. Move aside, I wish not to see you. Hiss, will you cease your antics? Keep your distance. The surging calamity gradually subsided, and the once ominous and eerie trashcan reverted to its mundane state. In slumber, the black cat's furrowed brow slightly relaxed, regardless of what might transpire henceforth. At this very moment, it was indeed afforded a chance to rest. Chapter 74. Rain. The rain continued to fall from the heavens, The clouds shrouded in a gray haze. The wind blew intermittently. Jiang Sheng had awakened 3 days prior, yet she still struggled to control the powers of the two vengeful spirits within her, causing rain to follow her wherever she went. Fortunately, the dim sky served as an excellent cover, shrouding her presence in a curtain of rain that rendered it difficult for external practitioners to discern her exact location. Even ordinary individuals, when positioned at a distance, found it impossible to perceive her standing silently in the downpour. The rain summoned by the vengeful spirits, even if unconsciously invoked, was no ordinary rain. Each droplet carried misfortune. Those drenched would encounter ill fate. While it would not result in loss of life, it nonetheless provided certain spiritual practitioners with clues to Jiang Sheng's whereabouts. Were it not for the excessively unusual rainfall that impeded most perceptions, compounded by the rain's vast coverage, it was quite likely that Jiang Sheng had already been located by those with intent. However, these considerations remained mere conjecture. The present reality was that the black cat remained safe thus far. In truth, as long as it did not deliberately extricate itself from the protective rain and seek visibility, no one could easily find it. Whether faced with modern technology or the psychic abilities wielded by supernatural beings, this rain shall serve as the perfect guise. It erases the traces of its passage, obliterating all evidence of its existence. Hiss, are you pondering by Jia? On the rooftop of a dilapidated building, a solitary black cat sways its tail, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, a ragged little boy appears beside it, his voice resembling a gasp as he slowly inquires. Indeed, ever since consuming two vengeful spirits, Jiang Sheng has lost the previous hesitations that accompanied his speech. Hiss, are you still blaming him? While softly questioning, Huanyun Gue quietly settled beside the black cat. Yes, this boy is the very spirit that Bai Jia once guarded. Yet now, he resides within Jiang Sheng's belly. There is a lingering truth. Jiang Sheng does not deny the remnants of gloom in his heart, but more than that, he despises himself. He loathes the version of himself that has devoured his kin and gnawed through the chest of a friend. Hiss, he had no choice back then. Huanyun Gue endeavored to defend its former superior, aware that some matters cannot be resolved with mere words. Thus, I find myself in such confusion. The black cat remarked. Indeed, it yearns to possess clear distinctions between love and hate. Yet, the myriad experiences in this world ultimately render one numb. In my opinion, do not overthink. At that moment, another ethereal figure emerged to Jiang Sheng's left, a tall woman. You and that boy are clearly victims of a plot. Release me, and I shall aid in your vengeance. In contrast to the youth seated on Jiang Sheng's right, the woman's voice was unmistakably more venomous and frenzied. Consequently, the black cat disregarded her, silently rising and turning towards the corridor. Hey, where are you going? Join me in seeking revenge. The woman's enticing words lingered ominously, yet the black cat merely replied without looking back. I am off to investigate certain matters. Hiss, what are you investigating? The quiet youth behind the woman followed suit. Upon hearing his question, the black cat's gaze sharpened to uncover who is lurking in the shadows, causing turmoil. Jiang Sheng may drift along the currents, yet he has not become completely numb. Therefore, those who commit evil must inevitably pay a price, and preferably, a price that is unforgettable. In the spiritual management office, in the 5th conference room, at a long, heavy table, a diverse group of individuals takes their seats in silence. As the assistant distributes the documents, an elder seated at the head of the table clears his throat and speaks in a deep, resonant voice. Ahem. This is the report on the containment operation of vengeful spirits submitted by the regional head of Donghu City, Manyang. Everyone, please take a moment to review the document before we share our thoughts. Following the elder's directive, those present bowed their heads and began perusing the report before them. Before long, they had gradually absorbed the contents within. This is unbelievable. Once everyone had set down the documents, a woman spoke up, articulating her judgment. We clearly dispatched 31 psychics to assist in the operation. Why then did Bai Jia find himself in such a precarious situation, surrounded solely by personnel arranged by Manyang? There is far too much room for manipulation here, and we must immediately initiate an investigation into Manyang. Hold on. I believe we should not be too hasty. Even if Manyang is under suspicion, we cannot act overtly. Otherwise, we risk alarming the serpent in the grass. At this moment, a disheveled man interjected, attempting to mediate. Moreover, the living cursed object has gone berserk, which is indisputable. Should our primary focus not be on retrieving it as swiftly as possible? Lao Tao is correct. Following this, another middle-aged man spoke up. The intrinsic value of that living cursed object is immeasurable. It has now consumed two vengeful spirits, and we must not allow it to wander freely. But how are we to bring it back? A frown deepened on the face of an elderly woman seated to the left of the conference table. Let us not forget that this cursed object possesses intelligence. Given the current circumstances, we cannot ascertain whether its disposition towards us has changed. Furthermore, we cannot entirely dismiss the authenticity of this report. Subsequently, others began to voice their opinions. Regardless of what transpired behind the scenes, the significance of the black cat now far outweighs that of Bai Jie and Man Yang. Therefore, at the very least, it is imperative that we conduct a comprehensive search for it, irrespective of its stance or whether it is malevolent. We must retrieve it. As for whether it should be sealed, that can be determined later. Indeed, we must bring it back. Even if it has taken a life, we must prioritize its safety, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of criminals. The conference room erupted in a cacophony of voices. Eventually, the elder seated at the head of the table nodded his gaunt head and, with a voice robust enough to silence all commotion, stated with calm authority, on the surface, "We will issue a wanted notice and initiate a manhunt for the black cat. However, until we ascertain its allegiance, no one is permitted to employ lethal or destructive measures against it. If possible, we should strive to re-establish communication with it. As for Man Yang, given his recent missteps and the suspicion of his evasion of responsibility, I will initiate an internal review regarding him. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? No objections. Let it be thus. The priority is the cat." Yes, the priority is the cat. Chapter 75, The Distortion of Humanity. Someone remarked, "To conceal a single leaf, one merely needs to place it within an expansive forest." Presently, the relationship between Jiangsheng and you mirrors this notion. You represents the forest, easily visible yet boundless in its vastness. The cat, akin to a leaf, traverses this domain, becoming elusive. The torrential raindrops serve as harbingers of calamity. Fortunately, due to the black cat's quasi-curse-like nature, the calamities that pervade the surroundings are relatively insipid, posing no grave threat to the beings dwelling within. At this juncture, Jiangsheng has garnered a considerable understanding of these calamities, at least discerning which types are prone to harm the innocent and which merely induce commonplace fluctuations in fortune. Thus, despite being perpetually accompanied by an unfortunate drizzle, Jiangsheng does not feel compelled to evade the throngs of people. It is evident that as one grows more acquainted with a phenomenon, one's initial trepidation diminishes. Undoubtedly, the gentle rain, which cannot even dampen the surface of its fur, will have negligible impact on the local environment. Moreover, under the tutelage of the cloud spirit, Jiangsheng has learned to utilize its spiritual energy to perceive all that transpires amidst the rain, ranging from disastrous incidents to the trivial migrations of mice and ants. Whenever it desires, it can meticulously monitor every blade of grass and every tree within the rain-soaked realm. Thus, on the fourth day of the black cat's awakening, Jiangsheng became aware of a trivial matter. The personnel from the Spiritual Energy Management Bureau had dispatched another team to Donghu City in search of its whereabouts. However, Jiangsheng had no intention of revealing itself at this moment. It still recalled the words uttered by Bai Jie before his demise, "Do not easily trust others." It was unequivocally certain that both it and Bai Jie had been framed, indicating the presence of a traitor within the Bureau. Until the undercover agent among them was dealt with, Jiangsheng resolved to abstain from further cooperation with that organization. Having consumed 2 vengeful spirits, it now possessed the capability to act independently, making solitary endeavors more fitting. Thus, it sought to provide an explanation to Bai Jie, while simultaneously offering one to itself. With a swift motion, a shadow flitted silently through the forest, causing a sparrow perched upon a tree to vanish abruptly. In the next moment, amidst the carpet of fallen leaves, a massive black beast materialized. Judging by the blood at the corners of its mouth, it was apparent that the sparrow had been consumed. Subsequently, its form began to shrink at a discernible rate, ultimately transforming into that of a mature wildcat. It was evident that this creature was Jiangsheng, now acclimatized to its new body. This series of actions not only served as a means of sustenance, but also as a method to test its abilities. Thanks to the experiences imparted by the cloud spirit and the raincoat, Jiangsheng had become increasingly proficient in controlling its spiritual energy. It was now capable of altering its size at will, without leaving behind the aftermath of excessive fur growth. Excess cellular tissue is entirely reabsorbed and transformed into spiritual energy, which nourishes the body and, to some extent, reduces the spiritual energy required for altering one's physique. Following this is the growth of physical capabilities. At this moment, the black cat can move at an astonishing speed, covering 100 meters per second, rendering it unparalleled among terrestrial creatures. Even the spectral entities, Yun Gui and Yu Yi, who lack mobility, cannot match its swiftness. As for strength, without instruments, Jiangsheng cannot ascertain an exact measurement. However, based on recent experiences, his biting force should be comparable to that of a crocodile when his physique remains unchanged. Once he alters his form, the proliferation of cellular tissue will amplify this strength several-fold, enough to crush the skull of an animal with a single bite. Regrettably, the size increase also poses a disadvantage in terms of speed, limiting the black cat's movement to approximately twice its original pace despite the significant enhancement in strength. In Yun Gui's words, such velocity is still insufficient for hunting spirits adept at swift pursuits. After all, as a surreal species, some entities can even teleport short distances. Standing beneath a grand tree on the outskirts of Donghu City, Jiangsheng shook off the dew from his body, listening to the gentle patter of rain through the forest, and expelled several sparrow feathers from his mouth. As his utilization of spiritual energy improves, his daily food requirements diminish. Currently, merely a few palm-sized birds suffice to meet his needs. Given his bodily functions, this digestion efficiency defies the laws of natural science. Yet, the sensation of consuming raw flesh invariably evokes memories of devouring human flesh. He recalls instinctively fishing a few days prior, the metallic taste of blood nearly causing him to retch. It must be acknowledged that Jiangsheng has developed an aversion to meat. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining his health, he would gladly subsist solely on fruits and vegetables. Yun Gui is still resting. Responding to Jiangsheng is not the boy composed of decaying flesh, but a woman with sagging skin. She materializes beside the black cat through a thread of calamity. In the blink of an eye, she transforms into a radiant and graceful beauty. He consumed too much of my original spiritual energy to seal me. Now, I must recover through intermittent slumber. In a lethargic manner, the black cat nodded, seemingly indifferent. Then you should return. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Although my knowledge pales in comparison to Yun Gui's, I have been a spirit for a decade and have encountered the souls of several practitioners. Slightly tempering her tone of resentment, the woman reclined beside the black cat, playfully stroking its whiskers with her fingers as she spoke. So then, what are your terms? In recent days, Jiangsheng had garnered some understanding of this woman's thought process. Oh, don't make it sound so harsh. I merely seek revenge. Consider it. Humans have left you in such a state of despair, barely clinging to life. Wouldn't you want to ensure they remember their transgressions? The skin-wearing woman revealed her true visage, her nearly peeling skin rendering her appearance hauntingly grotesque. It is justifiable to harbor hatred towards those who have wronged you. Yet it is unnecessary to resent those who merely live better lives than you. With a resigned sigh, Jiangsheng attempted to dissuade the woman from the obsession that consumed her. Human malice often begets collateral damage. When it first awoke, it had lamented White Jia for disregarding its opinions, hypnotizing it into a state where it consumed humans. However, now it had come to clarity. White Jia had done all that was within his power. The boy possessed a conviction that was commendable, leaving it feeling utterly inadequate to cast blame upon him. After all, had the boy chosen from the outset to confine the vengeful spirit within himself, he may not have succumbed even without exhausting his spiritual energy. Therefore, it was ultimately my own cowardice that led to his demise, as well as my own. Lost in thought, the black cat awaited the awakening of the cloud specter, while the skin-wearing woman spiraled deeper into her cycle of hatred. You tell me not to hate them, but what am I suffering? Who can comprehend my anguish? She clawed at her own face, leaving it bloodied and mangled. What am I paying? What am I paying? She murmured incessantly, with no one to provide an answer. Chapter 76. Thus, stride boldly towards the demon's hiss. Now repeat after me. Before the battle, stand firm, thunderbolt spell. In a certain mountainous forest on the outskirts of Donghu City, a ragged boy stood before the black cat, forming hand seals. In the next instant, brilliant bolts of lightning struck the ground before them, scorching the earth into charred blackness. Before the battle, stand firm, thunderbolt spell. The black cat mimicked the incantation, and despite its ability to articulate human speech and summon every ounce of its spiritual energy, it merely conjured a few sparks of electricity that weakly struck the trunk of a large tree. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The reluctant flashes of electricity struggled in the air until Jiangsheng, exhausted, gasped for breath like an old dog, causing the sparks to dissipate and dissolve. Indeed, this was the spiritual technique Jiangsheng had recently mastered. It had been more than half a month since the death of White Jia. However, the black cat was still compelled by the cloud spirit to remain in the forest and refrain from causing trouble. The reason was simple. Jiangsheng's current abilities were insufficient to contend with an actual armed group. Unless it could liberate the cloud spirit or the hatred embodied in the human skin raincoat, The black cat, being an object of curse and unrestrained, was likely to spiral out of control, rendering all of Baijia's efforts meaningless. Presently, Jiangxing faced the dilemma that although it possessed abundant spiritual energy, its ability to cast spells was hindered by its inability to form seals with its paws, thus failing to unleash their inherent power. Some spells even struggled to take shape or effect. This undoubtedly troubled the cloud spirit for as long as it could remember. None of the souls it had consumed had offered a suitable method for animals to cultivate. It must be acknowledged that Jiangsheng was an anomaly, indeed an unprecedented one. Progress is being made. Sparks are visible. The human skin raincoat, bored, stood beneath a tree, arms crossed, yawning while unceremoniously mocking Jiangsheng's remarkable achievements. Perhaps you could try a different incantation, like Pikachu or something. Meow? Stung by the criticism, Jiangsheng refrained from human speech and retaliated with a feline curse. The human skin raincoat erupted in laughter. It became evident that aside from her somewhat unstable mental state, this woman was actually quite agreeable in general. Of course, it could also be due to the absence of anyone she deemed worthy of her ire. Hiss, stop it. Helplessly observing the raincoat's penchant for sowing discord, and feeling increasingly impatient in her quest to investigate Baijia's matters, the cloud spirit shook its head in counsel. Hiss, we must devise a plan to address the immediate issues at hand. Knowing the cloud spirit spoke truthfully, Jiangsheng sighed wearily and plopped down onto the ground. What else could be done? I have already attempted countless times to form seals with my paws. Otherwise, would you, like before, conjure 2 hands for me, as you did for Baijia? Hiss, unless absolutely necessary, it is best that you do not rely on my or the raincoat's abilities right now. Upon hearing Jiangsheng's suggestion, the cloud spirit promptly expressed its disapproval and slowly elaborated. Hiss. The stronger the power taken over by the vengeful spirit, the greater the stimulation it endures, and the more hatred is unleashed. At that point, I may not remain as rational as I am now. I might even contemplate turning against your body. If you cannot even perform the most basic of seals, how could you possibly reseal me? Indeed, despite the cloud spirit and the raincoat appearing to communicate like ordinary humans, this was entirely due to Jiangsheng's cursed nature and the spells inscribed by Baijia, which suppressed most of their animosity, should Jiangsheng restore its spiritual energy for them to utilize. Thus, the 2 vengeful spirits, reigniting their animosity, could erupt into a frenzy at any moment, utilizing their newfound strength to wreak havoc upon the black cat's form and seal. In such a scenario, with neither a caretaker present nor the ability to construct a seal independently, Jiangsheng would evidently be left vulnerable to their whims. The cloud spirit, foreseeing this potential calamity, insisted that Jiangsheng remain to study the art of incantation. The black cat must acquire at least a foundational understanding to begin to liberate its own power, as well as that of the raincoat. Otherwise, it would be confined to merely relying on the accidental release of misfortunes to conjure minor rains and feeble lightning strikes. Hiss, raincoat, do you have any means? The cloud spirit inquired, having conceived a possible solution, turning towards the now silent human-skinned raincoat. What can I do? I've only been a spirit for a mere decade, mostly subsisting on the souls of serpents and insects. The human flesh within me likely wouldn't amount to even a fraction of yours, the raincoat lamented. Moreover, she was considerably more unstable than the cloud spirit. As long as Jiangsheng offered her even a modicum of spiritual energy, she could potentially harness it to break the seal. After all, she was a malevolent spirit driven by her own will, while the cloud spirit's hatred stemmed merely from a loveless upbringing. From a certain perspective, the raincoat's innate talent as a vengeful spirit should surpass that of the cloud spirit. Her defeat was merely a consequence of the era and timing of her demise. If only I had ample time, if only I had enough souls. As she pondered, the raincoat's essence began to stir once more. Yet she found herself unable to siphon any strength from Jiangsheng. Is there perhaps an alternative system? At this moment, Jiangsheng, having rested for a sufficient duration, spoke up. Your incantations resemble Taoist arts. Is there a different system in this world that might suit my incantation style? Hiss. Of course there are other systems of incantation, but those are also designed for humans. If you were to learn them, they would likely prove ineffective. I shall consider alternative methods, the cloud spirit replied. In the meantime, continue to refine your spiritual energy using the techniques I have taught you. If incantations remain inaccessible, enhancing your physical strength is still a viable approach. With that, the cloud spirit transformed into a wisp of calamity and returned to Jiangsheng's being. In truth, The cloud spirit was not entirely devoid of a means to enable Jiang Sheng to inherit Bai Jia's incantations. However, the principles of such a method were yet to be fully formulated, and it remained uncertain whether practical implementation would proceed smoothly. Remember, the artifacts of the cloud spirit would consume the flesh and blood of their host. Conversely, Jiang Sheng had the ability to temporarily alter his bodily structure through the genetic memories within him. From this perspective, what if these two abilities were to be combined? The cloud spirit could provide the genetic memories of Bai Jia, while Jiang Sheng could stimulate cellular growth to effectuate a temporary transformation of his body. What then would become of the black cat, which was inherently an artifact? Would it ultimately transform into a colossal creature? Undoubtedly. The concept envisioned by Yuan Gui diverges profoundly from the paths of both humans and spirits. Should it succeed, the realm of the supernatural may witness the emergence of a true cat demon in the truest sense. Chapter 77. The cat demon emerges. Are you suggesting that I transform into Bai Jia? By the time Yuan Gui articulated his thoughts to Jiang Sheng, 2 days had already passed. During this interval, Jiang Sheng had yet to resolve the issue concerning the handprint, prompting Yuan Gui to propose this still conjectural idea. Indeed, faced with Jiang Sheng's astonished expression, Yuan Gui nodded affirmatively. My talisman has already assimilated the flesh and blood located at the heart of Bai Jia, and can now readily provide you with his genetic sequence. Thus, you will be able to adopt his form for a specific period, akin to expanding your own physicality. I understand. I grasp your intention. Without allowing Yuan Gui to elaborate further, Jiang Sheng interjected, Let me ponder this a bit longer, please. The black cat spoke, its eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Whenever Bai Jia was mentioned, its heart became a tumult of conflicting feelings. Initially, it had embraced the youth's ideals, only to later resent his hypnotic influence. Now, it felt a profound shame for the cowardice it had displayed in the presence of the boy. It would be no exaggeration to say that Jiang Sheng believed it had burdened Bai Jia. Thus, it found itself somewhat reluctant to confront the visage of the youth, especially when it was to assume his likeness. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the gentle patter of the rain occasionally brushing against Jiang Sheng's fur. Yuan Gui observed the black cat's demeanor, hesitating for a moment before refraining from further comment, merely offering a quiet reminder. When you have made your decision, please inform me. Our time is limited, and you must swiftly master several techniques to uncover the truth. I understand. The black cat nodded slowly, aware that relying solely on its brute strength would prove arduous against the various advanced military technologies, let alone the myriad of supernatural abilities wielded by those with spiritual prowess. Its previous escape had been facilitated by the opponent's lack of preparation. What if, next time, an adversary employed a spiritual incantation to hinder its speed, followed by a penetrating bullet? How would it then respond? As a talisman, Jiang Sheng could disregard only the curses wrought by vengeful spirits. Human techniques and tangible elements in the environment could still influence and harm it. Thus, the thought lingered. After consuming Bai Jia, must I also borrow his appearance? What distinguishes this from robbing him of his existence? The black cat pondered, feeling as though its heart were ablaze, consumed by the actions towards its friend, rendering it unable to find solace. The once tranquil state of mind had now dissipated, replaced by an enduring disquiet. What? You can't find it? Just look up. It's clearly visible. Calamity is everywhere, and that cat is right in the midst of it. Would a net-style search even work? Did you feed the thermal imaging device to the dogs? In the basement of a certain building, a middle-aged man was reprimanding his subordinate over a phone call. He was one of the agents dispatched by the Psychic Management Bureau, tasked with locating the whereabouts of the highly classified cursed object, the black cat. Unfortunately, despite the visible calamity brought on by the black cat's reign, searching for a cat with unique attributes in such a disruptive storm was evidently no simple feat. But team leader, one subordinate complained, ordinary thermal imaging devices are useless. We can only rely on our eyes and a few revealing curses for our search. You know how fast that cat is. How are we supposed to find it? On the other end of the line, the subordinate's grievances continued. The furious middle-aged man rubbed his temples in frustration and retorted, What do you want me to do? Should I find a master to bless the thermal imaging device? If that's possible. Nonsense. How can you bless machinery? What if it alters the internal structure of the device? Were you sleeping during internal training? The middle-aged man vented his anger, while the subordinate remained unfazed by his ire. Hey, boss, honestly, yelling at me won't help. We've tried every method, spirit-seeking spells, calamity-transcending techniques. If that cat is hiding in the rain, what can we do? The calamity can't be dispelled, and if we venture deep into the mountains, some of our less perceptive colleagues will be affected even more than ordinary people. You might as well contact headquarters and let them find a solution. It saves us from pulling our hair out. If all else fails, ask them to send more people. With just 20-some of us, what's the point of a net-style search? All right, I get it. Just be quiet. I will call headquarters. The middle-aged man, feeling defeated, nodded in resignation. You all continue searching. Record any clues for future handover. Understood. Boss. Now, let us get to work. Sighing as he hung up the phone, the middle-aged man took a moment to light a cigarette. Sigh. What are those people in charge thinking? Time passed, and a month flew by. Throughout this month, the suburbs surrounding Donghu City experienced continuous rain. Ordinary people complained about the dampness, while those in the know wore frowns as they rushed back and forth. If Jiangsheng were merely a wandering, vengeful spirit, perhaps its source would not be so elusive. Yet, it was indeed a cursed object. The dissipating calamity was inherently limited, and with the repeated dilution from the rain, it became even more elusive to discern. Only those endowed with formidable spiritual abilities can discern the nuances of the ethereal without the aid of divination instruments, especially when in close proximity. However, the black cat, by mere coincidence, is a living cursed object. Its sensory perception surpasses that of ordinary humans, and it instinctively avoids crowds. Consequently, the Spiritual Energy Management Bureau finds itself in a quandary. How shall they proceed? It is impractical to mobilize a battalion of cursed object handlers for a mindless search. Fortunately, the delicate rain, born from a peculiar calamity, offers a means to ascertain the general whereabouts of the black cat. In the past week, the mountains have been alive with individuals wielding loudspeakers, calling out the name of Jiangsheng, much to the bewilderment of the local residents who suspect a child has gone missing. At the same time, in a remote wilderness, a pale youth lifts his head, gazing silently at the horizon with his faintly pink eyes. The cold raindrops fall upon his face, causing his silver eyelashes to tremble slightly. Now, may I venture out? After a few breaths, the youth inquires with a voice that is eerily calm, addressing the air nearby. Soon, a response drifts through the wind. Yes, you may go out. Chapter 78. Some matters are hard to let go. Speaking of the cloud spirit, at the edge of the mountains in the western suburbs of Donghu City, Jiangsheng, transformed into human form, stands beside the road, clad in garments pilfered from a nearby campsite. Can you make this rain cease? A whisper echoes in his ear. Yes, but if the rain stops, your exact location will become considerably easier to detect, and troublesome individuals may pursue you. Jiangsheng blinks slowly, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, the cloud spirit continues. I understand your concerns. The intensity of this rain-induced calamity will be controlled to remain below 1 HPA, significantly lower than the threshold that could pose a risk to human health, which is above 5 HPA. Is that so? And what about the calamity intensity on my body? Jiangsheng queries, somewhat unsettled. Less than 2 HPA, the cloud spirit replies succinctly. My ability to suppress calamities has strengthened? Reflecting on a girl named Yang Momo, who once conducted tests on him, Jiangsheng gazes down at his hand, raised to his waist. Indeed, it is because your body has grown stronger. The cloud spirit states matter-of-factly. Jiangsheng nods in acknowledgement, then lowers his raised hand. Let us set forth to uncover who orchestrated all of this. Do you have a target? In his intuition, the cloud spirit's expression begins to chill. Despite the hatred being suppressed by the cursed object, a vengeful spirit remains a vengeful spirit. Yes, Jiangsheng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the phenomena of the rain-soaked world around him, and then continued his journey towards the city center. They were on their way to meet someone who was expected to appear, but had, regrettably, not arrived on time. Meanwhile, an employee from the management office, who had been busy purchasing breakfast, glanced up at the sky out of sheer boredom. His gaze fixed upon a particular patch of rain clouds, which he observed was subtly shifting. Although the movement was slow, it was undeniably perceptible. As he gently touched the tip of his nose, he felt a cold droplet of rain fall. Without much deliberation, the employee retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss. I have bad news. The rain is moving and seems to be heading towards the city center. Yes, I'm not mistaken. It's indeed the city center. It hasn't changed its course, and I'm already getting wet. Simultaneously, in the basement of the person in charge, a temperamental middle-aged supervisor was busily directing operations. Immediately confirm the disaster metrics in the rain. Where are the cameras? I want all the cameras in the city center redirected to me. Prepare the negotiation team. Additionally, have the psychological team on standby, and the psychic team initiate the disaster mitigation ritual as soon as things spiral out of control. What disguise should we use? Just pretend it's a funeral. After all, it will involve drumming and parading. What about the data from the observation team? I need the disaster data. What One paw? One paw is fine. It poses no threat, and one T compromise the equipment as functionality. It appears that Cat is still rational. Psychic team, activate level alert for now. Yes, do not act unless there are anomalies. Everyone, listen carefully. Previously, we were powerless against it in the mountains. Now that we are in the city, this is our territory. Every street has cameras. We must locate it. Are we capable of that? All right, let us get to work. Meanwhile, disregarding the urgency of those individuals, Jiang Sheng had already discerned his direction and leisurely walked onto a bustling commercial street. It is worth mentioning that, despite having transformed into the appearance of Bai Jia, Jiang Sheng, as a black cat, did not inherit the boy's albinism. Or rather, it was merely a superficial change. His pupils had altered in color, yet he could still withstand intense light. His hair and skin had changed shade, but they were impervious to ultraviolet discomfort. Walking down the street, there was no need for sunglasses or a hat. With the illusion of a human skin raincoat, he could evade the notice of ordinary people. Additionally, through meticulous manipulation of the disaster, he could render all electronic devices incapable of capturing him. Yes, having taken on human form and learned the art of sealing, Jiang Sheng was now capable of initially wielding the powers of the cloud spirit and raincoat. Moreover, after more than a month of coexistence, his relationship with the raincoat did not seem to be in a state of discord. It must be said that this was largely due to the cursed object's ability to suppress hatred. Otherwise, the vengeful spirit, filled with animosity, remains utterly uncommunicative. It is no exaggeration to assert that, except in the rare event of encountering a high-tier spiritual practitioner, no one could ascertain its precise location. The raincoat. Perhaps it was the sight of an unoccupied taxi that prompted Jiang Sheng to casually form a hand seal. Understood. An impatient voice resonated from the depths of its being. In the next moment, the driver halted the vehicle before Jiang Sheng and silently opened the door. This exemplified the mental manipulation of the human skin raincoat. When employed adeptly, it serves as a formidable tool, rivaling even the mastery of meteorological control. East Lake Impression. Seaside Villa District. Thank you. Jiang Sheng casually relayed the message brought by the rain to the driver, leaning casually in the back seat. It gazed out at the urban landscape. The vehicle moved slowly, transforming into a youthful black cat, unhurried in the least. For this was the final wait. It wished to appear composed, to reclaim a semblance of its former tranquility. Yet why? Silently fixating on the window, a youthful visage vaguely reflected back. Jiang Sheng's heart grew increasingly agitated. You consumed him. You stole his life. Because of your cowardice and timidity, because of your fleeting worries, you caused his demise. So what? Do you think that merely uncovering the truth suffices? Is that enough? Do not indulge in such naive fantasies. You feared merging with the vengeful spirit, terrified of losing your identity entirely, and thus sacrificed this child? Now, you wish to possess his identity, to live on in his likeness? Do you still recall the taste of his heart? Now you seek to regain your peace. Awaken to reality. Let me enlighten you. You shall never attain solace. You shall never attain solace. Exhaling softly, Jiang Sheng blinked and regained its composure. Yet, its heartbeat remained rapid, its breath tinged with a metallic taste, reminiscent of the blood and flesh consumed that day, evoking nausea. You shall never attain solace. Jiang Sheng, once accustomed to drifting with the currents, reclined in the seat, its mind echoing this refrain. 7 months adrift in this world, Jiang Sheng had lost its tranquility. Chapter 79. The Human Heart and the Spectre's Tap, Tap, Tap. As the meditative man Yang was drawn by the sound of raindrops tapping against the window, he gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, the hour hand of the clock on the table had just passed 10 o'clock in the morning. Under normal circumstances, Man Yang would not awaken at this hour. His depth of meditation far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Yet today, he found himself unable to settle his thoughts. An unsettling emotion seemed to linger in his heart, an inescapable presence that refused to dissipate. The incessant patter of rain was particularly bothersome. With a sudden impulse, Man Yang rose and strode to the window, forcefully drawing aside the gray curtains. What he beheld was a scene that rendered him momentarily disoriented. Delicate strands of rain connected the horizon, while a dark calamity engulfed his view. What on earth is happening? He murmured almost instinctively. Man Yang was acutely aware of what this rain signified. Ever since a certain cat had consumed the meteorological control, this rain had become its emblem in Donghu City. Just as he finished speaking, the door behind the young man creaked open. Without a doubt, an unexpected guest had entered. Hearing the commotion, Man Yang swiftly turned, unable to suppress an expletive. Damn it! Why was he so flustered? Because he had laid eyes on someone, a person who should have been dead. The rain continued to tap softly against the window. The room was enveloped in silence until Jiang Sheng tilted his head, addressing the empty air. Cloud Spirit, intensify the calamity surrounding this house a bit. Shield it from unnecessary electronic signals, but do so discreetly, lest certain psychics come sniffing around. Understood, came a low response. With that, the light in Man Yang's room dimmed further. Now, this place truly resembled a sealed chamber. You are not Bai Jie, he ventured tentatively, scrutinizing the boy's gaze. Gradually regaining his composure, Man Yang stood before Jiang Sheng and probed. Indeed, Jiang Sheng replied, unfazed by the pretense, nodding in affirmation. I am Jiang Sheng, do you remember? The black cat. Hearing Jiang Sheng's articulate response, a complex emotion flickered in Man Yang's eyes. I recall now. It seems everyone underestimated you. Casually raising his hand to dispel the spiritual energy concealed within the room, Jiang Sheng stated expressionlessly, in truth, even I did not anticipate the current situation. What do you want from me? Fixating on Jiang Sheng's movements, Man Yang regained his composure, folding his hands before him. At that moment, it became apparent to onlookers that a ring on his right ring finger reflected a faint glimmer. Why were you so late that day? Jiang Sheng inquired candidly. Sitting directly across from Man Yang, seemingly unperturbed by Jiang Sheng's question, Man Yang pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. If I said it was due to an unforeseen circumstance that caused the delay, would you believe me? Jiang Sheng did not directly answer Man Yang's words. Instead, he remarked pointedly, rather than trust you, I would prefer to believe Bai Jie. As he spoke, the air around them began to distort. A youth composed of decaying flesh and a woman with sagging skin appeared almost simultaneously behind Jiang Sheng. Shortly thereafter, a charred corpse emerged from the smoke next to Minyang. Wow, Minyang said, seemingly effortlessly raising his hand and forcing a smile as he jested with Jiang Sheng. Two vengeful spirits. And yet you managed to harness their power without breaking the curse. How did you achieve that? I am, after all, a cursed object, Jiang Sheng replied. His gaze cold as he assessed Minyang. He raised his hand, and that pale palm transformed, gradually revealing sharp claws. Unlike you humans, I do not require external forces. So, you don't intend to engage me in combat here, do you? Minyang raised an eyebrow, his nerves taut, yet his face retained a facade of ease. Indeed, I may not be your match, but I am a curator of cursed objects. If you were to kill me, the commotion would surely draw the attention of the Spirit Management Bureau. He continued, are you even aware of my abilities? I can conjure flames and manipulate smoke. Do you truly believe you can eliminate me? As time ticked away, Jiang Sheng remained silent, and Minyang was too apprehensive to make a move. After all, he remained unaware of the capabilities of Jiang Sheng's other vengeful spirit. Let us negotiate a condition, Minyang finally suggested after 10 minutes of tension. What condition? Jiang Sheng inquired in the dim light, amidst the sound of rain, seemingly willing to concede. Consider this. Although I arrived late and failed in my duties, I am not the true murderer of Bai Jie. Is it truly necessary for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle while the real culprit remains free? Sensing a possibility for negotiation, Minyang began to analyze the situation with Jiang Sheng. How about this? You follow my lead, and I will reveal the truth of the matter along with the clues I possess. You help me keep this a secret and then depart. What do you think? In truth, Jiang Sheng was initially uncertain of Man Yang's connection to the whole affair. He merely intended to test the waters. To his surprise, upon encountering the resurrected Bai Jie and the two vengeful spirits, Minyang was ready to disclose everything. Naturally, Jiang Sheng welcomed this development. Speak, and let me hear what you have to say. With a soft sigh, Minyang sat at the table and lit a cigarette. I wonder if you've heard of anomalous collaboration? He began, leaning on the edge of the desk with both elbows as he delved into a different topic. In fact, the vengeful spirit you and Bai Jie were pursuing is not a naturally occurring one. After all, even the most gifted spirits could not rely solely on animal souls, and within a mere decade become such a formidable supernatural entity. All of this is, in fact, the result of a peculiar experiment orchestrated by an enigmatic organization, which is embarking on an unprecedented endeavor known as the creation of artificial vengeful spirits. During the period before I assumed the role of a guardian spirit, a cult emerged in Donghu City. Consequently, a family of devotees was selected as subjects for this experiment. They fixated on a particular girl, meticulously orchestrating her life, tormenting her psyche, and ultimately annihilating her physical form. The so-called fate of this girl was predetermined from her early childhood, and the agonies she endured were merely instruments to ensure that her soul would remain shackled, ultimately rendering her a puppet in the hands of the organization. Chapter 80. I long for peace. The air in the room grew increasingly frigid. A spirit behind Jiang Sheng stirred restlessly. It could sense the change. Similarly, Manyang perceived it as well, yet neither seemed inclined to divert from their discourse. Thus, the young man maintained a smile upon his face, gazing at the youth before him as he continued to recount the intelligence he possessed. You may have already guessed that the girl in question is none other than the raincoat of human skin. By the time I arrived in this city to serve as the guardian spirit, she had already been deceased for 3 years. The organization sought me out, hoping I would turn a blind eye. By doing so, they planned to cast unconscious spirit mediums into the depths of the lake to nourish the malevolent spirits. Do you know? Every time a malevolent spirit devours a spirit medium, it instinctively acquires knowledge pertaining to spiritual abilities. Once they awaken self-awareness and ultimately manifest as vengeful spirits, this knowledge enables them to grow at an astonishing rate. This concept is entirely distinct from the naturally occurring vengeful spirits. As he spoke, Manyang gestured towards the cloud spirit hovering to Jiangsheng's left. Bai Jie's summoned cloud spirit, or rather, your cloud spirit and my smoke widow, are likely vengeful spirits that formed over a century ago. Although they spent much of that time sealed and unable to grow, can you imagine that the raincoat, having only taken form for less than 2 years, already possesses the ability to confront, even threaten them? Ordinary vengeful spirits, in terms of both their condensation process and growth rate, are exceedingly slow. They draw from souls solely by instinct, lacking the finesse to wield their powers effectively. Decades would pass without them achieving what others might accomplish in just a couple of years. The future of artificial vengeful spirits is indeed promising. They need not solely serve as eradication tools against enemies, but could also become integral to societal advancement. Nevertheless, this technology is still in its infancy, and controlling vengeful spirits still requires the use of curses and cursed objects. It was a rare opportunity for Manyang to candidly articulate his views, yet his discourse began to stray from the central theme. However, before he could elaborate further, Jiangsheng raised his hand to interrupt. I do not wish to debate the future trajectory of society with you. Now, tell me, what more do you know about that enigmatic organization? Perhaps reluctantly raising an eyebrow, Manyang leaned back in his seat, smoking slowly as he began to speak. Though not substantial, it is evident that their experimental locations are more than one. The operatives who were responsible for liaising with me comprised 2 individuals, both of whom have likely departed from Donghu City. Please divulge all the experimental sites you are aware of. The transformation into a youthful black cat has indeed altered him considerably, with an absence of the previously languid demeanor in his tone. Gently tapping his fingers against the back of his hand, the expression of Manyang appeared somewhat hesitant. Their discretion in this matter is quite stringent. They seldom divulge much to me. However, I did catch wind of a particular place name, Lanchan City. The rain continues to patter outside. Jiangsheng rose from his seat, donning a raincoat and accompanied by Yungue, seemingly preparing to depart. Manyang rose as well, and upon noticing this, he slightly relaxed his guard. Yet, at that moment, the youth, who had approached the door, abruptly turned back. By the way, did you know? He inquired, casting a casual glance at Manyang. What? Manyang was taken aback. Jiangsheng stood calmly to the side, his gaze dimmed slightly. Ever since consuming Bai Jie's heart, an unsettling emotion has lingered within me. At the mention of this topic, Manyang's fingers twitched involuntarily, and the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat eerie. That is quite normal, after all indeed. The youth had yet to finish his thought when the pallid boy resumed speaking. It is entirely natural, yet I find myself unable to refrain from casting judgment, judging my own survival, judging my own ineffectiveness. Compared to me, Bai Jie should have been the one to live. Undoubtedly, his existence held far greater significance than mine. Yet he perished, and I inexplicably remain. Why is that? Lately, I have been pondering this question. What must I do to regain a semblance of peace? As he spoke, Jiangsheng's gaze gradually shifted towards Manyang's hands. Manyang, I wish to reclaim my tranquility, for it is the most vital aspect of my being. Upon uttering this, a chilling sensation coursed through the youth's body. Simultaneously, an illusory human skin manifested above his head, clouding his senses. Overwhelmed with a mix of fury and despair, the raincoat could no longer contain herself, while Jiangsheng showed no inclination to intervene. Consequently, Manyang's consciousness was immediately engulfed in a daze. Even though his spiritual awareness far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, such defenses proved futile against the raincoat's ability to control Bai Jie. It was not until the smoking widower regained his senses and directed flames towards him that the fierce blaze finally roused him from his stupor. However, Jiangsheng was not merely a passive observer. Thus, when Manyang awakened and instinctively shielded his vital points with spiritual energy, Jiangsheng's claws had already sliced through his right wrist, severing his entire hand at the root. The The man's scream echoed throughout the room. Bang! A shadow shattered through the window. From beneath the shards of glass, a remarkably elongated tongue snaked out, ensnaring a severed hand suspended in midair, along with the ring of a smoking widower. With a whoosh, once all was said and done, the human raincoat had already wrapped itself around the gusts of chilling wind. Returning to the back of Jiangsheng, blood splattered abundantly across the ground. Minion clutched his severed hand, his expression contorted in pain. The unwelcome guest with the long tongue crouched on the ground, utilizing its body to shield the recently acquired hand, casting a vigilant gaze toward Jiangsheng. Hiss! Hiss! That was the long tongue of the Spirit Energy Management Bureau, a colleague of Bai Jie, adept in stealth. However, the Bureau was no longer trustworthy. We must retreat. The cloud spirit nestled against Jiangsheng's back, whispering through instinct into the depths of the black cat's heart. The raincoat lingering nearby showed signs of reluctance to withdraw, but ultimately relented, transmitting the notion of retreat to Jiangsheng as well. With his youthful, faintly pink eyes, he cast a cold, indifferent glance at Minion. Without uttering a word, Jiangsheng nodded slightly and vanished from the spot. At present, his speed was such that even a human in a vehicle could not keep pace. Ha ha ha. In the disarrayed villa, Minion gasped for breath, still shaken. As for the long tongue, the sudden visitor, it only released the severed hand from its mouth after Jiangsheng departed, staring blankly at Minion and stating, as the manager of cursed objects, Minion, you are temporarily stripped of your managerial status for violating Articles 39, 8, and 12 of the Spirit Energy Management Law. Your cursed objects are to be confiscated. The rest of the discussion will take place at the station. Chapter 81. The Black Cat Sheriff. The Long Tongue, a high-ranking spiritual practitioner of the Spirit Energy Management Bureau, excelled in stealth and prosthetic-type spells, often chewing gum, which served as a medium for various spells and was also the reason for its elongated tongue. Originally, it had been dispatched by headquarters to covertly assess Minion, with the aim of determining whether he harbored a negative work attitude that might have led to Bai Jie's death. Unexpectedly, after observing him for just over a month, it made a significant discovery. Indeed, the dialogue between Minion and Jiangsheng had been eavesdropped upon by the Long Tongue. It had even utilized spiritual mediums to meticulously record the behaviors and words of both individuals. Astonishingly, Minion, as a manager of cursed objects, had colluded with external forces to undermine a colleague. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the spiritual realm, there lurked an abhorrent experiment involving artificially created vengeful spirits. The Long Tongue was certain that both pieces of information would serve as explosive revelations, shaking the already tenuous stability within the Bureau. But then what? With a frigid gaze, the Long Tongue affixed a sealing energy bracelet onto Minion, pushing him away from the lakeside villa. Soon, turbulent currents were bound to rise. Meanwhile, Jiangsheng had already embarked on his journey towards the station, having left the villa district behind. It prepared to embark on a journey to Blue City, another experimental site of the bizarre collaboration. The psychic manipulation of the human skin raincoat allowed it to traverse human society with ease. However, this brought about an unsettling sense of disconnection from the world. Such a peculiar sensation could gradually temper the fervent spirit of the passionate, and it could also deepen the melancholy of the sensitive. Hiss, hiss, do you feel better now, having rendered that person incapacitated? On the bus to the passenger center, the cloud spirit floated beside Jiangsheng, posing an inevitably strange question, yet devoid of excessive emotion. Jiangsheng gazed at the raindrops cascading against the bus window, his eyes cast downwards. Then, he began to murmur to himself in a voice only he could discern. I am all right, even though I remain profoundly anxious. Hiss, what are you anxious about? Anxious that a selfish soul like mine has occupied a life that should be noble. Hiss, Bai Jie is not entirely noble either. Yet he is a good person, at least better than I. Hiss, do you yearn for tranquility? Yes, I must attain peace. He articulated word by word in the dimly lit cabin. This was his mother's hope for him. That woman, who had toiled alone for half her life, wished to leave him a life of calm and stability before her passing. Xiao Jiang, I brought you into this world but failed to care for you properly. I am truly sorry. You are a slow-tempered person, yet you have always endured hardships alongside me. It must have been difficult. I only hope that you, in the future, will no longer bear the burden of your mother. You can live steadily, plainly, and cherish each day, savoring a fulfilling life. A year before Jiangsheng transformed into a cat, his mother passed away. The following day, the cat she had raised also died. From that moment on, he began to contemplate. If possible, I wish to become a cat. Henceforth, from that day, he resolved, I must live peacefully, I must live quietly, to exist steadily, plainly, cherishing each day, embracing a fulfilling life. By Jia, I will assist you in accomplishing what you desire. Then you must return my tranquility to me. On the bus, amidst the gentle rain, Jiangsheng pondered his future, embarking on a path he was never meant to tread. 2 months later, in Blue City, a persistent drizzle enveloped the heart of the city. This rain had been falling for over a month, continuously swirling between nearby regions, refusing to cease its relentless descent. On the rooftop of a towering building, a wildcat crouched. The delicate strands of rain barely dampened its black fur. It could not be said to appear disheveled. Rather, the sight of the cat coexisting with the high-rise added a touch of ethereal poetry to the scene. Amidst the howling winds above, the black cat lifted its head, the tips of its ears quivering ever so slightly. It is difficult to ascertain whether it is observing something. Moments later, accompanied by a gust of cool wind, the silhouette of a wild cat suddenly sprang forth. It leapt between rooftops, making its way into the distance. A girl stood on the brink of jumping from a building. Just as the police arrived, a small black cat darted out from a nearby balcony. It curled its body and collided with the girl's abdomen, propelling her back into the room. The officer behind hurriedly caught her. As for the unexpectedly arrived black cat, it glanced back before nimbly leaping down from the balcony. It scurried along the outer wall of the building several times before vanishing from sight. "Look, a cat!" and rain. Among the crowd gathered below, someone suddenly shouted, prompting others to take out their phones and start recording. In the past month, several news stories concerning Blue Shadow City had spread widely online. For instance, the psychic black cat heroically saving a drowning child, the sudden rainfall after a black cat appeared at a fire scene, and the police solving a drug smuggling case with the help of a wild cat, among others. About 5 or 6 cases were intertwined by a group of well-meaning individuals, creating a sensational piece of news. Consequently, an urban legend about a spiritual cat in Blue Shadow City inexplicably emerged. As fate would have it, Jiangsheng originally intended to utilize the rain to uncover the city's calamities. However, a myriad of events transpired within the rainfall, all entering his perception. Thus, regardless of how the cloud spirits explained it, Jiangsheng believed that any misfortune arising in the rain was inherently linked to him. Seeking peace of mind, he took charge of security operations in the city. For out of 7 days a week were spent extinguishing fires. This not only garnered him a reputation among the populace, but also prompted 1 or 2 student organizations to arrange activities to seek the cat and explore the supernatural. Conversely, the genuine affairs, the experimental grounds of peculiar collaborations, remained as elusive as ever. One would think that his inspiration should far surpass that of ordinary individuals, especially with the cloud spirits and the raincoat. Together, the trio should have effortlessly sought out vengeful spirits within the city. Yet, this very task had led Jiangsheng to a dead end. Could it be that Man Yang was deceiving him again? Did that fellow not fear the revelation of his secrets? TSK, I should have tied him up here. I even contemplated killing him at one point. Yet, in the presence of his allies, I could not follow through. Dressed in high-heeled rain gear, the spirit leisurely perched on the edge of the rooftop, swinging her legs. During this time, she experienced a rare sense of freedom. How ironic it is that being sealed away feels more liberating than being a bound spirit. Enough of that. Let us continue investigating the surroundings. At the very least, all possibilities must be ruled out, right? The city is rather pleasant. I wish it would not deteriorate into something akin to Donghu. In the breeze, the long hair of women dances gracefully. Beneath the visage deemed unattractive lies a heart twisted and tumultuous. Chapter 82. The cat in the phone booth. The sky remains shrouded in a gray haze. Since the day it swallowed the raincoat, Jiangsheng has not enjoyed a single restful slumber. Recently, it has resumed its wandering ways. Having struggled to regain its freedom, Jiangsheng finds itself devoid of the carefree disposition it once possessed upon entering this world. No longer is it a wildcat unburdened by attachments, nor is it a creature devoid of purpose. Undoubtedly, Jiangsheng resents this transformation. Yet, the insidious nature of life lies in its indifference to our joys and sorrows. Jiangsheng had believed it had acclimated to the capricious whims of fate and the absence of nostalgia. After all, what is it but the absence of all? What is it but the mere struggle for existence? However, it is evident that it underestimated the means of survival. The adversities of life possess an uncanny ability to astonish. For instance, Jiangsheng never envisioned that one day it would choose to live in place of another. Thus, it would ordinarily refrain from rescuing those who tread the path of self-destruction, yet it did so. Likewise, it would typically shy away from entanglements, but it intervened. This was solely because it believed Bai Jia would act similarly, driven by a desire for moral justification. The sky remains enveloped in a gray pallor. Beneath a roadside phone booth, Jiang Sheng lies sprawled beside an antiquated coin box, seeking a moment of respite. After a day of ceaseless wandering, its weary body can no longer withstand the burden and yearns for rest. The cloud spirit and the raincoat have been set free. One stares blankly at the numbers on the phone, while the other seeks to wash away the bloodstains from its skin with the rainwater. Spirits possess peculiarities. For instance, the cloud spirit delights in observing the world with childlike wonder, while the raincoat is perpetually plagued by feelings of inadequacy. During this time, it remains uncertain whether the pandemic in human society has subsided, as few now adorn masks in the streets. Not far away, a school suddenly rings its bell, signaling the end of class amid the gentle breeze and light rain. A few minutes later, students, umbrellas in hand and bags on their backs, embark upon their journey home. The fragrant aroma of the flora wafting towards them stirs even the lethargic tail of the black cat to lift slightly. At this moment, the raincoat standing nearby suddenly tousles its hair. Then, as if struck by a thought, it turns to Jiang Sheng and speaks. Little cat, have you noticed something? Meow, what is it? Jiang Sheng replies, its head drooping, too weary to fully open its eyes. This city has a total of 4 districts, doesn't it? Murmurs the black cat, half-closed eyes letting out a soft snore, uncertain if it is responding or merely dozing. If I recall correctly, we have visited these 4 districts several times, and in the other 3 locations, serious incidents such as fires and drownings have occurred while we were still present. As the figure cloaked in a raincoat, invisible to the ordinary eye, approached with measured steps, the woman leaned against the telephone booth, analyzing leisurely. It seemed that her words carried a deeper meaning, leaving Yun Gui helplessly moving his bloodied lips. Hiss, so, how many more times must I explain that these incidents were bound to happen? With so many residents in the area, how could it remain untouched? This has nothing to do with our misfortunes. It's merely that Jiang Sheng's rain happens to sense them. Observing the boy's misunderstanding, the raincoat raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. I know. What I mean is this district. Have you ever considered that beneath our feet, this area has seemingly remained undisturbed? As she spoke, the woman lightly tapped the stone steps by the roadside with her high heels. Hiss, that's because Yun Gui was about to utter something more when he suddenly froze. Indeed, why has this district remained so tranquil? Whether they are present or absent, no malevolent events have transpired here, at least none that could lead to death. At this point, Jiang Sheng no longer felt drowsy. He lifted his head to gaze at the raincoat, evidently waiting for her to continue, seemingly relishing the attention. The raincoat smiled gently and raised a finger. I am pondering whether our line of thought has been misguided from the outset. The bizarre collaboration in Blue Mountain City may not have progressed to the stage of vengeful spirits. Perhaps the targets they have chosen do not even belong to the realm of malevolence. So is it possible that the calamity does not exist at all? Hiss, what we are seeking is, in fact, a living person? Yun Gui interjected, unwittingly completing the raincoat's thought, probably due to having his line stolen. The raincoat's expression was slightly displeased, yet she ultimately nodded awkwardly. Precisely. And if we wish to locate the chosen experimental subject, we must search for something peculiar within this city. Hiss, such as this very district, which does not experience emergencies. Here, Yun Gui preemptively articulated the conclusion the raincoat intended to convey. On the other side, the raincoat could no longer contain herself and pressed her hand against the boy's cheek. Hiss, what are you doing? Do you think I would perish if I don't steal your lines? Ignoring the antics of these 2 mischievous spirits, Jiang Sheng silently contemplated the raincoat's words. It must be acknowledged that, considering the current circumstances, this perspective holds substantial validity. However, if the individual has not perished, then this matter becomes rather troublesome. After all, Jiang Sheng cannot discern the differences among ordinary people unless they bear the marks of calamity. As for why no urgent incidents transpire in this district, Jiang Sheng once again closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Indeed, the rain enveloping the area radiated an aura of tranquility. Under the keen observation of the black cat, even the common misfortunes appeared remarkably rare. At that moment, everything seemed extraordinarily harmonious, almost to the point of being unnatural. Such a serene urban area, at first glance, seemed devoid of issues. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, the strangeness became apparent. Millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, maintained a peaceful routine. No one faced adversity, nor did anyone suffer. How could this be possible? Statistically, it defies logic. Pondering this, Jiang Sheng shifted his awareness toward the outskirts of the district and, accompanied by the raindrops, ventured onto a few adjacent streets. Suddenly, He discovered several instances of misfortune, such as individuals who had scraped themselves while walking or cyclists who had fallen. Indeed, this should be the norm among the populace. Yet, how could the vicinity remain so tranquil? With an extraordinary perspective to observe the crowd, Jiang Sheng began to harbor doubts. Look at that cat. A passing girl suddenly remarked to her companion. What cat? On the rain-soaked street, a long-haired girl in a school uniform turned her head, guided by a lively short-haired girl who was pointing. Oh, it's right there in the phone booth. Take a closer look. As the long-haired girl continued searching, the short-haired girl provided more precise information. The bespectacled long-haired girl squinted her eyes, finally spotting a wild cat sheltering from the rain in the small booth, and nodded lightly. Ah, I see it. What's the matter? Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to that cat? The enthusiastic short-haired girl paused in her steps and retrieved her phone from her skirt pocket. Which cat? The more reserved long-haired girl stopped as well, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly struggling to keep pace with her companion's exuberant thoughts. That one, the one online. The short-haired girl's expression became somewhat exaggerated as she handed her phone to the long-haired girl. You haven't heard? Our city, Blue Mountain, has this rain cat that has been all the rage online lately. With that, the short-haired girl began to elaborate based on the information on her phone. Every rainy day, a black rain cat appears quietly and has a fondness for human children. It can foresee fortunes and misfortunes, bringing good luck. Legend has it that it is a cat spirit undergoing trials in the human realm, hoping to accumulate virtue through guiding others and ultimately transform into human form. Some people claim that if one were to feed a stray cat, they would eventually receive the cat's gratitude in return. Who, however, would feed a wild cat solely for the sake of receiving gratitude? The long-haired girl, scrolling through the text on her phone, maintained a skeptical attitude towards such notions. And would you truly believe in these mysterious rumors? Ah, but the elderly often say, better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. The short-haired girl, feeling somewhat sheepish, tugged at her hair and then, struck by a sudden whim, grasped the long-haired girl's arm. Come, let us pay a visit. Perhaps it will help me surpass the average line in tomorrow's monthly exam. Such matters should rely on one's own efforts, the long-haired girl replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. Nonetheless, the short-haired girl remained resolute, her expression earnest. You don't understand. We humans have our limits. Limits, my foot. A boy, observing the two girls with a look of astonishment, found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to decide whether to stay or flee. Ah, what are they planning? He wondered aloud, his spirit hovering nearby. Perhaps they wish to care for a small creature. Girls might find such actions endearing, mused the cloud spirit, drawing from its centuries of experience. Ah, how childish. The raincoat, seasoned by the vicissitudes of life, crossed its arms in disdain but made no move to urge the boy away. Moments later, the short-haired girl stepped forward with solemnity, presenting the boy with several coins. Bowing her head, she clasped her hands in prayer, beseeching, Great Rain Cat, please bless me in my exam tomorrow, that I may surpass the average curve. These humble coins are but a token. I seek only a single act of kindness from you. Meow? Huh. Hiss. Undoubtedly, neither the cloud spirit, the boy, nor the raincoat anticipated being revered in such a manner, especially for the rather peculiar reason of a monthly exam. Shouldn't such matters be achieved through one's own diligence? Struggling to suppress a twitching smile, the boy turned to the approaching girl, who dramatically tossed a 20-yuan note to the ground. Buy yourself some food, she stated flatly, her expression devoid of emotion. Is such a sentiment even appropriate to convey to a cat? The black cat's pupils were somewhat glazed over, primarily due to confusion. The girls departed, leaving a cat and two spirits in disarray amidst the wind. After a prolonged silence, the raincoat finally regained its composure and blinked at the pile of coins on the ground, inquiring, Ah, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should return, change our attire, and find a place to enjoy a human dinner, suggested the cloud spirit. Though it never voiced it, it was, after all, half a starving ghost. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in human food. Jiang Sheng nodded, then picked up the money from the ground with his mouth. Indeed, Jiang Sheng now has a home. Though it is merely a modest tree hollow, it serves to store some daily necessities, such as a few garments he pilfered from a camping site. As night deepened, a pale youth clad in a black cloak wandered the streets. It requires no further contemplation. This individual is none other than Jiang Sheng. The district he finds himself in is known as the Lower River District, situated in the southwestern part of Blue Mountain City. This area is precisely the city district that the raincoat had previously mentioned, where no significant crimes are said to occur. How remarkably tranquil it is. Strolling leisurely along the street, Jiang Sheng murmured to himself. In his earlier visits, he had not paid much attention, but now, awakened by the raincoat's words, He suddenly realized that this place was indeed extraordinary. Calm, peaceful, and utterly enchanting. Even within the bustling marketplace, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed. Could such a place truly serve as a breeding ground for vengeful spirits? Observing the lively scene before him, Jiangsheng could not help but doubt his own judgment. Hiss! I crave fried rice, came the sudden voice of the cloud ghost, who was intently gazing around the streets. Ah, don't you find fried rice rather greasy? The raincoat seemed to prefer something lighter, or perhaps she merely wished to counter the cloud ghost's suggestion. Hiss! If you don't want to eat, you need not partake, came the indifferent reply from the cloud ghost. We are both inhabiting the body of a small cat. How can you suggest not eating? Listening to the cloud ghost's unreasonable arguments, the raincoat rolled her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, since Jiangsheng is a cursed object rather than a manager, they are able to share his senses whenever he permits, an experience that ordinary vengeful spirits cannot fathom. It is almost akin to being reborn. Hiss! Jiangsheng can block you out. I won't listen, I won't listen. Hiss! Such an unreasonable woman. Enough, cease your bickering. With a sigh, Jiangsheng interrupted their discourse, yearning for a moment of peace. Recently, the cloud ghost had regained most of the spiritual energy expended during the sealing of the raincoat, and as his appearances became more frequent, the voices around Jiangsheng multiplied. We shall have rice bowls, and that is final. Resolutely making a decision, the young man led the two spirits into a restaurant. Passers-by wore cheerful expressions, and the surrounding atmosphere was undeniably pleasant. Yet, misfortune, where had it vanished? Chapter 84. Offering the Bodhisattva. Oh dear, this rain is relentless. My old legs are starting to ache again. As the sky darkened, the lights began to shine brightly. In a modest restaurant, an elderly gentleman lamented the recent chill in the air. Jiangsheng ordered a dish of tomato and scrambled eggs over rice. Having refrained from consuming meat lately due to a tendency to feel queasy, my legs are aching, he mused. I ought to indulge in more hot baths. For someone like you, suffering from rheumatism, nothing is more beneficial than dispelling the cold and damp. The restaurant's proprietress, warm-hearted and quick in her movements, was simultaneously serving Jiangsheng some side dishes while engaging the elder in casual conversation. Hot baths, that is precisely the remedy. Perhaps finding the proprietress's suggestion agreeable. The elder chuckled and took a sip of his drink, only to sigh shortly thereafter. Alas, the Zhang family bathhouse has closed its doors, otherwise I would have indulged for a few more years. Oh, you mean the Zhang's bathhouse at the corner of Left Street? Meanwhile, the proprietress had ignited the stove and commenced preparing Jiangsheng's meal. Although the youth's appearance was distinctly unusual, courtesy dictated that she refrain from scrutinizing him too closely and continued her discourse with the elder about the topic of hot baths. Indeed, that very Zhang's. It's unfortunate. Their family has faced considerable misfortune. After decades of being a time-honored establishment, the couple passed away prematurely, leaving their progeny unable to thrive, scattered and dispersed. Now just a pair of orphans remaining. As the elder spoke, he seemed to reminisce about times gone by, popping a few peanuts into his mouth. It was thanks to the abbot at the Guanyin Temple that those two women were spared a life on the streets. The Guanyin Temple? At the mere mention of those words, Jiangsheng's ears perked up. Admittedly, having lived in feline form for an extended period had imparted some cat-like tendencies to him. Fortunate are we, for our river bears a benevolent temple. It neither deceives worshippers nor employs trickery, and it assists us in our endeavors. The proprietress nodded in agreement, as if struck by a sudden thought, and couldn't help but smile. Last month, I took your advice and visited the Guanyin Temple to pray for a child. Can you believe it? Just a month later, my daughter-in-law is expecting. I must extend my congratulations. Oh, no need for that. Just remember to come when the child turns 100 days old. Of course, I will definitely come. Within the small establishment, shadows danced, and the atmosphere was undeniably warm. At that moment, Jiangsheng suddenly spoke up, addressing the elder. Is the Guanyin Temple truly efficacious? A brief silence enveloped the seating area. The elder cast a sideways glance at Jiangsheng, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively. Young man, you must be from out of town. The Guanyin Temple has stood for nearly several centuries in our midst. Whether it is effective or not, each person has their own perspective. However, the temple is soon to be recognized as a national-level heritage site. If you have the chance, do visit. It should be quite remarkable. A temple that has endured for centuries, Jiangsheng murmured to himself. It pondered that if it were indeed a peculiar collaboration, it should not possess a history spanning several centuries. Otherwise, given their behavioral patterns, vengeful spirits would be rampant in today's world. Furthermore, with official certification in place, it seemed that the temple posed little risk. Yet, nothing is absolute. Should time permit, a visit would be in order. Indeed, several centuries have passed. Perhaps reflecting on the passage of time, the elderly gentleman lowered his head, sipping from the bottle of liquor on the table. "Here it comes, young man, your rice bowl," the proprietress announced as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of rice. Outside, the gentle drizzle fell, mingling with the distant sounds of festivities. At this moment, Jiang Sheng remained oblivious to any oddities. The Buddha temple, as its name suggests, is simply a place housing a statue of the Buddha. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Paranormal Management Office in northern Jing City, a middle-aged man entered an office, presenting a work report to an elderly gentleman. "Man Yang, did he provide any further instructions?" the elder inquired, glancing at the report while signing another document, seemingly indifferent. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered subtly before he regretfully replied, "Aside from what the long-tongued individual overheard, there is little other intelligence." The elder nodded faintly, evidently having anticipated such a situation. Did he mention why he betrayed the organization? According to him, it is because he aligns more with the ideology of the peculiar collaboration, the middle-aged man stated, shaking his head, seemingly reinforcing his stance. Moreover, he is willing to offer a vengeful spirit as payment upon the successful completion of the task. Upon hearing this, the pen in the elder's hand halted momentarily. Have we reached a point where souls are considered currency? The silence in the spacious office lingered for quite some time, eventually broken by a weary sigh. What of the Black Cat? Is it still in Blue Mountain City? Yes. It is currently located in the Lower River District of Blue Mountain City, though the precise location remains unknown. Deploy additional personnel. Since Man Yang has indicated that Blue Mountain City is likely another experimental site for the peculiar collaboration, you must act swiftly. We cannot allow a mere cat to undermine the work of the management office. The nation does not sustain us merely for idle pursuits. The elder's tone was stern, yet his countenance appeared to age ever so slightly. I understand, and I shall relay the orders forthwith. By the way, Director, there is another matter. Nodding in acknowledgement of the elder's words, the middle-aged man broached a new topic. What is it? The elder queried, eyes closed, leaning back in his chair with an air of contemplation. Currently, the external situation is rather unstable. Might we consider retrieving some of the manager's cursed artifacts to mitigate risks? This proposal has been raised before. The elder has indeed contemplated its feasibility. However, what should be done if the manager loses control over the cursed objects? How will they contend with vengeful spirits and potential adversaries that may possess such spirits? The elder slowly articulated his concerns. The middle-aged man fell silent. Consequently, the elder shook his head in response. Our personnel is already insufficient. We cannot afford to disperse our forces to address the issues across the entire country. We shall defer this matter for now. I understand. The middle-aged man also recognized the difficulties faced by the management office. However, Bai Jie is his adopted son. He has yet to accept the decision to allow adolescents to engage with cursed objects, regardless of their talents. Regrettably, the personnel at the Spirit Management Office are indeed stretched thin. By the way, just as the middle-aged man prepared to depart, the elder in the office called out to him once more. Although it is unlikely that immediate results will arise, we must not diminish the search for the Black Cat. It is imperative that we ascertain its intentions and prevent any possibility of it spiraling out of control. I understand. Well, you may proceed with your tasks. Chapter 85. What is obscured may no longer be what it once was. At dawn, as the first light began to break, Jiang Sheng, transformed into a black cat, appeared on the streets of the Lower River District. At this moment, he was preparing to visit the Guanyin Temple. Ever since he heard that name from the elder's lips the previous night, a sense of unease had lingered in his heart. Thus, he resolved to heed his animal instincts and investigate the matter firsthand. Accompanied by the gentle drizzle, his movements were imbued with purpose. As long as the target remained within the rain, he could navigate without a map. Moreover, the rain summoned by the cloud ghost was confined to a specific urban area, which he could control. Consequently, within this district, Jiang Sheng could sense nearly everything, save for the places concealed by closed buildings. The Guanyin Temple is situated in the southeastern part of the Lower River District, adjacent to the Blue Mountain River, behind which lies the temple's Grand Hall. Jiang Sheng could have visited under the guise of a tourist. However, considering that there were places inaccessible to humans but open to cats, he abandoned the idea of approaching the temple in the guise of a youth. Splash! As he leapt against the wall by the roadside, water splattered in all directions. Utilizing his spiritual energy to elevate his body, the black cat moved with remarkable lightness, racing through the city at full speed. A patrolling officer, holding an umbrella, merely felt a breeze pass by his ear. When he turned to look, nothing remained in the fine rain. As time passed, Jiangsheng's mastery over his spiritual energy grew more adept. After all, within him resided two seasoned mentors. Moreover, it absorbs the dissipated spiritual energy from both entities, occasionally acquiring vague memories. Although the content of these memories is predominantly an endless void of darkness, there are moments when Jiangsheng gains some useful skills, entirely at random. However, Jiangsheng cannot process an overwhelming amount of memories at once. At times, it must learn to refuse, for its soul remains fragile and requires further growth to shoulder more burdens. The Black Cat is indeed swift, reaching its destination, the Duan Pusa Temple by the Blue River, in merely a few minutes. From an external perspective, the ancient temple appears unremarkable. Its architecture is steeped in antiquity, occupying a modest expanse. The air is thick with the faint scent of incense, and a narrow path weaves through the surrounding woods. Yet, inexplicably, a chill pervades Jiangsheng's heart. As it wanders around the temple's perimeter, the Black Cat furrows its brow, its whiskers quivering uncontrollably. The instincts of a beast seem to warn it of impending danger. However, Jiangsheng observes no anomalies in sight. At this moment, the cloud spirit appears, speaking softly. Hiss, there are traces of a magical formation nearby. Meow, a magical formation? Driven by a sense of caution, Jiangsheng assumes the guise of a wild cat. Hiss, it is normal not to be aware of such information yet. As it speaks, the cloud spirit retreats into Jiangsheng's body. Hiss, do not use your spiritual power for now. Try to slip in quietly. I will also notify Raincoat to conceal her presence. This place is certainly not an ordinary temple. Meow understood, taking the cloud spirit's advice to heart. Jiangsheng immediately retracted the spiritual energy surrounding it and stealthily leaped onto the temple wall. Almost as soon as it stepped inside the temple, a sudden jolt coursed through its heart, as if some perilous entity had fixed its gaze upon it. This unnerving sensation nearly compelled Jiangsheng to flee. Fortunately, having encountered significant situations before, it managed to suppress its unease and mimic the demeanor of an ordinary wild cat, crouching on the wall and licking its paws. In stark contrast to the unsettling aura, the actual scene within the temple appeared remarkably mundane. In the small courtyard, an incense burner stood, flanked by two candlesticks, each adorned with red candles likely lit by devotees. Perhaps due to the rain, the temple felt somewhat desolate at that moment. There were no worshippers present, only a young girl, seemingly no older than a teenager, diligently sweeping the floor before the main hall. Her hair hung loosely, partially obscuring her face. Though her demeanor suggested a certain gloom, her actions were quite obedient. She swept with great focus and meticulousness, leaving no corner unattended, possibly having noticed Jiangsheng's arrival. The girl lifted her gaze towards the Black Cat, and a smile blossomed on her face as she waved her hand. Her movements appeared somewhat hesitant, yet they radiated kindness. Her lips moved, though no sound escaped them. Half of her face was obscured by her hair, which might lead one to perceive her as less than amiable, perhaps even somewhat pretentious. Could this young lady be the one whom the host had aided? Jiangsheng pondered, choosing to disregard her presence. Instead, he leapt gracefully into the temple. The main hall of the temple was modest, housing merely a singular statue, a representation of the Buddha, or perhaps Guanyin. Upon encountering this statue, Jiangsheng's gaze instinctively tightened. This Guanyin statue was headless, with its hands cradling an object draped in a red cloth. How absurd! Was the head of this bodhisattva truly held in its own hands? What a jest! Such a statue could still attract worshippers? Unconsciously, he shifted his focus to the nearby inscription, seeking to glean some insights into its history. Legend has it that this temple, initially known as the Blue Bodhisattva Temple, was established to honor a bodhisattva who once roamed the Blue Mountains, performing acts of kindness. However, during a period of turmoil, the golden statue of the bodhisattva was damaged, its head falling into the hands of the statue, inadvertently killing an officer who sought to plunder its jewels. Subsequently, the invading soldiers of Blue County perished in a plague, while the original residents remained unscathed. Thus, the townsfolk hastily resumed their veneration of the bodhisattva and rebuilt the temple. From that moment onward, no one dared to disturb the golden statue again. Consequently, the residents of Blue County merely draped a layer of red cloth over the bodhisattva's hands and renamed the temple the Headless Bodhisattva Temple. To this day, what was once Blue County has transformed into Blue City, while the reconstructed Headless Bodhisattva Temple remains steadfast in the Lower River District, unchanged. The tale itself is rather ordinary. Yet, does one not feel a sense of unease when venerating such a statue? Stepping back a couple of paces, Jiangsheng seemed inclined to circumvent the Guanyin statue before him. However, in the next moment, the voice of the cloud spirit echoed in his ear. Hiss, Leap up and unveil that cloth. There's something amiss within. Meow now? A sense of resistance unexpectedly welled up within Jiang Sheng. Hiss, right now. The cloud spirit urged, but at that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Chapter 86. Your name, Ah? The persistent drizzle. May the Bodhisattva bestow her blessings. By the time the black cat retreated into the shadows, an elderly monk had entered the hall, clad in a cassock and holding a string of prayer beads. With wide sleeves and a serene countenance, he exuded an aura of profound wisdom. Additionally, there was another reason that instilled a sense of trepidation in Jiang Sheng towards him. The soul of this individual is a pale blue, distinctly visible. This indicates that the person is not only a practitioner of spiritual abilities, but also possesses a profound level of cultivation. Indeed, this temple is not to be underestimated. Quietly murmuring to himself, Jiang Sheng lay in the corner atop the beam, continuing to observe the happenings within the temple. In the next moment, he beheld the elderly man. Murmuring to himself, who had already ignited a stick of incense beside the candlestick and prostrated 3 times before the headless Guanyin. I have always sought tranquility by the river, detached from worldly affairs. Men, women, the elderly, and the young all come to burn incense and worship. Why, then, have I attracted calamity and rain? I beseech the Bodhisattva for mercy. The vast hall fell into a moment of silence. The headless Guanyin, the gaunt old man, along with the solitary stick of incense, formed a remarkably harmonious scene. After a brief while, it remained uncertain whether the old monk had received an answer. He let out a sigh, retrieved a wooden fish, and sat on the ground, reciting Buddhist scriptures. Now is the time to unveil the red cloth. It conceals a certain aura. As the old monk gradually closed his eyes, the voice of the spectral entity re-emerged. Impossible. This person is evidently a formidable spiritual practitioner. If he were to see us, he would undoubtedly discern our unusual presence, and we would be exposed. Let us not forget, the Spiritual Energy Management Bureau is still searching for us. Silently dismissing the suggestion from the spectral entity, the black cat shifted its body, seemingly contemplating a temporary departure. Do not be in such a hurry to leave. I sense a familiar aura. At that moment, the voice of the raincoat echoed in Jiang Sheng's mind. What familiar aura? Jiang Sheng pondered, halting his steps. Though I cannot recall it yet. This sensation is indeed quite familiar. An odd collaboration? Jiang Sheng questioned within himself. Unclear, it may or may not be related. Miss, your memory is rather concerning. The black cat remarked with a hint of exasperation as it blinked. The raincoat countered. What do you know? I have been unreasonably manipulated my entire life. It is a miracle I have not gone mad. In truth, you are already mad, interjected the previously silent spectral entity, only to be met with a sharp rebuke. You little rascal, just get far away from me. Ultimately, under the strong insistence of the 2 vengeful spirits, Jiang Sheng decided against hastily departing the temple. Instead, he resolved to explore other areas within the temple before returning to the main hall to seek an opportunity to lift the red cloth. He could only hope that by then, the old monk would not linger too long. Perhaps having spent an entire day, Jiang Sheng covertly inspected every corner of the Guanyin temple. During this time, he gathered some information, though most of it proved to be inconsequential. It must be acknowledged that, as a secondary national heritage site, the Dongpuza Temple does not boast a considerable number of permanent residents. In addition to the elderly monk, there are merely 6 monks, along with a mother and daughter duo who seem to have remained at the temple under the guise of caretakers. The girl whom Jiang Sheng encountered outside the main hall is indeed the daughter of this pair. Beyond their daily cleaning duties, they are also responsible for preparing meals for the monks. The workload is neither excessively burdensome nor trifling, considering the provision of free food and lodging. Their lives can be deemed relatively stable. According to the rumors Jiang Sheng had heard, they were taken in by the abbot after experiencing personal tragedies. Thus, this temple has performed a commendable act. It is noteworthy that among the 6 monks Jiang Sheng observed, apart from the elderly monk, there are surprisingly 3 individuals possessing spiritual abilities. Although their cultivation is not particularly formidable, so much so that even a gaze exchanged with the black cat reveals nothing unusual, their presence offers mutual support. Given the myriad peculiar techniques associated with spiritual practitioners, Jiang Sheng approached them with a degree of caution. However, the number of spiritual practitioners within this modest temple seems rather excessive. Could it be that all temples are similarly populated? Jiang Sheng pondered. In the short term, it is difficult to assign a definitive characterization to the temple before him. Ultimately, he feels compelled to investigate what lies beneath the crimson cloth. With a reluctant sigh, he acknowledges the truth. The black cat is indeed feeling a sense of trepidation. It is not fear of the unknown itself, but rather an instinctual aversion urging it away from that object. Nonetheless, the decision is made to proceed. After all, it is a matter that must be confronted sooner or later. Jiang Sheng understands that he cannot simply disregard that object. Thus, he resolves to take a closer look. At dinner time, as the monks are summoned by the mother and daughter to the backyard for their meal, Jiang Sheng once again stealthily infiltrates the temple's main hall. The headless bodhisattva remains seated in its place, a burnt-out incense stick lingering before it. The atmosphere is silent and eerie. Casting a glance around to ensure he is alone, Jiang Sheng steps forward and leaps to the sides of the Guanyin statue. With his claws, he lifts the crimson cloth that shrouds the area. What lies beneath is indeed the head of a Buddha. With a compassionate expression and lifelike features, it seems to embody a profound empathy for the world. However, the moment Jiang Sheng comprehends the visage of the Buddha, he is momentarily taken aback. For within his memory resides a remarkably similar statue. Despite the differences in their forms, attire, and demeanor, that singular face, just that face, appears nearly identical. Particularly striking are the Buddha seals adorning their foreheads, which seem to declare to Jiang Sheng that these two figures are, in essence, the same entity. Hiss, Jiang Sheng, what is the matter? The voice of the cloud spirit interrupts the black cat's contemplation. I am fine, the black cat instinctively replies. Hiss, listen to me. This statue of Buddha bears a calamity upon its head, and the red cloth you hold seals the aura of this misfortune, which is why we felt nothing earlier. Moreover, this calamity is extraordinarily dense, yet has been compressed into a mere point. Its essence is tumultuous, unlike that of a spirit. The human skin raincoat interjected. Hiss. In any case, stop dawdling. The released calamity will likely attract the temple's inhabitants. We must withdraw. Before Jiang Sheng could ponder further, Yun Gui urged them on. Acknowledging with a slight nod, the black cat set down the red cloth and turned to flee towards the temple's exit. As it ran, it spoke to the two spirits within. That statue, I am familiar with. Hiss. This revelation momentarily stunned the two vengeful spirits. Yet Jiang Sheng continued. Its name is Anil. Chapter 87. Life surpasses ideals. This is impossible. In the specialized research facility of Chuangu City. Although those around tried to avoid the topic, Yang Mo eventually learned of Jiang Sheng's cannibalism and subsequent flight. Even the curse object manager, Bai Jie, had perished at its hands, his heart bitten away. Well, at least thus far, the Spirit Energy Management Bureau has publicly declared it as such. They seem determined to exhaust every means to pinpoint the black cat's exact location. Yet, how could that be? That cat, that indifferent creature, how could it possibly resort to cannibalism? The girl, believing she had gained some understanding of Jiang Sheng, was convinced that others had been deceived. Or perhaps there was an issue within the Management Bureau itself. In any case, this news must be a fabrication. So, how many times must I reiterate? The causal relationship in this matter is intricate, and indeed, there are traitors within the Bureau. However, the fact that Jiang Sheng devoured Bai Jie's heart, leading to his demise, is an undeniable truth. Can you not remain calm? Furrowing her brow, Yang Jing found herself in a prolonged standoff with the obstinate girl. She had never been fond of repeating herself, yet in the presence of Yang Mo, this composed researcher often transformed into a nagging maternal figure, each word tinged with a didactic tone. Regrettably, it is likely that a girl in her adolescence despises such an attitude above all. Moreover, Yang Mo was not merely rebellious. And what then? Are we to employ criminal tactics against it, while it is still bound by two vengeful spirits? Clearly, in Yang Mo's eyes, since the cause has been established, the Bureau should take the initiative to express goodwill, attempting to mend the fragile relationship with the black cat, rather than trying to capture and control it as they are now. Ultimately, this is a matter of trust. The higher echelons of humanity do not believe in the black cat. Young Momo was striving to believe. However, Momo had taken a life. She understood that the girl's reasoning was not entirely erroneous, yet Yang spoke with a hint of resignation. Regardless of the individual, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Furthermore, the management office was not necessarily inclined to employ harsh measures. The black cat had indeed committed murder, an undeniable truth. Trust should not be blind. The higher-ups possessed their own apprehensions. Bowing her head, she traced the scar on the bridge of her nose, a remnant of the black cat's claws. A price paid for her past recklessness. When Yang Momo lowered her hand and lifted her gaze once more, she had evidently made a decision. Then I shall join the search for Jiang Sheng, the girl declared. Without a moment's thought, Yang shook her head in refusal. No, and this is not a matter for either of us to decide. Hey, who knows? Perhaps smiling with confidence, the next moment, a statue of Buddha appeared in the girl's hand. Cursed spirit, eight-armed lady. Cursed object, tranquil ancient Buddha statue. Hiss, a cursed object to seal the eight-armed lady? Meanwhile, at a convenience store on the outskirts of Lansheng, the black cat, now in human form, was communicating intelligence with the cloud ghost. Indeed, nodding faintly, Jiangsheng sat in the glass-walled lounge, preparing instant noodles while narrating in thought. By coincidence, I once glimpsed fragments of the eight-armed lady's memories. In her lifetime, she was sacrificed to the tranquil ancient Buddha by vile men. Ah, are you certain you did not missee? The raincoat made of human skin certainly did not recognize the eight-armed lady. Yet, from Jiangsheng and the cloud ghost's words, she surmised that this was likely another vengeful spirit. There was no mistaking it. Such painful memories were profound and vivid, as if she had experienced them herself. Thus the face of that Buddha statue was unmistakable. Silently suppressing the tremors in her arms, Jiangsheng recalled the twisted scenes in her mind. Subsequently, the cloud ghost and the raincoat, under her deliberate indulgence, witnessed the same visions. Insult, suffering, torment, rage. Well done. Humans are indeed malevolent. Once it was all over, the raincoat whispered bitterly. Their somewhat similar experiences allowed her to empathize deeply with the eight-armed lady. Hiss. Hiss. I didn't expect the eight-armed lady to have ties with the aberrations. As a former colleague, the cloud ghost felt a twinge of nostalgia. As for the raincoat's extreme opinions, he simply chose to disregard them. Not all humans are wicked. Rather, human nature is simply complex. Responding helplessly to the raincoat's words, Jiangsheng shifted her focus back to the cloud ghost. However, for now, we cannot ascertain whether that temple is related to the aberrations. It is indeed perplexing that a Buddhist temple would worship malevolent deities. Why ponder so much? Perhaps it would be best to dismantle the problematic elements entirely and put an end to it. The raincoat made of human skin prefers not to engage in contemplation. At this moment, she is leaning on the table, watching the steam rise from her instant noodles. Yun Gui immediately dismissed her suggestion. Hiss, hiss, such actions would be too reckless. We ought to exercise greater caution. Caution for what? I can control my senses, you can command natural disasters, and little cat can easily swipe open a security door. With the three of us combined, we could raise this city without a second thought. With a sinister grin etched upon her face, the raincoat turned her head towards Jiangsheng, her visage smeared with blood. Don't you agree, little cat? Undoubtedly, due to the experience of the eight-armed goddess. This individual's emotions have begun to waver once more. Do not suppress yourself. You despise those people, I despise them too, and Yun Gui harbors the same contempt. Release yourself, and grant me the same mercy. Let us wreak havoc upon them, to witness their agonized screams, their tears, their pleas for mercy, and then to brutally extinguish all their hopes. Bit by bit, the raincoat scratched at the muscles on her body, her teeth clattering together. Do you not wish to see it? To behold those exquisite and beautiful forms punctured, to witness the once content, lofty humans having their limbs shattered, writhing in pain. We are capable of this, we truly can. We can bring them to utter despair, leaving them with nothing. Enough of this, let us eat. In the small convenience store, Jiangsheng suddenly interjected, interrupting the raincoat's discourse, then proceeded to drop an egg into the noodles. The woman, who had scarcely eaten for over a decade, immediately surrendered her struggle. Shall we add a sausage too? I do not eat meat. Just one sausage will do. Hiss, old woman, spare the childishness. Begone. Today, Jiangsheng once again averted disaster. Chapter 88. People are inevitably compelled to push themselves. Master, what is your perspective? In the main hall of the Bodhisattva temple, three middle-aged monks trailed behind an elder monk, scrutinizing the headless statue of Guanyin before them. Their expressions were grave, as if they were troubled by something. The curse had been tampered with, and remnants of external calamities lingered upon the karmic fabric. It seems some filth has infiltrated the sacred hall. The elder monk stood alone beside the pedestal of the Bodhisattva statue. After a moment, he reached out to touch the red cloth draped over the deity's hands. Subsequently making a judgment, he had sensed the leak of calamity while partaking in his evening meal and had hurriedly brought his disciples here. Alas, they were unable to prevent the escape of a hasty visitor. Filth within the sacred hall. This astounding conclusion left the elder monk's three disciples gaping in disbelief, followed by a wave of panic. The array of spells was indeed unable to halt the impending calamity, perhaps linked to the persistent, drizzling rain of recent days. I had sensed it. That misty rain, imbued with subtle threads of misfortune, was certainly unusual. Enough of the chatter. Do not disturb the tranquility of my meditation." Until the elder monk spoke without turning, the hall remained in silence. However, the stench of filth was unmistakably akin to the calamity brought by the rain, indicating a connection between the two. What a predicament this is. A disciple hesitated, clearly reluctant to voice his concerns for fear of reprimand. The misfortunes from outside signify the presence of at least one malevolent spirit lurking in the heart of the city, while the emergence of vengeful spirits is considerably less likely due to their rarity, and the dispersed calamity would not be so feeble, although it remains unclear why. Under the protection of the tranquil Buddha, malevolent spirits would dare approach the He River district. This matter is not trivial and may indeed disrupt future plans, necessitating immediate action. The elder monk pondered, shaking his head. Very well, in the coming days, I shall set up a spirit-seeking ritual in the city and hold a ceremony to dispel misfortune. You three shall fortify the array and guard the temple. Additionally, let us advance the offering of flowers to the Buddha by a few days. Let us arrange it for the end of this month. You must expedite your preparations, for I have been feeling restless lately and must be on guard against any eventualities. Yes. With the elder monk's instructions concluded, the three middle-aged monks hurriedly bowed in response. We shall heed the master's teachings. Enough, be off with you. Waving them away, the elder monk stood alone before the hall, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he finally reopened his eyes. How peculiar. What manner of evil spirit could this be? What could rend the veil of karmic barriers, yet emanate such a feeble aura? Malevolent spirits are typically ignorant and bewildered. Why would they flee? Something is amiss. Every aspect of this situation feels wrong. Alas, I must hasten the offerings. Only then can I find peace of mind. With these thoughts in mind, the elder monk began to meditate on his prayer beads and then stepped out of the grand hall, leaving behind only a solitary bodhisattva, seated in silence, head bowed. The following day, the residents of He River Street awoke to find the ever-hospitable abbot Duan Bodhisattva, who frequently participated in community activities, walking along the nearby streets, bestowing blessings as he went. Among the crowd were many of his devoted followers, who approached to pay their respects and listen to his teachings and mantras. In an instant, the morning streets appeared remarkably lively. The ordinary monk's blessings manifested with a hint of a sacred pilgrimage, a striking sight in a modern society largely composed of atheists. However, in truth, Abbot Duan Bodhisattva's influence was primarily felt within just a few streets surrounding him. The rain continued to fall, yet from the perspective of ordinary mortals, the supernatural realm remained unseen. Wherever the old monk tread, a delicate veil of mist shielded the calamities lurking beyond. The souls of the crowd now bore a weight. They were no longer as insubstantial and elusive as before. This transformation was distinctly observable by the black cat, perched nearby. Those who had partaken in the blessings seemed genuinely altered by some unseen force. The ethereal spirits acquired a hazy semblance, and their once dormant consciousness began to radiate warmth. Surely, they would all be fortunate henceforth. From this vantage point, it appeared that we were the malevolent ones. On a rooftop across the street, Jiang Sheng gazed at the monk's retreating figure, musing aloud. Perhaps we were always meant to be the wicked, I and the cloud spirit as vengeful spirits, while you are the cat demon. The human skin raincoat interjected with jest. Meanwhile, the cloud spirit began to deliberate earnestly. Hiss, hiss, it cannot be so simple. Any sorcery capable of influencing souls must demand a price, and ordinary souls typically lack the means to pay such costs. Thus, if you observe closely, there must be an unnoticed price that has already been paid. Furthermore, the principles governing all things emphasize balance. One cannot perpetually endure misfortune, nor can one remain consistently fortunate, unless something is compensating for them, or paying a price on their behalf. For instance, spirits that feast upon human hearts. For instance, at this juncture, the cloud spirit abruptly halted. Jiang Sheng, momentarily taken aback, soon echoed in unison with the spirit. Hiss, hiss. For instance, their misfortunes might be transferred to others. Hiss, precisely. Is that even possible? The human skin raincoat listened to their deduction, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Setting aside the intricacies of such an endeavor. If that old monk truly collaborates with the uncanny, why would he shield a particular group? He could draw in followers through far more efficient means. This method of promotion is dreadfully ineffective. I am inclined to believe that the old rascal is binding souls to amplify his own power through these prayer activities. Or perhaps, he is harvesting misfortune to forge a unique spirit, akin to how some vengeful spirits prefer to nurture the living, merely switching benefactors. Of course, such misfortune, rooted in the essence of living beings, cannot simply be taken away, it likely requires a portion of the soul to be severed. As for why these individuals, having lost a piece, appear more spirited, it may be a fleeting glimpse of vitality, or perhaps some hallucinogenic spell is at play. I am an expert in this regard. In conclusion, if my conjecture holds true, then these seemingly blissful individuals likely do not have long to live. Upon finishing, the raincoat tugged at its sagging skin, revealing a grotesque grin. Well, your reasoning does have merit. Jiang Sheng harbored no intention of dismissing any possibility. Thus, he continued to furrow his brow, silently pondering. Had he arrived too late? If these individuals were on the brink of death, then… The black cat's muscles began to quiver, its fur along the spine twitching incessantly. It was restless, deeply unsettled, for it might soon betray Bai Jia's trust. The ominous shadow of man-eating once again loomed overhead. A heart filled with shame teetered on the precipice of despair. Chapter 89. The most dreaded mistake of calling the wrong name in the evening. Upon a bench in a roadside park, a black cat sat quietly, observing the rain before it. Frustration enveloped Jiang Sheng at this moment. For a soul as indifferent as his, this was an exceedingly unfamiliar experience. Today, he had followed the elderly monk from the Guanyin temple throughout the day, witnessing the man bestowing blessings upon ordinary folks, setting up spells at street corners, and disseminating strange spiritual energy. This individual was likely not engaged in any benevolent acts. Having glimpsed the malevolent Buddha and impending calamity, Jiang Sheng could nearly ascertain this fact. Yet, what was he truly scheming? Yun Gui and Yu Yi had speculated extensively, yet no definitive conclusion could be reached. Speculations remained mere conjectures, and Jiang Sheng was equally concerned about possibly misunderstanding the intentions of others. Such a misunderstanding could potentially lead to greater troubles. A myriad of thoughts intertwined within the black cat's mind. It must be acknowledged that, when faced with supernatural events alone for the first time, Jiang Sheng exhibited a notable deficiency in experience, leaving him feeling constrained and hesitant, overly cautious at every turn. This burden of responsibility was evidently unwelcome to him, yet he found himself unable to evade it. Suddenly, the still-sitting black cat was momentarily taken aback. For amidst the rain laden with inspiration, it sensed an unexpected visitor. Young Momo had only just arrived in LNSHN City that evening, having hurriedly escaped from her sister's grasp. After reaching the city, she spent approximately 10 minutes pinpointing the drizzle specifically mentioned in her intel, an unusual weather phenomenon brought forth by the black cat. She swiftly hailed a taxi to reach the district where the rain fell. Upon completing these tasks, Yang Momo did not pursue Jiang Sheng further. Instead, she purchased a rice ball and, releasing her spiritual energy, leisurely stood by the rain-soaked street to eat. She was confident that Jiang Sheng would seek her out, provided that the official report was not mistaken. The black cat, having consumed the cloud-summoning spirit, was cloaked in the rain's veil, which bore the calamity unique to the cloud spirit. Although the intensity of the calamity was not particularly strong, typically ranging from 1 to 2 HPA, it posed no threat to ordinary individuals. However, the sheer breadth of this calamity effectively obscured Jiang Sheng's presence as a cursed object. This renders ordinary spiritual practitioners utterly incapable of distinguishing between the black cat and the rain. Furthermore, it appears that the entity possesses the ability to observe the outside world through the veil of rain. This is a rational speculation proposed by an investigator. Consequently, the management office has yet to successfully apprehend Jiang Sheng. Thus, if you can truly see, come to me, Jiang Sheng. Yang silently waits, her intuition assuring her that answers will eventually arrive. And so, she waits until the midnight hour. Ah, has he not yet come? Gradually lifting her gaze from her phone, Yang stands alone beside the desolate street, her arms crossed, shoulders huddled against the chill. The autumn night air carries a hint of coldness, seeping into her collar and making her shiver. The girl, who has yet to catch sight of the black cat, speaks with a tinge of regret. It seems I was mistaken in my assumptions. How then can I find it? I hope that creature does not act impulsively and make a foolish decision. While pondering this, Yang turns off her phone, which still glows faintly. She had been perusing the management office's publicly available investigation requests, including the special mission to locate Jiang Sheng. Indeed, the search for the whereabouts of the black cat is a high-priority task. Substantial rewards await those who provide relevant information, underscoring the management's concern for Jiang Sheng. The mission briefing contains several pieces of immediate information regarding the black cat. The more she learned, the more troubled the girl became. The cursed object, the black cat, had once single-handedly defeated a fully equipped militia. It is sealed within it 2 vengeful spirits, possessing the unique ability to temporarily alter its form, with physical capabilities surpassing that of numerous large animals. The first vengeful spirit specializes in weather manipulation, while the expertise of the second remains unknown. Its mental state is uncertain, yet it possesses advanced intelligence and may be communicative. The incident is provisionally classified as action level. Should it detect any intent to attack, immediate withdrawal is necessary. Damn it. How much time has passed? How did that wild cat, once fishing by the riverside, suddenly transform into a horror story? Weary, she rests her forehead on her hand and sighs wistfully. Perhaps I should never have attempted to capture it from the outset, the girl muses. Yet she was merely striving to uphold normalcy. The hazard levels of supernatural events are generally categorized into two main classes, above and below vengeful spirits. Below vengeful spirits, there are 4 categories: limb level, individual level, administrative level, and district level. Above vengeful spirits, there exist 4 stages: action level, cross-sectional level, chaotic level, and national disaster level. Undoubtedly, Jiangsheng's individual strength has escalated to a point where it poses a significant threat. It is likely that its provisional classification as action level stems from the fact that it has not yet exhibited substantial malevolence. If both vengeful spirits were to go berserk simultaneously, it would likely result in a chaotic level disaster. Thus, one must consider what transpired at Donghu that led to such a deterioration of the situation. Can the management not provide us with an explanation? With a sense of helplessness, Yang silently set down her phone and cast another glance at the deserted street. In the distance, it remained eerily empty. She shook her head, seemingly prepared to leave. However, as she turned to depart, she suddenly caught sight of a pale youth standing amidst the fine rain, his light red eyes fixed intently upon her, silent as the grave. By Jia? The girl seemed to recognize him, yet the boy denied the name. No, I am Jiangsheng. The rain began to intensify. On the deserted street corner, Jiangsheng's attire appeared rather inadequate, rendering him even more gaunt. His shirt and trousers were caked with dirt, a consequence of being often stored in a tree hollow. At that moment, had it not been for Bai Jia's handsome features, the boy might well have been mistaken for a dangerous vagrant. Conversely, Yang seemed like a pitiful girl targeted by this wanderer. As for Jiangsheng's reason for presenting himself to the girl in this manner, it was quite straightforward. He suspected that Yang might possess knowledge regarding the origins of Anlafo. Jiangsheng required her assistance, and thus sought to convey a semblance of sincerity, perhaps by elucidating his current predicament. After a prolonged silence, Yang, finally retrieving her senses from the haze of astonishment, grasped her own cheek. Undoubtedly, she still struggled to comprehend the situation at hand. Yet, she gazed at the boy, gesturing awkwardly with her hands as she tentatively proposed, "Shall we find somewhere to sit?" "Very well," Jiangsheng replied calmly, acknowledging that there were many matters requiring clarification between them. Chapter 90. A mature wildcat must learn to find shelter on its own tea or coffee. At the vending machine beside Park Road, Yang was selecting a beverage. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and since Jiangsheng preferred to avoid crowded places, he and the girl had settled in a dry spot to converse. The vending machine was conveniently located just outside a pavilion, providing them with a modicum of comfort. "Juice," the peculiar boy said nonchalantly. In the rainy night. The girl paused as she took out her phone to make a payment, then smiled. How childish. Her tone was unabashedly candid. "I now believe you are not Bai Jia. That guy seems to drink his coffee without sugar." Yang had worked with Bai Jia on missions, thus they were somewhat acquainted. Is drinking juice childish? Jiangsheng appeared unimpressed by the mindset of the young girl. True maturity can be found even in the consumption of milk. "Well, dear Jiangsheng, do you prefer lemon juice or apple juice?" Yet, young Momo continued to tease. Jiangsheng subtly curled his lip, and with a calm demeanor, made his choice, apple juice. "All right, sister will buy it for you." The young girl remained relentless in her banter, yet she still purchased 2 cans of juice, tossing one to the boy. "So, you were thus deceived by Bai Jia." On their way, Jiangsheng recounted his experiences at Donghu to young Momo. The events were convoluted, but, in truth, not overly complex. Indeed, he effortlessly popped open the can and took a sip of the tart beverage. Sighing, young Momo leaned forward, holding her juice. "Did he hypnotize you and make you leave with the cloud spirit in that manner?" "He remains as cruel as ever." "Yes, cruel," was the girl's assessment of Bai Jia. A person who could smile in the face of death could exhibit extreme ruthlessness towards themselves. God knows if that fellow harbored self-destructive tendencies. In any case, he was not quite normal. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to consume cursed objects. That piece of dark, putrid flesh was enough to induce nausea. "What then? Brings you to Lanshan City?" As she sipped her juice, young Momo scrutinized Jiangsheng. Time indeed alters many things. The once languid black cat, just months prior, had shed its previous indifference and now appeared considerably more fatigued. I found the traitor, Man Yang. Perhaps due to the rain-soaked hair or the owner's sour mood. Jiang Sheng's locks fell listlessly across his face, lending him a somewhat dispirited appearance. From his lips emerged the strange location of the second experiment. Right in this city of Lanshan. They wished to create another vengeful spirit? Yang Momo's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze sharpening. Not wish. Jiang Sheng shook his head, his tone resolute. They are already in the process. No sooner had he spoken than the black cat shifted the topic. Moreover, I saw something else. What was it? The girl inquired. An Anil Buddha, Jiang Sheng replied as the sound of rain drummed around them. Suddenly, the eight-armed lady appeared above the pavilion, suspended like a spider. Her grotesque and terrifying features twisted together, her gaze radiating infinite malice. You can't be serious, Yang Momo said, struggling to control the agitated eight-armed lady. Her face paling as she gripped the can tightly. Am I truly that dull? Jiang Sheng said, his eyes drooping in weariness. He then recounted in detail what he had witnessed at the Guanyin Temple. 10 minutes later, Yang Momo sat in the pavilion, having learned all there was to know. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. I understand. Jiang Sheng nodded, recalling his own astonishment upon first learning the truth. And you? Yang silently lifted her gaze to Jiang Sheng, seemingly inquiring about something. I will assist you. Jiang Sheng clearly had a plan in mind. Are there any conditions? The girl blinked, fully aware that in this world, no assistance comes without strings attached. No conditions. Yet the boy sipped his juice nonchalantly. No conditions? Yang instinctively paused for a few seconds, taken aback. Why? I could explain your situation to the management and halt their investigation into you. Though she had intended to do so all along. Little did she know, the black cat was indifferent to such matters, even shrugging. Your investigation holds no significance for me. Isn't that simply because you are far beyond the norm? Frustrated, she held her heated forehead, feeling that the black cat before her was utterly uncommunicative. Sensing the girl's thoughts, Jiang Sheng sighed. Then, in an effort to reassure her, he elaborated. My assistance stems from a shared objective. I, too, seek to uncover the truth behind Anlafo, thereby thwarting the plans of the aberrant collaboration. You intend to dismantle the aberrant collaboration's plans? After a moment of contemplation, Yang hesitantly inquired. Is it for revenge? Something along those lines. Jiang Sheng recognized that articulating his inner journey would likely be challenging, so he refrained from correcting Yang's choice of words. The girl fell silent, eventually placing her juice down. As for what you choose to do now, I no longer have the right to interfere, especially since I am no longer your match. Just ensure you do not harm others. However, I must at least caution you to avoid harboring excessive emotions within. Otherwise, the resentment of vengeful spirits may very well consume you. This was a crucial point for all curse object managers to heed. It was not a secret, but immensely significant. As a curse itself, Jiang Sheng ought to regard it even more seriously. Unfortunately, it was now alone, without guidance. Thus, Yang felt compelled to voice her concern, warning him not to be blinded by hatred. Rest assured, discarding the empty juice container, Jiang Sheng carelessly ruffled his hair. Moments ago, due to the provocation from the eight-armed woman, his spiritual energy had experienced a slight upheaval, resulting in 2 black cat ears sprouting amidst his white hair. However, this minor peculiarity was inconsequential. Yang said nothing, and he chose not to mention it either. Returning to the girl's earlier words, Jiang Sheng, lacking any hatred in his heart, did not take her warning to heart. Their conversation concluded. The two agreed to meet at noon the following day in the square outside the Guanyin Temple before preparing to part ways. Yang Momo originally intended to persuade Jiang Sheng to return to the Spiritual Energy Management Office. However, considering his myriad experiences, she understood that trust must sometimes be rebuilt. Thus, she resolved to make an attempt, striving to instill greater confidence in Jiang Sheng. Yet, just as she was about to leave, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn back and inquire of the young man. By the way, where are you currently residing? What do you eat on a regular basis? In the rain, Jiang Sheng bowed his head in silence. With a frown, Yang Momo waved her hand dismissively. Forget it, just follow me. I won't be going back to the Spiritual Energy Management Office, Jiang Sheng insisted anxiously. I understand. The girl replied impatiently. I want to take you back, all right? Why is this cat such a source of worry? Chapter 91. Pocket Money and Truth. Jiang Sheng had once placed great importance on the quality of his life. At the very least, he ensured he had a place to rest and sought a stable source of nourishment. Unfortunately, recent upheavals had left him with little mental bandwidth to devote to the mundane aspects of daily living. Consequently, the black cat's existence had become rather haphazard. Aside from a hollow tree used for storage, he had no fixed refuge. When fatigued, he would simply rest by the roadside, and when hungry, He would eat whatever was available. Of course, as long as conditions permitted, he had refrained from consuming meat lately, still haunted by an unsettling nausea that lingered. As for young Momo, she was not inherently soft-hearted. She had never concerned herself with the daily needs of stray animals. However, witnessing Jiang Sheng exhibit intelligence comparable to that of a human and don the guise of a youthful boy, she could no longer regard him as an ordinary feral cat. Taking into account their past interactions and the anticipated assistance he might require in the future, she could not bear to see him cast out onto the streets. Thus, events naturally unfolded as they did. The young girl cradled a black cat in her arms and directly booked 2 months of food and lodging at a nearby hotel. Are all public servants this affluent? The black cat muttered, as he dangled from the girl's grip by the scruff of his neck in the hotel corridor. Despite the hidden aid of spiritual energy, it remained a challenge for her to maintain her hold on him for long. As soon as they were out of sight of the staff, young Momo gently set Jiang Sheng down, allowing him to walk on his own. Phew, you're getting heavier, she remarked. As for whether there is money, those of us in this line of work deal with urgent matters daily, so we certainly earn a bit more. Saying this, she produced a magnetic card and unlocked the hotel room door. If you're interested, you can accept supervision. There are plenty of people willing to give you money. No thanks. I don't trust anyone else right now, the black cat replied, trailing listlessly beside the girl. Moreover, there were still matters left unfinished. Returning to the administrative office would only result in restricted freedom of movement. This was quite understandable. Young Momo nodded in agreement. For she herself had escaped from the clutches of her family and was acutely aware of the torment of being bound. Perhaps she was genuinely fatigued. Upon entering her room, young Momo flung herself onto the neatly made bed. While idly playing with her phone, she languidly addressed the black cat, saying, "Feel free to roam around the other areas, but please refrain from climbing on the bed." With that, this carefree girl began to remove her shoes and socks. "You don't have foot odor, do you?" the black cat inquired anxiously, pacing in place. The room appeared poorly ventilated. "Of course not." In a fit of annoyance, young Momo hurled a canvas shoe at the black cat, but it deftly dodged. Frustrated, she collapsed at the head of the bed and closed her eyes. Time for sleep. It was evident that students who feigned delinquency often possessed rather peculiar personalities and were not particularly easy to get along with. "Goo, long time no see, Jiang Sheng." Before turning off the lights, the multi-armed girl appeared at the wall, greeting Jiang Sheng. At this moment, she seemed to have regained her composure. "Ah, indeed. It has been a while." The black cat's expression inevitably turned wistful. "You too, keep your voices down. I'm trying to sleep." Young Momo was clearly still in a sulky mood. Consequently, Jiang Sheng lowered his voice and faced the multi-armed girl, asking, "Does she not take off her earrings even when she sleeps?" "Goo, goo. She should, but she is simply unaccustomed to your presence, which makes her thoughts rather disordered. Besides, she doesn't enjoy wearing earrings or buying jewelry. She only does so to incite conversation with her classmates." "Oh," the black cat nodded subtly, yearning for others to engage her in conversation, yet simultaneously seeking to evade them under the pretext of her cursed object. This personality could only be attributed to the trials of adolescence, one might say. It must be rather exhausting to constantly take care of her. Jiang Sheng suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the multi-armed girl. "Goo, goo a little, but it's my duty." In certain respects, the multi-armed girl could be deemed diligent. "Ah, if you're going to speak ill of me, at least let me not hear it." From her position on the bed, the girl hurled a pillow down. This object could spare the black cat from sleeping on the floor, yet she said nothing and simply buried her head in sleep. "As for the earrings, I see no reason to remove them." The girl exhibited a hint of irritation that night. The following morning, young Momo did not take Jiang Sheng directly to the Guanyin Temple. Instead, she first visited a shopping mall, where she purchased a mobile phone and 2 outfits for the young man. Subsequently, she withdrew 3,000 yuan from her bank card and handed it to Jiang Sheng, who had transformed into the likeness of Baijia. "Here, this is your allowance for the month. As long as there are no extraordinary expenses, you need not report to me. Just avoid causing trouble and stick with me. I assure you, you will have food and drink. Is that acceptable?" On the bustling street, Jiang Sheng, grasping his hair, accepted the money handed to him by young Momo. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of passers-by shift, prompting an unsettling feeling within him. Yet, why did he sense something amiss? Was it that they found the sum insufficient? Young Momo furrowed her brow in resignation, aware that with the abilities of the black cat, it was indeed improbable that such a meager amount would ensure compliance from the other party. "I will give you more next month. This month, however, I truly have nothing left." "Ah, it's not that I find it inadequate. In any case, I shall not cause any trouble, given the mutually beneficial nature of their relationship." Jiang Sheng accepted the girl's offering without hesitation. After all, in human society, currency is undeniably an indispensable resource. With Jiang Sheng's assurance, Yang Momo relaxed her expression and proceeded to explain while retrieving her phone. Are you familiar with using a mobile device? Yes, Jiang Sheng replied, realizing he was likely perceived as some sort of savage, yet he needed to justify his past experiences. I have memories related to this. That's good. Skillfully navigating her phone, Yang Momo lowered her head to open an application. Without an identification card, it will be inconvenient for you to open an account, so forget about mobile payments for now. However, I have created a phone number for you. We can use this to stay in touch. To evade the scrutiny of the management office, I have installed an anti-surveillance program on your phone. Remember to dial through this interface when making calls, otherwise, it could lead to complications for both of us if the management office comes looking for us. Is it that serious? Jiang Sheng paused, then recalled something. When I rented the hotel yesterday, I used a false identity and had the 8-armed lady manipulate the surveillance footage. As for the issue with the waitstaff, can't your human skin raincoat control their senses and create illusions? Just let them dream at night, Yang Momo casually suggested. In truth, while listening to Jiang Sheng recount the Donghu case last night, she had taken quite a liking to that ability. The capacity to consciously manipulate human hearts would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors. Won't that leave them with any aftereffects? Jiang Sheng instinctively hesitated to invoke the power of vengeful spirits, likely due to the earlier caution from Yun Gui. Rest assured, with me here, you can temporarily consider me your manager. I will keep your powers within a suitable range. Yang Momo reassured him, gently patting Jiang Sheng's shoulder. After all, the existence of a curse object manager was precisely to prevent any potential upheaval from such entities.